We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell her 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
San Francisco, partly cloudy skies today, highs in the low 60s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Westbrook looking for James. He's got it. LeBron James, a shot at history. And there it is! LeBron stands alone! The NBA's all-time scoring record now belongs to LeBron James.
Oh, baby. And that's how we're going to start today's show. LeBron James becomes the all-time NBA scoring leader, surpassing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar last night. And a Lakers loss. I was thinking about Shasky yesterday because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was cooking after Shasky said he was weak. And
Did
I was
he pass the ball?
Well, he balled. They got the win.
I'm asking, how many passes did you see?
Well, you don't have a lot of guys on there. Would you pass the ball on that team? So anyway,
passing is an important part of basketball.
Well, not when you don't have any.
As we celebrate LeBron James, one of the greatest passers of all time.
Except you're on Oklahoma City where you don't have a lot around you. So you got to go out there and get buckets. You got to do what you got to do to go win. Who you pass it to? All the Jalen Williamses? Arkansas Jalen Williams?
I'm just
Santa Clara
saying,
Jalen Williams?
Mix it up a little.
You got nobody out there. You pass
black hole, SGA.
You would have passed to Muscala? SGA's nice. But anyway, April 5th, 1984, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar set one of the most unbreakable records in sports. 38 weeks later, LeBron James was born, December 30th, 1984. You see the correlation here? See what we're doing?
Did you write this?
38 years later. No, I stole it from somebody. 38 years later, the king, LeBron James, sits atop the throne as the all-time scoring champ. 38,388 points. So a lot of 38s there, but you know, I got to thinking as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off of work, graveyard shift workers, you name it. I'm not going to name all you today because you're coming down my road. Spinoni, love it. You too, Shasky. Good to see you in studio. This guy, LeBron James, lived up to everything. And I remember when Sebastian Telfair had his documentary on ESPN. I remember having the Sports Illustrated of Felipe Lopez at St. John's, skyscraping in Manhattan. Yeah. He had all that hype in St. John's. 13? Yeah, 13. He had all that hype coming into St. John's. He was supposed to be the chosen one, the next Jordan. Baby Jordan, Harold Miner. Got the nickname Baby Jordan.
I don't know if Harold had the same. I get where you're going, but yes.
He didn't have the same cachet, but all these athletes who've had, you want to go baseball,
Would you
want to
throw
go Bryce
Kobe
Harper.
in there? There was a lot of hype coming out.
There was a lot of hype.
But he wasn't like the number one overall consensus.
Yeah, it wasn't like this. Because we were still new. We were still new to kids coming out of high school.
I remember sitting on Golden Gate in Arguello in a tiny little apartment with my buddy Seamus when Dick Vitale was broadcasting the first ever high school game that I had ever seen on ESPN at that point. And it was LeBron James. And I remember they were wearing those Irish jerseys.
St. John, St. Vincent's. There were St. Mary, St. Vincent against Oak Hill Academy.
There you
go. Number
go.
one overall team.
And I remember sitting there going, oh, yeah, this is real. This is absolutely real. This guy's going to be unbelievable. And so many people were like, it's not going to translate. Remember how many people were saying that?
I don't remember how many people were saying that because that was the beginning of cell phones or whatnot. Your boy didn't really have a cell phone.
We just used to have ESPN on 24/7 back then.
But I remember watching it at my boy Marcello's house, and we ran to the house at 4:30, and I was like, "We got to see this LeBron James dude. You got to see this LeBron James dude." And he dropped a triple double, and they beat the number one team in the nation by 30 points. And I was like, "Oh, this is box office."
Yeah,
and then
it was
later
the passing for me.
Yeah. Then later on, they played Matter Day and DJ Strawberry at UCLA, and I was like, "Look at the athleticism of this kid." I was like, I've never seen anything like this at this size, this weight, this athleticism. And then he gets drafted number one overall, and he's been coined the chosen one. Well, he's exceeded the expectations when we've seen a bunch of athletes have that type of attention on them and wilt under the cameras, wilt under the pressure of trying to deliver not only championships, but just deliver a winning attitude to an organization and pump life into an organization. The Cleveland Cavaliers were dead in the water. They had terrible uniforms. Everything about them was just awful. And he goes there to Cleveland, Ohio, and he flips that franchise, and he just gets better and better and better. I don't think we've ever seen a career like it. Now, is he the GOAT? If one game, right? And I don't want to get into this conversation about who's better, LeBron or MJ. For one game, I'm taking MJ. Nobody's ever changing my mind. But when you look at his career and exceeding the expectations and delivering year in and year out, it's not too many people's done it better than LeBron James.
You can make the argument he's had like 3 separate Hall of Fame careers all wrapped in one, right? Like the pre-Miami Heat stuff, then like the Miami Heat stuff, and then going back to Cleveland. Right?
Right.
Like just the Miami Heat stuff alone might get you in the Hall of Fame.
Heat stuff.
It was one of the greatest brands of basketball any of us has ever seen. Now, whether that's the greatest team ever, we could argue till we're blue in the face. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But like what they did, and then think about what he did evolutionarily for the game of basketball in terms of teaming up with your friends and playing with people that you want to play with. Player empowerment.
Yeah, which I didn't like. I think that's kind of weak when you team up with guys. But go ahead.
Bonte, honestly, like I don't have a problem with it. Like you're seeing it in baseball right now. Like Castellanos and Schwarber and Harper and Turner. These guys are all friends. Like they want to play with each other. We've seen this in the NFL with the Brady's boys. You know what I mean? Oh, Edelman and Wes Welker, and I'm going to retire and then I'm going to come back. I'm going to Tampa Bay and Gronk's going to come out of retirement and come play for me. I kind of appreciate that. I think that's cool. Now, we could argue about player empowerment going sideways and look at Kyrie Irving, but in terms of what he's done, you can't deny how great LeBron James has been. Bonte, he hasn't just exceeded the expectations. He has been one of the most delivering prospects, phenoms, comments that we've ever seen in any sport.
No doubt. Not even close. Who's in second when it comes to that?
Think about
Who's
this.
in second when
Trevor
it comes
Lawrence.
to that?
Okay, let's right now. Let's go the current landscape. Trevor Lawrence. We knew from freshman year he was going to be the number one pick.
No doubt.
Okay. Now Trevor Lawrence early on in his career, like I don't know. I think we all were like, man, if he's going to be with Urban Meyer, he might be in some trouble.
Yeah. Football's different, too, because you could get to rep, like Michael Vick coming out of Virginia Tech. It was like, wow, Michael Vick. And we gave Michael Vick more praise in a loss in the Sugar Bowl to the Florida State, where he fumbled twice.
I'm just talking about phenoms delivering from day one.
Right.
At no point have you ever said, yeah, LeBron's not amazing. Like, from day one. We knew he was amazing. Think about baseball. Bryce Harper. I remember where I was junior year. He's going to leave high school to go play in some, like, junior college wood bat league. What? The cover of ESPN magazine?
Remember that first game where he got called up at Dodger Stadium for the Nationals and his dad?
Was he 18 and 19 years old?
Yeah, Scott Boras is sitting behind the plate. He's at Dodger Stadium on a Saturday afternoon on Fox. It's like, wow, Bryce Harper's actually up in the big leagues. But it took him a while. Injuries, strikeouts,
and he's been
inconsistencies, but he's been great. Matt Wieters. Remember, Matt Wieters was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, this prospect for the Baltimore Orioles as a catcher.
Yes.
The next great thing.
Yes.
He didn't come close to living up to it. There's a lot more of those stories than there is to LeBron James, to Bryce Harper's or whatnot.
To me, and I was thinking about this last night, B, and I brought up Bryce Harper, the closest person who has delivered on their potential is Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey Jr. was a top pick, okay, playing with his dad at 19 years old. His dad had him basically raised in the Cincinnati Reds clubhouse. And even then, as great as Griffey was, we can all say, God, he left a little. He left a little at the end because of the injuries, which isn't fair.
He left a lot at the end. What about Peyton Manning?
Peyton Manning's up there, but he had a lot of
prospects.
You know
he
what?
had a lot of disappointments. A lot of disappointments, but at one point he was the all-time leading touchdown passer.
You know what?
You know what I'm saying?
I hadn't considered that. I think you're right.
Because Peyton Manning is a freshman.
Close.
Yeah, it's close. And even then, we talked about the playoff failures.
Yeah,
but
LeBron
he had a lot of meltdowns in the playoffs. No doubt about it. Like Tim Duncan.
Those are good. That's a good. Right. Peyton Manning's a really good one.
Peyton Manning's a good one. Hell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Well, I mean,
who he just surpassed, had all the accolades coming out of Memorial Power High School in New York City, and comes to UCLA, wins national championships, plays in the first ever game in a dome against the University of Houston, goes to the NBA, Milwaukee, delivers a championship, comes to the Lakers, wins 5 more championships. The only thing about Kareem was that he didn't embrace being the face of the NBA. He was more of like, look, I want to be behind the scenes. I'm going to help out my community. But he wasn't in for the shenanigans. That's why Larry and Magic get so much credit for, quote unquote, saving the NBA, because they're a lot more outgoing. They were more willing to be that. Yeah.
The Magic smile was kind of indicative of the difference.
Kareem had to scowl.
Exactly, which is unfair to Kareem. Like, Kareem's amazing. We were talking about how I just think he's underappreciated.
He is.
But Bonte, we're talking about like 4 or 5 people in the history of sports.
Yeah,
and like
Kareem.
LeBron, you can make the argument LeBron is overachieved.
Oh, I believe so.
And I think so too, which is incredible. And when I think of like why I appreciate Kobe or Barry Bonds or just pick the athlete that you admire, Jerry Rice. What I admire the most in any walk of life is people that squeeze every single ounce out of their ability. Like there have been people, I bet there have been guys who are as talented as LeBron, which you've referenced, some of the physical freaks.
You ever see the documentary Liddy Cook?
But Bonte has
have you seen that doc?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Liddy Cook. So Liddy Cook was in ABCD camp, right?
Okay.
And Lenny Cook was the LeBron James before LeBron James. This phenom, right? He was a senior. LeBron was a junior. And he just didn't do the little things to help his greatness. He was a natural 38-6.
But that's,
this guy had the size, the athleticism, and he goes to ABCD camp, and Melo is looking up to him. LeBron's looking up to him. All these kids are looking up to him, and he just goes down the wrong path. He doesn't figure it out. Next thing you know, he's played in Puerto Rico. Next thing you know, he's overweight, and his career just never takes off. He gets a sniff, a cup of coffee in Summer League with the Boston Celtics, and that's it. I advise people to watch the Lenny Cook documentary because there's a lot more Lenny Cooks than there are LeBron Jameses. And he was arguably more talented than LeBron James.
Well, LeBron, no one can argue that he has not dedicated his entire life the same way Tom Brady did to being the best basketball player he could be.
Yeah.
Has he added elements to his game every single year? Of course.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, one of the things that really pisses me off in the Joe Montana argument that people refuse to acknowledge, Joe partied his ass off away from the game. And he's always bitter and angry and mad that his body let him down. It's like, Joe, you were doing blow with Huey Lewis. I love you, Joe.
But you know what,
I know the era was different. I'm not denying it. But he
got on that football field, and he was magical.
Yeah, but part of the longevity of what makes Tom Brady special, like people, you have to acknowledge it. Tom dedicated his life. He even said it in his documentary, you are going to have to dedicate your entire life to beating me. And there's a part of me that admires that discipline.
I think Joe, though.
Jerry Rice, same thing, Bonte.
Yeah, Joe.
Don't you think Randy Moss had more God-given talent than Jerry Rice?
Absolutely.
Okay.
He probably didn't get the most out of it. But at the same time.
But that's why I love Jerry Rice, and that's why I love Tom Brady.
At the same time, I don't know what these guys do in the offseason. So I think it's a little unfair to be like, hey, Randy Moss didn't work hard.
No,
what the hell he did in the offseason.
Not work hard. That's not fair.
When you talk about being a teammate, being a leader, all those other little intangibles, sure. You didn't get all that with Randy Moss. Jerry Rice was given. He found a chip on the shoulder, and he said, you know what? I'm going to go out there and ball out every single Sunday, and I'm going to prove everybody wrong.
I think the overarching theme that I'm trying to convey here is the practice habits of LeBron James, I think, are underrated.
But hold on.
The guy's in the gym. Look at his body.
Yeah, but the
40
guy's
years
never,
old.
But he's never improved his free throw percentage. His
3-point shooting has gotten better over the years. Much better.
It's gotten better, but he's never improved his free throw percentage.
Okay.
He's never really added that dominant mid-post game like a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? He got to the free throw line, but he shied away from free throws at the end. The numbers are incredible.
You know how many great players in the history of the game have horrible free throw shooting percentages?
Yeah, no, I get all that, but he's 6'8", 6'9".
No, I agree. His free throw shooting. That's the one knock we've got on him. Free throws?
That's a big deal. He missed a lot of free throws. He shied away from the free throw line.
What's Wilks and Tim Duncan's free throw percentage? These guys are shooting at like the 50s.
They're bigs. They're natural bigs.
But LeBron's bigs. The one knock we have is his free throw shooting.
By the way, Tim Duncan.
I'm just saying on the court. Obviously, there's the team. The way he constructed teams, we can get into the minutia of that. I'm just saying in terms of squeezing every God-given ounce. That's why I love Kobe. When you maximize your potential and exceed it, I have tremendous respect. I can't knock you.
Has he done it? Has he done it more so than Michael Jordan? Because Michael Jordan in the NBA is the ultimate squeeze every drop out of my body, give you everything that I need all day long. Nobody's done it like Michael Jordan. That's the one thing where it comes to the whole GOAT argument, and I don't want to go there.
Yeah,
but
Mike took time off.
Yeah, but
why doesn't everybody? Why do we just gloss over that?
He took
Playing
time
20
off.
consecutive seasons matters.
Yeah, okay, whatever. He took time off and came back and won more championships.
Yeah, but
to me that's impressive.
But Bonte, we can't deny that the time off doesn't help. I mean, come on, I'm sitting here making the argument. There's no way Anthony Davis gets through the bubble season without like a 3-month layoff. You can't tell me that 2 full seasons and more.
So longevity matters.
Well, when we're talking about the greatest of all time, yes, it does.
I think for one game.
So, like, Sandy Koufax is amazing, right?
So, for one game, you're taking LeBron or Jordan?
Why was it a one-game thing?
I'm just asking you, for one game
That's
to win.
That's a different question.
For one game to win.
That's a different question.
If he's so great, one game to win. That's right now, like, if I ask you that question, but if I ask you that question about football, you say Tom Brady right away. Right away, you say Tom Brady. But I also have seen
Tom Brady. He's one of the ultimate winners. He's the most decorated winner in football history.
And that's the one knock I have. And I love LeBron James. He was my favorite player coming out. I preferred LeBron over Kobe for one game. I'm still taking Mike.
But that's a different argument.
I know it's a different argument, but I'm talking about squeezing the drop out of your body. The will to win.
Okay.
That burning desire to win. There's too much other stuff with LeBron James where there's a lot of good. I mean, the community stuff, the school stuff, sending kids on scholarships.
He averaged like 50, 15, and 15 against the Warriors' greatest team of all time. One of the greatest teams of all time.
He left a lot in the NBA Finals. He left a lot.
Andre Iguodala got MVP because he held them down to 35, 12, and 12.
And the fact that LeBron James decided to team up with guys. Well, Michael Jordan's like, I'm staying here with the Bulls. I got my whole roster.
What are you telling me? He got Dennis Rodman.
They signed him. They took a chance on Dennis Rodman.
I mean,
Dennis Rodman, people thought he was washed.
I don't blame LeBron for those. He circumvented the rules. He created his team.
How many times did
we
teammate
can't celebrate
out?
Bill Russell going and playing with 8,000 Hall of Famers and then knock LeBron for playing with Wade and Bosh. I enjoyed it. Like, I'm fine with it. If you're a Warrior fan, how can you with a straight face say that you're mad at LeBron for teaming up with people and then Kevin Durant came here?
No. Nobody's mad at it. I explained why are people so mad at Kevin Durant for choosing to go to a team as he was an unrestricted free agent.
So was LeBron.
But LeBron and Wade
even though he was
Bosh
technically traded,
plotted for 2 years about teaming up with each other. That was weak.
You and I plotted to put a show together forever.
No, that's different though. But that's kind of hard. We don't have that power.
Are you listening to this?
We don't have that power. How are you going to equate LeBron?
I'm just
Bosh,
saying I
and
got
Wade
respect for
teaming
him.
up?
King, there you go, Bonte. Similarities.
Look, in a one-game situation, yes, I'm probably going to take Michael Jordan, okay? I don't deny you there. I don't even know why we have to do this stupid little, one-game scenario. Who do you got?
That's what we do in sports.
Yeah.
That's what we do in sports.
I'm just appreciating how great LeBron's been, and I think that he's overachieved, and that's crazy to say.
I think he's exceeded expectations. I'm not going to use the word overachieved.
He's going to be the all-time assist guy, all-time points.
I get all that.
It's crazy.
It is wild. He's going to have every record book. He hasn't had really, outside of the last couple years, hasn't had any major injuries. He's played 82.
Yeah,
I thought he should have had a DPOY. I thought he was the best defender during his Heatles
2011, 2012.
Right. I thought he was locking down everybody.
Thank you.
1 through 5, he could switch. LeBron James is an all-time great player. And the fact that he's in the conversation for being the GOAT says everything about his career. Like, how many guys, for every LeBron James, we see a lot of, Sebastian Telfairs, right? We see a lot of Dejan Wagners. We see a lot of guys who get hyped up.
I have not heard, wow.
You get a lot of hyped
Memphis.
up.
I haven't heard that name. No, you're right.
How many feet we're like, oh, this guy's going to be the great one. LeBron James
Joe
literally
Barry
on the cover. We thought, yeah, Joe Barry cares.
I mean, he was supposed to be one of the greats. Len Bias. I mean, you can go down the list.
And the crazy part is he's still averaging 30 a game.
No, Bonte.
He's still averaging 30 a game.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the 2 seasons in Oakland for Jerry Rice. That's what this reminds me of. And again, you want to say, and I bet you if I were to say here, if I had to take one wide receiver for 1 year or whatever, I might take a T.O. season or a Randy Moss season over a Jerry Rice season.
No, you're not.
I might. I'm just saying I might.
No, you're not. You're not doing that.
I'm saying if I'm a casual fan, not me, not Joe Shasky. I'm saying
casual fan.
Casual.
I mean, there's casual fans who think Randy Moss is better than Rice.
You know what? That's their prerogative. But when I look at the longevity and the body of work of what someone's done, you got to tap out at some point and be like, and here's the other thing about LeBron James. This is the other, we can argue about his personnel decisions till we're blue in the face. And I don't love all those things, but at some level, he earned every bit of that right to make those decisions for what he did for the 15 years leading up to it.
Yeah, he was great. By the way, I didn't say LeBron James overachieved. I believe he exceeded expectations.
I think he did. I think he overachieved, which is a crazy sentence.
Yeah, I think he exceeded expectations and he lived up to the hype and smashed the door in. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think they're similar.
He had God-given talent, no doubt. God-given athletic ability. We're talking about a guy who's an all-state football player. An all-state football player, a wide receiver. And this guy could have been in the NFL.
Bonte,
unbelievable.
With his determination, which I think is the most underrated part of LeBron James's entire body of work, is his determination and his discipline. The guy could have been successful at a million different things. I mean, there is not one off-court thing. Not one. There's not a traffic stop. There's not him flipping off the media. The worst thing we ever said was when he lost the finals And he's sitting there and he's going, yeah, you guys got to go back to your normal life, which I think, look, it's a young man. He's at the lowest point of his career. It's the same thing I said about Cam Newton. I don't knock people for being angry in the moment after losing like that. Like, I'm a sore loser too at times. LeBron's been amazing. And I'm not even a LeBron stan.
No, he's been unbelievable. He's been unbelievable. Great career, great accomplishment. And it was cool to see that moment yesterday. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who looked very uncomfortable because he doesn't like the limelight.
I love Kareem.
But to see Kareem there giving him the basketball, and LeBron James basically said, hey, give him a standing ovation. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was all-time great. And we don't talk about his career enough.
What's the image?
About Wilt enough.
The image of Kareem is the skyhook.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? No, what's your image of LeBron James? Because I'm going to give it to you and it's going to hurt.
It's the block against Iguodala.
It is.
A goaltend?
I'm
kidding.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm kidding.
No, but I think that's the moment of his career. Winning that one in Cleveland, to me, like, as much as it pains me, you have to admit, like, that's his Dwight Clark over Everson Walls moment. Like, that's that still image I think a lot of people it's going to resonate for them.
Especially for Warrior fans.
And especially because it was Cleveland.
Yeah, he doesn't. All right, we're going to continue this on the other side. Sorry, I love it.
He might not have one image. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking like the Orlando Game 2 game winner when they lost the Eastern Conference Finals.
The Blueprint game up in Boston.
Right, that was great.
One of my favorite moments ever.
That was a great game. 888-957-9570. Does this record mean anything to you? By the way, it's Klay Thompson's birthday. As the Warriors go up to Portland. 33 years old, Klay Thompson. Got a stat for you about to go to St. Warriors. I sound like Chris Townsend right now. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And what's coming up on the game brought to you by Living Essentials and 5-Hour Energy. Jim Szoke at 7:20. We're going to talk about Steve Wilks in a second here on the Morning Roast.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Wilks is the newest defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
It's a great hire. He'll come in and do very well, and he'll get a head coaching job after next year, and the 49ers will get compensatory picks yet again.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then? Still works today. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Hey, guys. This is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bonte.
Hi, Joe. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
It's a big week, you know.
LeBron James coming to town Saturday.
I know. I'm pretty excited for that.
Are you going to that game?
No. Go to the Crab Feed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You are going to Crab Feed.
Yeah.
Thanks for the invite.
I mean, you canceled on me late. Now I got to find a replacement.
I'm sure you will have no problem with that. I mean, when you're Joe Shasky, you do numbers. Boy, everybody wants to glob onto you.
We do 15s.
NBA's trade deadline is Thursday. We have you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I bet you there's a lot of people who are happy that, one, LeBron got the record, but two, the Lakers lost. As Spinoni called it. This is going to be classic. LeBron's going to break the record, and they're going to lose. And they lost. You know what?
Did the Giants win the game when Bonds hit 756?
They routed the Nationals.
And a guy by the name of Matt Murphy from New York ended up catching that ball.
No, they actually lost that game.
They lost to the Nationals that game?
Yeah, they lost 8-6 that night.
They blew it? Weren't they up when Bonds hit it?
Yeah, they were up, and then Barry Zito stepped on the mound, and then suddenly they weren't winning anymore.
Wow.
Zito's first year with the Giants, 07.
Wow. Was he coming out the pin?
No. He started that game.
He started that game, yeah. He just had like a massive meltdown, fifth inning.
That's what happened for the first 4 years, Sam. Newsflash.
Damn.
Zito stunk.
I thought that could have sworn the Giants won that game.
Particular game, but no, yeah, you're right.
I don't even remember.
It was bad up until about halfway through 2012.
Damn. Well, Peyton Manning, when he broke the touchdown record against the Niners Sunday Night Football, he blew out the Niners. It was like 42-17. in Denver. Remember that? They stopped the game.
Oh, the Denver one. Okay.
Yep.
I was thinking, I don't remember in Indianapolis. I do remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Niners weren't very good.
So OKC rolls. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, you talk about him not passing. 8 assists last night.
Oh, it must be a
11
career
to 12.
high.
Dude, 30 points. Got to watch League Pass, bro. SGA's nice. SGA's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can I get you like some hipster outfits? Do you wear like ripped jeans like Gabe Kapler?
No, I don't.
Hipster NBA fan, Bonte
Dude,
Hill.
I don't wear ripped jeans. You know that. Come on, man. I wear sweats, some nice little khaki jeans, some Levi's. I don't do the young stuff. I don't do the rhinestones on the pants. Nah, that ain't me.
Rhinestones?
Yeah, some people do rhinestones. They do designs.
Is it rhinestones or rhinestones?
Rhinestones, whatever it is.
I don't know.
Rhinestones, rhinestones. Yeah, but no ripped jeans.
On pants. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let me look.
Telling you.
Ugh, what the heck? Oh, okay. It's like bedazzled or something. I don't even know how I would describe it. That's a look, huh? Yeah, that doesn't look like you.
Yeah, ripped jeans is not me either. SGA's nice, though. I'm telling you, watch the League Pass.
All right.
SGA's nice.
You're going to hear today.
And he stole the show. Stole the show yesterday from LeBron James. That was pretty cool. As LeBron James became the NBA's all-time leading scorer.
You're going to hear today 1,000 different radio shows do the what are the unbreakable sports records? Aren't you today?
That's only if I listen. Maybe listen to the music. I'm getting ready for Blazers and Warriors.
Oh.
That's what my mind is. I got numbers on top of numbers.
Yeah?
I'm looking at Dame Dollar, watching what the Blazers are doing.
Okay.
They're struggling right now. They went 6-9 in the month of January.
Oh.
Dame Dollar has won 2 straight Western Conference Player of the Weeks. Second time that's happened in his career.
Even though they've lost 6 of 8.
Right.
Interesting.
6-9 in January. They were 6-9.
Gotcha.
No, they were 6-9 in January.
Oh, 6 and 9.
Yeah, 6 and 9. So they're struggling a bit here. They're giving up a lot of points. They don't have that home court advantage. But Dame Dollar's balling. He's averaging like 37 or 35, 36. I got to look at the data over his last 14 games. So he's on a heater. But it's the same old Portland Trailblazers team. So to answer your question about what are the unbreakable records, I mean, I'm getting ready for Warriors and Blazers.
When it's all said and done, who's going to have more records in the NBA record book, Steph or LeBron?
Probably LeBron because of longevity.
Yeah.
Assists,
minutes,
games played.
Yeah, he'll have a lot
points,
of this. All the playoff stats.
Rebounds, playoff stats because he was in the Eastern Conference, which was watered down for a long time, by the way.
Well, and they added those extra games because like it used to be, 5 games in that first round. Now it's 7. Even though you just get a couple extra games, it does add up. I mean, I bet he's got at least, 2 full seasons of just playoffs?
And Steph's had a lot of injuries. Steph's
had
a lot of
I didn't
injuries.
even think of that. Yeah, that's true.
Steph hasn't played 82 in quite some time, so...
but I just think about all the shooting records that Steph's going to own. Because, like, for the example, the other day, when you guys were talking about most 10-point plus 3-point games, what was Steph at?
22.
And then...
Klay was at 8.
And then...
Dame was at 4.
Come on.
That's pretty sick. By the way, the Warriors, they made 26 threes the other night against Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Did you know?
No.
That 21 of their 26 made threes came on no dribbles. It was straight up catch and shoot.
Nice.
Catch and shoot variety.
I like
that.
No
dribbles. I love that. Don't you?
I do.
Just catch and shoot.
Well,
no
that means
dribble,
the ball's
dribble.
moving well.
Exactly. No dribble.
Yeah.
I bet you Klay Thompson didn't take more than 30 dribbles on his made shots the other night.
Okay.
And we always talk about his Indiana game where we always, 11 dribbles, 60 points on 11 dribbles. He had the ball in his hands for 88.5 seconds. I bet you the other night against OKC, he didn't take more than 25 to 30 dribbles, which to me is impressive. When we talk about,
I think it's really impressive.
It's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to them playing Portland.
People don't give enough credit for off-ball movement, right? I think you see an entire. I mean, trust me, I'm coaching a team full of these kids right now, where they only think that they can play with the ball in their hand, and if the ball's not in their hand, then they can't do anything positive. So it is nice to see an era of guys, particularly on the Warriors, who can play without the ball.
And that's one thing. Can LeBron James play without the ball? It's a lot of steady good watching.
I would agree with that. But he's such a great passer. You kind of wanted him to have the ball in his hands. But that's what made Kyrie such a good fit opposite him, is because Kyrie can also play with and without the ball because he's a great catch and shoot player as well.
All right, we're going to do some things. We're going to a quick break here. Sponsored by nobody. We're going to continue to talk about LeBron, the Golden State Warriors. We got some 49er stuff coming up. Steve Wilks named defensive coordinator last night or yesterday. What was it, around 11 o'clock? Coming over from the Carolina Panthers. The Niners go outside the building to hire a defensive coordinator for the first time under Kyle Shanahan.
And I've got 1 minute 1 minute of something off the board that I want to throw at you, Bonte. I want to hear you laugh.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at you guys taking LeBron James over Michael Jordan. I'm kidding.
That was Ted DiBiase.
Yeah,
that was good.
Ted DiBiase.
Erwin Arsheister, I'm coming for you.
I saw a video of Ted DiBiase. He's had this little black kid, and he gave him $5. He had to name. He had to do something. And he was like, you look like you broke and don't have a lot of money. And I was just like, damn, Ted DiBiase.
Whoa.
Dude, the WWE promos back in the day were so racist.
My favorite is the WCW one with Booker T, where he lets it slip, and then everyone's sitting there looking at him, and they just kept it moving. Harlem Heat was so sick.
Oh, their intro music. Can you come back with that, man? That intro music was hard. All right, more coming up with Shasky and Bonte.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Why does Joe Montana hate Trey Lance so much? Trey Lance reminds Joe Montana of Steve Young.
That's what you think, huh?
It's PTSD.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Kate, you look amazing. Thanks. I've lost 40 pounds with Balanced Medical Solutions. They have many options, but semaglutide was a good fit for me. What's semaglutide? It's the new FDA-approved weight loss medication that celebrities are raving about. Oh, yeah. Do you think it'll work for me? You can find out during an evaluation with labs at Balanced Medical Solutions. They'll help identify the root cause of your weight gain. I'm ready. What's their number? 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Individual results may vary.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen, select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that's right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $2,100 with the purchase of a qualifying Mila appliance package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing.
financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the GameTime app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the GameTime app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the GameTime app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The GameTime app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bigham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Booker T. My guy. What's my other guy's name? It's Booker T. Who?
Oh, my brother's gonna text in any second.
The brother. Who's your brother? Who gets forgotten about a lot? Because Booker T went on to do some great things solo.
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray. That's
Not
right.
the Stevie Ray, or is it Stevie J? What's the one from
Stevie J?
From Love and Hip Hop.
Stevie J.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray. Dude, Booker T and Stone Cold Steve Austin fighting in a grocery store.
That was
all-time
so
classic. And then Booker T on the stand in the grocery store.
So good.
Check out on all nine. And Booker T's like, I'm gonna get you, sucker. And he's sitting there.
The Spinneroonie, man. If you weren't 5 years old and watching that, trying to do it at night, it's so fun.
I
so
consider
fun.
them and the what are the two brothers that used to do the bicep twitches? Come on, they're from Michigan. They were wrestlers.
Oh, the Steiner brothers.
Thank you. They're like polar opposites.
Right.
The Steiner brothers and Harlem Heat.
Yeah. Well,
I was an Edge and Christian guy myself.
Oh, I mean, that you want to go emo? I mean, that is. Come on, man.
Well, the Steiner brothers, one of them, Scott Steiner, became like out of his mind, dyed his hair, everything.
Bro, when he would wear the Pharaoh,
Yes.
like netted,
chainmail.
the netted hat,
chainmail.
it was so good.
So roided out of his mind.
He was so roided
out of his mind.
He's a top 5 over the top character ever.
No doubt.
And when he would like do the thing and then kiss the biceps.
Right. Because they started off wearing the Michigan Letterman jackets.
Well, they would wear the little headgear.
With the little headgear, too, like old school wrestlers.
To keep from getting cauliflower ear. All right, you want to laugh a little more?
Yeah, this segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Jim Szoke, the voice of the Panthers, he's called every single Panthers game since they were invited into the NFL. Jim Szoke, 7:20. We'll learn a little bit more about Steve Wilks, the new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, 8 o'clock. And our buddy Sam Amick comes back on to the Morning Roast at 8:30.
All right, so do you want to laugh a little?
Sure.
Right, we're kind of in a weird spot on the calendar. We've got the Super Bowl coming up, and obviously baseball hasn't really started yet, even though we got the World Baseball Classic kind of eyeing us here. NBA.
Or you're eyeing the Baseball Classic.
I am. I'm very excited.
I don't know how many people are eyeing the World Baseball Classic.
I am. I admit it.
You might be one of one.
Do you know what one of the big events of the year that gets parlayed on Sunday is going to be?
No.
TPC Scottsdale, a.k.a. the Waste Management? No clue.
Phoenix Open?
Basically, it's the old Phoenix Open, right?
Yeah,
it's one of the biggest parties in golf every single year, right? And I know you don't care about golf, but we're 8 weeks away from the Masters.
I wouldn't say all that, but
we're 8 weeks away from the Masters, so it's a big PGA weekend. It's one of their bigger, events.
Okay.
Well, there's a big grandstand on 16. There's a big party. Everyone's drinking. There's usually like 300,000 people, and it's like a celebrity bonanza. It's what I would call an influencer type of event where you've got all these people who are like, oh, I'm an influencer. I'm going to go play. Like Josh Allen's going to play, for example. All right. And everybody goes because it's the same weekend as the Super Bowl, and it's a big party. So Live Golf, Live Golf, right, B?
Yeah.
They decide to come out with this week when it's one of the marquee PGA Tour events to come up with some of the new names for their teams, because they have teams going on. And I'm going to give me 1 minute here. We're going to play some music. I'm going to play some of these names because I know you love branding, you love team colors, you love team names, right?
Uniforms have to be important.
Yes.
They are important.
All right. What do you think about these names? I'm going to round through. You say yay or nay.
I'm laughing at my family. Whoa, thought he was going to the baseball.
Not going there. 1 minute. I got 1 minute. Ready?
All right.
Here we go. The Range Goats. The captain is Bubba Watson.
Range Goats. That's
horrible.
It's a horrible name.
Isn't it? All right.
Range Goats.
It's so bad. It's so bad. How about the Ripper GC?
The Ripper GC?
Captain is Cam Smith, the current reigning Open champion.
The Ripper GC? Who's coming up with these names?
They're horrible.
That's why golf's not gaining any traction.
All right. Number one team last year on the Live Tour, the Four Aces Golf Club. And the captain is Dustin Johnson.
Four Aces?
It's not bad.
Yeah. It's the best of the bunch so far.
Listen to who's on his team, by the way. Dustin Johnson, Patrick Reed, Taylor Gooch, the Gooch Man, and Pat Perez.
All right, what team is Bryson DeChambeau
Oh,
on?
we're getting to that. The Cleeks with Martin Keimer. It's an old golf club name. Horrible. I'm going to keep going through. We're almost done here.
I thought I was supposed to laugh. You said I was going to laugh.
I thought you'd smile. Here's my favorite one.
I'm smiling because it's so painful.
The Crushers.
It's terrible.
Who do you think is the captain of the Crushers?
It's Bryson DeChambeau.
Yes, it's Bryson. And Bryson in the video, they're wearing it's almost like Notre Dame colors.
So they all wear the same gear?
They're all going to wear similar outfits. He's air guitaring a driver. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
That guy's so bad. He's by far the most You want to talk about overhyped? We're talking about LeBron James maybe overachieving. Bryson DeChambeau's overhyped.
100%.
He's just...
All right, last couple. The Fireballs. Sergio Garcia.
All right, so when are they playing?
The
Are they
High
playing this
Flyers.
weekend? Are they playing this weekend?
Phil Mickelson, by the way, looks like a James Bond villain.
What?
It's unreal how bad he looks.
Are they playing this weekend?
No, they just unveiled all the team jerseys and names. By the way, your boy Phil, their entire color scheme, black and white.
Phil Mickelson, by the way, trying to call out Tiger Woods for a bet or something. He's like, Tiger, you can use a cart if you want to. Shut up, Phil.
So Phil's feeling good after what did he just get into last year? What kind of
an SEC indictment?
Yeah, I mean he's done some things, right?
Oh yeah, those lived off. They may have killed people, but you know what? It's fine.
It's not that big of a deal. These are some of the worst names. Look, as much as I crush the Commanders, the Washington Commanders, because I think that's a horrible name. Bonte, are these not the worst names you've ever heard of?
It's just terrible.
And what's crazy is they're going to sell for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Who's going to buy this stuff?
Well, apparently Adidas and Nike, they all want to pick teams so that they obviously getting into owning a sports team now has never been more lucrative. And so they want to get in and then they drape all of the players in their apparel to sell more gear. These are horrible names.
I don't know what's worse, honestly. The names are just like these videos that they have with the names. They're just so incredibly cringe.
It's so cringe.
Have you heard the excuses of Bubba Watson and stuff? Like, my kid loves sports and team sports. So when I told him that golf is going to start having teams now, he almost started crying. I was like, shut up. I don't watch golf for team sports. I watch it for individual excellence. Same with tennis. Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, the live golf thing does intrigue me. When
Does
Joe
it?
first brought it up back, what was that, last year?
Yeah.
It did intrigue me with some of the team aspect and everything, but it's like on the weekend, Bonte Hill, Magic, Pacers, live golf. I'm watching Magic Pacers. I'd rather watch Paulo Banchero go at it against Tyrese Halliburton and Mathurin. Thunder is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against the LA Clippers. I'm watching Thunder Clippers over live golf. Like this, you can't. I don't know, man. I don't know what golf could do to gain traction.
Well, this is not it.
This
we
is
can
not
agree.
it.
This is not it.
I mean, and the characters you have, these characters like Phil Mickelson. You want to talk about fatigue?
Oh, I've got major Phil fatigue
for what he's done off the course
with a PH.
I mean, is Bryson DeChambeau? They stuffed him down our throats on television during the pandemic, and he did that whole match, and it's like, this guy is not made for TV.
No, I agree. So that's why, and I want to say, as much as I've been an anti-PGA Tour, because I think the formats are boring and watered down and way too redundant, this weekend, with not a lot of sports on except the Super Bowl, you're going to have TPC Scottsdale. It's a fun event.
Yeah,
it's a fun event. And I know you're not going to watch, but a lot of people will. And I just...
So what are the ratings of this event? Because you say a lot of people will.
Well, because it is one of their, it's one of their best viewed things because people are in front of their televisions and they're kind of like, we don't watch pre-games anymore. People want to watch live action. So last week, Pebble, I bet Pebble rated pretty well. I know that the Pro Bowl did, but I bet Pebble rated pretty well because there's nothing on television.
So usually during the Super Bowl, right, they always had that one NBA game on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes.
Back in the day,
So what is it
Sunday
this weekend?
morning. So this weekend,
yeah, what
as
is
I
that?
pull up the
Because
calendar.
there's always, aren't there prop bets where you can go, Kobe Bryant over versus, DeAndre Hopkins catches or whatever the hell.
ABC. Let me see. Oh, no, that's not it. Let me pull up Sunday. Sunday, February 12th. In the NBA, Sunday morning, 11 a.m. Oh, boy.
Who is it?
The Memphis Grizzlies taking on the Boston Celtics.
They won last night.
They did win last night.
I think they were 1-8.
And yeah, they've been losing a lot of games. They had lost line 10. Dylan Brooks got booed last night at FedEx Forum. Dylan Brooks, he got booed last night.
At home?
At home. He was 2 of 12. They were booing him last night.
Whoop that Dylan Brooks, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. The Grizzlies and the Celtics, 11 a.m. I would probably be more locked in with that to watch John them lose.
Yeah.
Because, John Morant said, hey, look, we're only worried about the Celtics. We're not worried about the West. The West is ours.
Only worried about this guy.
West. We good in the West. So I will probably watch Ja against Tatum. I don't know if I'm going to be watching golf.
Well, you wouldn't flip to it?
Probably not.
Okay, no, that's fair. I know you
probably watch Godfather of Harlem in between.
Okay.
Godfather of Harlem will have a new episode.
Do you do the
Amazon
pre-games?
Not anymore.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, sometimes I like Fox. So it'd be Fox this season.
Yeah. I'm so
Howie TV. Yeah. But I do like what I do like about Super Bowl Sunday is I like the cameras on the team buses when they leave the hotel and they're driving to the stadium.
Really?
I like watching that, the blimp view, watching the team going like with the headphones on, and then they get off the bus, they walk into the stadium with their outfits on.
you want to look at their outfits.
I mean, all that stuff. I'm a sucker for all that. The whole pregame routine. All right, they're leaving the hotel. The fans are waving them on. It's the final countdown to going to the stadium. And then all of a sudden, kickoff is 2 hours away. Then you look at the field. You look at the stars. You look at the way the grass is painted. I love all that stuff about Super Bowl Sunday. So I may be out on the Phoenix Open. I did not know the Phoenix Open was such a big deal.
Well, it gets the most amount of people for the most part of all the PGA standard events outside of like the players and the majors and things like that. Then you'll get a ton of buzz, and it's a fun event. It's unique. I don't expect people that aren't like golf fans to like, oh my god, now all of a sudden I'm going to be a golf fan because I watched it. It's just something that looks totally different than all the rest of the products because of all the cheering. You're allowed to scream and yell, whereas a lot of the other golf events you're not allowed to say anything.
Right? No, that's interesting. So you could just yell while they're taking a drive?
On the 16th hole, there's this big stadium amphitheater. Right. So they built this big, what do they call it? Bleachers, right? And so everybody's going crazy and they're throwing beers. And it seems like a big party, ruckus, college atmosphere, if you will.
Gotcha.
John Rahm is my pick this weekend. I like John Rahm. He's from around that area in terms of college. That's where he went. And ASU plays a lot of their golf at that particular venue. And he always shows up there. You got to hit it long and straight. I'm taking John Rahm in my one and done.
Forks up.
Went to ASU, huh?
Yeah, well, because Phil's brother was the coach there.
Got it.
And then they obviously share an agent, and so they got him to go there.
Mill Avenue. Arizona State. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. All right, you tried to make me laugh. You failed.
Those names were horrible.
Terrible. They're awful.
Were any of those names better than the Commanders?
No, not even close. It's
horrible, right?
It was awful.
But that's what I don't understand. Like, you spend all this money on research and branding and all this stuff, and you can't even get names right. Like, there's nothing bad. Yeah. Like, nothing is worse than a new team with a horrible name.
So, since you failed to make me laugh, because I love you, and you're live in studio for the first time in damn near a week, and it's good to see you.
Well, this is a sports show, so I want to talk about sports.
Yeah. Well, no doubt. We're going to talk about sports. We'll continue to do that, but I'm going to trigger you. And I'm going to watch you turn red right now.
Give it to me.
Because of what Jay Glazer said the other day.
As red as Jay Glazer can get?
Yes, because you got to hear what Jay Glazer said about Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. Here you go.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
That was Jay Glazer at Super Bowl Media Day. They were hoping he could be there as an emergency quarterback in Philadelphia.
He kind of went really quick. Can I hear his sound one more? I'm like, because I was trying to pay attention. He was going very fast there.
All right. Here you go.
Yeah, give it to me one more time. Huh.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
You mean throw the ball because Purdy couldn't throw the ball after he got injured? Is that? I guess that's what he's insinuating, or was he confusing Purdy with Josh Johnson?
No, he was not. He was basically saying Purdy. He said Purdy could have done a little more than Purdy.
Prior to the injury.
Right.
That's the assumed part.
So Tim Kawakami, who's going to join us live in studio tomorrow from 8 to 9, and we'll get more into this. He got asked a question in his mailbag. Kyle is almost borderline hostile when he talks about Jimmy G. This is a question from Joshua.
Okay.
Frankly, it seems weird, especially considering how much the Niners win with him at quarterback. What's his beef with number 10? So Kawakami goes on to write and says, there's no doubt even among Shanahan's other short and sharp answers in that presser, his brisk shutdown of any scenario that could lead to Garoppolo returning to the 49ers this offseason was an attention getter. And to me, the fact that Lynch didn't immediately jump in with a more diplomatic response only underlined the possibility that something had gone a bit askew in this long and complicated saga. Well, I checked around the team and discovered, yes, the relationship between Garoppolo and Shanahan seems to have gone a bit south in the days or weeks leading up to the NFC title game loss in Philadelphia. I don't know if there was a specific blow-up or conversation that led to this. I don't know what the main issue was. We know that Garoppolo won a lot of games in the 6 seasons and partially bailed them out this season by agreeing to come back after believing he was going to get traded or cut. If I was to make a knowledgeable guess, I say that the mood was always a little questionable this season between Garoppolo and Shanahan, and they've never been especially close, even while they were winning. That's from Kawakami. There's a lot more here about this situation. Lubman and I were talking yesterday, and Lubman was like, I don't blame Jimmy. Why would Jimmy want to come back and, risk getting hurt going into free agency? And I'm saying to myself, I'm telling Lubman, if Jimmy could have played in that game, or if he could have suited up, and he didn't, if I'm a player around the league, I would not want to play with Jimmy Garoppolo.
After seeing Mahomes?
After seeing Mahomes. After seeing Jalen Hurts. After seeing Lane Johnson.
I mean, Mahomes' ankle was so bad. He was screaming on the sidelines after Chad Henne delivered a 98-yard drive.
Right.
Longest Kansas City drive in playoff history. And he had to get back out there.
Lane Johnson. He's playing with a torn abdomen? Abdominal muscle or something?
Abductor of some sort, groin, yeah.
He can't move.
I know.
He's out there playing.
He looked great.
Groin injury, yeah.
Vontae, can you meet me in the middle here? I see both sides of this. I refuse to be outraged because I don't think it's fair for me to sit here and say, you should suit up, you should play, you should do X, Y, and Z. That's up to him. To Sam's point, a part of me feels I get where Garoppolo's coming from. If that's true, if we're taking it on face value, if I'm him, hey, I'm not 100% right. You're not going to blame me for some loss. I can only play. I can't really help you. I mean, he's limited physically to begin with, limited with a foot injury, and you could, hurt yourself again and then go into another offseason where you have to have another surgery. Like, I get that point. But I also see Shanahan's side. I am not gonna get outraged over this. We lost, guys.
Right.
We lost. Yeah, I'd love to have Jimmy Garoppolo suited up. He wasn't. We lost.
So
I hate to break it to everybody,
right.
but sometimes you just gotta swallow it.
Well, Kawakami later on writes and says, I don't know if any of this directly led to Shanahan's abrupt answer about Garoppolo and that presser, but before that, Garoppolo bypassing the media during the locker room cleanout day last week. I imagine this was part of the atmosphere around the two. Also, the Niners held open a roster spot, possibly for Jimmy Garoppolo. Hassan Ridgeway wasn't active. Could have used him in that game against Philadelphia. So he didn't have a healthy backup third-string quarterback. And Kawakami kind of says it's the perfect weird way to end this extended high-low Garoppolo era with the 49ers. I don't know. My thing is this.
They did argue about injuries, too, in 2020, didn't they?
What's that?
I said, didn't they argue about
Exactly.
injuries?
They thought Garoppolo could have came back with the ankle injury.
Yes.
And he didn't. And he milked it, sat out. They were disappointed in that. We will move on for Jimmy Garoppolo. But if this nugget is true, that maybe he was like, you know what? I'm going to just remain healthy. I'm not going to come back. That's a punk move. And now I go back to Martellus Bennett, where he called him BITCH, by punking out in the Patriots game, and poor Jacoby Brissett had to play in that game. Like, I'm honest to God. George Kittle, Fred Warner Jr., Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Jake Brindle, Kyle Juszczyk, Christian McCaffrey, Drake Greenlaw, Jimmy Ward, all these guys who went out there and busted their ass, Nick Bosa, and a Jimmy. I'm not outraged right now, but if there's any validity to the situation that Jimmy could have at least suited up and he could have played, then you know what? He doesn't ever need to come back to the Bay Area. He never needs to get honored here in San Francisco because that's a punk move. It's the NFC title game. I watched Phillip Rivers give his ACL for the Chargers for a shot to go to the Super Bowl. If this guy was healthy enough to suit up and he was like, nah, I'm good because of free agency, man, that's a punk move, dude. That's a punk move. You're selling out your teammates if that's the case.
Yeah, okay. You're dealing with a lot of assumptions, and I'm not saying that you're wrong in terms of feeling that way. And as a teammate, I might feel similar, but at the same time, I think it's really hard for me to take it the next step further. Jimmy deliberately didn't want to play in this game, and that's sabotage. Who would have thought we got to Jimmy Garoppolo if he was your emergency third quarterback? The fact that we got there, I feel like this is unfair running Jimmy over with the bus one more time. Like, come on, guys. Like, the Jimmy era's over. I mean, we keep thinking it's over, but it's over. Let's move on. We lost. Brock went down. Johnson went down. All right? Like, stop looking for people to blame.
No, nobody's looking for people to blame.
Stop blaming Shanahan. Stop blaming Tyler Kroft. We got our ass kicked. It's over.
They got their ass kicked. But the fact is, if he could have played in the NFC title game, but we sat there and watched Josh freaking Johnson while Kittle's trying to block his ass off, while Juwan Jennings is missing blocks left and right, but he's playing his ass off. And you got to care, like, the images don't make me happy. I'm not going to lie to you. All the images of Jimmy Garoppolo smiling down 21-7 and then 28-7, I don't like that. I know I played sports. You played sports.
Yeah.
I was a sore loser.
Okay.
My team's getting their ass kicked. Ain't no smiles coming out of my face.
But what about, okay, so what's your feeling then on Lamar Jackson if you're a Raven fan? Do you feel the same way?
Little text. Yeah, absolutely. If I was a Raven fan. But I get it, though. That's a different situation. Lamar Jackson's played at an MVP level. They've given him no wide receivers.
I think it's very similar.
No wide receivers.
No, but I think it's very
And
similar.
he's going for a contract, and his knee is jacked up.
So's Jimmy.
I believe Lamar Jackson, if he was able to play, he would play. He would play. God, I think he's a different quarterback. He's going to be put in harm's way a lot more than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm never going to be in the business of telling people to play the game of football if they're hurt or what they should do with their own bodies. For me, that's a stretch I can't go. I just can't do it, dude. I don't think it's fair. Look, Purdy went down. We were going to win or lose with Purdy. The second Purdy went down, it was like, okay, maybe Josh Johnson could pull a miracle out of his back pocket. And then Josh Johnson goes down, and we were supposed to expect Jimmy, who hadn't practiced in weeks on end with a bum foot, who has limited mobility to begin with, who played through an injury last year. I'm supposed to believe he's so soft he doesn't want to play. Like I don't think that's fair.
I'm
that's
not calling
just
him
me.
soft. Calling him selfish. If that's the case.
Okay.
If that's the case, that's selfish. That's not being a good teammate.
But what if you're Jimmy? Would you have played?
Absolutely.
Really?
I owe it to George Kittle.
After they've thrown you out with the bathwater?
For a chance to go to the Super Bowl?
After 6 weeks of people saying, man, Brock's making Jimmy look like crap?
I'm playing.
That's not fair.
I'm playing.
I don't think that's fair.
A trip to the Super Bowl's on the line. I could go out there and make $100 million if I win this game and get the seat to the Super Bowl. All of a sudden, the narrative, it's like, oh, my God, Jimmy Garoppolo came back from a broken foot injury to save the 49ers. All of a sudden, I'm eating for free in the Bay Area again. All of a sudden, I'm getting all the headlines. All of a sudden, I'm one of the most sought-after free agent quarterbacks on the market, and that still may be the case. To me, if that is true, and I don't know if it's true or not, I would be ticked off. Watching Trent Williams out there, limp around that football field, and I go out there and DDT those guys. They were helpless out there with no quarterback. We watched it with our own 2 eyes. Fred Warner got hurt the second play of the game, went to the tent, came back. And if Jimmy could have suited up and played, oh, that's a terrible ending. That doesn't sit well with me, man. That's selfish to me. I'm sorry.
I'm not allowing whatever these reports are to affect my opinion of Jimmy Garoppolo long term or what he did with the Niners. And this, I just think it's so unfair. It's so unfair. So we're mad at him because with zero practice, I'm not saying you, people are mad at him because they saved the roster spot. They were hoping that maybe he could get back. He didn't get back. You see a still photo of him smiling on the sidelines, and now we're supposed to be angry at him after he gave his shoulder to this organization, after he took a pay reduction, stayed here, helped you get in a position to hand the baton to Brock.
He had no choice.
I don't think that's fair.
He came in week 2 Seattle, and everybody was running to Michael Silver talk football. Oh, my God, give us a better
one
chance.
bridge too many. I'm not even a Jimmy fan. I'm not even a Jimmy fan. I just feel like it's too many bridges for me to connect, for me to be outraged at Jimmy Garoppolo. That feels unfair.
More coming up about this situation with Tim Kawakami. He'll be live in studio tomorrow from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on the Morning Roast. 8 to 9 a.m. on the Morning Roast. I would be pissed off if he's so. We don't know if it's true, but boy, that doesn't sit well with me if it is. That will not sit well with me. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. hss@957thegame.com. Also, the segment was sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. Coming up next, Jim Szoke, the longtime voice of the Carolina Panthers, to shed some light on Steve Wilks. That's coming up on the Morning Roast.
Everybody blame Garoppolo.
Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We saw how the offense hummed. Like, it looked as good as any offense we've all watched in a long, long time for 7 straight weeks with Brock Purdy. Up until the injury. Now, that's the standard.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS4KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson. 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another 3. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity home internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best part about taking ZzzQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
See, when Shasky's out, we don't do numbers, Larry. We just don't do them. Only when Shasky's in.
It must be a single with Nate Dogg singing on it.
Thank God for Shasky. Tune in to Warriors Live at 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity, excuse me. The NBA's trade deadline is Thursday, and we have you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. A trade deadline tomorrow at noon Pacific time. Will Wiseman get moved? Will Moody get moved? Will the Warriors be active at all at the NBA trade deadline? We'll talk to Sam Amick at 8:30 about that. But in the meantime, we're going to talk to the voice of the Carolina Panthers, and he's been there every step of the way. Jim Szoke, he joins us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Jim Szoke has called every single Panthers game since their existence. Back in the day when Dom Capers was their first ever head coach. So he knows everything about the Carolina Panthers, maybe even shed some light on Christian McCaffrey. Jim, good morning, man. How you doing?
That makes me feel old. I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
We're doing good as we have Jim Szoke here in the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're doing good, and we want to know a little bit more about Steve Wilks. Now, we were a little surprised out here on the West Coast that he didn't get the job in Carolina, but now, look, he's our gain out here on the West Coast. Pretty good defensive coordinator. He was hired yesterday by the Niners. So what type of guy are we getting? Is he a blitz type of guy? Is he a 4-3 guy? Who is Steve Wilks as a defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely 4-3 to begin with, and not afraid to blitz. I don't. It's not like he'll be overly aggressive in that approach, but he'll definitely blitz. I mean, obviously, optimum is, you guys are set up with such tremendous players. You can get there with 4, probably a lot more than other teams can. So you'll see some of that. Of course, he played in the secondary. He came back last year as a secondary coach before he became the interim head coach. So that's to really narrow it down. His specialty is defensive secondary, in particular there. But again, he'll game plan different ways. I mean, he'll go man, he'll go zone. I mean, he won't be predictable. I think that's really, if you had to kind of sum it up, I mean, it's not going to be like you'll just see one thing about this is the brand of how they play defense wherever he goes. That he'll mix it up, and he will absolutely vary it based on the opponents that you're playing each week.
What makes him so popular to the players? Because it did seem like the locker room really liked him.
He is very direct. He is his nickname is Denzel. He'll tell you that when you get to know like Denzel Washington. He's very much direct. As he says when he talks as a head coach, as the interim coach, he says, when I talk to you guys in the media, I don't say anything about my players I haven't already said to them. And so I think they respect the fact that he was so direct with them, whether it was positive or negative feedback. First of all, he's incredibly competent and qualified, so he knows what he's talking about. He knows what works. He's been around the league for decades now. And I think he just earned that respect of the players where he talks to them individually and really tailors things that put them in a position to be successful. And, when he became interim coach, he had to get rid of a couple of assistant coaches.
Right.
He had to move Al Holcomb into defensive coordinator, which Phil Snow was still here, left behind by Matt Rule at that time. So he had to make some tough decisions. But he makes them decisively. There was, as a head coach, a 3-week period of time where he changed the starting quarterback 3 times, and it was the right move each time.
Oh.
So I think he'll get that chance, I think, to be a head coach again in this league. But as far as a coordinator goes, that just gives you a little insight into like how he'll function on that side of the ball and how he'll treat the players and the rest of the assistants on that side of the staff.
Jim Szoke, I'm stuck on the Denzel comparison here. So is he more training day Denzel Washington or he got game Denzel Washington?
It's training day. It's absolutely training day. That's where it came from. And it's a name some players gave him back in the day. And, he won't bring it up, but if you're asked about it, he'll laugh and they'll acknowledge it. But it's definitely something that the players back in the day began calling him back the first time around with the Panthers.
Man, we will definitely be bringing that up because we love Trading Day on the show. Jim Szoke joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Kong. Yeah, ain't got nothing on me. No doubt about that. And Steve Wilks, hopefully it's a partnership here. When it comes to Steve Wilks and his defense or whatnot, you mentioned that he may not blitz, he may go to zone. He must be excited to get Nick Bosa because he had Brian Burns out there. And Brian Burns, I swear to God, I've never seen somebody come off the ball faster than Brian Burns out there in Carolina. He must be excited. What type of things can he do with Nick Bosa on the defensive line?
He'll probably, be interesting to see. I don't know how you guys have used him, honestly, as much. We just had the one game last year where you kicked our tails here at Matt Rule's last game with the Niners here when you guys came out here earlier this year. I don't know if they move him around or leave him on one side, but he might move him around a little bit. But I'm guessing, based on what I see, with what Shanahan wants is like, you've got something that's been working there. You don't want to change too much probably off of what you guys have already been doing in the past. I think he's that kind of a coach too. Again, we'll tailor it to what the players are used to and what they expect, as opposed to him coming in and changing. I'm sure he'll tweak things that make sense, again, based on opponents and so forth there. But he's got any coach would love to have a guy like Bosa out there, and he didn't get to have it this year. But we had Hassan Reddick and Brian Burns the year before, and of course Reddick is doing great with the Eagles this year.
You know, Steve seemed like he was really upset that he didn't get the job in Carolina, the head coaching job. I don't know if you know him that well enough to know where his motivations lie, but it seems like anybody who stands next to Shanahan gets king-made, at some point. McDaniels, obviously LaFleur and Saleh go to the Jets at one point, and different guys, now obviously DeMeco Ryans, have had opportunities to grow from the staff. Do you think him coming here is the evolutionary step to getting a head coaching job?
I hope so. I hope that for him, and I think I'm sure he will, in the back of his mind, think that way. Here's how he's going to speak to you guys, and he lives by this. He plays the game week by week. He never forecasted anything about the job as he was coach. Every week he'd be asked, do you think you've done enough to get the head coaching job? And every week he would say two things. I'm focused on this week's opponent, say Detroit, whoever it was, and the other thing is I'm not making this about me. At the end, we'll count them up, and I'll be evaluated, and they're going to decide what they're going to decide. But he will not make it about him. He is the ultimate team guy, and he says it and he means it. So there's no question, as a human being, he had to be disappointed not to get the head coaching job. Many believe that he had done enough to earn the head coaching job, and that's not a slight at all on Frank Reich. Reich also deserves to be a head coach in this league. But I think Steve Wilks, to many eyes, also had done enough. It's going 6-6 with a 1-4 team without any chance to really incorporate much of his own philosophy into the personnel and that kind of thing here. So what you'll get from him is the ultimate team guy. He'll talk about whatever's coming up next, and he will not make it about him. So you guys can ask him, do you think you'll be a head coach in this league? And he won't talk about it. He'll talk about the job that he's been hired to do. And at the end of your season, if you're all successful and someone deems him the next head coach, so be it. But he won't speak in that way, I don't think.
Jim Szoke, Bud Light Gas Line, Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Jim, I want to say a couple things before we let you go. One, thank you for Christian McCaffrey. I don't know if you made that happen. I know you've been the voice of the Panthers since 1995.
I did not make that happen.
I know, I'm kidding here. But thanks for Christian McCaffrey. We love him. It's good to have him back in the Bay Area. And by the way, say hi to your wife, Sandra. I know Sandra's trying to work out some things here at KGMZ with Impact Marketing Partners. So I got an email saying, hey, my husband's going on tomorrow at KGMZ. Small world. He's going to be on the morning roast. So tell your wife, Sandra.
The sales staff has been in touch with you over there now.
Yeah, there you go. We got Sandra. Maybe you can come out here to the West Coast too, man. We do good business.
Jim, we're for sale.
Absolutely.
just let it be known. We're for sale. You're on the Bud Light guest line, but every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale. Like NASCAR.
You understood the assignment.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Jim, man, good talking to you. Thanks for some insight on Steve Wilks, man. And we'll talk to you down the line.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Jim Szoke, Bud Light Gas Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
So the Niners hire, I don't know if Steve Wilks is going to be a good defensive coordinator. I do think one thing that we've kind of underrated is we just assume every hire is going to be good because the two hires that he had previously were great hires. I would say law of averages, maybe this doesn't work out, but who knows?
This is the first, time they've gone out the building to get their D coordinator. DeMeco was here alongside Robert Saleh the entire time during the Shanahan era.
Both first-time coordinators, too, in that sense. That being said, it is interesting how Kyle has he's become the kingmaker. We're talking so much about Andy Reid's staff yesterday, Monte on the show, and how all these guys have gotten head coaching jobs. Just think about it from Shanahan's position right now. Zach Taylor is who he worked with in Washington. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I don't think he gets credit for McVay, but him and his dad were part of that process of bringing him in, as well as Gruden, right? Mm-hmm. You've got, obviously, LaFleur is part of that staff in Washington way back when. And then you have LaFleur's brother, who recently was fired by Saleh, but Robert Saleh got a head coaching job. McDaniels has gotten a head coaching job down in Miami, and now DeMeco Ryans. There is something to be said about the king-making ability in terms of standing near Shanahan and being a part of this staff. You are viewed around the league a certain way.
No doubt. Are you surprised Chris Kocurek, the D-line coach, didn't get elevated to D.C.? I know Grant Cohn had a video last year. We had him on the show last Friday. Grant Cohn, that is, of Sports Illustrated. He basically said that Chris Kocurek didn't want to be a D.C., I was a little surprised that he wasn't ready to. Last year was different. I'm a little surprised that they didn't go to the Chris Kosera route.
Everybody thinks, and this is like corporate America talk here for just a second. Oh, you have to take every single promotion possible. Sometimes you're great in sales, and you're not a great sales manager. You're not a great manager of people, right? B, look at our particular industry. How many people have been decent radio hosts or decent producers and then they become assistant program director and they're like, that guy sucks. You know what I mean? Like, it happens all the time. How many apprentices are great at sweeping and handing you tools, but then when they become the journeyman, they're not so good. Or they're a great journeyman, but they're a terrible foreman. Like, this happens in every walk of life. I think it's actually more admirable that he understands where his best suit is.
He's going to be a D-line coach.
So what's wrong with that?
No, it's nothing wrong with that. I'm just asking.
I know. Let's see Jim Thompson. Was Jim Thompson a good defensive line coach?
No, he was an awesome D-line coach. One of the best in the business.
Was he a great head coach?
No, of course not.
No, it was like 3 exits too far.
Yeah. He got one opportunity. He probably should have started off as a defensive coordinator.
Mike Singletary was a good linebacker coach. He's a terrible head coach.
People... I keep laughing, man. I can't.
Why?
Every inch of my body is for sale. It's one of those.
It's a joke. I mean, come on.
No, you were dead serious.
Partly.
I don't even think you realize you said that, man.
Of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Excuse me? It's the anything that comes out part that they got me.
I love you guys. I miss you guys. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale. Could you guys admit, a lot of people think they can work, squire to the king. Only few can work in windows like me. I mean, we're talking microscopic windows. Your boy.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I'm so efficient. You admit you miss me.
Alan Styles was good, man.
Yeah, but was he great?
He was great.
There's a difference between being good and great.
When you work with me, you become great.
Roger Staubach was great. Danny White was just good.
You know my reputation around these streets? Boy, we love working with Bonte, man. I make everybody feel like they're Michael Jordan.
Well, you're the kingmaker. You're the Shanahan of this operation.
I win championships. Anthony at Highway 80.
Well, that's why we're ranked the 15th best show in America by Jason Barrett.
Yeah, well, you taking it personal.
I am taking it personal. The guy can barely breathe out of his nose, and he's out here ranking us 15. It's like, dog, the show ain't for you. You're in your 60s.
Anthony Highway 80, man. Jimmy G.
Yeah.
What's up, Anthony?
Top of the morning, fellas. So, when the first thing Joe said was cool, but then he ended with everything that comes out. I was like, whoa, well, I don't know what we're doing here. But the Jimmy G story is pretty interesting. But my perspective is like, he made if it's true, he made a business decision. But it is also, it would suck if I heard that as his teammate. I'd be like, damn, bro, like, you couldn't give us just a little something like we don't know we're going to be back here. So I can see both sides of the coin. If I'm his teammate, I would hate to hear that, and I would hate that it's true.
That's fair.
But I can understand that he made a business decision. Yep. And so, like, it's just one of those things, man. For me, I hope it's not true, but I'm honestly just tired of the Jimmy G thing.
That's
me too.
Like,
Thank you.
I am too.
At some point, we just stop talking about him.
Thank you.
49er and just let him go.
Thank you.
That's my perspective, but you guys have a good morning.
You too, Anthony.
For the sake of my sanity, I need him to just sign somewhere else so we could just go Pontius Pilate and just wash our hands.
You don't believe we're going to be talking Jimmy G next football season?
No.
If he goes out there and plays for, say, the Las Vegas.
Buckner have we talked?
Yeah, not much, but that's D-line. We never talk D-line like that. Quarterback, we talk about a lot, incessantly.
We're going to be.
And if he throws 4 touchdown passes to the Las Vegas Raiders in his first game, and he lights it up under Josh McDaniel, and the Niners lose that first game, you don't think people are going to be bringing up Jimmy Garoppolo saying, we let the wrong quarterback go? You don't think people are going to be bringing that up? Jimmy Garoppolo's been one of the more polarizing figures in the Bay Area for the last 15 years.
And I feel like at times there's been warranted criticism, and at other times it's been ridiculous, disproportionate amount of scapegoating. We're here. We're finally on the final stop of the Jimmy G train. And we gotta run him over one more time. It's like, okay.
I don't think anybody's running him over because Jay Glazer was asked this question.
I just think it's unfair.
At Media Day.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
And then Tim Kawakami.
The emergency third. So we're mad at the guy for not being the
Nobody's
in case
mad.
Emergency. But
Nobody's
I'm not saying
mad.
Not
no,
you.
But hold
there
on,
are
Shasky.
people that are mad.
Hold on, Shasky. You watch Josh Johnson out there.
Oh, yeah.
A journeyman.
Uh-huh.
I looked at you multiple times saying a trip to Glendale's on the line and Josh Johnson's playing quarterback. It's not to disrespect Josh Johnson. But we know what Josh Johnson is.
Now we're here. So
we know what Josh Johnson's here.
You want to get mad at Shanahan? Here's where I would get mad at him. No, I'm saying people that are. You know where I get mad at him? Let's go back. Why the hell have you activated Tevin Coleman, who sucks, who isn't an NFL player? You're worried about the Jimmy G emergency quarterback thing. Then let's go right down the roster and let's point out every single horrific roster game day decision that this guy has done over the years. I'm mad they should have kept Jacob Eason. If that's the case, if you're going to be so angry at Josh Johnson, if you're going to be angry, let's get angry at the right details. You're mad at Jimmy G because his foot wasn't right and he didn't feel 100% ready or whatever, 60%.
Who's 100%? Who's 100% at that point?
Nobody.
Of the season?
But my point being is if you're going to be mad at Jimmy Garoppolo, let's direct the anger toward rostering up Tevin weak-ass Coleman, who ain't caught a cold in 5 years, even though you loved him, Bonte.
Yeah,
had
he played
no
well
business
against Carolina.
being suited up
and he played
in
good
an NFC
against
championship game.
He played well against the.
That's
in 2019.
where I'm going to direct my anger.
He played 2019. He played really well and carried them against Minnesota. Oh my God, he sucked. He ran for over 100 yards. He ran for 100 yards with Shanahan ran the ball 12 straight times against Minnesota. When you guys all said Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't deserve to throw a pass, he ran it 12 straight times, and Coleman ran for over 100 yards. He was really good
Christian
in 2019.
McCaffrey in his 12 games had more yards than Tevin Coleman combined.
He's Christian McCaffrey. He's one of the best running backs in the league. That ain't a fair comparison. Come on. Tevin Coleman was dynamic in 2019.
Mr. High ankle sprain, Tevin Coleman.
So
and we're going to run Jimmy Garoppolo over with the bus one more time.
If Jimmy was your teammate.
Have more class than that.
No, it's not about class. It's about if Jimmy Garoppolo, who we've heard from multiple teammates before, you ran when Martellus Bennett. Go get the Martellus Bennett, Sal Spinoni. I want to play that right now.
Great case.
No,
they're very controversial.
But so what, though? A lot of Patriot guys say that. What did go get the Julian Edelman sound about Jimmy Garoppolo not suiting up and how disappointed he was when Julian Edelman said, man, I had torn ACLs, I had shoulder injuries, and I'm going out there landing on the line for my teammates. And if Jimmy Garoppolo had any outs and he could have played, it bet not come out that he could have played.
Unfair.
No, it's not unfair. You know what's unfair?
We're questioning the toughness of an NFL player.
You know what's unfair?
A guy that we threw away a zillion times and took a huge paid reduction, saved the season, came back, played with a hurt shoulder last year, a hurt finger, a hurt this, a hurt that. Too. And we're really going to run him over with the bus one more time because Purdy went down and because Josh Johnson went down. Like that, I just think it's so weak.
Here, let's go down the rabbit hole.
We got our ass kicked by the Eagles.
They didn't get their ass kicked.
Jimmy wasn't saving nothing.
Man, you sure about that? Here's Martellus Bennett a few years ago about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Bro, we lost 2 games. One of them was because Jimmy Garoppolo was being a bitch and trying to quit. He quit before us on the last. Decided not to play right before the game. So we went out there. Jacoby came out and played with a up thumb and played his heart out. But Jimmy was just being a about it all, and he's still being that's why you can't win with a for a quarterback.
Here's Julian Edelman responding to that soundbite.
Week 3, the first quarter against the Buffalo Bills or the Jets, and he hurts his non-throwing shoulder, his left shoulder. And Jacoby came in, led us to a win. And the next week, but in the game, Jacoby...
Was that a big deal, the non-throwing shoulder?
I mean, I don't know. We're all football players here. But Jacoby he tore his ligaments in his thumb in the win against the Week 3 team. And so we go into Week 4, and, I guess, Jimmy was practicing and then, decided not to play. And Jacoby played with, no ligaments in his thumb, which you can't do that as a quarterback. You can't grip. And if it's your left, and a lot of guys got mad about it. I'm not gonna lie, I got mad about it. Huh. I sacrificed my body all day long. All day long. I was taking shots for this, numbing up that, ribs, broken ribs, shoulders, grade 3, hanging on by limbs just to play, And, I can understand why Marty thinks like that.
Julian Edelman went the JUCO route, played at College of San Mateo, had to work his ass off, went to Akron, had to work his ass off, got picked up by the Patriots as a punt returner, right? All I'm saying is this, Shasky.
Oh, what's that?
If Jimmy was able to go, and he didn't, did he just shout out George Kittle?
At what point in his career has he been able to go and not gone?
Apparently in 2020, you told me he could have gone with the ankle injury. You told me that.
No, that's what the coach said.
You told me that too.
That's what the coach said.
2020, ankle sprained. Couldn't go. And the coach was mad about it, saying he could have gone. And we've heard multiple players question his toughness. Now, what he did last season was admirable.
I don't think that's fair.
It was admirable what he did in 2021.
Are we going to go back and retroactively get angry at Andrew Bogut for not playing in Game 7 because he hurt his ribs?
All I'm saying is,
like, really?
This guy watched Josh Johnson out there, and if he could have gone with the trip to the Super Bowl on the line, that to me is just he's selling out his teammates.
The irony of this team with Elijah Mitchell getting hurt anytime someone breathes on him, with Javon Kinlaw playing 14 of the last 40 games in his NFL career, and you've caped up for him forever, and you're going to sit here and criticize Jimmy Garoppolo,
Absolutely,
who played with a hurt shoulder last year and won 2 playoff games?
Absolutely, I am.
Come on.
Absolutely, he's the quarterback. You're supposed to be the leader.
So unfair.
You're supposed to be boys with George Kittle.
But you're going to give Kinlaw a pass. You're going to give Kinlaw a pass.
No, he doesn't get a pass. Kinlaw sucked.
Okay.
Kinlaw sucked, and I have to give Kinlaw a pass.
Man.
Kinlaw sucked this year. He sucked.
I don't think it's fair to do comparative shopping on who's hurt, how much they're hurt, knowing that if a guy knows his body, I trust him to know his body.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
And if it came, again, I think we all say, we've seen Jimmy Garoppolo at limited 50, 60, 70%. It is ugly. All right?
It's still better than Josh Johnson.
I don't know. That's on the coach for making decisions of keeping Josh Johnson.
It's still better than Josh Johnson. Obviously, these guys weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same page last year at the pressure with Shanahan and said, he's a great quarterback. We really don't want to lead a building. And Garoppolo went up there right away. It was like, yeah, I'm out, Niner Nation.
Are you mad that Steve Young came out of the playoff game against the Green Bay Packers because he was wearing a flak jacket and he went one drive and couldn't last?
The fact that Steve Young suited up, he gets all the props in the world because he got cracked against the Eagles in that wild card game. Those ribs were broken. He tried to go out there and went out there with a flak jacket and gave everything he had to do. Steve Young played with concussions.
He played like 4 plays.
Steve Young was an absolute
I love
warrior.
Steve. I'm just saying, Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't suit up. How's that his fault? His foot wasn't, he didn't even practice.
Apparently he could have. If Murmurs are coming out that he could have suited up, that's a problem.
Yeah, and I think that's weak sauce. I think it's the same 49ers that are telling me they're champions and that they would have kicked the crap out of the Eagles can't accept the fact their team got their ass handed to them and they couldn't keep their quarterback healthy. 4 different guys couldn't stay healthy.
Julian Edelman.
That's a team-wide problem.
Undersized, white slot receiver who's dealt with every injury in the book. You think he's coming out just saying something like that?
I'm not doing comparative shopping. I don't think that's fair.
Julian Edelman just came out and said it. Multiple Patriot players have said it.
I don't think that's fair.
All right, let's go to the calls.
I think that's weak. I think that's weak. For all the things Jimmy's done for this organization, to one last time, the game had nothing to do with him. Let's run him over the bus because our other 2 quarterbacks got hurt.
You should have stayed his ass at home then.
We lost. Accept it.
We are accepting it.
The better team won.
We are accepting that he's lost.
Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't play.
We are accepting that they lost. What we're not accepting is, if this was the case, that he could have suited up and helped his team out on the football field. If he could have helped this team out on the football field in that situation with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line. Patrick Mahomes can't even walk.
Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest players of all time.
I don't give a damn, and he still went out there and tried to ball.
He didn't have a broken foot.
He's still trying to get a high ankle.
It's different than a broken foot.
Look how bad he looked.
Jimmy broke a bone in his foot.
Don't tell that to Phillip Rivers in. We crush LT for sitting on the sideline with a parka, and we praise. Come on,
I don't think that's fair to do on any of these guys. It's the NFL. You know the level of toughness? I'm going to sit here, who just took a couple days off because of COVID. I'm going to sit here and criticize Jimmy Garoppolo's toughness? Like, come on, that's not fair. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever done if I would have done that.
Dude, I'm not questioning it. If he could have played, that's a problem for me. That's a problem. And if I'm George Kittle, that's a problem. If I'm Fred Warner Jr., who was out there, they were out there leaving body parts on that football field. And if this guy could have played, that's the key here, Sasky. I'm not questioning his toughness. But if it's true, if this stuff is true, then I have a big problem with it. That's a big problem. If I'm a teammate of Jimmy Garoppolo's, if I'm a coach of Jimmy Garoppolo's, I have a huge issue.
I'm so ready to just move on from Jimmy, and I think that we're bringing him back into the fold.
We're not bringing him back.
Not you. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, because we're like addicted to ripping this guy, and at some point, Niner fans, let it go. You lost to the better team.
Ripping him? You ripped him after winning the Minnesota game.
I did. And now I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on. It's tired.
Andrew and Lafayette, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you guys so much for the energy you give me every morning. I have so much fun listening to y'all.
Thank you.
Few quick things. One, when I go back and listen to the Glazer clip, I'm not 100% sure he's talking about the NFC Championship game. And two real quick things. So, one, just because you can suit up doesn't mean you give us the best chance to win. And then the second thing I would say is, what if Purdy started in the beginning of the season and not Jimmy, if we're going to go back and play the what-if game?
Exactly.
Guys.
No, there's so many what-ifs. I just think it's like, to me, Jimmy suiting up as the emergency third-string quarterback, that's where we're going to place our anger and our blame game. To me, it's the blame game. And I get it.
It's not the blame
as a
game.
Teammate,
Nobody's blaming Jimmy for the loss.
So you're sitting here, I'm
Nobody's
just saying.
blaming Jimmy for the loss.
I'm just saying.
Nobody's blaming Jimmy for the loss. All we're doing is questioning whether or not with this report, Kawakami touched on it as well, and players in the past have talked about his toughness. And if he could have at least suited up and said, you know what, I could be the backup quarterback today. Damn. It would have helped.
It would have helped if Ted Ginn Jr. suited up in the NFC Championship game in 2011. But Kyle Williams was the one out there playing.
Our hopes, Ted Ginn Jr. couldn't go. Our hopes was Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, our hopes were placed on Josh Johnson. Josh Johnson, for crying out loud.
When you're down to what you're down to at the end of a season, it's called attrition. That's the reality.
Greg Olsen even said, he goes, I feel bad for those guys. Purdy gets hurt, I feel bad for those guys that couldn't give their best shot.
Of course we feel bad, but that's sports. Like Miami. You think anybody cares that Miami was down to some guy Thompson who none of us have ever heard of?
And they still trying to throw Tua out there. Tua's still trying to play.
That's what I'm saying. Like, come on, man. I think it's so unfair to Jimmy. And I'm not even a Jimmy guy.
Oh, please, you guys. Richie San Jose. Rich, what's happening?
Yeah, gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Usually I like to make fun of Stan Franceschi, but today I'm coming down Bonte's Road. We're going to take the word of two guys that are obviously some of the favorites of Tom Brady, and we're going to question Jimmy Garoppolo's toughness when he played with busted arms, busted everything.
Hey, Rich, I'm not questioning his toughness. Number one, for clarity, no, I'm not. All I'm saying is, if this is true, and I'm fired up because you're not with me here, if this is true, that he didn't go because for selfish reasons, then I have a problem with that. You sought out your teammates if that's the case. If that's true.
With it too, Bonte, but what happened to the narrative about Jimmy being the leader of men? What happened to that? What happened to these guys running into gunfire for him? That was all the rage, all the time. That's why he was accepted as being this quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, because he led men over Trey Lance, over everybody else.
Was he? Because a lot of you people question his leadership. I got receipts. A lot of people question his leadership. Jimmy Garoppolo.
But now we're going to question his toughness?
Absolutely. When reports come out like that, hell yeah, I am. If he decided that, hey, I'm a free agent.
This isn't like Kittle walking to a podium going, I know, but this isn't like Kittle like in an Instagram Live going, I'm mad Jimmy didn't play. Like, this is all speculation.
They're not going to do that. Ray and San Ramon, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. That's a great debate to start off today. Just my opinion here is I kind of feel like Jimmy, maybe by coaching management, might have felt a little, felt a certain type of way.
Betrayed.
Like the franchise doesn't want me. It's like a decision you got to make long term. I'm guessing obviously he wants another contract and he's thinking about his future. But if I kind of agree with Bonte, if he had the ability to suit up and go, you got to be there for your teammates. And
that's all I'm saying.
And be ready to go.
I'm not questioning his toughness. Thanks, Ray, for the phone call. I'm not questioning his toughness. All I'm saying is, if these reports are true, and I'm a teammate of Jimmy's, I am pissed off this morning. That's all I'm saying. If
these reports are true and you're a 49er fan.
They're not coming from anywhere.
I'm asking you. So forget being a teammate. You're a 49er fan. If these reports are true, how are you feeling?
I feel pissed off.
Why?
Because I'll have to go watch Josh Johnson with the trip to the Super Bowl on the line. You don't get opportunities like this. The 49ers, with this core group, they might not ever get back to that spot. This window may be closing rapidly. I don't know how many good years Debo has left. I don't know if George Kittle could play another 14, 15 games in the season. I don't know if Trent Williams can make it through the season. He walked into the locker room to go clean out his locker on crutches. On crutches.
Jimmy Garoppolo's on crutches for like 6 weeks.
All right, but if he was able to go, If he was able to go, knowing that all those other gladiators are playing with something. Trincolo's got the biggest brace on. His brace covers his whole arm.
So just a year ago, this is the same guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, who played with a shoulder where you could barely throw and he needed to have surgery and a broken thumb. And now, a year later, we're questioning whether he could have been the emergency quarterback in the NFC Championship game.
Yes, because of
That's
a report.
Not fair.
No, it is because we understand what's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo. No. He's an unrestricted free agent from the 49ers. He's unrestricted. He can just walk. And maybe there is something with Donnie and Jimmy said, hey, chill, homie. We got $20 million in the bag.
I mean, that's a lot of assumptions. I'm unwilling to make all of those connections.
Reports come out like that. Let's go to Waterman and Cordo Madera. Waterman, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Yeah, so just real quick, I got to say this. Now that this all is coming out, it makes perfect sense to me why Kyle was so quick and adamant at the post-season press conference that he didn't see any chance of Jimmy coming back. Because in my opinion, don't you think he'd talk to the doctors and ask the doctors, like, just out of curiosity, where's Jimmy at? And I'm sure the doctors could have said, well, he's not 100%, but he could definitely go, but it's Jimmy's decision. And here's the deal. So Jimmy's looking at this as, I ain't going to sacrifice my body because I know I got to go out and get that boatload of cash, a big contract. This team's saying goodbye to me. They got Purdy right now. They got Lance. He goes, I'm done here. I'm not going to sacrifice no more. And so I get both of your arguments, but Bonte, I gotta lean your way. I mean, this is to go to the Super Bowl, man. This doesn't happen that often. And for him to sit back and with the smile, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth when he's on the sideline grinning like that. It's just, that's not going to be the image I want to see.
Right.
For my remembering Jimmy Garoppolo.
Look, Waterman, you're on the money there. And again, if these reports are false, I'll stand down and say, okay, he couldn't play. But the original reports when he got hurt against Miami, and everybody talked about it because we discussed it, Jimmy has a chance if the Niners make a deep playoff run to come back in the playoffs.
A chance. Joe has a chance of winning the lottery.
Not really. I mean, Jimmy had a better chance of probably coming back in the NFC title game. Reports are saying that. That's all I'm saying. And that image, and I'm sorry, I'm a sore loser. All right, I'll admit it on the front end. I'm a sore loser. So when I see players smiling down 28-7 in the title game, that pisses me off. Yeah, but there ain't nothing to be smiling about. There ain't nothing to be joking about on the sideline.
I also think a lot of those screenshots are taken out of context. But
sometimes,
continue.
But there's a lot of smiles. 21-7, 28-7. There's a lot of smiling going on that sideline. I don't like it. All I'm saying is, again, I'm going to repeat this for the 15th time during the segment. If the report is true, that there was a chance he could have suited up in this football game, and he didn't because of whatever reason, if Shanahan's ticked off about it, you know what? I'm Team Shanahan on this one.
Even if he wasn't going to be effective at all.
He's a threat.
I'm asking
isn't he a bigger threat than Josh Johnson?
I mean, he already has no mobility, and so with a hurt foot. But what if in his mind they say, hey, you know what? You could play, but you might re-aggravate something. Like, there's a lot of what ifs. What if he just didn't feel good? He knows his body better than we do.
A trip to the Super Bowl is on the line. I get if it's week 15, if it's week 13,
so now if it's
week 7.
Now we're not only questioning his toughness. Now now we're questioning his competitive
when I see guys like Mahomes, when I see guys like Phillip Rivers, when I see Fred Warner Jr. out there going to the blue tent and coming back out there playing middle linebacker, hell yeah, I'm going to question something. Shasky, a trip to the Super Bowl is on the line, and his core group may never get back there. And you were watching Josh Johnson get his ass kicked in Philadelphia. Telling me I can't be mad about that if these reports are true? A trip to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl.
And the two guys who were there that played had crushing injuries. And yet we were going to keep an already limited Jimmy Garoppolo from getting bulldozed.
Purdy was trying to play with Tommy John. Dude may have to have Tommy John surgery, and Purdy's still trying to go out there and play.
And it was admirable.
Are you telling me if he could have played and he's like, yeah, I'm good, I don't really feel good, then that bothers me.
That's a lot of assumptions.
That bothers me.
I'm not comfortable questioning whether a professional athlete is good enough to go.
A trip to the Super Bowl's on the line. And if he could have gone with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, man. Injury report. Speaking of injuries. I promise you, we still love each other. We love each other. Trip to Super Bowl's online, man.
I just want to just state, only you and I could argue over this. And be 100% sincere.
I'm serious. I hope this report isn't true, man.
And you're the biggest GBG fan I know.
I was. The Warriors will meet the Trailblazers in Portland. I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of people think I hated on Jimmy G from day one. I wanted Jimmy G to stay over Tom Brady. I didn't want Tom Brady. 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
And you were wrong
now.
about
I was wrong.
It's okay.
But Tom Brady.
Chalk one up for me. The Squire gets one.
There you go. You get a lot. Warriors meet the Blazers tonight. Blazers will be out multiple
Squire
rotation
1, King 0.
pieces, including center Yusuf Nurkic. The Blazers' big man is expected to be out through the All-Star break. I can't stand this King stuff. After suffering a left calf strain last Friday night, they win over the Grizzlies. I'm going to start walking in here with a crowd. We might as well just lead into it, right? Nurkic's calf has been a trouble spot for him throughout the season, so the Blazers expect to exercise some caution in getting him back on the floor. Warriors and Blazers tonight. Warriors and Blazers. Blazers 6-9 in the month of January. Warriors 4-2 during this 10-game stretch before the All-Star break. Can they at least go 6-4? See if the Warriors can pick up their 8th road win of the season tonight. We'll talk to Sam Amick at 8:30 about that. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Aponte coming up next, Niners Nation, via the Butt Light guest line. We'll talk more Niners and what's going on at the Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
We got to see what we got with Trey. Here's the crazy thing. No, you don't. I know that's hard.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
As we head into the new year, even though it's the second month, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you, Bay Area, that they're ready to support your next project. And with locations in every corner of the Bay, when with well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide you what you need and when you need it. And that includes delivery to the job site anywhere in the Bay Area because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every project. And if you're able to do it yourself, then you're invited to go visit the local Golden State. They have a trained staff that can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials that you might need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV, and that thing basically offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of products. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They got you covered. Family-owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business.
Paychex.com/ERTC.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The Super Bowl is on Odyssey, and Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free Sunday on the Odyssey app. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce. It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be in there as maybe the emergency third.
Jay Glazer, Super Bowl Media Day.
They were hoping he might be
Yeah.
the emergency third, more so for the Super Bowl. That's 2 weeks from now, from when the NFC Championship game was.
When he got hurt, the reports came out that he should be back if the Niners make a deep postseason run. He should be back by the title game. He should be back by the divisional round. Who knows?
I mean, come on. Steph Curry's got injury right now. We hear all these reports. He might be back. We don't question his toughness.
No, we never question it but we've questioned it before with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, I feel like it's confirmation bias at this point.
No.
Like if you don't like Jimmy and you're looking for a reason to be triggered, and because the Niners lost, you're looking for a scapegoat. The Niners got their ass kicked.
Here you go.
Philadelphia won. Accept it, Niner fans. I was there. I had to sit there and fight through it. It sucks. We lost. Guess what? The worst thing you could be is a crybaby looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes your team gets your ass handed to you. Philadelphia kicked our ass.
In 2020,
sometimes you just got to accept it.
In 2020, you questioned Jimmy Garoppolo during the pandemic season with the ankle injury. You questioned him, not me. Oh, well, he could have came back, and the reports came out that he could have possibly came back in 2020, and you ran with it. So here we are now in 2022, 2023, with the trip to the Super Bowl on the line, and we're going to give this guy a pass if this report is true?
We're going off.
Imagine being Deebo Samuel.
We're going on unconfirmed random people on Twitter speculating that Jimmy Garoppolo isn't tough enough to come back and that there's a rift between him and the coach. Is there some frustration that he's not available? I'm sure. Coaches want better players. Would Kyle Shanahan want Jimmy Garoppolo instead of Josh Johnson? Absolutely. Absolutely. But to take it from there to Jimmy was healthy enough to play and could have helped them win, and he chose not to go. That's unfair.
Nobody's saying that.
That's unfair.
If he was healthy enough to play,
he would have suited up.
A better shot than Josh Johnson.
He would have suited up.
Instead, we saw Jimmy Garoppolo walk out there with a sweatsuit with the cleanest J's on, laughing up a storm during the NFC title game when they're getting their ass kicked by Philadelphia. And that's supposed to sit well with you? It's supposed to sit well with Fred Warner Jr.?
It doesn't sit well.
Kittle,
we lost.
And Trent Williams walking
but I'm
in
not
with a
looking
crutch?
for a scapegoat.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's the reason
Nobody's
why we lost.
Him.
The reason why the Niners lost was not Jimmy Garoppolo. They lost because Philadelphia was the better team, period. They were the better team all year. They were healthier throughout the entirety of the year. They kept their players healthy, and they kicked the crap out of the Niners. Point blank simple.
Martellus Bennett speaks for a lot of Patriots when he said this.
Bro, we lost 2 games. One of them was because Jimmy Garoppolo was being a bitch and trying to quit. He quit before us on the last. Decided not to play right before the game. So we went out there. Jacoby came out and played with a up thumb and played his heart out. But Jimmy was just being a about it all, and he's still being like. That's why you can't win with a for a quarterback.
All right, NBA trade deadline coming up tomorrow at noon, and we have you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Apati joining us on the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We'll get back out to the lines in just a second. But Jason Apati, Niners Nation, what is happening, brother? You're doing great work down there at Glendale, Arizona, covering the Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles. But first things first, what did you make of these reports about Jimmy Garoppolo that surfaced over the last 24 to 48 hours?
Good morning, fellas. Thank you guys for having me. I mean, look, the frustration is real because of the unconfirmed reports of 2020 with him not going out there, right? I'm very pro-player, right? And I believe that guys should always look out for themselves, especially someone who's about to enter free agency, right? Like somebody who's about to be paid the going rate for a quarterback, which is $25 to $30 million, right? But at the same time, when you listen to Jay Glazer talk, right, he was asked questions, and nobody's more dialed in than that guy, right? He was asked about, I believe it was Chase Sr. asked him about, what's going on with Jimmy and what happened. He said that at best, Jimmy Garoppolo would have been an emergency quarterback in the third spot, and then maybe it would have been available for the Super Bowl and would have been severely limited in what he would have been able to do. So, look. The frustration's real. I understand 49er fans are trying to find a way to rationalize what happened to their team. And, I agree 100% with Shafsky. Unfortunately, the Eagles were the better team that day, and they're the ones who walked away with the victory. But it's not because Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't available in that game. He would have played if he was ready to go.
I totally agree. And it's just like, it just seems to me unfair. And I feel like a lot of people, and I understand where they're coming from. You got to suit up. You got to help the team win the Super Bowl. But like, we're going to question an NFL player's toughness now. Now we're going to go through the locker room. Javon Kinlaw is not tough enough to suit up in more than 14 out of 40 games. And
I don't think it's that, man. I don't think it's that.
We're looking for a reason to be triggered.
Shanahan was ticked off during that end-of-season presser. He was ticked off for a number of reasons.
There's probably a variety of reasons why he's angry.
Unconfirmed reports in 2020, and then what you hear from Julian Edelman and Martellus Bennett. All I'm saying, and Jason, I'm not questioning his toughness. All I'm saying is, if it is true that he could have suited up
Yeah.
I have a problem with that because a trip to the Super Bowl is on the line, and George Kittle, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey are going out there busting their ass, and Josh Johnson's playing quarterback. You got no shot with Josh Johnson.
I completely understand what you mean, right? And the frustration was palpable through that team, right? Like after Brock Purdy goes down, it feels like the whole season goes down the drain because you don't have a quarterback. If this is true, then I completely understand that. And I do think a lot of the frustration that you saw from Kyle Shanahan was the fact that he realizes that the season ended in such a way because someone got injured, right? Like they did 112.
No, everyone got injured.
Yeah.
Everybody dropped like flies.
Everybody got hurt.
It's a nightmare.
And everyone is saying, hey, it's a few days after, get over it. No, like that frustration is real.
For sure.
And you put in all this work. And when you hear Trent Williams speak at his locker and he's talking about, I don't know, and I mean, obviously he's not going to retire, but everyone is very reflecting, like in that moment, they're reflecting on the season. And unfortunately it just ended in that way. So there's frustration all around and it's not going to go away anytime soon. If the 49ers went out there and Brock Purdy was the quarterback and he played the entire game and the Philadelphia Eagles won that game, you feel much better about that outcome than you do with this outcome because of the injury.
I hear you on that one. All right, so let's pick up the pieces and let's move past quarterback for just a second. I know there's Purdy injury stuff and Trey and all that, but put that stuff to the side. I got almost quarterback fatigue here at this point. What do they do with this roster? Like, who's out, who's in, rat-a-tat-tat-me, Ayuk's got a fifth-year option, Kinlaw's got a fifth-year option. I think this is pretty cut and dry. I'm optioning Ayuk, and I'm telling Kinlaw, take a hike.
Unfortunately, like right now, this is a very much make or break situation for Javon Kinlaw. I mean, I feel bad for the guy because I feel like he hasn't been on the field enough to show, but this is a results-driven business, right? Like you have to be on the field to do that. Ayuk's going to be fine. He's going to be here. I have no doubts in my mind that Ayuk's going to be here. Brad Graham and him, They're quite the talk here in Glendale with the Eagles. Trust me, those guys, they're still talking about, him with that. With Kinlaw, I do think that this team is going to retool a bit in free agency, and they should start with the defensive line, defensive tackle, defensive end. Yeah. They need to add another edge to help Nick Bosa. Down the stretch, Nick Bosa just looked like a guy who had given his all season and was continuing to try, and he is that guy, but he does need help. He needs help outside of that. Eric Armstead proves his worth over and over as long as he's on the field. But if they can get someone, like I've been suggesting, Daron Payne, who's going to get a massive payday.
Ooh, I would like that.
Like
yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah.
Daron Payne next to Eric Armstead and maybe someone like Zach Allen from Arizona.
Yeah.
Be on the edge.
Not bad.
A guy who can stuff the run, and he's actually somebody who's young, can actually, Chris Kasur's going to be here.
Right.
They're going to bet on those trades, and they're going to be able to send all that out. You hope that Emmanuel Mosley's back. I do think the guys who do leave, Azeez Al-Shaair, Jimmy Ward, I think that this is it. This is the last time that you've seen them on the field. I think Azeez follows D'Amico to Houston. I think Jimmy is going to get a bag, maybe by Houston, but somewhere else. It sounded like when he was talking on his IG Live, he was kind of talking about the last time that he was going to be here. So there's some things that are going to turn over, but the 49ers have done a great job of retooling in the draft. So there's guys that you can bring up in free agency, and there's guys that you can get in the draft. I do think that the way that they've built this roster, it's got to start again in the trenches.
Yeah.
The one guy that the one most polarizing free agent that the 49ers have is Mike McGlinchey. And my contention with everyone saying, well, anyone is an upgrade, anyone is not an upgrade. And I don't know if there is an upgrade right now in free agency. Sure, if you want to draft a guy, you're betting that he will be, but I don't know if you can say that for certain. And I don't know if there's many upgrades out there for Mike McGlinchey. So I think Mike McGlinchey comes back.
Wow. What's the terms, though? Because I'm seeing rumors about him getting chipped out here, Jason. As we're talking to Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, via the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. What is that market? What are the financial terms that Mike McGlinchey may be agreeing to?
I mean, the top-end guys are making $16 million.
Oh, God, no way. I'm not doing it.
No, I mean, he wouldn't. I don't think he's going to get there. I think that there's going to be a middle ground because of how much this organization loves him. What a lot of people have to remember is Mike McGlinchey was handpicked to run this offense. He was handpicked to be in the Shanahan offense. A lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about him. The organization loves him. He loves that building. They're going to find a middle ground, probably somewhere in the vicinity of $12 to $13.5 million per year, which is actually a steal a little bit. I know. Look,
I know. He's about to lose
because
his
this
mind
is
right
what he is. This is what he is. Aponte, he's a great run blocker. That's like being a traditional power forward in the modern NBA. That does nothing for me. That's what the Memphis Grizzlies did with Zach Randolph and won nothing. Like that, keeping Mike McGlinchey is anti where the league is going. You've got to be a pass player. I thought Lincoln Tomlinson, losing him was going to be a massive drop off. I was wrong.
It wasn't.
This is why I'm paying Shanahan $20 million a year. Find me someone better than McGlinchey at right tackle. It's going to end up being the Quan Brown contract.
Well, let me jump in here, Jason. Terrible. Forget Michael McGlinchey for a second. Yeah, I mean,
big stiff.
We'll see about that. I hope he signs now. That Shasky's pissed off. I got one more thing to trigger him with. Jason, what about Trey Lance? Because a lot of people think the Niners made a mistake by drafting him. Where do you sit with Trey Lance moving into the next season?
I don't know if it's a mistake, Bonta. I just think it's right now we're in the third year and we're asking the same questions that we've been asking since day one, and that's frustrating. It's very frustrating for 49ers fans. This is the thing. I do think there was a little bit of a miscalculation when it comes to what was done with Trey Lance, and I feel horrible for him in the situation. Usually when you're drafting at number 3, you're a poor team. You're a team that is building, and you're a team that will allow the bumps and bruises to go on, right? Like when Trevor Lawrence was drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars, he can play day one and go through all the bumps and bruises because they're not expecting to contend. Trey Lance was drafted into a win-now team, right? And I do think there was a little bit of a miscalculation with his development and having a win-now team. How do you develop a guy, go through the bumps and bruises, and have a win-now roster? And I do think this is a poor situation for him. Having said that, Leo Luna, who I'm out here with.
Yeah, Leo's doing good work.
Yep, he asked Greg Olsen about Trey Lance. And Greg Olsen basically said, Trey Lance has to play. He has to play. You have to find out what you have now at this point. It's not good news, but this is the perfect storm of situations with the Brock Purdy injury and what Trey Lance is now going to have, which is OTAs, minicamp, and training camp, to show that he's taking that leap. And I don't know that 49er fans shouldn't be as frustrated. I can't call it a mistake, but I can say that it is very much an uncertainty, and this is year 3. You should at least know something about what you have.
Yeah, man, yeah, no doubt. I'm still in this camp at Trey Lance. We'll see. He does have to play, though. That's no doubt. Spencer Burford, Tyler Miller on our YouTube chat, follows all you guys. He wants to know, can you kick Burford out the right tackle instead of re-signing Mike McGlinchey?
You can. There's certain options that you can do, right? Like you can do that with Burford. You can maybe Colton McKivitz is an option. Like we've seen him in spot starts and make chances. So I mean, like
Jalen Moore.
Stay away from Jalen Moore. Stay away from him.
The 49ers have done a great job of finding linemen and turning them into right. Like look at Jake Brendel. Jake Brendel's been a guy who was largely unknown, right? Like has been in the league but never really played. They got solid work out of him at center. The 49ers have done a great job of finding guys. Daniel Brunskill is a guy who continuously brings value to this team, even though he's an undrafted free agent and wherever it is that he came from. Like, they find ways to get it done. So there is ways to get this done. The 49ers will figure that out. I just don't think that the option is out there in free agency. I see the offensive tackles that are out there. Maybe the kid Taylor from Jacksonville is the only other guy that I could think of that might be someone who's a bit of an upgrade while being younger. But at this point, I do trust this team to figure out the right tackle position.
All right, Jason, have fun out there in Phoenix,
go to the
Arizona.
Waste management.
Yeah, go to Phoenix.
So my brother's a big golf guy, and we looked it up yesterday because they're doing the Pro-Am, right? And I looked it up, and I said, hey, let's get out there. The Pro-Am is going to have J.J. Watt and a few other players are going to be out there. So he looks it up, and it's sold out, right? Like, obviously, I didn't think,
is it?
Like, at the right size. Yeah, but it's $15,000 if I wanted to play in the Pro.
Yeah, see, that's too much. That's too
Hey,
much.
keep up the good work.
Yeah, keep up the good work, man. Enjoy the Super Bowl down there.
Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, here on 95.7 The Game. I'd like to get to $15,000, man. That's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. He believes Mike McGlinchey would be back. Your head almost popped off.
Yeah, I did just. Zach Randolph's not even the right comp. It'd be more like I don't even know. Like it'd be like Eddie Curry. It'd be like saying, you know what, Eddie Curry's he's a modern center. That's what we want. Mike McGlinchey.
Ooh-wee.
Give me a break.
Ooh-wee.
I mean, this is where you got to understand value. Like, I know that you drafted him in the first round. Great. Awesome.
You know what? We got to shout out Big Tone 707 on YouTube. He paid $5 to bring this up.
Okay.
weak as hell bringing up some old interviews when we've seen this guy play with injuries and try to walk off a broken ankle before being carted off. It's about Jimmy Garoppolo. Nobody's questioning his toughness.
No, you are. That's literally what you're doing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Shasky.
What are you doing?
What am I doing is, if this report is true, then I question the toughness. If this report is true, it's a slap in the face to his teammates. I mean, if it's true.
You're tentatively questioning his toughness.
No, I'm not at all. You guys are not listening.
No, we're listening.
You guys are not listening.
Okay,
no, you're listening to what you want to do. You're listening to what you want to listen to.
Okay, I'm baby
This guy was able to go. This guy was able to go and suit up. And he didn't. Then that's a weak move.
Okay, then you're not questioning his toughness.
That's a weak move.
Now, he's questioning the decision-making, I believe is what you're doing.
What's going on here? Could he have suited up or could he not have suited up? Because if he could have suited up, then it's a weak move. Then it is weak. If this report is false, then you know what? We move on. But we did watch Jimmy Garoppolo walk on that field with some clean-ass Jordans, smiling ear to ear.
But what is him smiling on the sidelines? Like, what does that have to do with anything?
I mean, your team's getting beat down.
And George Kittle's laughing with Brandon Graham on the field.
When they're talking, that's George Kittle. You know he's a little goofy.
Well,
but this guy, 28-7, you're on the sideline not playing. Nobody wants to see that.
I'm not here for taking snapshots of people on the sideline and trying to exact anger because a guy smiled at an opportunity in the game where I have no context to it whatsoever.
Same guy in Chicago last year when Jimmy Garoppolo celebrated with his wide receivers and the wide receivers are doing their own thing and you're like, oh, the wide receivers don't even like Jimmy because of a screenshot. Let's stop it with the screenshots. You can't pick and choose when you use screenshots. Come on, man. Let's go to the calls. Christopher.
Why are you mad?
I'm not mad. You guys are putting words in my mouth.
No, you're doing a good job of talking yourself.
No, I'm putting words in my mouth.
You're walking yourself right off the Jimmy G plank.
No. I don't care about Jimmy G anymore. It's not going to be a 49er no more. Never have to talk about him ever again.
Knowing us, he'll be here another 8 years.
Yeah, well, we deserve it. We deserve it. He's done nothing but good with the 49ers. Jimmy Garoppolo's a damn good 49er.
When maybe
if he was able to suit up with the trip on the Super Bowl, with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, I have a problem with that.
I have a bigger problem with this team getting all these quarterbacks hurt. I have a bigger problem with this team getting their ass handed to them by a superior team in Philadelphia.
They didn't get their asses handed
Jimmy
to them.
Garoppolo on my list of people to be angry at is like bottom.
They averaged 3.8 yards a play. We watched the game. Christopher Fairfield, what's happening?
Thank God. Thank you. I'm so sick of hearing this. Shasky, please tell me something. Who was healthier in the second half of that game? Brock Purdy with one arm or Jimmy Garoppolo?
I don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo could even move.
You don't know? You don't know? His arm was falling off. Kittle asked him if he could go lefty. You think Jimmy could throw a ball right-handed? He broke his ankle, twisted his ankle 8 weeks ago. The guy had his arm ripped off an hour ago, and he went back in the game. That's what we're talking about. A person who's got some heart. Okay? We're not talking about we would have won or lost. We wanted a chance. And that person, Jimmy, gave us that chance if he was healthy. Brock Purdy went back in the game with a broken arm. Jimmy couldn't go back in with a barely sprained ankle.
All right, Chris.
It's so unfair to Jimmy. It's so unfair to Jimmy.
Here's my thing. You know why we question?
Unfair.
You know why we're questioning? You know why some people, not me, but you know why?
To be outraged on Jimmy. Let's run him over with the van one more time on his way out the door.
It did it after he won a playoff game in Minnesota.
Yeah.
First playoff win since Harbaugh.
But he was flying high.
But listen, this guy, the reason why some people are questioning the toughness is because of what Martellus Bennett said. And it's because do you want to
go through Martellus Bennett's past of lying? Do we want to go through that?
Do you want to go through Julian Edelman?
The Bennett brothers are not a good case study in honesty.
Well, what about Julian Edelman?
Come on.
You want to play the Julian Edelman sound again?
That's Julian Edelman's prerogative because he loves his boy Tom Brady. That doesn't mean that he understands whether he was healthy for this one.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
You can't pick and choose sound bites.
That's not fair.
Come on.
Julian Edelman, all those guys with the Patriots, he said Julian Edelman did multiple. We were mad at Jimmy. He sold us down the river. And Jacoby Brissett out there playing with no ligaments in his thumb.
This is 888-957. Get in right now. 888-957-9570. Get your last pound of flesh off of the carcass of Jimmy Garoppolo, and let's just poop all over him. Just
nobody's
come on
pooping
in.
over him.
Fonte's inviting everyone. Come on in.
I'm not doing that.
We haven't crushed him enough for 4 years. Let's crush him one last time.
Doing that.
He's the reason we lost the NFC Championship game because he's not tough.
No,
888-957-9570. Get your last pound of flesh. We're here at St. Triali's, the pork shop. I'm Chris DeSanti. Let's get your last pound of flesh
Veal
of the
parm.
Group of
Let's go.
Gala.
A little veal parm.
Thank you. Last pound of flesh.
All I'm saying is a trip to the Super Bowl on the line. And if you could have suited up and you didn't, that's a problem.
That's a
problem.
Super Bowl on the line. If you could have blocked,
That's a problem.
If you could have blocked Hassan Reddick, man, that's a problem. Like we could do the woulda couldas all day. They They lost to a better team. Accept it.
No, I'm
It
not accepting.
happens.
I'm not
It's
accepting
sports.
it. No, I'm not accepting
You
it. They were
know?
not the better team. Brock plays. I believe they win that football game. Let's see. Oscar in Richmond. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hello, morning.
What's up? you're here, Oscar. Let's go.
I want to talk about potential, obviously heading into the offseason, the Niners' bigger question is quarterback. Because, like you said, Brock's hurt. We don't know how he's going to recover.
I was thinking long snapper.
I haven't seen any meaningful football from Trey Lance in the last 5 years. And it's clear that Kyle and the GM don't want Jimmy back because of how they handled the shoulder surgery summer. They couldn't trade him. There's a lot of hate between them right now. So, obviously, Niners want a veteran QB. They want someone on a short deal because they still have rookie QBs or rookie quarterback contract QBs that they want to see what, cheap QB deals or what it is. You've seen Jalen Hurts making, $1 million, like 1% of his cap. They were saying Tom Brady. That's not going to happen. I think he's going to stay retired.
So who do you want? Who do you want, Oscar? We can't go down. We can't go down the whole list.
But looking at the free agents available, there's not a lot of good names.
Yeah, there's not. So buckle up for Trey Lance. All right? Because there's not a lot of names. Or Brock Purdy.
The return of Jimmy?
Or the return of Jimmy Garoppolo. Baldy said it may be the best option for this damn football team.
Somewhere Willard just blew out a Christmas cake.
No, he blew out more than that.
Or a birthday cake.
He blew out more than that.
I just ruined it.
He blew something out with every inch of his body.
I just shot a free throw like LeBron.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. James, Dacre, Tony, stay on hold for a second. We got Sam Amick. 8 to 10 minutes with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Sam Amick will join us, and then we'll be right back to everybody's favorite topic. Jimmy freaking Garoppolo here on 90570 Game.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
It's life. That's what we signed up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. You're fired up and confident and ready to go.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity home internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code TRUST at checkout. That's harrys.com, code TRUST. Enjoy.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
San Francisco, partly cloudy skies today, highs in the low 60s.
Weather brought to you by AutoTrader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on AutoTrader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
You think Steph's out there listening?
Yeah, he is.
Probably thinking these two nut jobs arguing over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Hey, Purdy, when are you having the surgery?
See, here you go, Shasky. Radio Bonte will go off on Jimmy Garoppolo. Television Bonte, Jimmy Garoppolo did a lot of great things.
Here's a 3-minute montage on Jimmy Garoppolo.
And you know what? Kyle Shanahan wasn't right for his in-season presser saying he doesn't see any scenario in which he can come back. Garoppolo deserved a little more respect. Radio Bonte, if you get us into that, you should have went to the Super Bowl. What a day. All right. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile Text
Jimmy, I know you're about your money, but can you be our emergency quarterback?
We did watch him walk out the sideline. walk out the tunnel with those fresh J's. I remember seeing him and then Trey Lance 3 feet behind him with the walking boot. We're like, damn, Trey's still in the boot. Anyway, Sam Amick, our good friend, man, has been covering the NBA for 2 decades.
You know what? I'm going to let it pause. Let's get Sam Amick in here.
Let's get Sam Amick in here and break it up.
Sam, should Jimmy Garoppolo have suited up in the game if he was able to? We've been arguing about it all morning. If you are physically able to suit up, Bonte thinks you should be playing in that game no matter what. What do you think?
By the way, hold on. Before you say something, Sam, just want to let everybody know Sam Amick is joining us on the Bud Light Guest Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Go ahead, answer away, Sam.
Gentlemen, good morning. I don't know. I'll say this much. I feel bad for Jimmy. That, can you imagine being in a workplace where if you smile at the wrong time, like he did when the cameras were on him, and the whole world decides that they're going to read your mind and they think that you're somehow reveling in the fact that the Niners are going down in a blaze of glory. And to me, that's a little rough. And no, I think, listen, Jimmy was more than patient enough considering how many times the Niners tried to send him out. He did his part, man. He didn't need to put his body on the like that.
Thank you, Sam.
Sam,
while we're at it, let's go back and get mad at Andrew Bogut for not playing in the 2013 Game 7 against the Clippers because he had a broken rib.
You know what?
He wasn't tough enough.
Sam, you know what? I'm going to revoke your football pass for now, man. We're going to talk some NBA. I love you, Sam. No, hey, Sam, let's talk some Warriors here. They're up in Portland to take on the Blazers, and we know Stephen Curry is going to be out for a few weeks. Do you believe the Warriors had any? I don't know if they're going to make a deal or not. They haven't made many deals under Bob Myers and Steve Kerr. Deadline is tomorrow at 12 noon Pacific time. Do you think the Steph Curry injury altered their plans at the trading deadline?
I don't. The sense I get is it's pretty much the same as it was before. And really, it's just like a more tenuous version of the same formula, if that makes any sense at all. Like this team, they already knew that can we, get to the playoffs and then rediscover our identity and then shock the world again. Well, they were hoping to start doing that now and have momentum going into the playoffs. Now with Steph's injury, it becomes like, an absolute, kind of edge of your seat type of situation where they got to do it later in the year. I don't think it changes what they're willing to put on the table asset-wise. The thing that I'm curious about, and I did check on it yesterday, is, as of yesterday, late, they didn't have anything going on the James Wiseman front. And I didn't, this part I didn't honestly know to this degree when our John Hollinger wrote that, you're talking about $130 million in savings if you trade Wiseman based on the luxury tax implications. That's enough for me to say, like, all right, I'm curious today, tomorrow, if anything goes on with Wiseman, but I'm, probably going to be fairly quiet for them, I think.
And that's if they acquire an expiring contract, correct?
Correct.
Yes, because they need that money to come off the books because they're in the repeater tax. I look at the Wiseman thing and I feel like, kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo, like we're pointing at him and we're scapegoating him for a lot of the flaws of where the veterans are falling short. Because my biggest problem with this team right now is closing games with their top 6, 7 guys. I feel like that's one of the biggest issues, not, 8 minutes from James Wiseman per night. What do you think their biggest problem is?
Yeah, I mean, the defensive, absolute, kind of backtracking this year compared to last year is a major problem. The Jordan Poole mediocrity, if you will, for far too much of the year and kind of that inability for them to develop a chemistry. I mean, he'll show out when Steph is out, which is really important. But, when they are fully whole, they got to find a way, for them to complement one another. Klay still finding his way on the defensive end. I think there's a lot that goes into it. They got to find a way for the others, as Shaq always liked to call them, to be at their best. The DiVincenzo's and the JaMychal Greens, and that to me is going to be really important because this team, even with all the star power the last however many years, has been a strength in numbers type of culture, and they got to get back to that. So I think. Maybe, we hear them tied to Matisse Thybulle a little bit. Can they get something done there? I think another body on the wing defensively would be helpful, but I don't see any high-profile stuff happening.
Man, Sam Amick, senior NBA writer, been covering the league for over 2 decades. Great dude, knows the league inside and out. And Thybulle, I always think, Sam, why would Philadelphia give up on him, man?
Yeah.
They're
it's
loaded.
a nice piece.
Yeah, it's a nice piece for them in the Eastern Conference playoffs, especially when you got to play Boston or Milwaukee when they have all those wing players. Sam, when we look at the Golden State Warriors and you look at the Western Conference, is parity good in the NBA? I wonder, because you have all these teams with 26 losses and 27 losses, but I always like to have a dominant team, a couple dominant teams where the league can kind of form around. Do you think parity is good for the NBA? Because to me, it feels like it's just a lot of mediocre basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it personally. I don't know, I'll start there, I guess, as far as my own reaction to it. I like seeing all these fan bases still have hope. When you turn the games on every single night, there's more meaning attached to all of them. And, usually this time of year, especially Warriors fans know this, from a viewing standpoint, you're on cruise control. Like, all right, it's fun to win every night, but, wake me up when it's May type of mentality. I actually, I heard Bob Myers' interview on your guys' station recently where Bob gave his opinion that he's a fan of greatness. You could tell that, Bonte, I think he's probably closer to your side opinion-wise on this.
Right.
I appreciate both. If it was parity every single year, that'd probably get old. I enjoyed the hell out of covering the Warriors and their greatness, and even some of the Spurs teams before that. In terms of my career, a real pleasure to see that kind of greatness, what San Antonio built, and the longevity, and learning a lot about what it takes to sustain that kind of operation for as long as they did. So, I think probably parity every single year for an extended period wouldn't be the best, but I think this year's fun.
Last night, LeBron James breaks Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record for most points in the NBA, and Bonte and I were kicking around just, he was a phenom. We remember watching his high school game with Dick Vitale and all of the woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I think there's a big argument to be made. He's overachieved, which is one of the most incredible sentences that I've ever uttered. But yet I feel like he's had a remarkable career, Sam. And I don't even have a question here. How do you view LeBron James?
He has. First of all, when you said you remembered watching his high school game, I thought you were talking Kareem. I was going to say, damn, boy.
No, that'd be my dad.
No, it's been incredible. It's funny. I was at his first game in Sacramento, and I always have this funny memory that's nostalgic now, where the late, great Marty McNeil was a longtime basketball writer, used to cover the Kings. A friend of mine approaches LeBron after all the media had finally dissipated, and this is, an extremely young LeBron, and he tried to get a little extra time with him, and LeBron's a kid at the time. He kind of turns to Marty, and you could tell he hadn't figured out, how to move at all with all the spotlights all the time, and he kind of looked at Marty and was like, hey man, I'm done doing media for the night. And at first I was like, oh man, this kid's he's pretty full of himself. And that was first impression, but you're like, all right, hell of a player. To see him go from the child who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated as the chosen one to a guy who, and this doesn't get said enough, do you understand how incredibly hard it is to be in this spotlight for this long and to not have the wrong kinds of headlines?
Sam, he doesn't have a traffic ticket.
No. And to be honest, not to go too far afield, we reported the other day on this unfortunate incident with John Moran out in Memphis and some post-game stuff that happened with him and his friends. Yeah. And it had me thinking about that's the typical thing. Young stars have a hard time not getting off the track a little bit. And LeBron has been, that guy. And then basketball wise, it's remarkable. I mean, people have their opinions of him. Some people just don't like him. But, he's one of one, and it was fun to see last night. I give Kareem a ton of credit for the grace that he showed, because we know no one really wants to talk about it right now. Their dynamic hasn't always been the best. When LeBron had a few things to say about the vaccine, Kareem came at him pretty hard, but they put all that stuff aside, and they gave the sports world a pretty neat moment. It was fun to watch.
Sam Amick here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Last one for you, Sam. I know you got to get out here and make some moves happen. But who's the best bet to be the surprise team that makes a big move before tomorrow's NBA trade deadline?
I mean, it's not a shock. The ones that I love this group of teams that are pretty desperate right now, and somebody's going to do something. And I'm talking Memphis, Phoenix, the Clippers, and the Lakers. Those to me come to mind because they all envision themselves, and you laugh if you want, but the Lakers plan on winning a championship.
Right.
And they all have assets and they all have desperation. We saw the curtain get pulled back a little bit when they all went chasing Kyrie. And it's like that told you everything you needed to know about the level of desperation. Mm-hmm. And so now instead of Kyrie, I don't think Kevin Durant is asking out this week, so I don't think Kevin's going anywhere. Who knows? But I don't think that's the case. So then it becomes like OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, maybe the Chicago guys, Zach LaVine.
Right.
Could they let go of Zach? But those teams are really thirsty, and because of the parity that we talked about before, they feel like things are wide open, and now might be the time to strike, and that could make for a really interesting couple days.
No doubt about that. Sam Amick, one of the best out there in the business, been covering the league for 2 decades, senior NBA writer. Sam, finally, I've been talking about this a long time. Good to have you back on the roast, man. It's been way too long.
Thank you, Bonte. Appreciate you guys. You have a great one. Thank you.
No doubt. Sam Amick, one
Such
of the
a
best
gentleman.
in the business. He is
so classy.
He is classy.
And he agrees with me on the Jimmy Garoppolo thing.
Well,
hey, I want to do something. Fast Fives have been kind of stinky.
Yeah,
all right, I'm expecting our audience to do better.
Hold on. So Deebo Samuel apparently is our first take, and I don't know if the audio's not out yet, the video's not out yet, but I looked this up because somebody on YouTube tipped me off to this.
Trying to win the argument through the chat.
No, not trying to win the argument. Just we react to new
Outsourcing
information.
your opinions.
New information. The people are into it. The roasters are into the show. So they're adding context to everything we're talking about here.
Okay.
And I can't find the YouTuber because it's moving like a slot machine. But apparently Deebo Samuel's like, I thought we could have. Oh, here it is. Giant 415er. Deebo's on ESPN First Take. He made a statement sounding like Jimmy could have been active for the NFC title game. Now, I need to hear the context of that. He also said on First Take, we lost 2 games early in the season that we weren't supposed to lose. I was, of course, to Chicago and Denver. We know who he's talking about there. Apparently, Stephen A. is grilling him. He also said the back end of the secondary of the Eagles is the weakness. Said if they had Brock Purdy, they would have won the football game.
Sometimes less is more. You could feel that way internally and not vocalize it externally. I would just keep that to myself if I was Debo. Now, I know professional athletes are different and they have to have confidence and all those things. It's a bad look when you talk like you should have, would have, could have done X, Y, and Z and you lost. Like, I know there was an injury. That happens. Like, could you imagine, and we heard this from Cleveland fans, if you're a Warrior fan, how many times did you hear, well, that first championship, Kyrie and K-Love were hurt?
Yeah, heard it a lot.
And it's annoying.
It is annoying.
So now you're on the other side of it. Stop. Just
been on both sides.
Full pause.
Been on both sides. I'm not mad at him, though. Not mad at him. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. Yeah, we are butthurt. We lost. The Niners lost. Go out there. Brock Purdy gets hurt 6 points into
Yeah,
it.
but how you accept losing tells me a lot about you. Like, you can't just be a gracious winner. You have to be a gracious loser as well. Now, I'm not saying that professional sports has got to teach everyone about sportsmanship and all those things, but sometimes just read the room, dude.
Yeah. I love when somebody on the chat line comes in and they discuss what the competition is doing. And it's like, the competition can't touch us right now, man. Scoreboard, homie. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up. You got one last shot to take a shot at Jimmy Garoppolo. One last shot to hit Jimmy with an uppercut. 888-957-9570. Xfinity mobile text line. And look, the whole Jimmy thing, this is where I stand. I'll say it again for the umpteenth time. I don't know if they win that game with Jimmy Garoppolo if he suits up. The whole premise of our argument is that if he was able to suit up with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, and he didn't want to because of his upcoming free agency, and, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to re-aggravate anything.
So many assumptions.
The report's out there, Shasky.
From who?
Shanahan was
From
pissed
who?
off for a reason.
Is Jay Glazer reporting that? Because I didn't hear that when I heard him talking at the podium on the red carpet.
So
that
all
is
I'm
not
saying
a report. That is speculation.
Kawakami has mentioned how this relationship was icy between Garoppolo and Shanahan. We questioned whether or not Garoppolo could have came back in 2020. You got Martellus Bennett calling him a female dog. You got Edelman saying, we were pissed off that Jimmy couldn't play in that game.
As someone who was just in the hospital, me and my doctor differed on something immediately. They waited to give me 2 bags of saline when I was dehydrated, and I said, Doc, bad mistake. You should have gave me the saline from the beginning. We had a difference of opinion on what my body should be doing. So I'm not going to sit here and say every doctor is right about every athlete. No, I trust the athletes to know their bodies, and I trust Jimmy Garoppolo, who's played under pain for years for this team, to do the right thing. And if he felt he couldn't go, then he couldn't go.
But how many people have questioned Jimmy Garoppolo's
and I don't think that's fair.
Toughness? How many people in the league have openly questioned his toughness?
That's not fair, and I'm not going to be one of them. People in the league can do that. Joe Shasky is not going to do that.
Yeah, well, good on you. Let's get to the Xfinity Fast Five. Mini G wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Tyler Miller. You can't catch a break.
That's what I'm saying. Get your pound of flesh on Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's run him over with the car. You know who you are?
No.
You're Richie Aprile in Sopranos Season 2.
Please.
You got the guy up against the car. You're backing over him. You're running over him again.
That's so tired. First of all, Sopranos not the greatest show ever. The Wire is, number 1, and Breaking Bad's number 2. The Sopranos doesn't age well. That's number 3. Snowfall might be a little better than Sopranos. We'll see how the last season is.
Please.
But also,
I love you, Bonte. You're so wrong.
But no. The Sopranos is like number 4. All right.
On memes alone, Sopranos is number 1.
No, The Wire. You see The Wire memes? You kidding me?
Doesn't touch Paulie Walnuts or Chrissy Moltisanti.
You kidding me?
Adriana
Stringer
through
Bell?
3 seasons. Oh
Stringer Bell?
Even
Omar?
the FBI surveillance people were like, wow.
Marlowe? You kidding me? Snowfall? Sopranos last 3 seasons sucked. All right? I'm just saying that right now. Suck.
Last season and a half, not the 3 seasons.
How dare you come at me when I sat with you after the Niners won their first playoff game since Jim Harbaugh was head coach, and you questioned whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback of the future right then and there?
I question whether he could see the field.
Oh, you question everything about Jimmy.
That's his actual physical. I didn't question his toughness and what's inside his body.
Come on.
That's a bridge too far for me.
Stop. Should be Fast Five. Lines are lit up. Start off with James in Fairfield. James, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, if Jimmy could go, he should have been QB number 2. But he couldn't go. That's why he didn't go as QB number 3. And real NFL players don't talk shit about other players.
Well, you just had to really just drop S. Dacre in the city. Dacre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Sopranos, right?
Morning, guys. I agree with the last caller's first half of his statement. But I'm not questioning his toughness. I don't know who is. I'm questioning his allegiance. This is a pattern. We've seen it. We don't have to go over it. But the bottom line is when you play football, your coach tells you before the season starts, if you're hurt or you're injured, those are 2 different things. You go see the trainer if you're really hurt, you're really injured. If you're something not that bad, you better be here because we need you as a threat. And if he's not in the booth, that's the bad look. And I there's also 2 ways to look at this. John needs to have been like, we don't want you suited up when Purdy's winning, but then they missed an opportunity to be the champion at the end. And you know what? The business decision bit him in the end.
Hey, he wasn't in the boot. He was some clean-ass J's, that's for sure. He wasn't in the boot. Trey Lance was. By the way, now, Shasky, now you got people questioning whether or not I love the Italians or not because I didn't rank the Sopranos lower. I said it's top 5. It's just not my number 1.
That's fine. For me, I think it gets better and better with each rewatch.
Game of Thrones got nothing but white people in the show, and I think it's top 3.
Right? Well, the
new one has
yes, and they have blonde hair.
Right. The old one,
they're Targaryen blood, if I'm not mistaken.
Like, don't pull the race
What is it,
card
House
on me.
of Dragons?
I love the Sopranos. So I got The Wire higher, and I have Breaking Bad higher.
Tony was racist. I mean, let's call it what it is.
No doubt, he was racist.
Like, there's no other way around. He got mad that his daughter was dating
one of the most racist organizations in the world.
I know it's one of the most racist organizations in the world. So, like, I'm not skirting around the Sopranos mafia.
I don't love my Italians. I was just in Italy.
He's a capo.
I just went to Italy. I love the Italians.
Did you do what Chris did and stay in the room and do heroin all day?
I did not do heroin.
I gotta go see that lava.
Hey,
I gotta
Bonte,
see
did
it.
you do heroin? I don't think I was going to get there at 8:53 in the morning.
Well, yeah,
The Wire's good. Snowfall's good. I can't wait for Snowfall to be back. Chris in Rochester, New York. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I just wanted to add my input to this Garoppolo thing.
Yeah.
Just to say that if we had Brady, Mahomes, Burrow, or Josh Allen, we wouldn't be hearing a totally different story right now. The tension between those guys and their coaches would be because those guys would fight tooth and nail against their coaches to suit up even if the doctors weren't clearing them to play. Whereas Garoppolo is crickets. We don't hear anything at all from him. And as far as the game goes between the Eagles and the Niners, that game was a lot closer than people make it out to be. Because you take away the catch that wasn't fumbled by Josh Johnson if he didn't have to enter the game, and roughing the punter.
You're right.
You're looking at a 7-7 game going into the fourth quarter if Purdy's our quarterback, and even if Purdy couldn't get anything going offensively. So they did their job. The defense just got tired by the fourth quarter. Frustration set in. But again, you take away those things, we're looking at a totally different game.
No doubt. Good call, Chris. Let's end with Jay and then Tony. Jay, real quick,
Hey,
fast five.
If you take away those 81 losses, the Giants win the World Series last year.
Real fast, man. You have Trey Lance, who Kyle doesn't even. I don't know if Kyle doesn't, but a lot of people don't have confidence behind Trey. And then obviously you have Purdy, who's coming back from that Tommy John surgery, and it's approximately 6 months. But recovery time isn't always right on that date. It can take longer, sometimes shorter. Depends on how he is, his body works, and things. So at this point, your best bet is Jimmy, because I remember you, Bonte, put up an apology letter saying that you owe Jimmy an apology. And right now, you're roasting his ass.
Yeah. Did you put out an apology
I'm not
letter?
roasting him. I'm saying if the scenario, if the report is true, and he could have played.
You did a Jerry Jones, by the way, in that apology video. You looked at the camera, you had a twinkle in the eye, you winked right before you dropped to a knee like Jerry.
You know why?
I didn't believe an ounce of the sincerity on that apology letter.
Because I knew that video was going to do numbers. Tony in Santa Rosa. Tony in Santa Rosa. That was a twinkle, baby. We know how to light the internet up. We know how to do it here on the road.
Jimmy, I apologize.
Tony, last one on Fast Five.
Hey, Mark.
Godfather of Harlem is really good, Sideshow Bob. I really like that show.
It's not Sopranos.
Forrest Whitaker
Sopranos was a moment in time.
It was great, but so was Breaking Bad. Tony, Santa Rosa, what's happening?
Sure.
Tony, come on. This has been our best Fast Five in weeks. Tony, you blew it. Anyway, Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. Shashkin and Bonte here on the roast.
If you were a
Watch
Sopranos,
Party Willard back in the building.
If you were a Sopranos character, who would you be?
I'd be Tony. I used to go to.
You calling yourself Tony is the most predictable thing of all time.
Tony, come on, man. That's what I do.
Who at the station would be Paulie Walnuts, the big weirdo?
That might be Guru. Dibs?
I don't know. Dibs?
Who would you be? You be Tony, huh?
No, Dibs got an Uncle June kind of vibe to him.
What about
because he's been there, done that. You know,
Better Call Saul was not better than Breaking
He's
Bad.
been there, done that.
I like Better Call Saul. It's not better than
I would say that the mom is Nahegan.
Oh my God!
Always stirring the pot, annoying the crap out of us. We were actually
who's the side chick?
There's a sense of relief when he's not here.
Who's the side chick?
Oh, the Russian?
Yeah. Or he had a few side chicks.
Yeah, we had. I mean, Tony had them all.
He met one at therapy.
Tony
Remember
had
that?
them all. Yeah, of course. I just want to be
Who would be the
Chris.
psychologist? Would it be Ray Ratto?
No.
Who'd be the
Ray
therapist?
is like Carmine from New York.
Oh yeah, Carmine.
Yeah,
that
overlooking at everybody
Yeah.
from New York. Like, what are you doing in New
Yeah.
Jersey?
Yeah.
You idiots.
Radio Bonte is Tommy from Goodfellas. Oh man, a lot of fun
Yeah, and
today.
also a capo doesn't wear shorts, so I don't know if Ray would fit in there.
No, probably not. Probably not. Although Ray's looking good these days.
Hey guys,
Hey, how
Are
you
we
doing?
casting The Sopranos with on-air people?
Yeah, just having fun with it. I said you'd be Uncle June because you've been there, done that. You like have all the one-liner jokes.
I was giving you Paulie Walnuts.
Yeah,
That's pretty good. I wonder who is Christopher.
I love Chris.
Christopher Moltisanti.
He's the best.
And who wants to be Tony Soprano?
he already called himself.
Of course
Tony
he
Soprano.
did. Of course he did.
Gotta play
The
bit, right?
self-anointed king.
No, he did it. You guys did it.
No,
not
but
me.
Dibs, you run things. to the eyes of the feds, but he's really running things.
Yeah. And I mean, I wish I wasn't Uncle June, but the eyesight's going, and I'm happy it's at home. And
you don't have belly cancer, right?
No, I hope not. Jeez, although
I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Seriously, knock on wood.
I apologize.
But I do have a little bit of an ear problem based on Bonte's takes on Jimmy Garoppolo. I got to tell you, I was stuck in Bay Bridge traffic, as always, every morning, and I'm locked in. I'm a P1. Bonte, you're off the reservation. You couldn't be more wrong about this whole thing. And it makes me upset, Bonte.
Why? Why do you say that? I'm just curious.
Because a couple things. One, if he was good enough to be QB2 in the NFC Championship game, he would have been active. And number two, Kyle Shanahan never dresses 3 quarterbacks for any particular game. So I don't think that Jimmy G was like, no, Kyle, I'm not good. I'm going to turtle up and be in my Jordans or whatever shoes he was wearing.
Jordans.
His J7s or whatever.
He was rocking the 2s. They were so clean.
Yeah,
the white was perfect. It was raining out there. I was like, damn, this guy's wearing J's in the rain.
And all the 2019 sound about whether or not he was a 5-letter word back in New England, that does not apply to me.
It's so unfair.
Now, the guy played through pain last year, and he's done a lot for this organization. And honestly, this is where... And I hate to side with Joe because, it makes my stomach turn a little bit. But Philadelphia knocked out both your QBs because they were tougher. They were better than you. You don't lose 2 QBs if your offensive line is halfway decent, and they weren't. You got dominated. QB1 got knocked out. QB2 got knocked out. You lose. That's the way it goes.
They got knocked out. And I never said that if Jimmy plays, they win the football game. That never once came out of my mouth. All I'm saying is, if these reports are true, and Glazer's reported some things, we heard about the timeline, we saw Kawakami's mailbag, and he'll be live in studio tomorrow from 8 to 9. Cannot wait. Tim Kawakami, one of the best to do it. He's covered some great teams in his lifetime. The Lakers, UCLA, Philadelphia Eagles, you name it. Now the Niners and the Warriors.
Warrior pregame show.
Great
teams in American history.
95-7 game fill-in.
Yes,
many times.
Absolutely. Chronicle Live.
Sure.
Yahoo Live, whatever you want to call it.
And by the way, Chronicle Live,
how are you doing?
I dominated him in the Blitz.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was he and I don't even know who else. Maybe Lowell Cone.
Was it a quad box?
In the finals. It was a tri-box, and your boy won the first ever Chronicle Live
Who was
Blitz.
hosting that one?
It was Kozimor. That might have been me. Sorry if you can't get a word in edgewise.
Let me ask you the question, answer it, tell you why you're wrong, then allow you to answer it, and then dismiss you immediately.
They're going to review it, Greg. Why?
Chronicle Live with Barry Tompkins coded. That's good knowledge,
dude. That's my mentor.
That used to be the best
Tompkins?
Barry Tompkins is my mentor. So I worked in Marin in the 90s before I made, I went to college and had 5 junior years. And then I went back to Marin, and I was a PE teacher. I was a PE aide. Barry Tompkins' son was a 4-year-old in my preschool baseball class. And so I spot him, and I'm like, oh, my God, that's Barry Tompkins. So I went up to Barry, and I'm like, yeah, I know I'm like a T-ball teacher, but I really want to do what you do. And he said, let's get together. Let's have coffee.
Very cool.
I'm going to help you.
Wow.
Barry Tompkins.
He's
a man.
I went to his camp at Dominican College.
You did?
Yeah, him and Dan. When I was
God.
a junior or senior at San Mateo, went away for a week with Barry Tompkins and Dan Belwamini and stayed in the damn dorms at Dominican College.
I like Dominican
My
College.
roommate was John Bloom, now radio broadcaster for the Phoenix
Look
Suns.
at you.
And he'll be on at 10:15.
Wait for the Suns have to be in town, Joe.
I thought that's where we
got
were
Ephraim.
Put your junk back in your pocket. You just got back. I just got back. It's a little quick. It's
Dude, he's hot.
By the way, hold on. No, Bonte, you never got to finish your sentence.
Hold on. Before
I want to hear you finish your
take up
sentence.
the next 5 minutes.
No, you finish your sentence. You didn't get to finish your sentence.
Yesterday. I was at Perry's yesterday. I don't remember what I said. I was at Perry's yesterday, and my guy, Aldi Butler, said, Dad Dibley was my PE teacher.
Wow.
I said, no way.
Dude,
I get this 5 times a week. This happened to me at McKinnis Putting Green just last week.
Aldi Butler,
Underrated putting green.
Son of Perry Butler, who is the namesake of Perry's. Aldi was a 6th grader. I was a
Great athlete.
I was a 27-year-old like PE aide / yard duty. When the 6th grade middle schoolers would come out for yard duty recess, we would play
blacktop.
Exactly, on the blacktop.
My favorite.
We would play the best 6th grade athletes, and Aldi was one of them.
Yep.
There was like 6 or 7 kids. We'd play street hockey.
Oh.
It was me and
Tennis ball or puck?
puck.
Okay.
Actually, no, it was a taped up like wiffle ball.
Okay.
And it was kind of like me and the nerdy kids against Aldi and the elite athletes.
Oh, my God.
Your boy was out there. I would be like
Breaking a sweat.
Oh, dude, not even breaking a sweat. I'm playing like end to end.
Yeah. Life or death.
Our goalie, David Wolf, I think he had cerebral palsy, has cerebral palsy. And he was a gamer.
Yeah.
We'd put him on a pillow in the goal, give him a stick and a mac, and he loved it.
Oh, wow.
And these kids were like hitting slappers at him. And
Rockets?
dude, stick save, glove save.
I love that.
Your boy, dude, I was out there like playing harder than Draymond Green in the NBA
Sound like
Finals.
me in sixth grade practice.
Dude, it was ridiculous.
Aldi Goodfriend has been in the SF Players Club Fantasy Football League for over 20 years with him.
Wow,
I've known
okay.
him since he was about probably 15, 16. Good friend. So it was good. I hadn't seen him in ages. He's got 3 kids now.
He's good
And he
people.
happened to be walking out. Perry's like, my boy Matt Payne was like, Pater? Bate? So we chopped it up for a little bit.
That's
He goes,
so good.
Dan Dibley was one of my PE teachers. I said, no way. I got to bring this up. And hence why you always go down to Perry's, because you know Aldi's going to write that baby.
So you're
it's
deflecting
free,
story time here. Story time. Mark, what were you going to ask Bonte? Because it sounded like I was winning the
Before you
argument
took a
this morning.
shot at me for taking too much time, I literally wanted you to finish your sentence.
Man.
You rude piece of... Anyway.
What was I talking about?
You
How are you
said-
trying to say that that
You
record?
said if all these reports are true about Jimmy, and then you never got to the then. Then what? Fill in the blank.
Well, then it looks weak that he didn't suit up. It looks weak that he didn't suit up, but they tripped to the Super Bowl on the line.
So
when I'm
unfair.
watching George Kittle and Trent Williams and Christian
so
McCaffrey,
unfair.
y'all go ahead and cape for Jimmy Garoppolo all
It's
you
not
want to.
caping.
There's multiple players in the past. It's not just one. It's not just two. It's not just three. And now you got Deebo Samuel. The audio better. Boy, if Deebo Samuel really said what he said on First Take this morning.
What'd he say?
Sounded like he was like, I wish we would have had 3 quarterbacks suited up for the NFC Championship game. 'Cause that makes it sound like.
But what does that mean?
Yeah,
It makes
exactly.
it
That
sound
could just
Jimmy
mean because we
could've been
lost
gone.
too.
Yeah, exactly.
You could infer that.
Yeah, I would have
But-
loved
but
Jacob
maybe-
Eason to be on the roster.
I would love there to be a third quarterback too.
Same fan base who questioned Jimmy Garoppolo's ankle in 2020 during the pandemic season.
Yeah, but there's context, man.
There's
this time.
context. I know there's context
So
to everything.
here's my thing. There's not a
Mark, can you
damn
at least meet me in the middle?
with what?
If he was ready to go, if he could have suited up,
I'm gonna
What
meet
does
you in
that
the middle.
even mean?
I'm gonna meet you in the middle, and here's what I mean by that. If you're a fan, because sports is different, yes, you're allowed to be frustrated by that. And even though it's a what if, you're allowed to be frustrated. Jimmy, could you have given us something and you didn't? That can frustrate you. Here's the other truth. Not a damn one of us in the world wouldn't have made the exact same decision.
No.
He is with what he's been through, and he's about to be a free agent after what just happened last
isn't that
offseason.
selfish?
Well, Kevin
Yes.
Durant had
And
a
aren't,
similar.
and aren't we all?
Kevin Durant had a
Like,
similar situation.
No way he plays. They're
Kevin
so
Durant played.
dangerous to his career.
You're saying that no one would do it.
Kevin
Now, the
Durant
NFL
did.
is so different from the NBA. Look, Klay was out for a whole year. We gave him, $300 million, $200 million. Like, that's what happens in the NBA. And I'm not faulting the Warriors or Klay or whatever. KD was going to get a max no matter what. But he did go out there.
Yep.
And
Didn't have
risk
to play.
everything. And I have unbelievable, tremendous admiration and appreciation for what he did. Now, you can make the other argument that Jimmy isn't in the stratosphere of KD in terms of the financial ramifications.
KD, not even just financial. KD's a made man, as you said.
Good point.
He didn't have to play in that game.
Max contract awaits whether you get hurt or not.
Exactly.
This is not true for Jimmy. Jimmy just went through this.
Agreed.
Put all the dollars on the line, lost them all. No one's crying for Jimmy's money, but it's just funny to me how in sports we want people to be company guys. But if you are in real life,
That's a good point.
you're a jerk.
It's not
You're a
even,
jerk if you're a company guy in
But
real
you know
life.
what? I'm looking at it just from his teammates' perspective. They're scratching and clawing against a tough Philadelphia Eagles team. Got no quarterback. Fred Warner Jr. got hurt on like the second or third play of the game. Comes back out of the blue tent. Spencer Burford in the blue tent comes back into the football
But those
game.
guys were all
Christian
dressed and ready
McCaffrey-
to play in that game.
But Christian McCaffrey's going out there laying it on the line. So all I'm saying is if that's the case, if Jimmy's like, you know what, I'm going to be selfish, then that's weak to me. That's weak to me with the Super Bowl trip on the line and the money that he may have been able to earn by playing. Now, again, we don't know if these reports are true.
Yeah.
If these reports are not true, but when there's smoke, there's a fire,
But
baby.
if Josh
And this ain't
Johnson
coming out of
doesn't
nowhere.
get concussed, this is never a topic because Josh Johnson was 100% healthy and he was more ready to play in that game than Jimmy Garoppolo was. And if you want to criticize anyone, criticize Kyle Shanahan for not having 3 quarterbacks up on game day, which, by the way, he never does. And nobody ever does. And Mark actually made a great point a couple weeks ago about, the whole, we need a third quarterback emergency rule where they gave you a 46-man on the active roster, and almost nobody uses it for a quarterback. So Kyle Shanahan had a chance to, all right, just in case, if Brock gets hurt and Josh is not good enough, maybe Jimmy can be activated, but they didn't make that decision, so you got to lie with it.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, I just think, it's there, even when you bring up other players that go into the tent and come back, like we have to admit, even McCaffrey, right? These are people who they're on the 49ers. They're on the 49ers next year. They're a part of this team. Could you make that case about Jimmy? Sure, you could spin it that way. I could also
through it last year.
Right, because
he didn't have to come back.
No, but contractually, he's still on the football team. Like the second this guy gets announced out for the year, if I'm Jimmy, I'm not on the team anymore. Yeah, flew to Philly, sat on the bench. Even his smile, it bothered people, but it should tell you what the truth is. Jimmy just on the ride with his buddies, not on the team anymore. This is why the whole Joe Montana thing was so weird earlier this week.
Well, Montana's been weird
what
off
did Baldy
the field.
say to you guys yesterday?
He said that Jimmy gives him the best. He might be their best chance.
He's not on the team.
I know.
I don't know why everyone keeps bringing him up, because he's no different than
Laken Tomlinson,
Aaron Rodgers,
Lamar Jackson,
Tom Brady.
He's not on the team.
Right.
Yeah.
You
But
have to go sign him.
The difference there is Lamar can be franchise tagged. Jimmy can't.
No, he can't.
Which means he's even less on the team.
Exactly. Right. So I guess that means Squire 2, King 0 today.
No. I'm saying how is that? That's pretty soft. I'm actually really disappointed in you today, Joe Shasky, the butcher. If this guy could have suited up and you're out here caping for him, being selfish, looking out for himself.
How would we how do you even
46 guys fighting on a Sunday?
Unless a trainer comes out or
that's
someone
disappointing.
Doctor's like, we gave him 100% clean bill, and he said, you know what? I refuse to play. Like, I find that so.
Well,
do you know
Tom
how
Brady
many
tried to
ifs
play.
that is?
Let me ask you
do you know how
this.
many ifs that is?
Will Tom Brady try to play? Will Mahomes try to play? Will Phillip Rivers try to play?
Trey Lance
Jeff Garcia.
Trey Lance is on the sideline.
He was in a boot. He was in a walking
on.
boot. He had a walking boot on.
Right.
He watched him walk out. He had a walking boot on.
You're bringing up guys
Jimmy had a walking boot on like 4 days earlier.
Would Jeff Garcia go out there and do everything he could to get on that football field?
But you're bringing up guys that are in totally different situations than Jimmy.
You're a warrior. You're fighting for your team. You're a football player. This is what you're wired to do.
Yeah, he's a football player, and he's trying to play football for somebody next year. So first off, if he was going to be QB3, that automatically means he's not healthy enough to be QB2, which automatically means he's not 100%, which now automatically means you're asking a guy at less than 100%, knowing what already happened last year and everything up to this point now, to go out there hobbled and put his free agency and future starting job somewhere else on the line. He's already lost it once. You're going to have him put that on the line in a situation where he's not even physically able to take care of himself against the best pass rush in the NFL. Like, his agent would have called him and yelled at him if he tried to put a uniform on.
I hear you.
And so
he probably did that last year.
I'm meeting you in the middle. I get it. That's hard for a fan because of the way this played out. It stinks. But you got to be real about what you would have done if you were Jimmy.
I would have played if I was Jimmy.
It's easy to say.
No,
I'd have put Jordans on and smiled.
If that was your son,
as a competitor,
if that was your son, you would say to him,
I say, do what you want to do, son.
Okay.
The decision's yours. You're a grown-ass man. If you want to go play, I back you 100%. That's what
Lamar Jackson was faced with almost a very similar situation with more money probably at stake. And, I mean, nobody's crushing Lamar.
But
we all kind of get it.
But he's a different quarterback, and he's done a lot for Baltimore. And you look at what Baltimore has done for him.
Jimmy's
not adding
wide
receivers.
Not
adding wide receivers. Not compared to Lamar Jackson's carried that franchise. He's had no help, and he takes all the blame for everything. And he's actually put up MVP numbers for the Baltimore Ravens.
Hindsight is 20/20.
And they decided not to pay him.
They
decided to let Lamar Jackson get to this point. And he was like, I want more money.
They offered him a deal well below market value.
Exactly.
And he was healthy enough to play in the playoff game, but he chose that he wanted to do something else. Yes. He wanted to get his payday.
Actually, he came out and tweeted and said, my knee is not stable enough. Trust me, if I could play, I would play.
So
people painted a wrong picture of Lamar Jackson.
Jimmy Garoppolo, because he's smiling in high tops, his ankle.
We're believing Jimmy Garoppolo. We can't believe Lamar Jackson.
You're not believing Jimmy Garoppolo.
Lamar Jackson went out there and tweeted.
You're not believing Jimmy Garoppolo.
Lamar Jackson went out there and tweeted. Lamar went out there and tweeted and said, trust me, if I could play, I would have played against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Don't you
think I don't want to play football?
Doesn't Jimmy deserve the same benefit of doubt? That's all.
You're not giving him the benefit of the doubt because he had high tops on and he happened to be smiling. So,
dude, he has some free. I didn't see no limp.
And it feels
I'll
like
tell you
we're
that.
looking.
We both watched him walk on the field with so much sweat. He's walking out there like Rods would die. He walked out there like Rods would die. It was chilling.
Lamar wasn't limping either.
If these reports are true, Lamar went out there and tweeted and said, "Hey, my knee's not stable enough. If I can play, I can play."
Right.
The player said that.
So
are we going to call the player a liar?
If Lamar would have gotten $175 million with $100 million guaranteed 5 weeks earlier, would he have gone out there and gutted it out? I would imagine that he would have.
Don't know.
But the fact that he was unpaid
and it wasn't possible because
and he
they
was
said,
vulnerable, the fact that he was not a guy who was a made man, he didn't go out there. And Jimmy Garoppolo, similarly, is not a made man. He's going to go out there and get a contract.
He cut out the Ravens before the season. He said, "I'm not negotiating during the season," so no contract was going to happen during the season with Lamar Jackson.
But if they come to him and say $200 million guaranteed, you tell me he doesn't sign that deal?
Wait, would you be okay if Jimmy, who doesn't go to Twitter anymore, if he had gone to Twitter and said, "Trust me, my ankle's not stable enough," you'd be okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm like, hey,
so
I believe
you need
that.
a tweet. So what you need now is a tweet.
Hear it from Jimmy Garoppolo himself. I'm not saying he's wrong here.
But he doesn't do
when
that.
there's smoke, there's fire.
He doesn't talk.
Shanahan wasn't pissed off just for, hey, losing the NFC title game. He was very dismissive of Jimmy Garoppolo. Very. And in the same reports that were not verified, but a lot of people were talking out here, Jimmy could have came back during the pandemic season, but he stayed. Like, come on, man.
Oh, now listen, this is a different subject. Like what Tim K wrote about, are there ruffled feathers through the years between Jimmy and Kyle and John?
Sense.
Well,
Duh.
I mean, I've been sitting here for 2 years already going, when are we going to hear about this fight?
I'm saying, this is not the first time.
It should be that way.
This is not the first time somebody has questioned Jimmy Garoppolo's availability to play.
That's true.
Right.
That's
It's
true.
happened multiple times.
If
That's true.
If you want to lay blame, lay it on Kyle Shanahan because Tevin Coleman played 1 snap and Jalen Moore played 2 snaps. He played 1 on special teams and he played 1 on the offensive line. So if you want to talk about a 46-man roster, if you would have thought as Kyle Shanahan, okay, what are we looking at here? Do I need Tevin Coleman or do I need a third quarterback in an emergency spot? And if that's what you wanted, if you wanted Tevin Coleman and Jimmy Garoppolo said, "Nah, I can't go play Tevin Coleman," that's a different story.
And even then, I would have said, "Suit up Drake Jackson because you don't have enough pass rush."
Something
over Tevin Coleman.
Something.
Tevin Coleman thing.
So if you want to really drill down on the roster construction on that day, you can look at those 2 players who played 2 snaps and 1 snap.
Right.
But honestly, I look at the way that game went, and Mark and I differ in this vein. Philadelphia dominated.
They were going to win.
There's
the
a
game.
reason why you lost 2
I don't know if they
quarterbacks.
dominated.
I'll never
There's a
accept
reason
that.
They didn't dominate. They averaged
quarterbacks.
3.8 yards a play.
They
we
knocked
watched
out
that game.
both your QBs.
Yeah, but you know what? That's a funny thing that I hear people say. Like, I do not equate. It feels like people are equating injuries to dominance. I equate injuries to circumstance. Everybody got tackled in the game. Everybody got hit in the game.
But what was the circumstance of the Brock Purdy injury?
He got sacked.
By a ferocious pass rusher.
So
who
the
was
49ers
all over
pass
you.
rushers are not ferocious?
Did they hit Jalen Hurts at all?
That's not the point. Everybody got tackled in the game.
That is the point.
No, if you get tackled, Brock got tackled a certain way. And it snapped a ligament.
Mark,
that doesn't. I'm not giving Philly like.
Tony
just
separated his shoulder in the 81 NFC Championship game. First quarter, doesn't play the rest of the game.
Right.
Does anyone care?
I don't know. We're not in Dallas. It was 1982.
No, but that's
how did
1982?
I don't understand.
1982. I'm sure somebody in Dallas said something.
Well, of course they won
the
game.
Warriors lost. Okay, for example, the Warriors beat Cleveland, and yes, part of that was Kyrie was hurt and Kevin Love, and whatever. That's just part of it.
Oh well, but that's different. What I'm saying is people's assessment of this game. Yes, Philadelphia won, and history will not take time to go through what the 49ers went through. But a lot of people are saying. You forget the subject of the 49ers losing their quarterbacks. That was the result of Philadelphia's dominance.
It was baked into the lasagna of losing.
I don't accept that. To me, they got tackled. They got tackled a certain way, and it was incredibly unfortunate, and it robbed us of a true view of what that game could have, should have been. I don't know if the 49ers would have won if they were at full strength. I think they would have had a shot.
I agree with
Would have
that.
had a shot.
But
so
they would have more of a shot. But the reason why you lost both quarterbacks was because Philadelphia's defensive linemen
That I'll
beat
never agree
the
with.
Well,
I'll never agree
all
with
you have
that.
to do is look at the tape. Hassan Reddick owns McGlinchey
Dibs, it's
and
not
lights
tape.
up Brock
It's not.
Purdy. Injury.
It's
Josh
not.
Johnson got Ndamukong sued.
crushed.
So
Jalen Hurts never got
Conte.
touched in the game.
how many times did he get hit?
Doesn't
Mark?
matter. Brock
Like
Purdy.
once?
How many times did Brock Purdy get hit?
Enough.
Once.
Yes, one and
Once.
done. Night, Brock.
So no, it doesn't work that way.
After
I don't want
Sunday,
to go into the weeds on this.
after Sunday, when
This is a silly argument.
Philadelphia brings the lumber on
Oh, I
Kansas
hope
City,
not. I hope
you're going
not.
to change your tune on Monday.
Yeah,
It's
I
the way
don't
it's
like the
going
Eagles
to
a lot.
go.
No, I
Save
won't.
me, Mahomes, please.
Sorry,
I like the
it's
Eagles
not
a lot.
happening. By the way,
That
it's
D-line is-
Philadelphia's going to
That
dominate
D-line is
Kansas
ferocious.
City.
Front sevens in the
guy.
trenches. How many times we need to see people dominate the line of script? Like, Philadelphia is ferocious up front.
Mike
My guy,
McGlinchey's looking for a job because of Hassan Reddick.
But the 49ers,
Those are facts.
49ers might want him back. I don't know if they're going to find
Jesus
something better. But
Christ.
anyway,
It's time for Colton McKivitz.
isn't it odd? And I thought it was my guy, Robert Alberino, who used to work for the 49ers
Oh, the
and
Chiefs guy.
now works for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And he put out a Twitter poll yesterday
What was that?
back to his old 49er audience, like, who are you pulling for this
And?
weekend? It was like 90% Kansas City,
yeah.
Well, I mean,
which is fascinating. I mean, I get it in the circumstance, but if you had asked any of us
Len Dawson.
13 days ago, we hate the Chiefs.
I know.
People wanted the Chiefs again so we could have another shot at them and all this.
I was
thing.
rooting for Burrow.
Is everybody rooting for the Chiefs just
course.
because of the way it went down in Philly?
Of course.
I mean,
Well, whatever happened to that notion of, you lost to the
You
best
lost to the
team?
best.
No.
Well, you lost to the Chiefs too this year.
No.
You got blown out by the Chiefs at
Dodgers
home.
beat you. They're the best
right,
team.
the Dodgers.
Right.
Right,
I mean, like,
exactly.
no.
You got blown out by the
Exactly.
Chiefs at home. So, I mean, either way, you lost to the better team.
That's a
And
good
I
point, too.
understand
That's a
your
good point,
your
too.
guy's perspective, having been there, having hot dogs thrown at you by a bunch
they're
of
writing articles about us.
yeah.
Oh, they're
dude,
calling us complete frauds.
My mother-in-law keeps sending me articles from blogs on the Facebook, and just the comments are just
Calling specifically you two?
Oh yeah,
Clowns.
oh yeah, they're
Frauds?
all over.
Frauds.
They got our picture everywhere.
You're frauds for what?
Oh,
What-
because we
What did
ripped
you
the
put out
city.
there that you did?
Yeah,
that,
and they
then
said
you
that
didn't do?
the hazing that we got. Oh, that's just a few bad apples. You know, and I'm like, okay,
But I don't understand what's fraudulent.
COVID in my face.
But
I mean,
what's-
you know,
but
other
what's
than that-
fraudulent?
I don't know. It's Philadelphia.
Yeah,
You're
I
talking
mean-
about some of the most irrational people on
Well,
the planet
sure.
Earth.
Sure.
I mean,
They're
Mark,
just angry.
It's I told my mother-in-law, I need you to stop sending me the blogs. Don't look at them. Don't comment.
yeah,
Just lay off the comment section. It's all good.
The next time I go to my mom's house and I don't get a cut-out newspaper article about something, we'll be
Yeah.
the first.
I know.
It's
They mean well.
adorable.
I
It's
know. They
I'm
mean
like,
well.
all
You know,
I
what
do
you
is I look at it and I go, you still get a newspaper. That's so cute.
Before we get out of here, because I got a haircut coming up.
What hair?
TPC Scottsdale.
you cut hair?
I'm getting my haircut.
Yeah.
Crazy brother.
Yeah.
The homie. All right.
Nice.
I'm saying, what do you?
TPC Scottsdale, waste management.
What
Isn't it
about
a
it?
fun event if you're a non-golf fan, just to
my
casually
God.
throw on, especially the back
And
nine?
it's
Oh, you
super
mean to
fun
watch?
if you're a golfer. Like,
Yes.
not many golfers like shy away from. I don't know if you've seen it, Bonte. The 16th hole. There's
Thank
like
you.
30,000 people.
Thank you.
And it's basically like going to Cameron Indoor
Yes.
Stadium. It's like going to Philadelphia.
Yes,
as a
it
Niner
is.
fan,
It is.
It's about as raucous as it gets. They throw things.
Yeah.
They chant.
Except for those T-Birds are educated. Like, they have done studies on every player who's
Yes.
going to come through, and
Yes.
they know everything about
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
So their chants are like
It's pretty
next
cool.
level. They'll
I've
know
never gone.
about
Have
your
you gone?
mom. They'll know
Never
about
gone. No.
yeah.
None
it's-
of us have gone.
It's the
You
one
do
time,
not-
Bonte, that golf turns into
Fun.
like college
a
football.
rock.
Yeah.
It's a
That's
rock.
Outside of the
one
Ryder
whole-
Cup.
show.
It's well,
For
and
just
the
you
Ryder Cup.
guys,
I know.
I'll check it out.
Please.
Now, what channel was
No, but
on? I don't know if I get the
but
channel.
Golf Channel.
I don't know if
Oh, do
TV
I get that
hole.
one? Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
they take
yeah.
my money for that.
I don't know if
Yeah.
TV
Sports
does
package.
it the justice that I mean. It's more like
It's an event.
if you're there. I
you've
think
been?
there are as many people who are not golf fans as are. There's rock shows.
Yes.
There's comedy.
It's an
there's
influencer event, is what they're calling
there's
it now.
high heels. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on there. It's totally different.
Super boozy, Bonte, and you got 30,000 like boozed up fans, and it's the closest thing to actual non-golf sports as
Yeah.
you find in the entire year.
I'll
got
check it
Tiger-
out.
Tiger-
I'll check it. The way
You'll
he
like
talked
it.
it up
You'll
made me
like it.
tune out.
You want to know what you could look
I
up?
love you, Shasky.
Tiger Woods hit a hole in one
It's
on
so
this hole
cool.
once upon a time.
16? In front of 30,000?
YouTube, yes, and it
Wow.
is. It is every bit as loud as Philly was for you guys a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
Wow. It goes crazy.
Real quick before we get out of here, LeBron James, all-time leading scorer in NBA history now.
I thought it was a great moment, the way it all played out. They took their time. LeBron drops an F-bomb, and
it was awesome.
He didn't thank God, which God was the favorite.
Really?
God was the chalk on who he would thank. We went through it yesterday, Mark, and we did the who does he thank first odds. He thanked the fans first. He didn't thank the big G. A little bit of an upset.
Wow.
Yeah. He didn't thank his Lord and Savior, JC. He didn't thank the big G.
Captain being there, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar giving him the ball. That was pretty cool.
Very cool.
What's interesting, I think, is the way that this will start to shape the stupidest, oldest, most played out argument ever. Which
Who's
is
the GOAT?
Well, LeBron versus MJ, right?
It's so dumb.
The fact that he's made it a conversation, I think, speaks to his greatness.
Absolutely. Yeah. And he has said publicly he believes he's the greatest of all time. And you can absolutely make the case. You totally can make the case. One thing I found interesting, so we're talking about this. Kyle hits us on email last night, and his perspective on it, he said something.
No text message?
No, it wasn't a text this time. This was an email.
That's the thread.
And he writes, it's insane what happened. And he writes, I think in 20 years, when the Jordan nostalgia wears off,
that's never going to happen.
LeBron is going to be considered the best of all time. And I was like, that's a fascinating statement for what you just said. I go, first of all,
the Jordan people are going to hold that.
I go
forever.
Yeah, but we're going to age out.
We're already 30 years
20
in.
years from now, I'll be 60.
Right.
But Willie Mays, like, for example, like, we're Bond stands.
Right.
Willie Mays still has that, and I didn't even see him, but like, because of my dad's tales, we hold Willie so high up there.
And those of us who remember Kareem, and I lived through the Kareem days, Kareem was, he was the greatest player I ever saw. Until Jordan. And now LeBron.
My son is 16. He's at high school right now. Hopefully he got there on time. With Jordans on.
Of course he is.
See,
right? Like, he never watched him play.
The shoes thing is huge because how do we look at John Madden, right? The video game.
Of course.
It's enhanced John
bigger
Madden.
Than his broadcast.
It's elevated John Madden to another stratosphere.
Funny because I was watching with my wife last night, the lovely supper.
Cocoa Melons?
Cocoa Melons is put aside for the moment, and thank you for that, by the way. We are now addicted as a family.
At that and wait till Cars comes.
Just the whole thing.
Wait till baby's 10.
She's too young to watch TV, but you throw on the TV and she will shut up for 5 minutes.
Trance.
It's like a trance.
Oh, dude, Cocoa Melons.
So we're watching last night LeBron,
Angel.
and my lovely supper turns to me after we're watching LeBron, the whole thing. She turns to me and she goes, "Who's your GOAT?" And I'm like, "Damn, who's my GOAT?"
That's a personal question.
And I said,
"Coming up in 5 minutes."
I said, "It's still Michael Jordan."
Yeah.
So she hit me with a, "Who's your GOAT?"
I wonder this to Kyle's point. Let's say, I don't know how many years. Let's pretend the Earth will still
not
exist
5,
here.
Not 6.
80, when we get to people who never saw either of them play, if you just put them on paper, oh my God, people will be like, why did people think Jordan was better than LeBron? If it's
6-0 in the finals,
right? Except for all of the years that he didn't win the championship, he didn't even get to the finals. So it's like, why is LeBron? LeBron gets dinged for going further before he loses.
Like the Montana Brady,
which is weird.
It's the way he's lost some of those games.
Right,
and the way Jordan lost it was like when he dropped 63 at the Garden. And he's coming back from a broken foot. He shouldn't have came back that season.
Yeah, but what about losing the Orlando Magic?
Yeah.
So what happens when
he came back after playing baseball, though?
But what happens
when he was out? He came back.
Yeah, but you don't get credit for choosing to go away from the game.
But listen, you come back the next year, you sweep the Orlando Magic.
Okay.
And it showed that, he was just rusty.
See, but you have the perspective.
Exactly.
What happens when all of that is just on a piece of paper?
It's going to be LeBron. It's going to be LeBron.
You look at it and go, oh my gosh, why did people argue about this?
I'll say this. For one game, if I had to win one basketball game, I'm taking Jordan over LeBron.
Yeah, I'm with you
all day long.
I'm with you on that.
All day long. I don't care about accolades. All right, fun show. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Willard and Dibs coming up next until high noon. Have a good day, everybody.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game.
Shanahan/Lynch has been atop this football team for 6 years and provided quite a lot of compelling, fun, incredible moments.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Everyone knows time is money. So don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
So, my dude, first off, thank you to you and Whitey for jumping in, and Whitey, I guess, for jumping in, and thank you for holding it down in my absence yesterday.
Yeah,
appreciate
of course,
you guys.
Of course. You have a new nickname.
Which is what?
Watch Party Willard.
Which, by the way, there's an update. I'm not going to lead with it, but there is a Ray Ratto Watch Party update. I'm going to save it
whoa,
for
whoa, whoa,
I'm going to save it for 9:50.
That's a tease
I'm going to save it for
and a half.
9:50. I'm going to save it for 9:50. There's a Ray Ratto Watch Party Willard update, and that's coming up in 17 minutes.
If Ray Ratto is available for and in attendance for your watch party.
And I knew this. I'm like, if Ray's coming, he going to bring people with him because there are other members of the staff, namely Dan Dibley, who will, and I'm offended by this, but it's okay. I also know how it works. He's going to change his answer. If Ray comes, Dibs is going to come. And then, especially if Steiny's over there at Peacock Gap, I go, if Steiny and Ray are coming, Dibs is coming. I don't care how many babies he's got.
Well, yesterday, and we played the Admiral Akbar It's a Trap. I was given an out for my in-laws function, so I am now back on the market.
Are you back in?
I'm on the market.
So now you're waiting to see if Ratto's going to be there.
I'm waiting to see what other options roll in. But you are definitely my fallback. Shout out, Mark.
Okay.
Because it's, honestly, I drive to Marin on Saturday. I'm reffing 9 games.
I know.
To go back to Marin on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a big ask.
Although this one, when you come, you stay for a while. This is a Super Bowl. It's not a quick deal. You're going to come in. There's going to be squares. There's going to be
I'm sure.
There's food.
Yeah,
there's
all that.
multiple pools. You'll lose money.
If
It'll
there's
be great.
Ray Ratto, it's a game.
I know.
Game
it changes the game.
Changer.
So I'll update you on that in a second. However, the other thing is then you're driving into work, feel like the old Arsenio Hall, like I'm flying in from Cleveland this morning.
Nice.
And it hit me. This market is never, ever not going to be about Jimmy Garoppolo. It does not matter what the situation is. All roads lead back to Garoppolo because here we are. Think about it. What did we talk about before I left? What did we talk about on Monday? Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Because Joe Montana seems unaware that Jimmy's not on the team. Next day, morning roast, Brian Baldinger. I think their best option might be Garoppolo. I'm sitting here going, he's not on the team.
Yeah.
Why does everybody keep saying this? And then, then we get to today and a Jay Glazer comment that kind of, sort of, maybe might be parenthetically related to Jimmy Garoppolo.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
Okay. So
right,
they're hoping to be ready for the Super Bowl, but even then he wouldn't have been okay. He could do more than Purdy, which is to say he had an arm that was attached to his body. So that's good. And here we are ripping Garoppolo for not being ready.
They were hoping that he would be there to be an emergency third, which
they don't use anyway.
Thank you, Mark. They don't use an emergency third.
If they needed an emergency third and they really went into this game going, we want an emergency third, you could go sign an emergency third.
Right.
There's plenty of people sitting out there who could have been your quote-unquote emergency third.
Before Trey Lance got hurt, was Brock Purdy active on game day as the quote emergency third?
He was not.
He was inactive. And then Trey Lance gets hurt, Jimmy Garoppolo becomes a starter, Brock Purdy is activated. And did they have an emergency third active on game day?
Not active. No,
they didn't.
They signed somebody named Kurt Benkert, and they hid him on the practice squad.
Right. He was not active as a, quote, emergency third. And then Jimmy gets hurt, and Brock becomes the guy, and you sign Josh Johnson. Did they have an emergency third active?
Well,
I don't think they did.
Now, here's the other part of it, though. Even if, and this is my opinion, even if we meet you halfway, 80% down the road, even if I go all the way there to Jimmy was like 60% of himself, and therefore you could make the case that he's even better than Josh Johnson, 60%. I don't know.
Right.
And let's say, yeah, you would have had to tough it out, dude. It wouldn't have felt good, but hell, you did that last year. Like your arm was barely attached last year, and you went through the playoffs. So could you gut it out? Here's what gets me. It's sports, so it's different. Yes, you're asked to be tough. You're asked, as gurus, they go out there and be tough. You got to go out there and be tough. So I understand it's a little different. But all of a sudden, in moments like this, we ask athletes to be company men. I don't know. But if we did that in real life, you'd have the respect of none of your coworkers, none of your friends, definitely not your family. Being a company person has a very negative connotation to it. You are supposed to stand up for yourself. You're supposed to be about your family, your future, what's out there for you within the framework of the job you hold. If Jimmy Garoppolo were to go out in this situation, no franchise tag available, no contract at all.
Exactly.
It is about to be ripped up the second the 49ers lose. His contract is over. Plus, you've got the story in your hip pocket of what has happened 6 years to this point, where you've already essentially been booted out the door with a foot twice.
And you've been a company man already. You've played through injury already.
If you had come to me in that situation and said, Jimmy, I know you're hurt. And so I know that this would be dangerous, in fact, to put you out there against Hassan Reddick.
Career threatening.
However, we might need you in a pinch to help us again get to a Super Bowl. If I were Jimmy Garoppolo, I would have laughed that idea out of the room. And in fact, I could easily make the case that you are a fill-in-the-blank word if you were to say yes. You would have been a total weakling, totally unable to stand up for yourself if you had looked at Kyle Shanahan in that moment and said, Coach, I'll be there for you. You're putting your entire future.
It's a risk. It's a risk.
It'd be a terrible decision.
Well, unless,
and if I were Don Yee, I'd have screamed at you.
The reward is you come in that spot. Let's just say they had him active as QB2 or QB3. You come off the bench and you lead the Niners to a victory, and then you go to the Super Bowl and you win it. There is a great reward to doing that.
True.
But the risk is far greater than the reward. And I'm with you in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo and his contract. If Jimmy Garoppolo had 2 more years on his deal at $25 million a year, I think you could look at Jimmy Garoppolo in a different way because you're already taken care of. You're under contract. At that point, you can be what you're describing, which is a company guy. But at that point where you're already down in the football game, and, before that, I guess Jimmy Garoppolo would have had to declare himself able to play. Yeah,
this would have to be pre-game.
Exactly. So he's pre-game ready. And so would you rather have Josh Johnson at 100% or Jimmy Garoppolo at, I don't even know, 70%?
I don't even know. Who knows?
80%. Who knows how bad his injury was at that point. But I'm with you in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo and criticizing him because nobody would have foreseen you would lose not one, but 2 quarterbacks, and you'd have to bring Brock back in with an inability to throw. It was a perfect storm of disaster for the 49ers. And as we mentioned, they've never dressed three quarterbacks anyway. So for me, it's not a Jimmy Garoppolo issue. It's a Kyle Shanahan issue.
By the way, Deebo Samuel had some things to say about this on First Take. We'll have that for you in a couple of minutes. But also, you mentioned the risk-reward thing. I think it goes even deeper than that. You're right, there's a reward if he were to come in and win the Super Bowl. But he's sitting there thinking, not only would I need to do that, which is already super hard. You're telling me I got to get thrown into a game where I wasn't part of the game plan.
Haven't played in 10 weeks.
Haven't played in 10 weeks, and I'm going against the Eagles pass rush. And by the way, if that works out well, now I got to go against either the Chiefs or the Bengals in a couple of weeks. Is the reward there if you were to win that? Yes, but what are the chances that you'd be able to do that against elite competition and you're compromised? You're compromised.
Right.
This is already an immobile player who, in theory, would have lost a healthy portion of the very little mobility that he has in the first place. So you're inviting hits. You're inviting hits when you're already hurt. And I just think if I were Don Yee and this conversation came to my phone and Jimmy was on the line, Don, they want me to play. The competitor in me really wants to be out there. I know it's unlikely that we're going to go, but what do you think? They want to know if I can be ready to be the emergency guy. If I'm Don Yee, we're not having a long conversation. Jimmy, thanks for letting me know. I'm going to call Kyle. You stand down, and I'll circle right back to you. And then I call Kyle, and I go, no. Click.
Right.
That's it. The risk reward is terrible. It's a terrible bet.
It's way more risk than there is reward. I agree with you there. And like you said, what he owes to the 49ers is next to nothing in terms of the way this whole thing's been handled. He played through injury last year. He led you to the NFC Championship game, in which, by the way, he played hurt. He was hurt against Dallas. He was hurt against the Rams. He played through it because he wanted to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's a competitor like anybody else. But then you come this year and he gets put on the kiddie field, as Bonte calls it, and you get shuttled aside, but nobody wants you. And so now you realize that you have to come back. The Niners need you, and you need the Niners because nobody really wanted you. So you sign a deal that is really kind of player friendly in terms of no franchise tag, no ability to keep me unless I want to stay here, and you get hurt again. And at that point, Brock Purdy shines, and so you realize you're not going to be back with the 49ers, yet you get to a spot, NFC Championship game, and, well, maybe Jimmy could play. He certainly would have been ready for the Super Bowl. That was the thought in terms of him being QB2.
I don't know about certainly. I don't know.
Well, that was the speculation. So if we're speculating that he would have been ready for the Super Bowl, maybe, then why are we speculating that he could have been ready for the NFC Championship game?
Because
Jay Glazer aside.
Yeah.
And Jay Glazer, he's not a doctor. He doesn't know how much pain Jimmy Garoppolo was in.
He's dialed in on what the 49er thinking was. Again, just to hear what Jay said one more time.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
Okay, so they were hoping for the Super Bowl, but even then, he wouldn't have been able to do all the things that he would normally be able to do.
What Jay was saying is they thought that he would be able to do more than Brock was able to do after Brock lost his arm.
With no arm.
So
in other words,
Jay is saying,
Jimmy had an arm.
Jimmy would have been able to take a snap and maybe not move around at all, but actually throw the football down the field. And what Jay doesn't say in that answer is anything about Josh Johnson. And so that, to me, is where this whole thing falls flat, because he's not saying that Jimmy immobile would have been better than Josh Johnson at 100%, because Josh Johnson was a full go. Whether or not he was very good is a different question, but Jay says nothing about Josh Johnson, because that, to me, is where this question lies, because there is no emergency third. The Niners don't do the emergency third. Most teams don't do the emergency third. So you're asking the team to say, you know what? I got a feeling that Brock Purdy's elbow is going to get ripped out of the socket and Josh Johnson's going to get concussed. Hey, Jimmy, are you good enough to at least be in uniform just in case, even though we never have a just in case guy?
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
It is. And it's at epidemic levels, I believe, not just in sports media, but all of us consumers of sports media as well. What I really, really don't like is when we decide that athletes should make decisions that we wouldn't make, but they should do it, because it's for our entertainment.
Exactly.
There's not a one of you that would have made this decision. Stop acting like you're so tough. You're not. There's none of you would have done this. You broke your foot, and you're going to go out there and put all of that in a compromised way on the line for a company you're about to not work for, who's passed on you twice? You wouldn't do that. So don't ask Jimmy to. Oh, but Mark, 120. Don't ask Jimmy to do what you wouldn't do. There's not a friend that would sit over a drink and look at you and say, that's smart. You should put your career on the line for a company you're about to leave. You don't do that.
Right.
That's just a bad bet.
8 weeks after he broke his foot. So whether or not he would have been ready 10 weeks after he broke his foot, which would be this Sunday, that's a different conversation, unfortunately, one that we will never have. But honestly, the team looked at the situation, and they thought Josh Johnson, 100% healthy, hadn't been hurt, obviously, because he hasn't played. The team thought that he gave them a better chance than pressuring Jimmy Garoppolo into playing 8 weeks off a broken foot.
Yeah, as far as we know, yeah, absolutely. CJ in San Francisco, here on Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. You're welcome to call in. Hey, CJ, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Mark? How y'all doing?
We're good, man. Look at you.
Man, what's going on, man? Hey, Mark, just want to say, man, I love you, man. I've been following you since your old days with 680 and all, man. Big fan. But, man, I just want to say, with Jimmy Garoppolo, man, when it all comes down to it, I truly love the guy. I'm not going to lie. He gave us, like, 49ers fans hope when we had no hope. When he came in that Seattle game, everybody in the Bay Area was like, okay, there's something here, something's going on, and I'll never forget that. He gave us Trey Lance. If he didn't get injured, I hate to say it, but if he didn't get injured and all that, we wouldn't have been able to get Trey Lance. So when it all comes down to it, I respect Jimmy. If he could have suited up and played and he didn't, I mean, hey, could you really blame the dude? I mean, after how the Niners treated him and everything, but, I mean, I understand. And with all that being said, man, I wish the best for him, and I really respect Jimmy G, and that's just how I feel. I love Jimmy G for giving us hope, and that's it.
It's interesting. Thanks, man. CJ brings up a couple. Like every time Jimmy got hurt, it led to something really interesting too, which we don't bring up a lot. He's right. His injury led to Trey Lance. His first injury led to Nick Bosa. So look, that's kind of circumstantial.
Right.
But we forget how many times Jimmy did become either a security blanket or a source of excitement when he was traded here and then finally got the job and won 6 in a row. There was unbelievable excitement. And then a year and a half after that, he took a team to the Super Bowl and unbelievable excitement. And then, even though hurt last year in the NFC run in the NFC Championship game, he gave us excitement. The final drive against the Rams in the regular season. And then, what a weird yet comfortable security blanket when Trey Lance got hurt this year. Nobody felt like you would normally feel in any other city when you lose your quarterback, which is, okay, season's over. No, you didn't feel like that. In fact, there were a bunch of people that thought their chances got better.
Exactly.
They probably
the
did.
odds makers.
They probably did.
Yeah.
And then he went on a winning streak to finish his career here. And here we are again at the end of all of it going, God, what a wimp. It's wild, man.
It's wild.
It's wild.
Especially when you look at it in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo's contract and the way that he and the team have negotiated and navigated the end of his career. Because he said at the end of last year, see ya. And the team also came out and said, yeah, we want to thank Jimmy for all his time. And the expectation was that he was going to be gone. You and I had a bet with the Morning Roast on how the end would come about. We thought he would be traded. They thought he would be cut. Turned out neither one happened. He got kept. He got kept on the team.
Which was a no bet. It was a bet killer.
It was a no bet.
Yeah.
We went back and forth. The roast and us. We did about 5 months on off and on, what's going to happen? And then Jimmy kept hanging around. He's hanging around, as I borrow from Teddy KGB. You keep hanging around, and next thing you know, he stays.
And I'm not sure it's going to not happen again.
Well, and Brian Baldinger says he gives you the best option, and you talk to a lot of different people because the quarterback situation is in big-time flux because – according to my sources,
yes and no.
Brock Purdy has not had surgery yet.
No,
Mark.
It's not that. That's according to everybody's sources. But also,
the longer we wait for Brock Purdy's surgery, the more likely it is that he has Tommy John.
The more likely it is that he misses the beginning of the season. I think
the more likely it is that he decides. You know what? Because if he has the repair, it might rip again. And if he has the complete replacement, he's more likely to spend a year getting healthy and have it not happen again. It's
interesting. Doc Pandia said the reason so many people come back stronger from Tommy John surgery is not because of the surgery itself. It's because of the intense workout that you do in order to get it back. And then the thing is so strong.
Yeah.
Because
and the time off, too.
Right. Yeah. We can ask Doc Feely about that today. I get where you're going, and you might be right, but it's also we're making a little bit of a leap to say that the reason Brock Purdy hasn't had the surgery is because he wants to do it a different way or there's something wrong there. Every report from the inside we've seen indicates that the 6-month timeline is still absolutely the plan. You're also right, though, that 6 months until week 1 is coming soon.
Right.
If you don't get this thing done. So I get all that. We promised what Debo said on First Take. Then we'll keep taking your phone calls, and Solomon Wilcots is going to join us in 20 minutes, too. Here is Debo Samuel on First Take on the NFC Championship loss, and pay close attention to the comments about quarterback.
I mean, as you go back and look at it, it's just crazy. Kind of like you stated, even talking to Kyle about it during his career of coaching, he said he never seen anything. And even talking to his dad, he ain't seen nothing like it either. So it's just like, I mean, the team was beat up. The team was down. The team was sad. But it really didn't hit as hard as it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, we knew, like, when we lost both our quarterbacks, it's like, what are we going to do? It's kind of like you really don't have a chance at this point. So, I mean, it hurt for sure, but I wish we took one more quarterback into that game, and it probably would have been a different outcome.
Okay, I wish we took one more quarterback into the game. We can read into this, and we will. We can read into this whatever you want. Is he saying, Kyle, you made a bad decision?
Come on.
Is he saying, Jimmy, you should have been there for us? Or is he simply just throwing something into the wind like, I wish we had another guy?
He's throwing it into the wind because we all wish you had another guy, Debo. We all who watched the game, you saw Brock Purdy get hurt, and you saw Brock Purdy still on the sideline, and you thought, okay, maybe it's a stinger. Maybe you can shoot it up, and he'll be back in. Okay, Josh Johnson, stabilize things. Okay, Josh Johnson, you let him on a touchdown drive. 7-7. We got action. Maybe we still have a game. Josh Johnson fumbles. They score 21-7 at the half. And you're thinking, okay, we still have a chance. We have a quarterback. Brock Purdy, I don't like his chance to come back in the game because he hasn't come back yet. Even though he's still on the sideline, we got Josh Johnson. He gets concussed, and it's like, oh, God, here comes Brock Purdy, and we're going to run the ball every single time. So, Debo, I'm with you. We all wish you had a third quarterback. I don't take those comments as any slight on Kyle or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah,
That's myself.
I think I'm with you on that one, or at least
because we all wish they had a third quarterback. Right?
At least, I mean, I don't know that he didn't mean something more, but I can't make that leap just from listening to this. It's Willard and Dibs brought to you by the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. The San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center with over 75 showrooms in one location. The SF Gift and Jewelry Center has gifts for every budget. So this Valentine's Day, you can definitely give some BDE. That would be Big Diamond Energy. I'm not sure what you thought I meant. Visit today, 888 Brandon Street in San Francisco, or shop online at sfgcjm.com. More of your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. Good morning, Twitch, YouTube, and you've got the Xfinity mobile text line as well. And I'll give you the Ratto thing, too. We'll put the Ratto on the table coming up next here on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Wilks is the newest defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
It's a great hire. He'll come in and do very well, and he'll get a head coaching job after next year, and the 49ers will get compensatory picks yet again.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Kevin Mack talks with Matt Hardy.
There's nothing like a wrestling fan, for better or for worse. How do you handle that, though? We're talking about people talking about your family, what they don't know about your family or your brother or you. How does one handle that from a day-to-day basis?
Something I joke about with the Young Bucks all the time. I said, if you would vanity search Matt Hardy on Twitter, I said, after you got through 100 replies, you'd want to quit the business and never be seen again. It's just, you just learn to deal with it. You know what I mean?
It's the Kick Rocks Wrestling Podcast with Evan T. Mack. Subscribe now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's.
Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Join us in-store for free giveaways, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. This month, stop by for fun events like our 2-day Super Bowl prep party and our Valentine's-themed kids workshop. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup. Count on Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. And now, activities in your community with Weekending at Lowe's.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Right? Just talk to people. Life is not that hard. Like, just talk to people. It's what you and I do. You know what? You, radio host, you don't want to talk to people?
I talk to you 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
And I'll share with the audience. I drove in today, and I was late leaving, got into bad traffic, and I'm coming in, and I'm thinking, Mark Willard better not be in my spot. Because usually I get here first, and I park all the way back, and then you block me in.
Right.
And today I was thinking, if he's spot blocking, I'm going to be hot. I'm going to be hot today.
If I had parked in my spot.
Correct. Therefore blocking me from my spot.
And where was I?
You were in my spot.
So therefore?
I came in a much better mood.
All right.
But I was coming in thinking, I'm not even going to call him. I'm going to take out my scissors. See? I'm slashing tires.
This is a great lesson. This is a great lesson for you and for everybody. And I've learned this 1,000 times myself. Sometimes you work yourself up. You get so mad at something that never happens.
I was pre-mad. I was pre-angry.
And then you're all like, then you got to work yourself back down, and it's like, well, that was a waste of energy, wasn't it?
Well, so I pulled
all mad at me for something I didn't even do.
And I looked toward our spot, and I'm like, of course he's there. And as I got closer, I'm like, oh, classic dibber. Oh. And I thought, all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to let it go.
Yeah.
I'm going to let it go.
Sometimes.
We'll give him a pass this time.
Sometimes people are thoughtful.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So thank you.
You're welcome for nothing. Anyway, the NBA trade deadline is tomorrow. We got you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And there's some James Wiseman buzz. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the hour because Keith Smith, who does a great job on the NBA, is going to join us here in about an hour. So definitely some Wiseman thoughts, some Warrior thoughts there in Portland tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. So we'll get to all of that coming up. But definitely want to get back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Just to sort of reset the table for you on what has people talking this morning. Jay Glazer with this from Radio Row in Arizona.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game, but they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
Here's what Kyle Shanahan most recently said about this. This is back on January 20th. Could he be ready for the NFC title game?
I'd be surprised, but I think it depends how this whole weekend goes and stuff, but I think it's an outside chance.
Dibs, you love that. Got an 6-second bite, and he got an in stuff in there.
Loving and stuff from Kyle Shanahan. Depends on how this weekend goes, but I guess Jimmy Garoppolo could be ready to go this weekend and stuff. It just depends on how this weekend goes.
And then Deebo Samuel went on First Take and stuff, and he had this to say.
I mean, as you go back and look at it, it's just crazy. Kind of like you stated, even talking to Kyle about it during his career of coaching, he said he never seen anything. And even talking to his dad, he ain't seen nothing like it either. So it's just like, I mean, the team was beat up. The team was down. The team was sad. But it really didn't hit as hard as it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, we knew, like, when we lost both our quarterbacks, it's like, what are we going to do? It's kind of like you really don't have a chance at this point. So, I mean, it hurt for sure, but I wish we took one more quarterback into that game, and it probably would have been a different outcome.
Yeah, I wish we would have taken one more quarterback into that game. Is he pointing that at Kyle? Is he pointing it at Jimmy? Is he just pointing it into the wind? I don't know if there's necessarily a way to figure that out. The other thing he said that's interesting that we didn't talk about is the loss didn't hit as much, and because we didn't feel like we had a chance to compete, which I think is, in the end, is going to be something that's it's this thing that all of us have sort of picked a side on. Did the 49ers get beat, or did the game just go that way?
Right.
And I get what he's saying. I feel that too. I don't feel like the 49ers were overmatched against the Eagles. I feel like this could have been completely different if they had quarterbacks. But a lot of other people, and I know you're one of them, think they were going to get outplayed no matter how this thing went.
Well, I think they did get outplayed, and this is where I draw a distinction between the Warriors and Raptors and the injuries they had, and the Eagles and the 49ers. So the Warriors lose to the Raptors. Kevin Durant is out, and he comes back and plays on an Achilles. It was a calf strain, which might be an Achilles, and Kevin Durant comes back, and he gets hurt, and then Klay Thompson gets hurt, and you lose the NBA Finals to Toronto. That is really, really bad luck. It's bad injury luck. When you play a football game where the very essence of the sport is I'm trying to tackle you, and quite frankly, I'm trying to knock you out. Hassan Reddick comes in and hits Brock Purdy. He's thinking one thing only. I want to light you up. He's not thinking, I want to make sure that you don't complete this pass, and I want to gently contain you, and I want to ease you to the ground.
He's not trying to hurt him. He's trying to win the play.
But if he does hurt him, that is a byproduct of the sport. That's the nature of the sport.
It's the byproduct of the sport, not of the play. Like, again,
the play is a byproduct of the sport.
Well,
and a byproduct of the sport is I'm trying to hurt you. We're in
semantics here. We're in semantics here. I understand what you're saying.
And to me, the essence of what happened is a byproduct of domination. Hassan Reddick, early in that game, was owning the football game. He owned Mike McGlinchey. He crushes Tyler Kroft on that play. He gets in, and he gets a clean shot on the quarterback. He takes it. He goes for the ball. He creates a fumble, and by the way, he knocks Brock Purdy out of the game. You go to the backup, Josh Johnson. He's playing. He's not playing great. He's playing well enough to where you're still kind of in the game. I mean,
I didn't feel that way, but I know you do.
I mean, he led you on a touchdown drive.
I know you love that factoid.
If he didn't drop the one snap at the end of the first half, you go to the locker room 14-7 down, you get the ball to start the third, I think it's a different ball game.
His touchdown drive was in Eagles territory and all runs.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of touchdown drive.
A couple of nice little nifty passes.
Last year, when I said Jimmy Garoppolo led the team on a scoring drive in Green Bay, people freaked out because they were like, he didn't do anything.
Right.
He handed the ball off to Deebo Samuel the whole time. Why are you giving Jimmy credit? So if I can't give Jimmy credit there, you don't get to give Josh Johnson credit for a touchdown drive. All I'm
saying is that Josh Johnson was at least a quarterback who could do quarterback things.
I like the first half of your sentence.
He's a quarterback.
He's a quarterback.
Philadelphia.
Stop it right there.
Philadelphia is able to, through football plays, and again, Ndamukong Suh dominates that play. He wins that play, and he comes in and he knocks Josh Johnson out of the game. That, to me, speaks to the dominance that Philadelphia had exerted over not one, but two quarterbacks.
I hear you, but I also think it's hard for me to say, let's go to Purdy. You've said a couple of times, Hassan Reddick was dominating the game at that point, or had ownage on the Niners' offensive line. You can't have ownage over 6 plays. That's like saying.
I mean, good God, he sure did.
I mean, that's like saying if I was a baseball player and I went 3 for 5 in one game, you're like, man, you own that pitcher. No, I got 3 hits. Like, what am I going to do against him in June? What am I going to do against him in August? Ownage comes over a long period of time. Brock Purdy got 6 plays. So
Hassan Reddick had 2 at-bats in the first inning, and they were both home runs.
Great. And by the way, McGlinchey, statistically, did not give up anything in this game. But again, we're talking 6 plays. To me, it's just not enough to make sweeping judgments about what was happening or what was going to happen in that game. Because, by the way, if Reddick was owning him, here's the other tail of the tape. Purdy was moving the ball. They got 2 first downs, and then he got hurt.
Right. Well, he fumbled.
Yeah, he fumbled. And got hurt.
But he fumbled because Hassan Reddick
took his arm
Tyler
off.
Croft.
I understand.
And he ripped his arm off.
I understand. So it gets into a little bit of a semantics
and
argument.
To use your baseball analogy, I know we're going to go to the phones and the Ray Ratto party update coming.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Well.
Sorry.
Ever forget that. But Hassan Reddick hit a grand slam is what happened. He got a sack, a forced fumble, and a QB knockout. That is akin to a first inning grand slam. So yeah, Brock Purdy as a pitcher was dealing. He got the first 2 guys out, strikeout looking. He walked a guy. There was an error. There was a Texas leaguer. They're loaded for Hassan Reddick. Grand slam. You're out of the game. 4-0. Night. Mm-hmm.
Solomon Wilcox going to join us in 3 minutes. We are going to go to the phones.
I can't wait.
But I guess I should mention this real quick. And nobody did anything wrong here, which is why I can just tell the story. But here's what happens. You nicknamed me Watch Party Willard. To this point,
I didn't do it.
The only people who actually show up to watch parties are people who, at least at that time, they are now, but they're not on air regulars here at 95.7 The Game. Spadone now is, which is why he's going to say no this year. Last year he wasn't on the air. He's like, we're bringing Benny and we're bringing food. Now he's a host and he's like, I got this, I got that. We got things going on. Maybe another kid. There's things that have happened.
I got an autograph signing party. Right? I got all kinds of stuff.
Kyle's one of our lead bench players. Last year, couldn't even get him to leave the damn party. This year, hard no. Hard no.
Damn.
You crack a mic, you don't want to come anymore. That's what happens here at 95.7 The Game. Only person till a couple days ago that I could get to come, Matt Nahagian. Does he crack the mic at 95.7? He does not. Except for one time on one of the shows last week. But
I'm on TikTok. Follow me on TikTok.
Exactly. So,
talk.
When Guru said what he said earlier this week, I'm coming. Now nobody believes he's coming. I believe he's coming. But it would represent a complete shift in the paradigm. Now, here's the other dynamic here. I see every host at this station except for, on the regular, Damon and Ray, because they don't come in. Now, Ray comes in early, so I see him sometimes. Damon is a rumor to me. It's a voice. I think he's here. I don't know, right? So we don't see each other very much. So they're always the last to know because I would rather do this face-to-face than text.
Right.
Because when I text, Steiny never responds. So I get this text yesterday from Goo. Mark, I think Ray Rattle wants to come. But I told him about the party, and he said he's not invited. Is that okay? What do I do?
You're right.
I get one of these texts. I go, of course he's invited. I just haven't had a chance to say it to him yet. I haven't seen him. I'm off today. I got stuff going on. Of course, let him know that he can come. And I go, by the way, I'll text him. So I texted him right then and there. Ray, you're on the list. Let's ride Broncos country. Here we go, right?
I won't like it.
And he immediately does what any good man who has had a relationship for a long time does. Let me ask the boss, and I'll get back to you. And then hours later, unlike Steiny, he texted again, unprompted. And he said, boss says we are otherwise engaged.
Oh.
Maybe next year.
Man.
When the Cardinals play the Colts. That was the text that I got. And so I said, all good. We'll see you next year.
Man, that's not the payoff I was hoping for.
But that's what you got. That's what you got. And I knew it was going to go that way because Ray cracks the mic. And if you crack the mic, you don't come to the watch party. Unless Guru wants to change the paradigm We'll find out Sunday at 3.
The odds have come in, and no is still sitting at about minus 8,000. So if you want to bet the yes, you're getting pretty good odds on the yes that he will show. He's still steadfast that he will show up. But there is always the Sunday unforeseen circumstances.
It's always a possibility. Yeah. It's always a possibility. If you test positive for COVID at Sunday morning at 9, something like that could happen. All right, it's Willard and Dibs. It's all brought to you by calhope.org. We will get another Guru update on that, obviously, here in about an hour and a half.
I'm in.
Look forward to, right, on Wednesday. but as we get closer, how's this actually going to play out?
I'm a Dodger fan.
There was a minute or two, by the way. Lovely Christy and I sat here and had a conversation and go, look at this group that we might be putting together over here, okay? Like, think about this now, right? So you got Guru. He said he might bring his wife. I might have. I think my kids are going to be there.
Nice.
Her kids are going to be there. We got friends who got nothing to do with the industry coming over. We got Ratto in a corner. Is he bringing his wife?
If Ratto's in a corner, I'm a lock.
Does Steiny show up with golf shoes on?
Yeah.
And come in the second quarter, right? And Hagen's going to be over there having meetings in the back, firing people. Like, there's all kinds of stuff. That's good, and I'm just going to be cooking. I'm going to be cooking chicken and trying to keep everything together. I'm like, this could get weird real fast.
Right, and quickly running people out before the post game even has a chance to launch because you got work, apparently.
Well, that's after the game. That's
right.
Post game. Post game, we got work. And so, yeah.
Are you going to flick the lights on and off?
Oh, totally.
Like late fourth quarter?
Totally.
Giving people the signal?
When that game-winning field goal flies through the uprights from Harrison Butker, as soon as that thing flies through the uprights, all right, everybody, thanks for coming. We're flickering lights. Right. I'm going to have like little Ziploc baggies with food. Here you go. There's the door. I'm not doing dishes either. I'm going to be right behind you on the way out, and that's the deal. So, anyway, all right. Hey, what's Solomon doing? Is Solomon ready? Not ready? All right, we go back to the phones. Hey, Tim in Danville. Tim, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Tim?
Hey, guys. Thank you. Talking to you. I just wanted to raise a comment. I think this is more on Kyle. I think he's brilliant, right? He could solve the most complex problems, but yet he fails at the common sense issues. Now, if we go back, let's look at Trey Lance, right? Runs them between tackles. Who's blocking Reddick? And then it's not Josh Johnson. It's why is Josh Johnson there when he knows he's one hit away from losing a game? Why didn't he bring in a Matt Ryan? Why doesn't he think more from a risk assessment perspective? Manage these small details and have this backups, right? That's the part that gets me.
But Tim, why? Hold on. Can I stop you there? You said, why doesn't he bring in Matt Ryan? Matt Ryan's on the Colts. Like, I guess I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm going to ask you to really think through what you're asking and then decide, should Kyle Shanahan have thought of that and then planned for that? And then could he have even planned for that? What is it you wanted, or who is it you wanted
That's the thing.
On the roster, activated, and ready to play
on December 4th.
On January 29th.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt December 4th.
Yeah.
So that's the point where you had to find somebody.
So, Tim, who? Who and what?
Well, who? Okay, I thought he could have gotten Ryan, maybe not, but someone who can win a playoff game because he knows that Purdy goes down, it's all over. No one is there. And it was just a despicable game, right? It was a disgrace. I love the Niners. I'm a big fan. But it was such a bad show.
But, Tim, you're right, but the bad show was not the fault of anyone. Like the guy got hurt. Tim, thanks. Here's the thing that gets really weird, especially in a year where the 49ers ended up in an NFC title game with their third quarterback.
Right.
The situation that
and their fourth quarterback.
Right. The situation that Tim just laid out is literally how teams exist. Oh, my gosh, we're one hit away. The Chiefs are going to play in the Super Bowl on Sunday with Chad Henne as the backup. We are one hit away
from Chad Henne.
Will
they activate a third quarterback? That's the question.
I would think no.
Exactly.
Maybe because Mahomes comes in dinged. Maybe the Eagles do too because Hurts comes in dinged. I don't know. Gardner Minshew, considered a high-level backup, so maybe this doesn't apply to Philadelphia. But Like we did this exercise before. Go around to the best quarterbacks in the game and even tell me who their backup is.
Well, let's go back to December 5th. And I see people on the YouTube chat saying the caller is right from Rip Cougar Rebel. The caller is right. Niners needed a better backup than Josh Johnson. Okay, on December 5th, let's go back in time. Jimmy Garoppolo breaks his foot. Trey Lance is not going to be ready. We got Brock Purdy. It's Brock Purdy time, and we know that Brock Purdy is the man. Great. And we've gone forward with Brock Purdy, who was available at quarterback in that moment. The trade deadline had passed.
Right, so you cannot get Matt Ryan. Like, it's literally illegal.
You can't get any rostered quarterback. Right. So, you mentioned the guy that they had on the squad earlier.
Kurt Benkert.
Right, you had Kurt Benkert. You could bring in Kurt Benkert, and everyone at the time, I remember, not everyone, but a lot of people like, Colin Kaepernick. Let's bring back Kaepernick. Okay, so he hasn't played in 5 years now, or maybe longer. You start to look at your options, and you see Josh Johnson. He had been in the system.
Knows the offense, right?
He's a guy who had been he's been this guy his whole career. A guy of, in case of emergency, break glass. And you and I differ as far as what Josh Johnson could have done. And again, the fumble at the end of the first half, to me, changed everything in that game. I'm not saying that he would have lit it up and led them all the way back, but
yeah, I saw nothing. I saw zero encouragement.
I saw a guy who was super rusty, and the moment was a little bit too big for him.
Totally. Like, I don't blame him for this. I just didn't see anything
they were down 14-7.
Yeah.
With a chance to, limp to the half, and maybe he regroups and comes out in the third quarter and he's different. It's all revisionist history because it's not the way it went, but for everyone saying you should have had somebody better than Josh Johnson, tell me who.
Right. And give me another scenario ever in the history of the NFL where QB4 went in and did something. Everybody always, when we talk about the Niners this year, everyone starts bringing up the backups. Foles did it. Hostetler did it. Brady once upon a time. QB4 we're talking about.
Right.
Those are all QB2. All of them. Every single last one of them. I don't know that we've ever gotten to QB3, and the Niners were about to do it. That was maybe I got to think that's the greatest run in the history of QB3s. I don't know that, but I can't think of anything better than what Brock Purdy did this year. This is now 4.
Right.
You're angry because they weren't ready with QB4. QB4 doesn't exist.
Seriously.
That's not a thing. You don't do QB4.
And then QB5 would be QB2 circling back around on a broken foot.
Exactly.
So that's what we want. And unless you want to become New Orleans, and I think I mentioned this to you off the air in terms of Taysom Hill, do the 49ers now go out and look for a Taysom Hill?
I don't know.
Just in case.
But a Taysom Hill. But who is that? How many of those are there?
There's Taysom Hill. There aren't that many.
Right.
And that's why... And I thought that maybe they could have just gone straight to McCaffrey or straight to Juszczyk. If Brock Purdy can't throw the ball, then just let's go straight Wildcat.
I don't know. Or somebody who can. Like, they may not be able to throw it well, but
or Tom Tupa.
But their arm's attached.
Exactly.
I mean, right? Debo has thrown a ball. He had a beautiful throw against the Rams last year. I'm not saying you can drop him back, but I don't know. Somebody whose arm's attached. The 49ers 2 years in a row have ended up in the NFC title game with somebody whose arm is barely attached.
Right.
That's kind of a bummer.
Well, this year his arm was totally not attached.
Totally not attached.
And I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan for hurting his quarterbacks, but the very fact is Kyle Shanahan's quarterbacks get hurt. So, and I don't know if, and many people have come down my road, oh, you're blaming Shanahan. I'm not. I'm simply pointing out the fact that in 5 of his 6 years, he's had to use multiple quarterbacks because they get hurt.
But you can't do that without implication. That's an implication sensation. It is. You can't say, if you're going to say it, the only reason you'd say it is because you're implying something.
I'm not implying it. What I'm implying is that maybe he needs to take a different approach and either have 3 QBs active on game day or have 4 QBs on the roster because your guys get hurt.
But then that by definition is buying into the idea that my quarterbacks are in more danger than someone else's quarterbacks, and I don't think Kyle believes that, and nor do I.
I don't believe they're in more danger.
I think it's
I do
totally
believe
unfortunate
that they use more quarterbacks because his guys get hurt.
I mean, that has been the case.
It has been, yeah.
But I don't know that we can define anything by that. Real quick, Malik in Oakland. Hey, Malik, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
How you guys doing, man? Willard, last time I spoke to you guys was during the parade when you told me the Warriors wasn't going to win that many games earlier that season, and they end up winning the championship. And if we make it to the playoffs... Hold
on a second, Malik. You got to be off. I was captain. I was the most positive one at this entire station last year about where the Warriors season was going. You've got to be remembering that wrong.
Get him, Malik.
Yeah.
What's that?
Remember when I spoke to you earlier that season, I said, you sound like Barry White, and he sound like the dude, I forgot the other group.
I do.
And we was talking,
that does happen.
Like the Warriors going to win like 37 games or 40, somewhere around there. And we had a quick little debate. But this is what I want to say. Ain't it funny that we all see the same thing and everybody have a different perspective? When are we going to hold Shanahan? Like, we got to give him some accountability, because I want to know, if the Niners suffer next season and don't make the playoffs or the championship, where's Kyle going to be? Is he still going to be our head coach? Because there's not too many good coaches out there, for one. And the Niners lost the game. For all the fans that's listening, our hands was cuffed during the game. We couldn't throw the ball. It's over with. It's a whole new team for to be in the Super Bowl. We got next year. We got to look forward. So and if Kyle doesn't make it back to the championship, that's what we need to be talking about.
Yeah, Malik, I'm just telling you how it is. I mean, you even said it right there. You don't have a quarterback who can throw. A team is not going to blame the coach. And you're right. There aren't a lot of good coaches out there. The Niners are damn lucky that they've got one of the few. That's how they look at it. That's how a lot of us look at it. And you don't, in my opinion, you don't tell a coach before the season, win the Super Bowl or you're fired. It's just not the way it works. You can be one of the best teams and not win the whole thing. It's all sponsored by CalHope.org. Much more to say on this and plenty more of your phone calls coming up. And Wiseman and the trade deadline is still ahead as well on Willard and Dibbs.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Why does Joe Montana hate Trey Lance so much? Trey Lance reminds Joe Montana of Steve Young.
That's what you think, huh?
It's PTSD.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard for the GameTime app, which is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S., and I'm on it right now, and check this out. I know a lot of us start to think about baseball season, opening day. The home opener for the Giants is Friday, April 7th, but on Saturday, April 8th, they got a zone deal on there right now. Zone deal. If you want to wait to the second game of the year, Giants and Royals, you can get in for only $46. And I can promise you these prices for the home opener and the whole opening series, they will keep coming down as we get closer because amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's what the GameTime app does. Not just sports, concerts, theater, events. Beyonce is coming all the way in August to Levi's. You can already jump in right now and start looking at ticket prices there. Penguins and Sharks, Valentine's Day. Go on a date, will you? Get out of the house. $35 a piece. Depeche Mode is coming. Joe Coy is coming. All of that on the GameTime app, and last-minute deals are on the way. Very user-friendly. You hop in there, put your email in, put the market in, and everything's right there. You can click on any event and see what the seats look like, the actual real view from the seats of the stage or the field. So check it out by downloading the GameTime app, enter your email address, and then use our redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. All you have to do, download the app, put in the email address, and the redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off. Download GameTime today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact, Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity home internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
Offers coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Steph, you take it away. Take everything I got and put it in your knee. And all those words we can't pronounce. And get those ligaments healed. Get back on the court.
Dr. Brian Feely, in an hour, we will talk about all those ligaments that we didn't even know we had, Mark. We all know about ACL, MCL, PCL, even the LCL, which is the most underrated of the CLs. We don't know about these ligaments.
I like the LCL because it's got a little bit of a rhyme feel to it, right? This is a lateral collateral?
Yeah.
Lateral collateral ligament? That's more fun to say than medial collateral ligament for sure.
And the PCL, the posterior collateral, that only rips when the other ones rip. That's kind of like okay, we're all tearing. I'm going to tear too.
I'll put my hand up on your hip. When I rip, you rip, we rip.
Look at you, Mark.
Is that what you're... Okay.
Yes, look at you. It's rare you cross over to the hip-hop realm.
No, it's not.
What, Oasis wasn't available? Thank you. I got to come down your road at least once a week.
Well, you are my wonder wall. All right. The NBA's trade deadline is Thursday. We got you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping you and injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And Warriors tonight. Okay, Warriors Live, 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. So we'll get to some Wiseman and trade deadline stuff here in just a moment. And Keith Smith who covers the NBA. Can't wait for his stuff. He's NBA insider, contributor to Spot Track, which has all the contract information out there. He's going to be with us here in about 25 minutes. But some more phone calls on the 49er quarterback situation as it continues to give us more and more drama. And now the discussion about whether or not Jimmy G could have been ready, should have been ready. And it's based off of comments Jay Glazer made on Radio Row.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
So, again, my take is, A, there's no way for us to know health-wise what's going on. B, if there are ruffled feathers between the 49ers and Jimmy, I get it. It's amazing that it took this long. And C, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo and I'm not 100% and the team wanted me to go out there with free agency coming and all the context of what brought us here in the past, my answer is hell no. Hell no. Am I not I'm going out there when I am like, remember Top Gun? I will fire when I am damn good and ready.
Yeah.
That would be my response to the 49er. I will get out there when I am healthy and ready to protect myself. I'm not putting my future career on the line for you guys again.
Exactly. And he's done it, and he tried to leave, and no one wanted him, and they tried to move on from him, but they couldn't. And so it was an inconvenient marriage that had to happen again. And so Jimmy G and what he did when he came back after Trey Lance got hurt, it helped him. It helped the team. It was a win-win. And then Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, and it's a bummer. And you thought, okay, maybe he's back for the Super Bowl. You never got there. But for Jimmy Garoppolo to be expected to go out there and limp around and risk his future for a team that tried to get rid of him not once but twice, it's foolish. The other part of the Jay Glazer that I'm having a hard time with is the notion of an emergency third, because having him in as the emergency third quarterback is like getting earthquake insurance in Missouri. You don't do it.
You know when you rent a car and they got all the 100 pieces of paper in front of you?
Yeah.
Decline. The answer is decline.
Exactly.
You decline all of it.
And that's
because
what Kyle Shanahan
They're
did.
asking you if you want an emergency third.
Exactly.
Decline.
Do you want an emergency third? Do you want car insurance just in case of an act of God?
Right.
Well, let me see. I'm here in Southern California. It's 83 degrees. I'm not too worried about hail damage in my rental car, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that down.
Well, the funny thing is also emergency third is an old term. It doesn't exist anymore. You can just put a third on your active roster.
Right.
No one does it. The emergency third rule went away almost a decade ago, where there can be someone that's not on the active roster that is an emergency third QB. We've talked about this over the last week.
I was just
Doesn't
talking to
even
Steiny
exist.
and Evan. Evan's in for Guru today.
Which is
and
step one to him not showing up to the watch party.
No, it's a scheduled day for
Okay.
the Goo.
All right.
He's got a dental procedure that he's undergoing. But I was
I'm a
mentioning
snob.
to them, like, going into the Super Bowl, you've got Patrick Mahomes, who is, I don't know if he's hurt, if he's injured, or if he's hampered. And you've got Jalen Hurts. I don't know if he's hurt, injured, or hampered, but I would look at those coaches and think maybe they would want an emergency third. Kyle Shanahan had Brock Purdy, who was completely healthy. He was far removed from his rib issue. And you had Josh Johnson, who was completely healthy. So why, if you had two completely healthy quarterbacks, would you think about an emergency third?
Very
if I'm
good point.
Andy Reid or Nick Sirianni, I actually might think about it, because I've got a quarterback who is hampered. And having seen what happened to the Niners, let's say Patrick Mahomes on the sixth play, somebody rolls up on his ankle and he's out. And Chad Henne, better than Josh Johnson. He gets concussed in the third quarter. Then what?
I don't know.
You don't have an emergency third.
Jerick McKinnon?
Right?
Wasn't he? He was an emergency QB, I thought, back when he was here.
But to that point,
I mean, yeah.
if you're Andy Reid and Nick Sirianni, maybe you see what happened to the Niners and maybe you think about it in different ways.
Maybe. I wonder if the NFL thinks about it in different ways, because they don't want a Super Bowl where somebody is forced to run the ball.
Jerick
They don't want
McKinnon
that.
against, who would it be for Philadelphia?
Oh, my gosh. I have no
A.J.
clue.
Brown?
Yeah, someone. I mean, Dallas Goddard.
Wildcat
get in
versus
there, Boston
Jason
Scott.
Kelsey and Travis Kelsey.
Yeah, Gabriel in Napa. Hey, Gabriel, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Cleaning up, painting a space, trying to get a space open.
Man.
And since 6 a.m.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aren't we always cleaning the space? And then we're just going to start dirtying it again as soon as you do that.
It's a little zone, little paint happening.
Out of bed.
Pretty frustrated with Bonte this morning, and just wanted to kind of get a little higher up. Of course, what coulda, shoulda, maybe would have been if you had a third. That's all cool, and you can apply that. I know, Willard, you always say sports is different. Absolutely, it's different, but in some ways, not. It's entertainment, right? Put it this way: the two of you don't get to do your thing anymore. Mid-morning, and one of you goes, and the other one doesn't. And the other one comes on to the air and talks smack. My point is this: don't air your stuff. This is the sports. Everyone talks about manhood and macho. And we're on the team. Whoever is in the locker room, whether it's Kittle or Debo or whoever, that's airing anything about Garoppolo, that's the weakest sauce of all. The weakest sauce of all.
Is anyone doing that? Is anyone doing that, Gabriel?
Well, that's what we heard this morning on Bonte's show. And we also heard Edelman and another former New England player talking about that Jimmy G was a B. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. He also saved the Niners season for a short term.
Yep.
My point is only this. In football teams, in volleyball teams, in any team, keep your stuff inside. Everything you say outside is positive, and you keep stuff your side, and that's how you earn respect. Same thing at the corporate level. If you BCC'd somebody with all your grievances about Odyssey or anybody else, think of what you would be.
Yeah, it's not going to go well. And by the way, Gabriel, not only are you right, can we think of a Bay Area sports example of people who have done that really well over the last 5 years? Pick me, Mr. Dibley.
Oh, Mark.
Pick me.
Mark.
Pick me. Call on me.
What's an example?
Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go right here in the back.
Let's go to Mark.
Are you guys kidding me? Think about this now. Think about what they've been through and then what they've said publicly. They have been in situations where the media literally has tried. They're trying to be like, all right, Jimmy, you're mad at the Niners, aren't you?
Oh, Jimmy lied to us.
You're mad.
Jimmy lied to us when
Are
he
you
said,
mad?
see ya.
Well,
Turns out he didn't go anywhere,
but
Jimmy.
But did he say that he was mad?
No, he's never.
Right? Do you think he ever was?
Well, he laughed on the sideline as that season was going up in smoke a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I love that one.
He laughed. He laughed right in all of our faces, Mark.
He zitoed. He just zitoed all over everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, no. I mean, I bet if you want to stick a camera for 1 second, you could have found other smiles on the sideline.
Not from Kyle.
Especially at that point. It was a fait accompli.
You know where you saw a smile? It was George Kittle when Brock Purdy came back in the huddle and George said something to him to the extent of, isn't this great?
Yeah, you want to throw left-handed?
Yeah,
what do you got? What are you bringing out here?
Yeah. I mean, at that point,
don't do that to people.
What else can you do? And you're right, though, as far as Kyle and Jimmy Garoppolo, there was never any, according to sources, Jimmy Garoppolo walked out of practice today because he's mad at Kyle.
And we saw it. You can see it when someone's words and their actions don't fully match. I mean, here's Kyle through the years. Jimmy is one of the greatest throwers on the planet.
And stuff.
Next day, we're trading 2 future firsts to get a different quarterback. So, yeah, there's stuff there. Did they ever say it publicly? Ever?
No.
Not once.
And he contacted Jimmy Garoppolo before they made that move to trade 3 firsts to get another first to take Trey Lance. He at least had the vision and the maturity to call Jimmy Garoppolo and let him know. And to your point, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't come out, or he didn't have his agent Don Yee come out and say, we're demanding to be traded, and Jimmy won't stand for this treatment. All Jimmy did was put his head down, come back to work, and help Trey the best he could, and continue to be a 49er.
And then they had enough respect for one another that they ended up doing another deal. They redid a deal for him to stay after all of them had said that he was gone. Charles in South City next on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Charles, what are you doing?
Nothing much. Getting ready to be Tokyo bound in a few hours. How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Nice. Fly safe.
Get some rest.
Thank you. 11 hours, but I'm going to get to thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Let's go.
I heard what Bonte said this morning. I'm not frustrated at him, but I do feel like he I do feel like Jimmy G didn't need the slander. I mean, think about it this way. He saved the 49ers season, in my opinion, just the way I look at it. Real recognized feel. He saved the 49ers season by coming out there when Trey Lance got hurt. He played the best ball he possibly ever played in the 49ers uniform for the last time, which could possibly be his last time playing in a Niners uniform. So other than that, I feel like there's been good and coming out of his injuries, as bad as it sounds. If it wasn't for him going down, we wouldn't see Mr. Irrelevant turn relevant and do what he's done. And honestly, I feel like without Jimmy G, there would be no playoffs, honestly, and that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, Charles, it's funny that we never take that sort of an umbrella view. Charles, thanks. I mean, let's think about it this way, especially if you are a Jimmy Garoppolo detractor. If you're someone who...
Why are you looking at me?
Because Jimmy Garoppolo detractor. I mean, if through the years, all you wanted to do is talk about how he's not top 15, or he's the problem, or any of the things that we've said.
They win despite him.
Okay.
Or in spite of him.
There's my favorite one.
Can't throw the deep ball.
So.
Can't win the big one.
6-year time.
He's limited. Wait, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
He's limited.
What else you got?
He overthrew Emmanuel Sanders in the biggest game.
And then in the end, he smiled. All right. So all of that.
His eyebrows are too thick.
So just,
he stinks.
So just erase Jimmy Garoppolo. Last 6 years. Erase him. He's gone. He was never here. You feel better?
Much better.
You think it went better?
Mullins never got a fair shake.
How did the last 6 years go?
I thought Beathard was showing promise.
Is Kyle Shanahan still here?
He might be.
Have they been to any NFC Championship games?
Couple.
They have?
Absolutely.
Without Jim? No, there's no Jimmy.
Yeah.
Erase him.
Brock Purdy got you to an NFC Championship game.
Okay.
Come on, Mark.
Yeah.
Come on.
You know the truth. You know the truth. And you can handle the truth, which is that Jimmy did a lot.
He sure did.
Jimmy did a lot. There was a lot of success.
Since Jimmy became quarterback, he's second among Niner quarterbacks in terms of winning percentage. So there's that.
He's first in terms of wins. Yeah, look, I mean, he did a lot. He did a lot of good.
First in terms of losses, too.
Way more good than bad. That's true.
Yeah, you don't like when I come back at you with stats.
No,
like that.
because you're
I'm a stat. You're a stat.
You're not a stat guy.
Not a stat.
You're a fact guy, but your facts are totally misleading.
No.
Josh Johnson took them on a drive.
Facts.
Not misleading.
Quarterbacked more
misleading.
More drives that resulted in touchdowns than Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo combined. Facts.
The NFC title.
Yeah.
True. It's true.
Gotta hate when I'm right all the time.
Why didn't you put Trey Lance's name in there? What the hell was that all about? How come you left him out?
I like Trey.
Yeah.
Trey was up in the booth with a boot on.
You forgot about Trey.
I will say this, and this is to fuel the fire for everybody who wants to come down Kyle Shanahan's road. Tevin Coleman played one snap. He didn't play special teams. He played one snap of offense. Jalen Moore played 2 snaps. One on special teams, one as a tackle. Colton McKivitz played 1 snap on special teams. You had 3 players who basically didn't play. Are you telling me you couldn't have suited up a third quarterback? You couldn't have had Jimmy Garoppolo as an emergency third?
No, that's a weak point, and
It's
you
not.
know it.
I'm just trying to
because
fan
Josh
the
Johnson
flames.
wasn't supposed to play a snap either. Like, he's sitting there going,
But he did.
What's more likely, especially with Elijah Mitchell out?
I'm doing my Bonte Hill right now.
What am I more likely to need? A running back behind Jordan Mason if McCaffrey goes down? Or QB3 if we get all the way through Josh Johnson? 2 fully healthy quarterbacks get hurt. What's more likely? So that's why he picked Tevin Coleman.
Jordan Mason is a special teamer. Jordan Mason played 1 snap of offense.
I understand that.
But he played 16 snaps of special teams, so
Right.
you need Jordan Mason.
And if McCaffrey goes down, you have to be ready.
Debo Samuel. You're not giving Tevin Coleman the rock.
They would have. They would have.
They would have given it to Debo first, and then they would have given it to Brandon Ayuk.
Debo's not a straight running back. You know that. He goes back there
He
for
was
plays.
in Green Bay. Green Bay's on the phone.
No, not for plays, not for the whole game. He wasn't he didn't just run the running back position the entire game.
A majority of the game. When you needed big yards, you gave Debo the running back
when you need
spot.
big plays. Hey, it's Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Keith Smith, NBA insider, Spot Track. He's going to be on in 10 minutes. One of the things we're going to ask him. There's a little bit of a drum beat going here. I think the Warriors don't want to do this. I think they still don't want to do this, but the reports are that the openness is growing to a James Wiseman trade over the next 24-plus hours. How would that make you feel if tomorrow's the last day of Wiseman in a Warrior uniform?
I would be nonplussed, Mark, which is to say I would not be irate. I would not be thrilled.
See it.
It would just kind of be a bit of a shrug because I was never, and you can go back, you can check the tape. I think I was doing Jolo and Dibs back then. I've been on so many shows, I can't keep track.
This is all the way back on draft day you were against
Draft day. I was against James Wiseman from the start. I wanted somebody other than James Wiseman. Okay. I was not a big LaMelo Ball guy.
Okay, so you can't be right unless you had the right answer. You can't just be against a guy. That's kind of like fire Kyle Shanahan.
Let me go back to the
and
draft.
who do you want to hire?
I'll say Tyrese Halliburton, but
That's
I'd be
not
lying.
true. You can't do that now.
No.
You can't give me some
Halliburton.
other bust that you wanted and be like, I was right.
I wanted Tyrese Halliburton,
you
a player
didn't.
who's come on.
If they would have taken Halliburton at number 2, everyone would have been screaming reach. See, that's what Wiseman is one of those picks where you're like, you can't be wrong. You
Let
can
me
be
punch
wrong.
up the draft, and I'll tell you who I wanted.
You can be wrong, but you weren't wrong. Like that was a consensus guy, especially with Edwards gone. Edwards was off the board.
Halliburton.
You didn't.
No, you know who I wanted?
Who?
And I'll say this and I'll admit it because I absolutely fell in love with him because of Obi Toppin. I was beating the drum for Obi Toppin.
Okay.
I thought Obi Toppin's athleticism and his ability to play that 3-4 position, I thought he would have been a perfect fit. I wanted Obi Toppin.
We're serving Obi Toppin at the Super Bowl watch party this weekend. If you put that over a little crostini, like a little olive oil soaked toast, Obi Toppin is delicious.
He's had a much better career than James Wiseman.
Well, sure. Who hasn't?
Obi Toppin is a bad name.
So you asked me how I would feel if they traded James Wiseman tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'd be nonplussed. I would not be plussed. I would be nonplussed. I wanted Obi Toppin, who's had a better career than James Wiseman. James Wiseman will not have a great career with the Golden State Warriors. I firmly believe that.
I think you could actually go a step further. And you're very highly probably right. Well, no, the step further is just stop the sentence that I don't think James Wiseman's going to have a great career. You can just stop right there. Like,
see, I won't paint him with that.
I'm not painting him with that either. Let's go to your favorite. Let's go statistically right now. How many players, even with the context of knowing what his body has been through, how many players pop in year 4 for the first time? Here's another thing that I thought
Steiny
of.
likes to use this comp, and I think it's a great comp for James Wiseman.
Who?
It's Jermaine O'Neal. Jermaine O'Neal.
I'm not going to say the answer is 0, but we're talking about a very, very small number of human beings.
True.
Who've popped in year 4.
Big men, especially.
Yes.
Big men.
Yeah. And the thing for James that sort of gets me, and a lot of people, you'll hear a lot of people say this, because this is when you've like listened to radio or you've read maybe a little Tim K, or you've read some Anthony Slater, and you'll take this to work because it sounds super smart. Look, I think James Wiseman can still be a really good player in this league. I just don't think he's a good fit with the Warriors. All right, well, here's something I'd like to throw back at you. If you're not a good fit with the Warriors, you're probably not a very good NBA player.
Disagree.
Because the Warriors, if you can't fit in this system, what are you actually saying about a person? It doesn't mean that the Warriors are the only system that can work, but the Warriors are a system that is based on ball movement.
Right.
It is based on
player movement.
It is based on a cerebral understanding, and I'm talking both sides of the floor now. So, Kelly Oubre, not a good fit with the Warriors.
No.
But he can score 20 a game. Yeah, on a team that stinks. If you're not a good fit for the Warriors, you're probably not a good fit for winning basketball. Probably.
Disagree with that.
Why?
Because there's different ways to go about winning, and there are different ways to go about offensive basketball. And where he is in his career right now, as a 21-year-old player, who, by the way, if you want to look at where he should be in terms of his basketball career, the guy's played 60 games in the NBA, which is basically 2 years worth of college basketball.
I know.
He played 3 years in college. He should be a college sophomore right now.
But that's misleading because that takes away
facts.
No, it's like saying Trey Lance has only played 4 games, but he's been around the league for 2 years. You learn some stuff just by being there. You are also a veteran, even though you've only played 60 games, James. And therefore, when you come in year 3, you should be able to, I don't know, at 7 feet, play defense. That's winning basketball. He can't play defense. How am I playing in the NBA at 7 feet if I can't stop anyone?
How can you get better when you don't play? And I'm not a James Wiseman defender, but I would imagine if he gets traded, let's say he gets traded to, and I was looking at this report on CBS about teams, because the big reason why the Warriors would trade him, by the way, is for that luxury tax relief. They can get $131 million, but if they send him to a team like, and the teams that were mentioned were Indiana and San Antonio, the bad teams.
Teams with a bunch of cap space.
Go play.
Right.
It's like golf now. Go play.
Yeah. No, I get it. And there is a financial aspect to this. And we'll welcome Keith Smith, NBA insider, into this conversation and find out the likelihood that there is a deal. Willard and Dibs brought to you by the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. You know when you ask your partner what's wrong and they say nothing? The Valentine's Day gift you got last year is probably what's wrong. So with 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center help you right some wrongs. Visit 888 Brandon Street or shop online at sfgcjm.com. More on Wiseman, the Warriors, the deadline. Keith Smith joins us next for more of your phone calls and Dr. Feely in a half hour as well on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game.
We saw how the offense hummed. Like, it looked as good as any offense we've all watched in a long, long time for 7 straight weeks with Brock Purdy. Up until the injury. Now, that's the standard.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with Hip Hop Made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/Hip Hop Made to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip Hop Made.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson, 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another 3. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. And when you're staring down a 3-day weekend in California, look no further than Toyota. Right now, get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 Tacoma. Or check out the 2023 Tundra and the all-new Sequoia. From snowy slopes to sandy coasts and everything in between. This President's Day, Toyota lets you do it all. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes TRD Pro. Ends 2/28/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, it is a Warrior Wednesday. They play tonight. The trade deadline is tomorrow. And you mentioned Jermaine O'Neal, Keith Smith standing by. We'll get to him in just a sec. If Wiseman were to move on and it goes well somewhere else, that's all you really have to be mentally prepared for.
Right.
I'm okay with that. To me, that's a risk worth taking. I don't want them to just give him away for the $131 million in the tax savings. Get something in return.
Yeah.
If you can get some beef that will play defense, that's at the core of all of this. We can talk about roster and injuries and defending champ and all that. You and I have talked about it. If this team doesn't defend better, they're a first round out at best.
Yeah.
So if you can get, I don't care what the name is, it doesn't need to be sexy. Get a bull and put him in the middle of the court. If I can get that for Wiseman, I'm doing it.
Yeah, somebody who can come in and play 15 to 20 minutes a night, somebody back into the rotation, anything. The Jermaine O'Neal comp is interesting because he played 4 years in Portland before he went on to go to Indiana and become a star, but he played 201 games in those first 4 years. James Wiseman's played 60 games so far in his 3 years with the Warriors.
Keith Smith is a contributor to Spot Track. He's got a Celtics blog. He's an NBA insider, and he joins us now live here on Willard and Dibbs. Good morning, Keith. Thanks for doing it. How likely do you think a Wiseman deal is over the next 24 hours?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. The Warriors have generally chose to sit out the trade deadline for the most part since they've come to prominence with this group, other than obviously the Andrew Wiggins trade when that was kind of the gap year, I guess, is what we'll call that. So, but I'm getting the sense more here over the last few days that they are more open to maybe moving James Wiseman than they ever had been before. I think they're looking at it and saying, all right, we've still got our core, and they're pretty good when they're all together. But they've been banged up. We're sitting in a tricky spot in the standing. We need to do something to shore this thing up. And my read on it is they're trying to do right by those core guys. So I think there is a chance we see James Wiseman move. But to what you guys were just saying, it's not going to be in just a salary dump move to save a bunch of money. That's not how they operate. It'll be using him and his contract to go get someone helpful to round out that bench depth.
And what kind of a player, or is there a player you have in mind who could be, quote-unquote, helpful? The guy I have fixated on is one that they won't get, Jay Crowder. Phoenix isn't trading him in the conference to Golden State. But is there a player out there that you would think about in terms of compensation for Wiseman that would fit with Golden State?
Yeah, I think that's one, is that kind of bigger wing that's a little more defensive-minded. That's certainly one thing to look at. A guy like a Jay Crowder could be that player. I think there's a lot of stuff out there of, is San Antonio ready to move on from guys like Jakob Poeltl or Josh Richardson? No, those are a couple guys that I think could probably help the Warriors to some extent. It causes a little bit of issues because they're both free agents in the offseason, and I don't know how likely it is you're re-signing either one of those guys. But if your whole goal is, hey, let's make another run right now and we'll worry about future problems, those are the kind of moves you can consider making, using Wiseman and his contract as kind of the ballast headed the other way to balance out a trade like that.
Keith, I wonder what the league buzz is right now on where this all goes next. In other words, I know that we need to have the answer of how the rest of this season goes, but what about after that with regard to Draymond opt-in or opt-out, or even just the idea of the Warriors really doing something significant to reboot? Do you think that the era of this group is this it? What's the league buzz?
Yeah, it's not. No one has a sense that this is it, but I think it's, maybe as this core group, this may be it. But there's still a sense of Steph's still really, really good, and Klay Thompson looks pretty good when he plays, and they've got to get Andrew Wiggins going again and get that figured out. And Jordan Poole needs to get fully back, every night back to the guy he was versus just flashes here and there. But it's Draymond that everybody's kind of interested in. And it's funny, I talked to some folks who said, well, if they win another one, then he can leave, basically saying, hey, I've done everything I could do, and off we go. And I've heard other people say, that's insane. If they win, there's no way he's leaving. He'll only leave if they don't win, because then it's, hey, well, what more do you want me to do? Well, we had a great run here. I'm going to go, look at something else. I tend to think it's more likely that when players in a franchise are so linked as those core Warriors players are with this franchise, you get it done, you kind of extend it out, and you keep it moving that way.
What's the market like for Draymond Green at the end of this season in terms of whether or not he wants to opt in, or could he possibly go out and get a multi-year deal worth 9 figures?
Yeah, it's not a great market as far as the cap space teams go. Most of them are in a position where it probably wouldn't make sense for Draymond Green to sign with them, or for those teams to sign him, because you're talking about Orlando, Houston, Detroit. I know there's some hometown connection there with the Pistons side of things, but Charlotte potentially. Those are all bad teams that are probably, San Antonio is another one, that are probably going to continue to be, working their way back up in the league. So unless he really wants to go somewhere and say, hey, you know what, I want to get to one of these contenders and I'll do it via a sign and trade, that's certainly possible, but that comes with a whole host of complications as far as the acquiring team would become hard capped. It could be hard to build out their roster and those sorts of things. So it's a little bit of a complicated market for a veteran guy like him, because there's not a surefire, there it is, there's the one team that I know for certain is going to hand me a ton of money, because that's the team I feel like is going to be ready to look at me as, all right, this is the guy who lifts us right into contention. That team probably doesn't exist at the moment.
NBA insider Keith Smith with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. All right, Keith, we're all waiting for who's going to hop out of this logjam in the West. Right now, Dallas is a half game ahead of the Warriors, for example. With this Kyrie trade, do you think Dallas, A, now jumps out of the group, B, it takes a while for them to gel, but then it works. Or C, totally implodes just like it has in his last two stops.
Yeah, I'm probably closer to B than I am to anything else there. I think it'll take a little bit for the two of them to just figure each other out. And where do you like to be on the court? Where do I want to be? I think for Jason Kidd, what he's got to be doing with his staff is, hey, what were the sets and the plays and the things that worked with Jalen Brunson? Because Kyrie Irving's effectively a souped-up version of what they had with Jalen Brunson. So it's, hey, let's go back to those. I think the other thing is their non-Luka minutes are a mess. Anytime he sits, it's hard on them. So now you're feeling like, all right, hey, we're probably not playing a single meaningful minute the rest of this year, barring injury or foul trouble or something like that, without one of those two guys on the floor. And we're probably playing most of them with both of those guys on the floor. So that's going to give them a little bit there. Now, C is certainly possible, but Kyrie tends to get a place that looks pretty good for a year or two, and then it all goes sideways. So let's see, we can have that conversation down the line, because I think it'll probably be pretty good here during this honeymoon phase.
Yeah, the implosion is going to happen. Just a question of when. Where are you with the Denver Nuggets? 26-4 at home, top of the West, but they don't play a lot of defense. Are they really a viable championship contender?
I think they are. The defense is certainly a concern. Now, they do show signs of when they really need to lock in that they're able to do that. They're working right now, just like a lot of other teams, to try to shore up their defense, but their challenges, they're a little bit limited in what they can trade, and they don't have picks to send out from other deals they've done. They're deeper into the tax than they've ever been, so taking on money is probably a bit of a challenge there. But when you look at in a playoff series, they feel pretty confident going into most of them that we've got the best guy in Nikola Jokic. They feel pretty good that, hey, if he's having a little bit of an off night, we got Jamal Murray. If he's having an off night, we got Michael Porter Jr. And then I think what they know is when they get into those we need a stop moments, they're going to go to lineups that have Aaron Gordon, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Bruce Brown all on the floor together, and you feel like, all right, those are three guys who are pretty switchable, can hold their own against most other guys. Well, we feel like we can get those one or two stops we really need. So I think they're really, really good. And I think for them, it's very important that they do finish atop the conference, because that's a real home court advantage. Now, it gets a little bit muted when teams aren't flying into Denver, playing one game at altitude and leaving. If you're there for 2-3 days in a row, it means a little bit less because you're a bit more acclimated. But it's a good home crowd. It's a tough place to play. So I think finishing atop the conference is huge for the Nuggets.
Busy week. Keith, thank you so much for making some time, man. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
All right, there he goes, NBA Insider, Spot Track and more, Keith Smith. I do love one thing that he said. This was actually, it's not a question because I felt like this was the way it was going to go, but he took off the table this idea, and there was an article written about it on CBS Sports, the idea that the Warriors might be interested in literally just giving James Wiseman away because it would save $131 million when you factor in the luxury tax. And he took that off the table. He goes, they're not just sending him out the door for nothing. You're going to have to get something in return. To me, that's the Warrior franchise. That's the classy way to do it. You're not giving a guy away for nothing just to save dollars.
For future picks is the thing.
Right, but what you get in return can actually even still be a somewhat high-priced player, provided that it's an expiring contract. To me, that's what the Warriors are looking for. You're looking for someone who has size, experience, defensive ability, and a contract that's up this summer.
That's right.
That's what I'm looking for. And if I can find that for James Wiseman, I'm in.
That's Jakob Poeltl in a nutshell, because I'm looking at that CBS article right now, Mark, and if they traded him to San Antonio, Detroit, Utah, or Indiana, those teams have enough cap space to where they can absorb the salary, give nothing back other than picks, obviously, and that would save the Warriors $131 million in total real savings, which is tempting if you're Joe Lacob and you've decided that you want to give up on James Wiseman. Or you could get back a Jakob Poeltl and you could end up saving about $51 million in salary just this year in terms of the tax savings on who you would get back, because Poeltl will be gone next year, and so that money comes off the books, and so the savings you'll get would actually come next year in terms of what you won't have to pay James Wiseman. Now, you eventually would have to replace him with somebody, you would figure, but Wiseman is set to make $12.2 million next year, which is not a ton by NBA standards, but when you look at that in terms of the luxury tax and how much they're paying, that 12.2 is closer to $50 million.
It's a ton. It's a ton.
For a guy that you don't believe that you can play.
Well, and even if you were to still be a buyer in James Wiseman's future, I mean, what is it you're really giving up if you trade him tomorrow? What did you lose? You lost a concept. That's all you lost.
I mean, you potentially lost a perennial all-star, a guy who grows into being the player that you thought he was when you drafted him.
I mean, sure, that's the potential. However, that is wildly unlikely at this point for all kinds of reasons.
It's unlikely, for sure.
Right? I mean, it's unlikely to begin with that someone's ever going to become a perennial all-star. But now factor in health, factor in that it just hasn't clicked to this point. The idea that he will become that, I think, is a little pie in the sky, and you know I love pie in the sky.
Yeah.
I dig it.
You like pie in the plate? You like pie, period.
I think the Giants are going to win the World Series, so I'm all here for pie in the damn sky, okay? But you're really giving up something that hasn't amounted to anything. So therefore, you're giving up nothing. I know he may become something.
Yeah, I get that.
To this
you're
point,
giving up credibility because you're admitting that you failed in the draft pick.
Everybody misses. Everybody misses.
You missed at number 2. This is bigger than, oh, boy.
And everybody has
Jacob
some
Evans,
of those.
Am I right? What are you going to do?
Darko, look, MJ wasn't first overall. Everybody misses.
You're the Warriors, though. You're light years, Mark.
Well,
you are light years ahead of the league.
But not on that. That's not what they mean. They don't mean we're light years ahead in terms of scouting. That's not what they mean.
You mean you're light years ahead on everything.
Everybody misses.
You don't miss at number 2.
Well, yeah, everybody has.
Right.
Sure you do. Ask the New York Jets. You miss at number 2 sometimes.
All I'm saying is it's not so easy as, we'll just move on from James Wiseman.
It's not that. I'm not saying that.
You got to eat it, and this one hurts because you drafted James Wiseman ahead of LaMelo Ball, and I liked Halliburton, as I mentioned before.
I do remember that.
Appreciate that.
Big fan.
And, it turns out that draft hasn't been a terrific draft top to bottom, but you reached for a guy at 2, and you thought that you were smarter.
Don't use that word.
It was a total reach.
It wasn't a reach.
The guy played 3 games in college. He was an unknown.
But he was the presumptive number 1 prior to the season even starting. And
why didn't he go number 1?
But guys get drafted without playing college ball all the time, historically. I know now they've got to go here.
You draft a 7'1" player who had no tape. It was a reach.
How many games did LeBron play in college before he got drafted number 1?
Didn't have to play in college.
Okay.
The guy was a 6'8" machine in high school.
But I could give you a ton of those examples. James Wiseman's a 7-footer who the NBA had an eye on before the year even started. So it wasn't a reach. It just didn't work.
It was a total reach.
It just didn't work.
Trey Lance was a reach. James Wiseman was a reach.
Lance, I get what people are saying there because he went to a smaller college.
And he didn't play. He didn't play an entire year. He played 1 game.
I mean,
James Wiseman played 3 games at Memphis. He played 63 minutes against no talent.
Again, but by that definition, everybody's a reach. Like guys the NBA is dotted with people who didn't even play college ball and they've been fine. Kyrie barely.
Wembanyama is not a reach because you've seen him play European high-level basketball. You've seen actual tape on Wembanyama.
An opinion, and it could be wrong.
Exactly.
He might be a bust.
He might be.
I doubt it.
But it wouldn't be a reach.
No, but again, neither was Wiseman was actually presumed to be the number 1 overall pick before the college season started. So I like that. That's not even the point. The point is
it's a miss.
And to this point, if you're interested in Warrior basketball right now, then James Wiseman is irrelevant.
Totally.
He doesn't play. So you're not, if you're still interested in now and if you're interested in next year, then James Wiseman not being on the team helps you. I get that it's a bummer. It's a total bummer. I wanted him to be good. I wanted it to be here. That's always the way I want the story to end. But if you're interested in this year, why would you not move on from someone who doesn't play? And if you're interested in next year and you like the Warrior core, Wiseman not being on the team and turning into an expiring contract heightens your chances of keeping the core together starting next year.
I'm fascinated by the way this plays out, not only over the next day and change, but into the offseason because there is a sense, and this is two timelines talking, and I know the Warriors never put that out as an actual thing. It's something that we, fans and media, created, the idea of two timelines. Tim Kawakami in with the Morning Roast tomorrow, 8 to 9. He'll be able to address it. He talks to Joe Lacob more than just about any other human being, but the sense that I've always gotten is that not only are there two timelines, but there are two lines of thinking within the building. There are those who still believe in James Wiseman, and there are those who say this guy will never be any good. And you can see it in the way that he's been treated from the coaching staff, from the veterans, whether it's ownership in the front office. It feels like there are two big differences of opinion as to who James Wiseman can be. And we're going to find out in the next day how they feel and who has ultimately the final say in this matter.
You're absolutely right. I mean, and what you're saying is that Joe Lacob has had the reputation that he is a big Wiseman fan.
Right.
And then Steve Kerr's over here behind door number 2 going, we're not playing him.
Exactly.
We're not playing him. So,
and the veterans are saying, dude, you better not play him.
Right.
Because this guy's no good. And I wonder where Bob Myers falls in this.
Well,
and I wonder how this affects Bob Myers' willingness to still be the GM of this team.
Is he going to be here? I mean, there are so many questions. So
these are fascinating questions to me.
You mentioned the two timelines thing as sort of a concoction of the media, and you're right. Like there's another way of looking at it, which is that the Warriors only have one timeline all the time. And that one timeline is now.
Right.
And that doesn't mean they don't think about the future. My point is it's always now. At any point in the history of ever, it's always now. Like right now is now.
It is, but if you're Joe Lacob, you absolutely have an eye on later more than Steph, Klay, and Draymond do.
You do, but when you get there, your focus will be now. Here's what I mean by that.
But your later can't be terrible.
You have to plan for it.
Exactly.
I guess this is what I'm saying.
You can't sacrifice the later entirely for the now.
The Warriors don't ever want to be a team that's looking to the future. They always want to be about now. So the effort is when the Steph, Klay, Dre thing is done, whenever that is, they need to be ready at that point to be about now. And they want to be ready for that. So now what's the best way to do that? Let's call it 3 years from now. What's more likely, okay? Is it more likely that James Wiseman is a big, major, integral piece of that team then, or is the financial savings that you would get now better to be used on things that you could rebuild and have that be a thing 3 years from now? Whenever James Wiseman's going to matter, it's already into his next contract. That's a fact.
Most likely, yeah.
That's a fact.
Most likely. Unless he suddenly, if the light bulb comes on. Like Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga has had that light bulb sort of experience to where now he's not only a part of later, he's a part of now. So could James Wiseman undergo that same dramatic turnaround between now and next year's trade deadline? It's possible. I would say it's less likely.
They don't think so.
Well, if they do think so, then they're keeping him. And if they think so, and by they I mean the various Lacobs, Joe and his sons, who are, by the way, going to take over this team at some juncture, maybe they all think James Wiseman can do what Jonathan Kuminga has done, and therefore we don't want to trade him because we still believe that he can be the player that we thought he was going to be when we drafted him.
Wiseman is now benefiting from his recent injuries. Because we look at him...
It's the Trey Lance effect.
Well, we look at him through the lens of, injuries. He's not hurt. He's fine. And they don't play him.
Exactly.
If his name was changed to something like, I don't know, Moses Moody.
He's not hurt.
We would have a completely different opinion. We would go, oh my gosh. Because we all thought, coming into the year, we thought Moody could play. Moody was like in the playoffs. We were excited about Moody. He's going to be not a star, but he's a piece. And then they don't play him, and we go, oh, they must know some things. So I guess Moody can't play, and he's now expendable. We don't do that to James Wiseman, and his situation's even worse. He was the number 2 overall pick.
No, we do that to James Wiseman.
No, but not the same way. There's still people that think future star.
It's because Moses Moody, what he does is repeatable. You got Dante DiVincenzo in, and he's better than Moses Moody. Therefore, Moses Moody step aside. Nobody does what Jonathan Wiseman or what James Wiseman, what he
right.
could do. And that's where the comp, it falls short. Because what James Wiseman could be, and I don't know if he'll ever be that, Mark. Somebody thinks that he could be that, but what he could be, you don't have on this team.
Again, my sense is you just look at people's actions. Forget their words. Watch people's actions.
That'll tell you exactly how they feel.
They don't think he can
totally
play.
With you.
They don't think he can play.
But when you say they don't think he can play, you're not talking about every member of the organization, and you're not talking about the most important people in the organization.
I don't know. I don't know what they think.
And that's what fascinates me.
I don't know what they think, but the guy is healthy. He's been healthy all year, and he is not playing.
Right.
That, to me, is point one.
But again, who's the they in this? That's what we're going to find out in the next day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe. Because maybe there's not a deal out there. Maybe they do want to trade him, and they still can't, you know?
But I think you're right in terms of them trading him for nothing other than future picks. I can't see him doing that.
No. That would just be bad PR.
Hey, good for the bottom line, though.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
888-957-9570. We take your calls coming up. We also get to Doc Feely, cleared to play. Okay, Brock Purdy, Steph Curry, and more. We're diving into those answers next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
We got to see what we got with Trey. Here's the crazy thing. No, you don't. I know that's hard.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you making plans for 2023? Now's the time to consider a remodel or upgrading your windows or doors. This winter, you may realize your home is not as energy efficient as it could be. If you're feeling a cool draft, talk with your architect or designer about dual or triple pane windows and well-insulated doors. Golden State Window and Door provides the latest options in style and lower cost energy efficiency for your clients. Before you take a look at the many options in person, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Choose a showroom location, then start the 3D video for a virtual tour. You'll see windows and doors from Marvin, Anderson, True Style, Therma-Tru, and others. Homeowners, you're also invited to take a tour or visit a Golden State Window and Door showroom near you. Think of Golden State as your resource for future plans. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and every single day we're doing the Fast Five. Your opportunity as a Morning Roast listener to get in on the show with me and Bonte, 8:50 every single day.
Ryan in St. Louis, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast Fast Five. What you got?
I think we should be incredibly optimistic about the 49ers' future when you consider how good our defense is.
Fast Five, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bigham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley. This is James Wiseman. And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Whoops.
Play that while we can.
Wiseman's rethinking his decision to contribute to our show now that we just traded him to the whoever's of America and the National Basketball Association.
Hi, this is James Wiseman. I've been dealt to Dallas. Now back to RJ and Shan.
Okay. The NBA trade deadline's Thursday. We got you covered. All the latest news leading up to it. Trade deadline coverage brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Doc Feely in a sec. Real quick, 2 hours ago, Debo tweeted, "I stand on everything I say," which makes it sound like whatever the quote is that's making the rounds, maybe it did mean something. Maybe he meant something by it when he said, "I wish we had had a third quarterback." I don't know.
It's the nature of athletes now in their quotes where you say something and people like us take it and twist it and spin it, although we didn't twist it or spin it, but many people do. And then now the athlete has to come out and say, whatever they have to say about what they already said.
Trey Lance also spoke to Rich Eisen. We'll have some of that here in just a second. But right now it's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF. That is Dr. Brian Feely. Hello and good morning, Doc.
Good morning to you guys.
Glad to have you on a time where some very big names are going through some things for sure. Our first question is about Brock Purdy. So, the fact that nothing has happened yet, but all of the indications from the 49ers are still that it's the repair, not reconstruction. What is your read on this? Does it make sense that Brock has not had the procedure yet?
Totally. I think there's no real rush to doing the procedure because if you look at it in a few different ways, first of all, it's not a black and white area where we can say, absolutely, he's a professional baseball player, he's had chronic elbow pain, and now he tore his ulnar collateral ligament. He needs surgery. He's going to be out for 15 months. The reality is this is a pretty uncommon injury for quarterbacks. There's only been about 15 in the last 15 years, and most of them were actually managed without surgery. So this repair is something that's relatively new. And it makes sense that he doesn't want to rush into it, even though every indication is that's what he is going to do. When you look at the timing of it, too, waiting a week or two now still gets him back in training camp if he goes the 6-month route. If his elbow all of a sudden started feeling great and he decided to treat it non-operatively, he's not lost any time. And if he does the full reconstruction, he's going to miss next season anyway. So it really isn't changing anything to allow him to take his time and make an informed decision just like the rest of us would if we had an injury to our body.
Is there any potential for complications to arise once they get inside the elbow? In other words, can they see through the MRI exactly what needs to be done before they go in there and cut him open?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think for his surgeons, just like all of us, most of the time the MRI is extremely accurate, but we're always going to have a backup plan. So for this, for instance, if they're going in with a plan on repair, they're going to have all the reconstruction stuff available just in case things look different than the MRI. For the most part, I would say probably 90 to 95% of the time for something like this, an MRI is going to give us the information we need and we don't change plans, but we always have a backup.
Doc, I've heard this out there and I wonder, a repair versus total reconstruction, is there any difference in the risk to future injury after that? Like, in other words, is the reconstructive, is that stronger in the future than a repair would be?
Yeah, it's a great question. We don't have great head-to-head data, but you're also really you're comparing apples to oranges. When we're doing a reconstruction, the ligament is already usually stretched out and shredded, and we wouldn't want to do a repair in those situations. So I think when you look at best-case scenario, when you look at biomechanics studies, they are going to head-to-head behave similarly and be able to take all the torque that you need to throw a football. Maybe a little bit different for Major League Baseball players, but for football players, it should be totally fine.
Let's turn our attention to Steph Curry and a knee injury that brought ligaments to all of us that we didn't even know we had, Doc. What is the nature of the ligament damage that Steph Curry sustained, and how is this different from a garden variety MCL injury?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think my colleague, Dr. Pandya, explained it great a couple nights ago. But basically, if you feel the top outside of your knee, that's the top of the fibula. And the ligaments in between the tibia and the fibula at the top are pretty stiff. They give you a lot of stability. But that blow to the outside of the knee can cause a strain in that area, very similar to the type of strain that you see for an MCL, just located more on the outside of the knee. Usually happens with a little bit more of the torque to the foot rather than a direct blow. The reality is for athletes, we don't have a great timetable for these because they're under-recognized. We don't see it nearly as often as we do for MCL strains. But I think the assumption would be that as he starts to feel better, this would take a similar time course, like looking at 2 to 3 weeks of rest and recovery, then starting to test it, see how he feels, and then reevaluating at that point. And that reevaluation is really important because he's got to feel totally stable around his knee to be able to get back in play.
Doc Feely with us, cleared to play. Doc, 8 weeks almost to the day after Jimmy Garoppolo broke his foot, that came the NFC Championship game. And now there's the thought that maybe the 49ers were hopeful that he could get out there. An 8-week timetable on that injury. A, is it realistic to play? And B, if he had played, what might that have looked like?
Yeah, I think looking back when he first was injured, they were saying out for the season, missing start of the second year or start of the next year. And then you start looking at, well, maybe he can come back and play possibly, or at least he doesn't need surgery. 8 weeks would be among the fastest people ever to come back. And the idea that he could plant and throw effectively, I think that would have been a hard sell. And I think the risk really is if he plants awkwardly and then needs surgery, that could be a disaster for his foot, his career, his productivity for next year. So I think they did everything right. I would imagine that it would have been almost a miracle for him to get back and play. And he wouldn't have played at the level that they needed him to play at.
Doc, great stuff. Those are the answers we were looking for, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day.
You too, Doc. Great stuff.
That's Dr. Brian Feely, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. And I'd like to highlight what he just said there at the end for everybody listening to our show, for everybody who listened to the Morning Roast today.
He used the M word.
Once again, if Jimmy Garoppolo had played on an 8-week timetable on January 29th, A, that would have been among the fastest ever to return from that injury in the history of the league, and B, he would not have realistically been able to plant and throw,
right.
And C, he would be taking his future career and throwing it out there on the field.
He used the word miracle. It would be a miracle if he would be able to come back and play through that injury that fast. It'd be among the fastest, as you mentioned, unable to plant and throw. So you were left with one quarterback who couldn't throw. He could plant, but he couldn't throw. One quarterback who was concussed and couldn't go. One QB who couldn't throw. One QB who couldn't go. One QB who was over there smiling, but even if he went out there, he was unable to plant and throw. So what were you left with? You were left with basically a running attack only and a 3-touchdown deficit. You were done.
Yeah. So the frustration, I think we all get. It's like what we said on the changeover earlier today. It's like if you're a fan, it's totally fair and normal to be upset when a player's like, man, could they have been there? Can you give us 5% of yourself? Can you give me 2 throws? Whatever you can give me, are you going to be out there? Trey Lance just literally told Rich Eisen, he said he went to Kyle Shanahan that week and said, what can I do to help? Is there anything that I can do to help? Did Jimmy do that? Probably not.
Right.
However, the whole idea is unfair. It's unfair, and quite frankly, I don't think any of us would have made a different decision than what Jimmy did.
Or what Kyle did. And I was thinking about it in terms of Kyle, because Jimmy Garoppolo, it would have been a miracle for him to be able to play. And Trey Lance goes out and says, what can I do to help the team? What can I do to play? And Kyle Shanahan's looking at both scenarios and thinking, I've got 2 healthy QBs. Why would I activate a third? I never activate a third. I'm not going to need a third. I'll use my 46 roster spot on 3 different guys who I'm not going to play, but I'm not going to need a third quarterback.
It's all sponsored by calhope.org. We got some Wiseman calls coming up next, plus Steiny and Evan Giddings will get in here coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
It's life. That's what we sign up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But, I mean, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. You're fired up and confident and ready to go.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope CalHope's free and secure mental health resources, call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
San Francisco with partly cloudy skies today, highs around 61.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
The breaks.
The breaks. Coming to you never?
Little league politics, brother.
Oh,
but yeah,
I love it.
Yeah,
we're
ready. We're ready. The Kansas City Monarchs of the Mill Valley Little League AAA. We're ready. Yeah, we had our draft the other night.
Attaboy.
Yeah, shout out to the other dads and a mom in the building the other night. And we had a great time. That's
you got any
right.
girls on your team?
No, I think there was only one in the draft.
Okay.
And she's good. She got taken early.
Yeah.
So I think there was only one. Anyway, but yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
Nice. I look forward to updates throughout the year.
There we go.
It's fun.
It's very, very fun. Steiny, and yes, I mentioned Evan Giddings, who's fantastic, is going to be in here in about 6 or 7 minutes, which, of course, has already got the YouTube chat going on. Here we go. This is Guru's first step to no-showing at Watch Party Willard and the lovely Christie's home.
Playoff.
Coming up this Sunday for Super Bowl. But we'll see. We'll see. I believe in Goo.
I believe that we will go.
I'm a Dodger fan.
Yeah. You believe in Goo?
I do.
I like it.
I do. I'm betting on he going to be there.
Send me the address, and I'm still at the definite maybe spot.
Well, except
I went from definite maybe to no.
I know, and I told Christy last night, I go, for everybody, I go, this is like a poker hand. When you put it on the table, you declare, I'm not letting you undeclare. You can't suddenly go, oh, wait, no, I have a full house, and I didn't see it. No. So I'm kind of like, I don't know, I might have to break my rule. If you change your mind, I got to go to the board.
Oh, okay.
I got to go to the board and ask him.
I don't want it that bad.
Well, you did when you thought Ratto was coming.
If Ray Ratto is going, you can't keep me away. 3 hours with Ray Ratto?
You're always invited. But Kyle firmly, for instance, was a no. Now, if he calls tomorrow and goes, wait a minute, I forgot Trader Joe's dip, I'll be there. I'm like, dude, you're out. Like, we sold your seat.
Man, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, this is not
it's like
just
that, huh?
Well, it's not unlimited. Like, we got to be able to all see the TV. They're not 12 couches.
You don't have multiple TVs, multiple viewing rooms?
I mean, if you want to go upstairs into like a teenager's bedroom, like that would be weird.
Awkward,
yeah. Super, I don't think she's going to want that. So
there's a Super Bowl party that I went to about 5 years in a row before I got divorced, and I haven't gotten the invite yet this year. So I'm not sure if I lost
they
that
declared
party.
As well. Yeah, you do. You know how that works.
Well, last year I got invited.
Everybody's got to declare.
Last year I got invited and didn't go. The year before was the pandemic. Nobody went anywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if I lost that party in the divorce.
It happens.
I lost a cat.
Listen, I've watched the people. You'll all relate to this.
Yeah, it's a bad beat, Cliffy. I miss you.
I've watched the families who try to do both. We're going to keep both. We're going to be friends with the ex-wife and with the ex-husband.
No, I'm still very friendly. We're still very friendly.
Good luck.
No, we're not as close as we once were, obviously, but we're still very friendly.
No, I
know
still you
friends.
are, but the people who try to do both, that's tough. That's a hell of a line to walk.
Well, I mean, honestly, this individual who has the party, more my friend.
Well,
More my friend.
Or so you thought.
I'm still checking. The Evite usually comes in. The Evite, I thought it would have come in yesterday.
I mean, it's Wednesday, Debs. It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
It's not the beginning of the week anymore.
Let me refresh.
Literally called Hump Day.
The email.
We're over the hump, Debs.
Let me refresh
Yeah,
here.
no, hasn't
I got
happened.
2 new emails. Nordstrom's got some new sandals, and the Venetian in Vegas wants me back. Check the text messages.
Venetian's fantastic. I love the Venetian.
They're relentless.
Yeah.
I haven't stayed there in 9 years.
Oh, I just stayed there like.
I love the property.
No, we didn't stay there. We went to a show there. That's what we went to a show there just I think a year ago. Like exactly a year ago. It's February last year.
I lost Cliffy in the divorce, and I lost the Super Bowl party.
Bad beat.
Seriously.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
If a man loses a Super Bowl party in a divorce, dude,
and thrown
that's rough.
Thrown by another man and thrown by a man who I used to coach Little League with. And thrown by a man who is a listener. He's a P1, and I'm not naming him anymore because apparently I'm out. But damn, I didn't.
We interrupt this Super Bowl party soiree for this developing situation.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, Kyle Madsen, what are we doing?
Yeah, live from the Backroom Sports Desk, Ian Rappaport reporting that 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy will meet with Dr. Keith Meister in Dallas on February 21st. He plans to have surgery to repair his torn UCL on the 22nd. That's per sources. The surgery, set to be done by the respected Rangers doc, will allow Purdy to make a full recovery and be ready for training camp.
He's Mr. Keith
Come on,
Meister.
Spadone. Let's go. Hit it.
He's Mr. 101.
Party time. Yeah, let's go.
They call me Keith Meister, whatever I touch.
The San Francisco 49ers have announced their Week 1 starter for the 2023 NFL season, and his name is Brock Purdy.
You don't know that, Mark. Didn't you listen to Dr. Brian Feely when he was giving me "That's a good question" after "That's a good question"?
I snuck one in there, too. By the way,
2-1 your final.
But what if we weren't playing each other? What if the shows were going against one another? Isn't 3 of those in a row the all-time record? That's never happened before, has it?
Well,
3 straight questions where we got "That's a great question."
I'm going to borrow from John Paul Morosi and say, well, that's a good question, Mark. Because JP, a.k.a. Bubba, he gives them out like Halloween candy. So, yeah, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. So let me back up because I'm partially kidding, but
it's good news. It's good news.
Something would have to go haywire for Brock Purdy to not be ready at some point in the month of August.
As Dr. Brian Feely said, when I asked him the question, and he said, Dan, that's a good question. My question was, when they go in, could they possibly see that they need to do more than they previously thought? And he said, it's possible, but not probable. 90 to 95% chance that they know going in what the surgery will entail.
I guess my answer to that would be, like, it's also possible that Trey Lance and Brock Purdy break their leg between now and September.
Right.
Because somebody gets into a car accident or something.
It's more likely that they go in and they go, whoa, this ligament's way worse than we thought.
Right. My point is we can take off the table the idea that Brock is still searching for a different answer. We can take off the table that anything has been seen that would suggest Tommy John. The 49ers have been totally consistent this whole time with the idea that all indications is this is a repair of the UCL and he's going to be ready to go in time for Week 1 of the season, and today confirms that.
Well,
it confirms that.
It doesn't confirm that he'll be ready for Week 1.
No, it confirms that this is their plan. You can, Tommy John
but
is
if it's
not
6 months from surgery date, and the surgery date, by the way, is in 2 weeks.
February
from
22nd.
Today.
Right.
So 2 weeks from today, 8 months or 6 months from there is August 22nd.
Which is still weeks before Week 1.
Right, but it allows for a very limited amount of time for there to be a setback or a delay, etc.
Correct.
But it is good news that it looks like it'll be the 6-month variety.
Steiny and Evan are here, but Kyle, what do you got?
But have we considered any more doctors that might go on Dan Patrick?
Right.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. I don't want to make this about about the conversations we've had. But for those 12 of you on YouTube who have been waiting for me to apologize to Johnny Smoke Show on Dan Patrick, because he was an idiot that day and he's still an idiot now, and you want me to apologize to him because there might be some sort of Tommy John in the future, you can take those comments and officially put them away for good. It doesn't even matter what happens now. The bottom line is that guy that went on Dan Patrick that day was out of line and irresponsible, and that will never not be true. Over. Conversation over, as my mom used to say to me.
Steiny right now is thrilled.
Over.
He is thrilled at the level with which you just buried not this particular guy, but just anybody.
Over.
Look at my guy.
If there wasn't a
Steiny.
stanchion, I would say that's a mic drop.
That's totally. Yeah. He has to do the legal, though. He's not
There
doing
you go.
it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Hello, friends.
What's up?
How we doing today? What's going
Apparently, Guru's got a little issue at the dentist today, and so we got
which no doubt will still be on the table
Just
on
chew it
Sunday.
and do it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, we're serving the main dish will be chewing gum on Sunday
Just
at
for
the
the
Super
goo.
Bowl, and so hopefully that's okay with him.
Oh, interestingly,
Gumballs for everybody. Yeah,
interestingly,
I'm a snob.
One of the greatest warriors of
Hubba
all
bubba
time. I'm kidding. Troy Murphy. I did an interview with him his rookie year, and I said, "What's your favorite food?" And he said, "Gator gum." Remember Gator gum?
I don't even know what that is.
It's like it's the flavored gum that's really like Gatorade gum. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
But
Gatorade.
they used to call it
Sure.
Gator.
Sure,
It was green, but it was.
What was in those things? I never
Oh
had
man,
that.
it would. Whoo! I love it. It's pretty good.
It was like gum, but with the same texture as gator. I don't know if you've ever had alligator, but it's very like
Never.
chewy,
It's got
very
a
firm, very
really,
tough.
really
Very
strong
tough.
flavor.
Okay.
I like them. They have cherry and orange.
Well, that's like you,
Great.
Steiny. Really, really strong flavor. That's
And also
that's
tough.
That's
Kind of a nuanced flavor.
Yeah, that's how I describe. When they go, what's
I'm a gum
Steiny
of
like?
nuance.
So, LeBron, I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
He's all right.
So, one thing we may throw out there today is who are the 5 greatest players you've seen in your lifetime? And that makes it different because for me, then I'm going to start in about 1970, 75. Evan's got to start at 2000.
Right.
So it's just kind of interesting. We've been playing the game. And you want to hear who I have?
Well, yeah, except for I need you to define great. Who are the greatest?
The greatest in my lifetime.
Like,
but
those
I've
players
seen
you've
personally.
ever
Right, but I
watched.
mean, but what defines that? Like, I immediately, sure, Jordan and LeBron are going to be on this
Right.
list, but so is Steph.
Mm-hmm.
But that, for me, yes, I can easily make the factual case, but it's also because I've enjoyed watching Steph more than anybody.
It just
100%.
depends on your criteria.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Steiny actually hit me with this, and I came up with 4 easy, pretty quick ones, and then the 5th one I had to think about, and it struck me in a certain kind of way because I obviously went LeBron and Jordan. I went with Magic because I'm a little bit older. I remember a lot of Magic in college and whatnot, and I actually spun it to Hakeem Olajuwon as my number 5. I had Kareem in there as well because I
totally
remember
fair.
Kareem when I was
Yeah,
a kid.
that's totally fair.
Kareem, I don't remember much of the Milwaukee, but it was Magic and Kareem. And when I went to Olajuwon, I was thinking in terms of like what you think about with Steph. Like for me, Olajuwon was so unique and so dominant that I put him on my 5.
Yeah.
I got Bird and Magic. He left Bird off. Fine. Jordan, LeBron, and then I gave this 5th one a lot of thought. Tim Duncan. I'm putting Tim Duncan
Over
there.
Steph.
I am because and that's why I left Kareem off. Believe it or not, because Kareem is in my
Is in your very
wheelhouse.
large window.
I'm going
He's
more.
somewhere in there.
I'm just going more
Peeking
on all around player. Like Jabbar was a scorer. Steph. I just think Duncan did it all. Like Duncan to me is the most underrated star of all time.
Well, he's so great, but he's just such a bore.
He is.
I mean, that's it's not his fault. You know what I mean? It's like Mike Trout's personality. It's just like, I don't know, what am I sinking my teeth into? Like, he's large and he turns around and banks it in. And then says nothing on the way to the other. I don't know what to do with it. He's fantastic. He was so effective.
I mean,
but that's the word. Like, that's not a great word when you're in the entertainment industry. You are very effective.
Yeah.
I've always found it weird that we spend so much time, and we talked about Curry's 4 and LeBron's 4, and it's all about it. Well, then Duncan's got to be there.
He's got 5.
Duncan's got 5.
Totally.
And he was the best player on at least 4 of those teams.
No question.
So I just
people just forget him.
I remember talking to
he's very forgettable.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's
I want to
we could have
hear
some
he's
fun.
5 because he's younger, and I wonder if Kobe is on your 5.
He is, yeah.
Because
So
he should be. I mean, I'm surprised he's not on one of ours because we all lived through Kobe too. But
he's on mine. He's definitely on mine. I'm struggling right now for my 5th.
Yeah, my list is obviously shorter than you guys, but I think that LeBron is up there for sure. Stephen Curry would be there for me. And then Kobe. Tim Duncan's on my list just because I think that one of the reasons we talk about LeBron and his greatness is due to the sustained excellence over 2 decades.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan fits that criteria for me, even though it's less flashy. And then the 5th is Shaquille O'Neal. He's the most dominant player I've ever seen. And especially with growing up around, who's the next Shaq? Is it Dwight Howard? Is it the next big man, the next center? They were always looking for the next of that. They're looking for the next Kobe. They're looking for the next LeBron, the next Steph. All of those guys, to me, that would round out my 5.
So where are you going to start?
So there's 4 that are just in, and then I've got this rotation of 4 or 5 people that I'm trying to figure out who's 5th. For me, it's Jordan, LeBron, Steph, and Kobe. That's 4. The candidates for 5th would be Shaq. They would be Duncan. They would be Olajuwon. They would be Durant.
So you're taking Bird and Magic.
KD?
No.
Wow.
Magic.
Okay.
Magic. Bird for me fades because Magic and Bird were both, I was really young. So I wasn't really assessing it in that way.
Gotcha.
But Magic was much more memorable on West Coast and even more successful during those really young, formative years for me.
Right.
And so he stands out to me more than Bird. So therefore that just automatically eliminates Bird.
So would
That's
Magic's one of the 5 candidates
yeah.
for number 5.
Yep.
I also kind of imagine like LeBron is in a lot of ways an extension of what Magic was. Like as just a tall, athletic, not pass first, but a guy who could get you 40, but also is probably going to rack up a triple-double.
It hit me this morning that LeBron James is 4th all-time in assists now. I mean, that's where, and I was telling Mark earlier, my lovely wife, Steiny, who goes by the name Supper, we were watching the LeBron last night, and she turns to me and she goes, "Who's your GOAT?" That's all she said. "Who's your GOAT?"
Wow.
And I was like, "Whoa,
yeah.
who's my GOAT?"
Aggressive
You,
big
honey.
question.
Yeah. You my GOAT, honey.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't have that answer at the ready. It would have been much better. I said, "Oh, it's Jordan." But the more I've thought about it this morning and realizing that LeBron is 4th all-time in assists, and he, by the way, he's got at least 2 years left.
That's the thing.
He's going to be top 10 in rebounds. He's going to be top 10 in steals and blocks.
Tom Brady, I could play 5 more years if he wanted.
That's why I was saying earlier, like, if it'll be interesting. We'll never do it, but let's say we could get to the time in life where it's just humans who never watched LeBron or MJ play. It's all people who.
That's going to be the Giddings people.
Those people are going to.
I got some for you in a second.
They're going to look. They'll look at the internet if the internet still exists. They'll look at it and go, "What was this whole conversation about MJ over LeBron?" Because if you just were to put it on a piece of paper, oh my gosh, LeBron dwarfs everyone. Everyone.
Yes.
If it's on paper and you didn't experience
but
it.
looking at, well, it actually, computer
Good old
paper.
yeah.
But if you look at Basketball Reference.
Guy doesn't know what paper is. I'm sorry.
Got the sheet right here. So, but I think, I was listening earlier, fantastic conversation. I think that if you do look at the Basketball Reference page of a Michael Jordan, similar to how you look at Barry Bonds' Baseball Reference page, all you see are the italicized and the bold numbers next to their name. Honestly, LeBron's led the league in scoring once. He's led the league in assists once. So he doesn't have, to me, I guess if I'm looking at it on paper, I'm saying, yeah, LeBron's got more numbers than anybody else. But Jordan, oh my gosh, this guy had an MVP and Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. Like, he led the league in scoring every single year. Like, this guy was incredible. So he doesn't have the longevity of LeBron. But I do think there will be some people that statistically will say, yeah, LeBron might be the greatest, as far as compiled stats. But there might be some people younger than me that might say, how are we not talking about Michael Jordan as the GOAT?
Maybe. I hear you. I hear you.
You got to look at Will Chamberlain, though, in that same vein in terms of, like, the bolded numbers. Yeah. And they didn't even count rebounds back then because he would have led in rebounds or he would have been first or second every single year.
The thing about Jordan and LeBron is there is something, having seen them both, where Jordan's just, more of a closer. he closed more. Like, he
was a better scorer.
Exactly.
He's a better scorer.
And better shooter. Sure. And, I still don't think LeBron would rather pass an assist on the game-winning basket. I'm not holding that against him.
Well, would he rather? I hear people say that he'd rather pass.
I think he'd rather make
the right play, and sometimes the right play.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, the right play is to shoot sometimes, and sometimes it's not.
I mean, I've never seen a guy
Jordan's pulling up over three people.
Unstoppable with the head of steam. Like, he unstoppable with a head of steam.
The only thing that bugs me about this conversation, you're never going to win it. It's never going to end. Like, someone even just threw it up on YouTube right now, which is that Jordan is 6-0 in the finals and LeBron is 4-6. And I go, okay, so what happened the four times LeBron, 4 more times that he went to the finals? Mm-hmm. What did Jordan do those years?
He was playing baseball.
So why is he not 6-4? Or why don't we look at it in terms of how many titles did you win versus how many years did you play? LeBron gets dinged because in his off years he went further than Michael went in his off years.
Well, Michael had a much more competitive conference than LeBron ever did. When LeBron was in the East, Michael Jordan had to get through a team that went back-to-back, a dynastic team in Boston. Michael Jordan's path was much more difficult. And if you look at LeBron's 6 losses, he gacked away 2 of them. Straight up Gackosaurus Rexes, where you had no business losing to Dallas in 2011. Thank you.
Yeah.
My former partner still owes me lunch, which I will never collect. And the previous one that they gacked away, they shouldn't have lost. So 4-6, it's a little bit of an ugly 4-6.
Then again, he stole one from Golden State. Doesn't that cancel at least one of those gags out?
His buddy Draymond gave it to him on a platter.
Whatever you want to say.
I don't think Draymond was there last night, by the way, so not a man of his word, right?
No, disappointing. Yeah, I didn't see him. Mark just showed me footage of Anthony Davis, who might as well.
Did you see this?
Who might as well shouldn't or wasn't there himself.
So someone had phone video.
Describe it, Mark.
Someone had phone video
right his ankle on the way
right
to the
behind the Lakers bench.
Okay,
as the play is, and it's everybody put their phones out. Like, okay, every time they come down the floor, so you get the whole thing. AD is kind of off the court. I don't know if he's coming back on it. So he comes back in, goes behind the bench, and sits down. The whole Laker bench is already on their feet. So he's the only one sitting on the bench. All the fans, all the teammates are standing. Then you watch LeBron come into the middle of the floor, take the foul away, and as soon as it goes in, everybody's arms go crazy. Everybody moves out onto the floor. AD doesn't even move.
Really?
Not even a muscle.
He does not even react.
Even the monobrow itself doesn't budge.
Right. There's no hand movement. There's no clap. There's no butt getting off seat.
No brow tremble.
The unibrow raise.
Not even a raise.
He is in a library studying for an exam.
So that was a conscious no reaction.
Did not move.
He couldn't have reacted less.
Ice cold.
If he was in a coma.
Spadone? Oh, he's lucky.
Yeah, he's
gone.
gone.
He's gone.
Gone.
Even if Anthony Davis was asleep, his body would have twitched at the sound more than an awake Anthony Davis reacted.
Haters.
That's pretty incredible, honestly.
No, it's just, I think it speaks to deeper dysfunction. And when LeBron says, too bad we didn't get Kyrie Irving, deep down he was thinking, let's ship out this one eyebrowed bum, this guy who he's not cut out to be a champion. I know they won the bubble chip. But Anthony Davis, he doesn't jibe with LeBron James.
It is funny because people are probably talking.
Jive.
Yes.
Jive.
Not jive.
If they don't have that championship, they're probably looking at AD like they looked at Dwight Howard in Los Angeles. Like, what's the big guy for what?
Exactly. Big guy for what? Turned down for what? I'm totally with you there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Kyle's saying AD was mad because he got taken out of the game. That makes sense, actually.
Oh, maybe. But
he wanted to be on the floor.
Have some historical perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate. So, okay, would that disappoint me? But that's like going to somebody's wedding and proposing in the middle of it to your girlfriend. Like, talk about a moment that you don't want to make about you. Like, holy hell, the guy
That's a good comp right there.
The guy just passed Kareem in a Laker uniform, standing next to Kareem for the all-time scoring, and you're going to pout?
Well, you see,
wow.
Did you see the headlines today that Westbrook and Ham got into a shouting match?
That they did.
In the locker room after the game.
Well, Westbrook shouts at everybody.
So they got a lot of. They got a lot of.
Do you think it'd be like being a groomsman at a wedding and then going through the pictures and not seeing yourself at all? Like AD wanted to be on the floor because he wanted to be in the photo. Like that's
maybe
I don't know how I see it.
Well, then get out on the floor when it happens because there was plenty of time. I don't know how long that ceremony went, but we talked about the over/under yesterday.
Oh God,
the over/under was set at 4.5 minutes.
He seemed to take 5 minutes to even find who he wanted to find. Like all I could see, the first 2 minutes are him just waving to people, like get over here, you get over here. I don't know. Who's he looking for?
It took 3 minutes for Kareem to get out there.
And he thanked the fans, by the way, Steiny. He didn't thank God was the favorite that he would thank the big fella upstairs, but he thanked the fans. So pay the fans.
This is the beginning of the Super Bowl props, right? Like
totally.
The first one. How long is LeBron going to speak for?
That's right.
How long is the opening? The national anthem is going to be.
All that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that one's always weird to me because somebody can go see the rehearsal for the anthem and at least get a decent idea where that's going. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get a rehearsal for the actual game.
Yeah.
The anthem's got a rehearsal.
That's
Hey, so where are you guys on? I said this 7 times before the show.
What'd you say, Steiny?
Warriors cannot trade James Wiseman.
Sure they can.
You think?
What are you giving up?
Potential.
What if you're giving up Jermaine O'Neal?
Right.
Like, because there's.
Well, we talked about, I used your comp earlier, and I looked at the Jermaine O'Neal stats in Portland. 4 years of Jermaine O'Neal.
Right.
He played 203 games with the Blazers. James Wiseman, in 3 years with Golden State, has played 60 games. So I love your idea of what if he is Jermaine O'Neal. The guy should still be a college sophomore with how much basketball he's played.
I guess my response would be it's a risk I'm willing to take because of every single 7-footer in the history of the NBA who after 3 years didn't look like anything, there's one who's Jermaine O'Neal. And the rest you've never heard of or care about. So why, you know what I mean? Like
I know. I think it's a tough one. I think it's a hard one, to tell you the truth.
Emotionally, we don't want to give up on James Wiseman. But if you're asking me that there's a huge financial gain that could help keep this team together a little bit in the future to a degree, and if there's anything that you can receive in return that might make this a better defensive team right now, to me, that's worth it.
No, I'm with you. He's more likely to be, at this point, Darko Milicic than Jermaine O'Neal.
Anthony Randolph.
Way more likely.
I think it's fascinating, though, when we talk about Jakob Poeltl in San Antonio, because I can't see Greg Popovich looking at James Wiseman and thinking, oh, yeah, get me some of that. So I wonder.
But does Greg care about Jakob Poeltl? Like, I mean,
nobody cares.
Greg's going to be gone.
He's
And how many more years has Greg got?
Well, I thought Greg would be gone a few years ago when his wife passed away, but he's not. He's showing no signs of wanting to walk away from this
Spurs
thing.
are not winning in the rest of Greg Popovich's tenure.
Wembanyama.
Operation
Wembanyama
Wemby.
and Wiseman, the new Twin Towers. Who says no? The
Samson
new
and
Rose
Elijah.
and
There's
Duncan.
a W nickname there somewhere.
Totally.
Well, Wiseman Yamba.
Yamba.
Yeah.
Wemben Wiseman.
Wiseman Yamba. Anyway.
Operation Wemby.
I'm fascinated to see who within that organization, Golden State, will say, no, we can't trade James Wiseman.
Yeah, like who's off the table? Kuminga? That's it?
Of the tradable players? Well, you only have 3 guys who are even potentially tradable, right? And Moody, does anybody want Moses Moody? Are you ready to give up on Moses Moody?
Well, no. The other thing you got to be careful of, maybe you can trade Wiseman for a guy who can help you right now. But that to me sounds like a deal that you're going to have to throw in a pick. And do you want to, and I don't, like in 2024, not this year, but next year, Memphis has their pick if it's not top 4.
Do you throw in a pick because in theory, whoever this is not just help now, but it's probably an expiring deal?
I would think so.
Right? So you have to throw in a pick? I'm going to give you
Maybe
James
probably
Wiseman.
like a second, maybe. But I mean, you're also then deciding, all right, we don't want to pay James after next year. I mean, that's the reason I think why they would move off it, because you don't.
Well, it's $131 million is the cost if you keep James Wiseman with the luxury tax, reportedly.
So he's making about 12
next year.
Right. And that
to not play. And that 12 is what, 48 or 50?
And
right. So
the
where's
rest
the
of this year?
131
rest
come
of this
from?
year, rest of this year and next year plus luxury tax.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Are you paying that just to see what you got? I mean, and of course it would take also, of course, someone to want James Wiseman at this point.
And
But
the other piece is, haven't you already seen enough to know what you've got? Because Mark said it earlier. he's healthy now, and he still isn't playing. It's not like we're trying to baby him through a knee issue. He is now a healthy player, and he played 5 minutes in a game where you absolutely motorboated OKC.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the coaching staff is telling you already what they think of James Wiseman.
I also think the coaching staff is telling you when they went small against Boston that they're not going to try and win with size. Now, that may be an indictment of Wiseman, but at some point, usually they go small. And Kevon Looney, if he's getting pushed out of the starting lineup or the finishing lineup, whatever you want to say, maybe Wiseman just doesn't have minutes.
What time is the deadline tomorrow?
Noon.
Oh.
Noon our time.
So we get to walk right into it together.
Exactly.
And Zaza today at 1?
Correct.
Love it. Okay.
Warriors
All right.
Wednesday.
Steiny, Evan Giddings. Here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm scared. I would not trade Wiseman, believe it or not, out of fear.
You're teetering, Steiny.
Now, here's the thing. If there's information, though, that I'm pretty sure we probably don't know, and that is the Warriors know more about Wiseman than we do. Like they may have people in their organization who have already kind of given up on him. But they may have some people in the organization that say, this guy's going to be okay. It's just going to take a while. I can't trade him. I can't trade him yet. And I know they might. And I think and I see why. But boy. Whew.
So if you're asking what James Wiseman has shown you to make you feel comfortable with living with that decision of definitively not moving off of him by noon tomorrow at the trade deadline, what would you present as evidence as to we got to keep him?
People may not want to hear this, but I would say, and it's part of his, and Kerr uses this term, it's part of Wiseman's story.
Yeah.
He did not play college basketball, essentially. He had this COVID situation, which made his first year strange. He got hurt and missed most of a season, and that's a factor to me. That none of that has conspired to help him. The other thing is, if let's say he isn't very good, let's say he just never gets any better. I'd rather eat that than take a chance that he's going to be better down the line, and you're sitting with nobody. You're sitting with nobody. That's what would worry me.
I think the potential of James Wiseman is worth more than what his value currently is. That's why I wouldn't move off of him. But if you're also looking at the numbers that Dibbs and Willard presented in the last 3 hours, which is you're going to have to pay over $100 million to keep him, then if the trade does come by tomorrow or sometime this summer, I can't be surprised. Like, I can't say the Warriors should be paying James Wiseman, it would be 12, but then extends and becomes what his cost right now monetarily is significant. If you want to keep him and then decide next year whether you want to extend him or not, that's another story as well, because then you're looking at next year, Draymond Green that'll be the final year if he opts in. Klay Thompson, his final year after next season on his deal. Is James Wiseman worth potentially, and this is kind of the crossroads they're coming to. I don't know if it'll happen by tomorrow. I don't know if it'll happen this summer, but there is a crossroads coming between choosing the old guard and the new. And I think people are choosing James Wiseman as kind of that beacon to make that choice.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We got Zaza Pachulia coming up on the Bud Light guest line. That's at 1 o'clock, so that means it's all you guys till 1 o'clock. It's pretty simple. Would you trade James Wiseman? And I'm out. I can't do it. I cannot do it right now. I just can't.
If the Toronto Raptors come to you and say, OG Anunoby for James Wiseman, give us a second. OG Anunoby's 25
What's
years
he
old.
making?
OG?
Yeah.
17.5 for the next 3 years with a team option.
So let's just throw Moody in there to make it match up totally.
Moody and Wiseman. That's a tough decision. Like, I think that...
I got to say no. I think I got to say no. I don't know. But I think that's what we're looking at here. But the other thing is, here's the other thing. For all we know, Messiah here, he might be like, get out, I'm not trading OG and an AJ and I'm not trading OG Anunoby for two guys who can't play. Like, that's also a possibility that 20 teams in the league say, we ain't taking Wiseman off your hands because we don't think he's very good.
And that, to me, is the biggest factor in this. It isn't necessarily just what you're giving up. It's what you're getting back. And that's why a player like OG Anunoby is under contract for a couple of years. I don't think necessarily fits this bill. But it, in all likelihood, would be somebody that has an expiring contract that would eliminate the luxury tax of whatever Wiseman will be owed next year. And then you're looking at, well, is it Kelly Olynyk? Is it maybe it's a guard? Maybe it's Mike Conley. Maybe it's...
See, I can't do that. I cannot do that. And here's why. If you trade Wiseman, if you trade Wiseman for a player on the last year of his deal, all right, you're basically saying this guy has to help win us a title this year. You're also sending a message to your fan base for the second consecutive offseason that we got to tighten the belt. I mean, we've got to tighten the belt. That's what Wiseman for an expiring would tell me. The other thing is, to me, if you look at it from all sides, there's a risk of, okay, you trade Wiseman. Then maybe next year, what if you're not good next year? Like, what if you're not good next year and you get the 7th pick in the draft? Guess what? It's going to Memphis. And now you don't have Wiseman. And now this guy that you picked up isn't even on the team anymore. What if you're 500? And now your core is really getting older. So unless they know that Wiseman, unless they know Wiseman stinks and is going to stink, I can't move him.
Well, and this is why, and the Xfinity mobile text line brings up an interesting question, 925. Could trading Wiseman give the Warriors a championship? No. Like, that move, whatever you're getting back, in my opinion, even if it is...
say Anunoby.
Anunoby. Like, does that automatically make the Warriors a championship team?
Makes them better, I think.
It does make them better. It does. But this is what we're talking about, the costs and balances. All right, are you willing to give up on the future of a 7-foot, quote-unquote, athlete for a chance to compete right now? And I think there's a lot of people that are feeling this season being increasingly more important because of what we've seen, even when the Warriors have health, which means that there's no guarantee, one, of health next year or the year beyond that, but also this could be the last chance to win a title. And if trading James Wiseman gets you closer to that, I do think there's a larger or growing section of the fan base that would be interested in that.
888-957-9570. Trade deadline less than 24 hours away. It's a simple question. You going to trade James Wiseman? Do you want to trade James Wiseman? I'm out. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. This segment also sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game.
Shanahan/Lynch has been atop this football team for 6 years and provided quite a lot of compelling, fun, incredible moments.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions. Like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip. Or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Join us in-store for free giveaways, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. This month, stop by for fun events like our 2-day Super Bowl prep party and our Valentine's-themed kids workshop. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup. Count on Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. And now, activities in your community with Weekending at Lowe's.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard. Like when the game is going into overtime, but you have even more time to enjoy it, and a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, over-designed, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I'll start out this segment like I started out with Evan in the green. Well, you can't trade James Wiseman, right? They can't trade James Wiseman.
Why can't they?
Because the player they're going to get back likely won't be the difference between winning it and not winning it. If you're talking about a player that, to me, makes a difference in that regard, I guess you got to think about it. But the other thing, too, is the game within a game is we know Joe Lacob likes James Wiseman.
True.
We know that. So it's his team. So maybe he's more inclined to keep Wiseman because he still believes in him.
Well, and if you're looking at, okay, so let's say last year the Warriors didn't have Otto Porter Jr. or Gary Payton II, guys who played, in between 10 to 20 minutes per game in the finals or in the playoffs when they were available. And there was a situation where they could have moved a young piece to acquire that. Like that's I think what the Warriors are trying to do here. Maybe not specifically with Wiseman, but at the deadline, Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider, was talking about how the idea is to get a rotation piece. Maybe not a player that is going to be here for a long time, but that can slot in your top 8 or 9 come playoff time. So if you're telling me the Warriors could add an Otto Porter-like player at this deadline, does that change the equation for you at all?
No, not an Otto Porter. Not an Otto Porter.
Or a GP2.
See, maybe GP2.
I'm just thinking about guys that give you 15 minutes a game in the playoffs. Because, that's what they're trying to add at this point. That would get them closer to a title this year.
I don't know that there's a player out there. They're top. Okay, we got to agree that whoever this player is, he's most likely not going to be a top 6 player.
Yes.
Okay. So that means, is he going to be better than DiVincenzo and or Kuminga? So let's say you can get Anunoby. Well, he does now become the 6th or 7th man, which is going to push Kuminga down a tick. And I don't know. I think it's fraught with landmines, and I'd be more apt to just kind of ride this out and see if we have enough and we can get it done with this team.
Well, that's what makes it so tricky, and I'm curious what Zaza Pachulia thinks about on the executive show at 1 o'clock, is the fact that how are the Warriors looking at this situation? Like, what are they weighing at this point? Because obviously it's the future versus the present, but how confident are you in the future? Not just of James Wiseman, but in the future of Golden State and them being continuously successful. Because if you are, then it's a no-brainer. James Wiseman stays. Like, if you envision him being a part of that future and the future being bright, then he should not go anywhere, even maybe for a top 7 rotation piece. But if you're looking at, like Dibbs was mentioning, the last 3 years, and he's played 60 games, and he's been up and down this year. He can't even crack the rotation when he is healthy outside of the last 5 minutes of garbage time against Oklahoma City. Then it's, all right, well, what leap can he make between now and next season? Because, and to be fair to him, he hasn't really had an entire off season because either he's been injured or has been COVID. So maybe he can, and it's realistic to say with an entire summer under James Wiseman's belt that he can come back and maybe not be your starting five on a team that likes to play small, but he can provide a Naz Reid-like impact. He can provide one of these backup centers with contending teams. I don't know, Brandon Clark in Memphis. I don't like in high energy, lob threat that can be at least a nuisance on defense. That to me is what you're asking whether James Wiseman can become from now to next year. And if you're confident in that, I don't think there's any way you can move him.
I think I'm going to be definitive when I say I can't. Here's what I can't do. I can't move James Wiseman for a player whose contract's up at the end of the season. That's
be someone that's a factor down the line, or in the next
at
couple
least
years.
Another year or two. Because to me, if you're trading Wiseman, it probably means you don't want to pay him and you can get off his money. So you're going to get a guy at the end of his deal. And so now you're trading a number 2 pick for a 7th man.
Yeah.
For 30 games? Whoo, I don't know about that. Let's go to Robert. Robert's in San Jose. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Steiny. I would not trade James Wiseman. I'm with you.
All right.
His potential is too large, and if he goes on and becomes a star elsewhere, Steve Kerr it's going to be a black mark on Steve Kerr. And I'm wondering if Steve Kerr is part of the problem in his system, and maybe he just doesn't know how to use a big man. Just to give you a quick example. The other night, James Wiseman runs the floor. He posts up a guard. He has a guard on his back. Ty Jerome's at the three-point line. He doesn't even look at Wiseman. He's looking for the next guy that's going to shoot a three. Maybe it's Steve Kerr's system.
It's possible, and I don't think there's any doubt that whether you want to call it, Evan, the system, or you want to call it the fact that the Warriors still have a championship window. But the Warriors have traditionally not asked their centers to do what Wiseman ostensibly his skill set is.
Well, and that's why, look, you and Guru were talking about this yesterday, and I think the question becomes, okay, so with teams that have built a dynasty, the Warriors are obviously unique in the sense that they haven't had to rely on any sort of center or big man to have sustained success. The Bulls are probably the only other one that I can think of off the top of my head. But all of those dynasties from the beginning of the NBA until now, how many have actually created or developed the next stage? Like, I was just thinking about it, and honestly, I couldn't come up with a whole lot of names. It doesn't typically happen in dynasties that you see these, these top, well, number one, top picks. Secondly, become quickly developed because there's no minutes for them. And I also just don't think the Warriors, they have never relied on dominant big men during their championship run. It's just never happened. And I understand the direction they're trying to take and the next timeline they're trying to build. But I am with the caller if you're saying that James Wiseman is, maybe not a fit for the system. I don't know if that entirely falls upon Steve Kerr, because at the end of the day, Steve Kerr's got 4 championships in 8 years as a head coach. So clearly he does something right, and he's had his cards on the table since he's got here. Andrew Bogut played immediately and started because he was a good defender, and he was a great passer, and he set screens, and he could play within the offense without the basketball. James Wiseman needs the ball. And if you're saying Ty Jerome won't feed it to him in the post, I'll hear you. But if you are saying that the Warriors need to play through James Wiseman for him to be successful, then that's just simply not going to work.
Nobody plays through their center anymore, unless your center can be like Jokic.
Or Embiid, yeah.
Or Embiid, and play out on the perimeter. And I don't think he's there yet. Jakob Poeltl is a name that's come up. You cannot trade Wiseman for Jakob Poeltl, whose contract is up at the end of this year. And you just can't. You can't do that. And again, I was like, can you? Jakob Poeltl is going to be the difference. A guy who's going to come in here and play 15 or 20 minutes that Wiseman should be playing, but isn't because he's not good enough. Poeltl's going to come in there and be a difference maker. I'm out.
Jakob Poeltl also doesn't have much postseason experience. So, again, if the player you're looking to acquire should get you closer to a championship, then that player should be a veteran. That player should, in my opinion, be perimeter-oriented because that's the system that Golden State runs. They should be able to be a 3-and-D type player. And like you said, Steiny, there's not a lot of those guys out there. And that's also what everyone else is looking for. And you guys talked to Bob Myers a couple weeks ago. I know we got Zaza coming up, but it is more difficult than ever this season to make a move because there seems to be lots of buyers. It's a seller's market. That also means that if someone wants to get something back from the Warriors, maybe, we're talking about the Raptors, like why would they want what they've seen from James Wiseman or even Moses Moody or both unless it's a team that is years away, because right now it looks like James Wiseman is years away.
Would you trade Wiseman and like the 2026 pick, protected, let's say top 5 for Anunoby?
If I'm the Golden State Warriors, I'm not moving any first-round picks beyond.
I'm not either.
2025.
I'm not either.
Because that is the year that Klay Thompson, if he does not receive a new deal. By the way, happy birthday to Klay Thompson, age 33.
Oh, absolutely.
If he doesn't get re-signed, he's not going to be there. If Draymond Green doesn't want to be at Golden State, he won't be there. Steph Curry will be 36 in 2025. I can't mess around with any future assets beyond what I can see for this current big three.
So I know there's a lot of people out there that are blaming Steve Kerr for not playing the young guys, but I do not believe that he deserves the blame for this. I think this was these were organizational miscalculations, because and this may be easy to do now, of course it is, but you're the Golden State Warriors and you've built a dynasty, and you want to keep it going by giving Curry and the boys the biggest window they can. Why did you draft projects then? You drafted 2 projects in Kuminga and Wiseman. None of them played college. All right? What do you need to play for the Warriors? You know what? You got to be smart. You got to be smart. Well, guess what? I'm not saying they're not smart, but they have no experience. They didn't even play in college. But you want them to pick up the Warriors system in a year or two? That doesn't make sense. They like guys who can pass. Kuminga and Wiseman aren't great passers. They like non-isolation. They like to move without the ball. Well, both those guys need the ball in their hands. So, to me, again, and I've said this a lot, you can't tell me they drafted these guys for immediacy. Because they should have known better with 2 guys with this little experience.
I think Kuminga is starting to show signs that he can assimilate into this system. And recently, he has been moving off the ball. Of course, he's been playing defense, which keeps him on the court no matter what. But Wiseman is really the conundrum here because he can't seem to crack even the back end of games. We're seeing for 5 minutes in a game that's clearly been over for 10. And part of that is maybe Steve Kerr realizes that with his team having blown some late leads, he can't afford to mess around at the end of ball games. But James Wiseman is that's what's confusing to me is he can't even get those minutes on a team in which is a couple of games over 500. And now at the deadline, I do think Damon asked a fair question to Steve Kerr, which was, do you owe it to him to trade him or to play him? And that's the rock and the hard place that we're stuck in with James Wiseman is apparently I don't want to trade James Wiseman. I have not seen enough to this point to make a definitive statement on whether or not he's going to be a player or not. I also don't think that so far it's a situation where Steve Kerr can play him because he already shown he doesn't want to play bigs. Like Kevon Looney gets taken out of the starting lineup. He only plays 20, 25 minutes a game anyways. They're not built on size.
No, but if Wiseman could make foul shots, rebound, and defend, he might be in their closing lineup. Believe it or not. And he's going to have to figure out how to defend guys away from the basket. We got a little, according to Shams Charania. How about this one, Evan? The Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves are in discussion on a 3-team deal that would send D'Angelo Russell to the Lakers, Westbrook and draft compensation, such as a first-round pick, to Utah, and then Mike Conley would go to the T-Wolves.
Well, it says to me that Utah's open for business.
They are.
If you did want to acquire a Kelly Olynyk, a Jordan Clarkson, a Malik Beasley. Also, shout out to the Lakers, moving off of Russell Westbrook, apparently, it seems.
I bet you they're going to move him just because of last night. Apparently, he got in a shouting match with Ham. Sometimes you got to cut your losses.
And it's a reuniting. D'Angelo Russell comes back to L.A. potentially.
408, I think Pirtle gives you what Wiseman's supposed to be doing. I just don't think Wiseman will ever work. Pirtle was a better rookie than Wiseman is now. Think about that. And but I think Pirtle would send a bad message. I really do. The message isn't that Pirtle can help us now. The message is we're saving luxury tax money, plain and simple.
Yeah.
Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Lafayette. Hey, Vince, what's going on?
All right. Well, one thing I would criticize on Wiseman is Bob Myers. I mean, why did they pick up his contract for next year when they could have just signed him? I mean, you ask yourself, is Wiseman better than Looney? And the answer is no. And Looney made $5 million on the open market when he went free agent. That means Wiseman would make less than $5 million. So if they didn't pick up his contract, they could have signed him for next year for probably $2-3 million. Nobody would be screaming about his contract anymore. And the second thing, Moody, everybody keeps talking about trading him. If you look at Klay and you look at Moody, remember Moody's 2 years younger than when Klay joined the Warriors. And Moody has games where he plays 30 points. I've seen him down in Santa Cruz doing that. And you look at the way he's playing, you look at the way Klay was his first 2 years. He didn't play a lick of defense his first 2 years, Klay. Moody, I really think, is going to develop into a really good player. Kuminga is already heading into that direction. So I think Kuminga and Moody are going to be good. Wiseman, I think the best we're going to get with him is a serviceable center, which means, after his contract expires for $13 million, they could sign him for maybe $3-4 million. Coming off the bench, nobody's going to be screaming about his salary anymore, and people will calm down. As with the luxury tax, you have Klay making $50 million for next year, and then he becomes expiring contract. You have Green making $27-28 million next year, assuming he opts in, which he probably will. That's expiring. Those are where the Warriors are going to have to come off and decide whether they want to keep paying the luxury tax or their salaries are going to have to come down substantially.
Fair enough. Thanks, Vince. Appreciate the call. Good stuff. Thorough. Although, I mean, if the Warriors thought Moody was as good as I think the fans, then I think they would be more open to moving Wiseman. If they knew they had two out of three of those guys who were players. But Moody, to me, is just a guy.
He's not a factor right now.
I see something different.
And look, and James Wiseman, I think you're right, Steiny. It's if they move off of him, yes, it is giving up on the future, but I look at it more as them trying to save $110 million next year. And to be fair, Joe Lacob has shelled out plenty of coin for this team and these players. I wouldn't fault him for that. But I think you're also sending a message as to whatever the next phase of Golden State Warriors basketball is, which is there is a line in the sand. And if you cannot figure it out, then you are on the chopping block, so to speak, monetarily speaking. And I also think James Wiseman, you are also admitting that you were wrong by taking him number 2 overall a couple years ago.
No doubt. Jay's in Oakland. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
I was just calling. I was listening to you guys talk about the Wiseman situation, and I think at this point, I think you mentioned earlier, you look at the guy, and Kerr, needs to be given some credit over the fans to talk about whether the guy is worthy of those kind of bigger minutes, because he's always awarded that willingness to play defense and that kind of effort to learn it. It kind of seems like Wiseman's still a little slow. He kind of has his traffic cone moments there. And I think that, to run the offense through him is really what he needs. And we have all these they have all these other weapons. So I think the two timelines thing, the priority has to be to perform and compete, obviously, while Curry and the other guys are there. But, showing that, I mean, Curry's already been out for lengthy times twice this year, and he's about to be 35. So, it kind of puts you in a position where Moody has backslid, it seems like, a little bit this year as far as his defense. They're saying laterally, when you watch it, moves a little slow, but I think you package those guys and it's worth it. I mean, I like Wiseman, but you got to look at a situation like the Rockets or like the Pistons. If he had that kind of minutes, like a Shai or one of those guys, I think you'd see that guy stepping out. But.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Jay. Good stuff. And somebody hit me up on the Xfinity mobile text line. I mean, if they were on Charlotte or Detroit or Houston, they would be playing more, and those teams would still have the same record. So I can't answer what's better.
That's why ultimately doesn't make a ton of sense to me, the consecutive drafting of projects, because
it's not like Moody played 4 years of college either. He only played 1 year.
He was 19 years old when he got drafted. Just like Kuminga, just like Wiseman.
Exactly. So let's go to Steve. Steve's in D.C. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man? Steve.
Actually, it's D, not Steve.
Okay, what's up,
buddy?
How you doing? Good.
Hey, first of all, I just want to thank you for finally deciding to talk about this situation that exists with the Warriors. The front office, they dropped the ball miserably the last few years regarding those three draft picks. I mean, you cannot have a team that is loaded with veterans and a system that is as difficult to pick up as the system that Kerr runs.
Yeah.
And for you to decide to draft players who don't have the IQ necessary to actually play in that system. I mean, it just
not yet.
Makes sense. I am a huge Wiseman fan. I wouldn't want to see him traded, but based on the fact that they projecting that they're going to have to pay about $141 billion in taxes, that's kind of steep. Yeah. So I don't know, man. This is kind of weird. I don't know what they're going to do, but whatever they do, I'll applaud them.
Appreciate Steve. I don't either. I don't know what I wouldn't know what I don't know what to do.
Maybe we can ask Zaza.
I don't know what to do. I really don't. We need to know who the players would be in exchange for Wiseman, but trading Wiseman scares me. We'll keep talking about it. It is a Warriors Wednesday. The NBA's trade deadline is Thursday, and we've got you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This segment also sponsored by Save Mart. Coming up next on the Bud Light guest line, it's The Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Wilks is the newest defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
It's a great hire. He'll come in and do very well, and he'll get a head coaching job after next year, and the 49ers will get compensatory picks yet again.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Lucky has amazing deals to help you score huge at your big game party. Select variety of pizza, soda, or party-size Frito-Lay chips are buy two, get three free of equal or lesser value. Mix and match. Limit 2 offers. Grab the savings this week at Lucky.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Battery trouble? You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great, too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty, let's get right to it. Head out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It's The Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia. Zaza, thank you so much for joining us. And we've got Evan in for Guru today, just to let you know. And let me start here. And obviously, you may not know what the Warriors are going to do, but clearly the name James Wiseman is out there in terms of all the trade rumors. And what I'm wondering is, when you have a player that young who's obviously aware of it, like, have you talked to James about this time of year and how to cope with it? Because it's something that a lot of players have to deal with at some point.
Hey, guys, before I answer this question, there are two things I want to mention. One of them is the tragedy happened in Turkey and Syria with the earthquake. And, Warriors, obviously, we're based in the U.S., but we are a very global brand. We have followers all over the world. We have presence all over the world, so I definitely want to acknowledge that we have lost thousands of people lost their lives. So my condolences to all the families. Second one I want to mention is today's Klay's birthday. So happy birthday, my brother, Klay Thompson. I actually texted this morning. I said legends are born in February because I'm born in February as well. So it's a joke. But to answer your question, yes, I did have a conversation, and that not only resonates the trade deadline and rumors, but also the playing time, right? And my message was very simple. That something helped me throughout this my career, that there are things you can control as a player, but there are things you cannot control as a player, right? So this is one of those things when it comes to the trade line that he cannot control. All he can do is be a pro, continue working hard, keep getting better, because he's going to need today's workout, today's progress. He's going to need, doesn't matter what jersey he wears in his life. And that's talking to him generally. Right now, of course, we're very proud to James being part of the Warriors. We love him as a person, first of all, right? And then obviously as a player as well. So, but as a friend, as somebody, the older brother, you want to call it, and who's been in his situation before. I think this message helped me, so I definitely share with him this message. That just, I know it's hard. Everybody's talking about you. You open, any social media, or you open any website, basketball-related website, or watch the TV. They're talking about your name is out there. So how can you just relax and just do stuff that you're supposed to, or focus on the things really matters? It's hard, but at the same time, he has to understand that this is a business, and he has to understand that just try to focus on the things that he can control.
Yeah, Zaza, and having played 16 years and now being with the Warriors organization, you understand that business side, but I also know that you were traded. I know not at the deadline, but in the offseason from Milwaukee to Dallas in 2015. How did you deal with that switch and knowing that your name was potentially floated in these circles and having to be okay with that, but also knowing that the next day your key card's not working in Milwaukee and you're going to be heading to Dallas? I mean, how do you kind of deal with those conversations that swirl around you and that are continuously in flux?
Yeah, that's a good question. But before I answer the question, I want to tell you that I was in a similar situation. I was playing for Dallas Mavericks, and literally it was almost that deal for me trading to Houston for Brad Miller. And there are a couple nights prior to the trade deadline. I couldn't sleep. I was up all night. I was nervous. I was younger. Right, so I didn't have this experience, and I was just like in the middle of the season. I already have a family, kids going to the school. Right, so much going on in my mind, and it was so disturbing and such an unpleasant situation to be. But trade didn't happen. And that definitely motivated me because I think I finished my season really. I mean, it was kind of for the young guy. It was like a wake up call. I said, "Oh wow, this can happen." I could have easily got moved. So I got motivated. I got mad at it as well. But the madness was I translated to the motivation. I said, "I'm going to prove you guys that you guys did the right thing, not trading." So I want to make sure that and it can be a thing. I don't know. It depends how the thing's going to shape up and. We're talking generally, but to answer your question, from moving from Milwaukee to Dallas, actually, no disrespect to anyone, but it was actually better for me, and I was excited. I was going to play with Dirk, and, even though I had Giannis, but Giannis was an 18, 19-year-old kid, and he still had years ahead of him to get to the point where he was capable to. And, that year, previous year, we only won 15 games, I believe, with the Milwaukee Bucks, where I went to the team where it's a playoff team. So it was I felt like it was upgrade. It was warmer in Dallas and Texas, less taxes, state income taxes. So there's a lot of positives. And play for Coach Carlisle and with Dirk and Darren Williams and the guys. It was veteran team, and I was a veteran myself. So I kind of didn't feel as bad as but it still feels kind of awkward that you're getting traded, So, but again, like I say, control the things you can control. So I think I really had that mindset, especially I was 30 plus years old, and guess what? I had my career year with Dallas Mavericks, playing with those guys and play for Coach Carlisle. Yeah. So, like I say, things of course can be pros and cons, positives and negatives, and you gotta try to make sure as a player to take advantage of it, because every situation, every decision has some positive, right? So try to take advantage of the positive things and make it work.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the Executive Show. It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Yellow Sack. To me, the big issue with this team is on the defensive end, and do you feel like you've got good defense? Do you feel like this team has a championship defensive run in them? Because it when people look at your championship teams, they always seem to dismiss that end of the floor. But you were great defensively. Can you be great again defensively with this roster?
Great question. I think watching the Warriors, team this year. We showed the highlights. Okay, so we showed the games, we showed the positions, but we were not able to bring it together for 48 minutes in consistent basis. I think that's the biggest thing. We are capable to, a core of the guys still here, and then we have one of the best defenders, if not the best, with Draymond Green and Wiggins, and we added Dante. Obviously, we all know how smart he is and how great he is defensively, right? So, and plus you got Klay. So we got pieces. We have guys to believe in defense, right? Understand the defense. It's a matter of bringing things together, consistent basis, and that's what we're working on, in my opinion. So, if it was broken, if we had a guys who doesn't understand the importance of the defense, right, or doesn't know how to play defense, I would say, what we're doing, right? But that's not the case. I mean, I like the situation we are, obviously, because we are very close of bringing things together. Now, is it going to happen? I don't know. But it's better to be in this situation rather than having a bunch of players who have no clue what's happening on defense.
Zaza, I appreciate you bringing up early the Turkey and Syria earthquake, and certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone there. But the second part of your opening statement was about the birthday boy, and I do want to ask you about Klay Thompson. Of course, he's turning 33 today. He's coming off a month in January in which was arguably his best shooting month of his career, 46, 43, 91 from the field, three-point and at the free throw line. And at the beginning of this year, we were talking about what's going on with Klay's shot. Is he forcing it? What is he doing? Well, he looked pretty in rhythm over the last 10 games of this regular season. Have you seen a sort of a switch at all from Klay Thompson? And do you think this is the Klay Thompson that Warriors fans can expect the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, even last game, he was amazing. And, it resonates like when Steve took him out from the game, I think it was 4 minutes left against Oklahoma City Thunder. He got standing ovation, well-deserved standing ovation, by the way. Had an awesome game. And there was not a coincidence, in my opinion, right? So the way he played, especially him understanding the Steph being out, now it's going to be more responsibility, with him and, the amount of shots he's going to get. So his team is depending on him and his shooting ability, right? So because he's the best three-point shooter we have. So I'm not surprised at all. I mean, when you look at the beginning of his, of the season, there's so many things we can talk about, with him not being in the game shape and, maybe championship hangover and, so many things can come, right? They kind of affect it when you bring the things together. It's becoming like it's a challenge, right? So, but now here we are in the middle of the season, right? And he got his legs under him, and his confidence came, right? And he's in a better shape, and momentum is there, and rhythm is there. So we've seen the Klay playing, as you mentioned, best month. He had the best month in his career with the percentages, right? And then more to come, right? Especially the Steph being out, and we had this 11-game stretch where Steph was out. Like, he was amazing, So I think it's a matter of his mind. And as far as he keeps his mind right and seems and feels, and talking to him, he's in a really, really good place right now, mentally and physically. So that's what we want. Other than that, the guy can do anything. We've been enjoying watching Klay and doing amazing things with, the breaking a record or in a three-point makes, field-goal makes, or 60-point under 30-minute ride, or with the only 9 or 11 dribbles, whatever. So this guy's an amazing player.
Zaza, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Really appreciate it. What, you want to squeeze one more?
Yeah, Zaza, obviously there was a big thing that happened in the NBA last night with LeBron passing up Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I did want to ask you, as someone that played against him, just how incredible you feel both LeBron James' career is, as well as having played against a lot of great players over your 16 years. Who else would you put in that conversation as far as the best guys that you have played with or against?
Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you for asking this question, because I never played with LeBron on the same team, and we came the same year. We were in the same draft, 3 draft class, and since day one we've been battling. Especially, I was spending a lot of my time in the Eastern Conference, and in 17-18, obviously we faced the Cavaliers in the finals, right? So it's a lot of battling, between two of us, but since day one. And I gotta tell you, I have nothing but the respect to the guy, what he's accomplished, what he has done. I mean, in many ways, right? For game of his basketball, even for myself, right? Whatever he did, we were discussing that yesterday with my friends, like with Messi being able to pass, Ronaldo with the amount of goals, right? Scored. Well, I said, this is way harder. This is way harder. Think about how many years nobody could done it, and here we are talking about the guy who played. This is 19th season, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So he's special. His name is going to be remembered. History of basketball with forever. And I'm so grateful to have memories with this guy and play against him, and nothing but the respect for this guy. And I'm so grateful to, like I say, share the stories and memories playing against this guy.
Yeah, he's obviously one of the greatest. Zaza, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the week.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, that was Zaza Pachulia, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Also, the executive show brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. LiftMaster.com, and there's no better time to do that than right now. Go get that stuff out of the basement that's got all moldy and got all ruined because of the rain. Order yourself a yellow sack, put it in your garage or your driveway, wherever you want it, and then fill that bad boy up with stuff. Fill it up with stuff that you want to get rid of. Yellow Sack, one of my favorite companies.
It feels like your yellow shirt should have Yellow Sack right in the front.
It's not a bad idea.
You know?
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What'd you think of Zaza?
Well, I think first, if we're talking about the trade deadline, the fact that Zaza, in the trade that didn't happen when he was in Dallas, apparently for Brad Miller,
right,
motivated him and made him mad in a sense, which spurred him to have a career year. I'm not saying that's immediately what's going to happen to James Wiseman because, of course, you need minutes in order to prove that, and Zaza was a starter when he was in those trade talks. But that is kind of the way I feel like Wiseman should approach this time in his young career, is whether it be whoever you can take it out on in practice, if he gets a chance back in the G League to play, or whenever he gets an opportunity in the regular season for the Warriors, take it out on whoever is in front of you, because it sounds like Zaza is in a way trying to encourage this young man to channel that motivating energy from, damn, I don't know if the Warriors want me around, and am I a bust? I'm sure there's a lot of different things going through James's mind, maybe not that last one, but how can you channel that aggressive energy into the opportunities that you're given, even if it's not in a game? That's what I hope is the next part of his chapter.
Yeah, we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. We just talked to Zaza Pachulia on the executive show, so we got some open lines if you want to jump in. I was reading some stuff today. There's a writer out of Boston, Steve Bulpett. He's been around for a while, and he quoted a league executive, Evan, that said he thought the Warriors were a good bet to make a move. A rival executive or a league executive said he thought the Warriors were going to make a move. He thinks they're a good bet to make a move. And my question to Warrior fans, and I'll pose the same one to you guys as I posed to Bob Myers. Do you want to make a deal, or do you need to make a deal if you're the Golden State Warriors? Or do you want to sit tight? What do you do if you're Bob Myers and Joe Lacob? You ready to part with James Wiseman after 2.5 years of some hard luck? He's had some bad luck, right?
Well, and
he's had a little bit of bad luck.
And we can pose maybe a more tangible question. Over under half a trade. Over under half an acquisition by the Golden State Warriors by noon tomorrow. Do you think that's an over or under?
I'm going to have to take the under.
I am too. I just don't think that they are willing to move off of these guys. Even, I mean, maybe for a guy you can slot in, like we're saying, as the 6 or the 7 spot of your rotation, but I cannot give up on the ceiling, the potential, whatever synonym you want to use for James Wiseman, Moses Moody, and especially Jonathan Kuminga, who's not in these trade talks, but specifically Wiseman. I can't do it.
Right, and here's the other thing that I think's happening, and I know it's what I would do. Let's say you're Toronto and the Warriors are talking about Anunoby. Well, if I'm the Raptors, I say you don't sniff Anunoby without Kuminga in the deal.
Yeah,
don't try to give me Wiseman and Moody. Anunoby's a player in this league. He's good. He may, in fact, make you guys better. So we're going to need Kuminga. And then at that point, it becomes probably not, right?
Well, and it's interesting. A caller brought up the whole Kevon Looney factor and him not getting paid as much as maybe people thought he was. That's because Kevon Looney is valuable to the Golden State Warriors. He is not valuable, obviously, in a way to the 29 other teams in the NBA. Otherwise, someone would have thrown some money at him. I think right now, James Wiseman's value is more internal than external. And that's another reason why I would not move him, because he's more valuable to Golden State and his upside than what he is immediately to another team in return for whatever you're going to get. James Wiseman is in a certainly fragile place, and it's like we've said, it's kind of a crossroads in his career to an extent. But if they don't move him by tomorrow, one, if they really wanted to, after they reevaluate everything over the summer with the decisions they're going to have to make, they could move him then. I don't think that there's a move out there to be made that moves the needle enough for me to say the Warriors can make this move involving James Wiseman and it will lead us closer to a title. I think what they currently have is what they're going to have to ride with, and that is going to be the factor of whether or not they repeat as defending champs.
And here's the question, and let's go through it. Curry, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, Poole, that's 6. DiVincenzo, 7. Kuminga, 8. Let's say JaMychal Green, 9. Lamb / somebody else, 10. Is that enough? Is that a championship team? Ty Jerome, is that a championship team? To me, there's something. I love the first 6, and they've proven it, but there's a lot of unknowns after that top 6. And the other thing, obviously, I'm worried about is can they stay healthy the rest of the year, the Warriors? Because that's first and foremost for them. It's probably first and foremost for every team. But
well, they kind of couldn't stay healthy last year, except when it counted.
Right. And maybe, look, no, maybe it's going to set up like that again. Who knows? But I do know that their role players were better last year.
100%.
And you're going to be asking some people, some younger players to step up in the postseason if they play at all. So
no, I mean, look, that's a good point. Like, they have their championship 6. Those guys that contributed to last year's team and winning a title, from the top 6 up, you have those guys. But I do think, and maybe we're starting to realize how important the 7, 8, and 9 really were, of course, in the regular season, but also in the playoffs, because I don't know if I feel comfortable with JaMychal Green playing significant minutes in a playoff series. I don't know if I feel comfortable with Dante DiVincenzo trying to keep, apparently now if you're playing the Dallas Mavericks, either Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving in front of him. I like Dante DiVincenzo. I think that Jonathan Kuminga has the potential to step into these postseason minutes and be successful, but it's also going to be the first time he's played significantly in the playoffs. And I think that what Jordan Poole did last year in the first round against the Nuggets is something that's more of an outlier as opposed to what rookies in the postseason or players in their first year in the playoffs typically do.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The trade deadline in the NBA, less than 23 hours away. Less than 22 hours away, actually. Tomorrow at noon. You want to see the Warriors make a move. You want to see them perhaps unload one of their young guys, Wiseman or Moody, for immediate help. That scares me. I'm not ready to do that yet. I said it 6 times already. You can't trade Wiseman, can you? I'm out on trading Wiseman. What about you guys at 888-957-9570? And like I said, the NBA trade deadline is Thursday, and we've got you covered with all the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This segment also sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Why does Joe Montana hate Trey Lance so much? Trey Lance reminds Joe Montana of Steve Young.
That's what you think, huh?
It's PTSD.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to forhims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. We'll be here for another 90 minutes. Turn it over to Rado and Damon. They have Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock. Peter King, 5 o'clock. We're going to get to the Niners in about a half hour because there's some news out on the 49ers and some provocative stuff, actually, that I want to get into, involving Purdy, Garoppolo, and even Trey Lance. But first, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors, who have about 22 hours to make a trade or to not make a trade. Trade deadline tomorrow at noon our time. Lot of conjecture about whether or not they're going to trade James Wiseman. And I'm out. I can't. It just scares me a little too much to trade James Wiseman at 21, 22 years old, whatever he is. I just don't. What's that?
He's allowed to drink. Does it feel like it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation at the deadline? As it pertains to Wiseman.
No, because they are coming off a title. And I do think, that's huge. If the Warriors don't win a title last year and Wiseman's not playing, then I think we have a real, real big problem. But they did win a title last year, and that at least is a reason why he didn't play, because you're still a championship caliber team. I think we all agree if he were on Charlotte or who else, Houston, he'd be playing.
Yeah, but if the future plays out like you believe it is, which is the Warriors will not win the championship, and it doesn't look like James Wiseman can crack even the regular season rotation as opposed to a playoff tightening rotation, then isn't that kind of the same scenario you were talking about last year minus the championship? Like, it's just a year kicked down the line, but Wiseman's largely in that same boat of, I don't really know what to do about this guy.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing let me ask you a question. If you're Joe Lacob right now, all right,
I wish.
You got Curry, you got Draymond, who's either going to opt out or not opt out. Do you regardless of what happens this year, do you think the Warriors, you can't count on the big three next year?
I think you can for 55 games.
Yeah, I didn't mean they can't. What I'm saying is,
in the regular season, yeah.
I mean, those three have a better chance to win it this year than next year.
I agree with that.
Is
100%.
What I'm getting at.
I agree with that. And I just think it's going to be more difficult for the big three to continue to motivate themselves to play with high energy for a sustained period of time, whether it be because of father time, whether it be because of nagging injuries. And hopefully Stephen Curry is going to be allowed to, at some point during this summer, have the surgeries for his shoulder, whether it be his knee, clean everything up heading into next year. But then that's something you got to keep an eye on. Draymond Green has always kind of had these nagging injuries the last few years. Well, last year was a back. This year it's kind of a calf, but it hasn't kept him out. Klay Thompson at least appears to be back to kind of the Iron Man that he once was. But again, you never know after having two major reconstructive surgeries. So I would say, yes, it does seem like this big three this year, this is going to be a better chance for them to win a title than next year based on their own play. But of course, the hope is that the rest of the youth, that second timeline, or Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, other guys that also have factored into the championship, can get to another level to account for that inevitable drop-off.
Let's go out to JB. JB's in Fremont. Hey, JB, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how you doing? That was a great interview you had with Zaza.
Thank you.
Thanks, JB.
Yep. Yeah, it was great. Listen, I wanted to mention, about Wiseman. I mean, this is just my opinion. I mean, he's been with the team for a while. I think definitely athletically, he definitely can perform. But I don't know. I'm just not seeing that steady basketball IQ increase. And I think that's going to be a problem. I think he's always going to be athletic. And I started to think about it. I'm saying, you know what? The guy gets hurt in practice. Obviously, they're working with him on, how to play defense and that sort of thing. But it's just not showing up in the game against key players. And if you watch how he plays now towards the latter part of the season, if he doesn't shoot, which he's not, he's going to instantly pass the ball. But that first pass is always like a predictable pass because they know he's not going to shoot.
Right.
And I just don't see him having him in there. It almost looks like it's going to be another small ball team because I don't think he has. It's not just the athleticism; it's that basketball IQ. I just don't see it. I mean, that's just my opinion, guys.
All right, it's valid. It's valid, JB. It's valid. It's valid.
Can you expect him to have that sort of IQ, though, when he hasn't played? Like, that is also something that I kind of am with James Wiseman. And it's like...
But has Kuminga gotten smarter? No doubt.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Has he played more?
Well, maybe there's the old chicken and the egg that we'll never find out. Did he play more because he started to play smarter? Or did he get more playing time and then he started playing smarter? I tend to think that they gave him more defined roles, more. I mean, I'll tell you what, Kuminga has really done a nice job of keeping it simple in the last couple months. He guards his man who has the ball a lot. He'll take that walk into a three. He took a couple mid-ranges that looked not bad. He's not forcing it. So I think Kuminga has at least figured out how he can stay on the court for 15 or 20 minutes a game.
I also think it's easier for Kuminga to prove, not just because he's given more opportunities, but because of the position he plays and the fit of that position in Golden State, which is if you're a perimeter guy and you prove that you can defend and you have that wingspan, that God-given ability, you're going to be on the court. Whereas James Wiseman, again, Kevon Looney is a huge part of what the Warriors have been. He plays 20 to 25 minutes. Those are minutes that are not allotted to a backup big man in a way they used to.
Right.
The Warriors just don't simply use a traditional five in the way that Wiseman and his skill set is playable for. Meanwhile, Kuminga, to me, if he shows that he's engaged and he's locked in like he has, Steve Kerr's going to give him the benefit of the doubt and give him more minutes.
925. All the young guys have gotten the same opportunity. Kuminga capitalized off it. Kuminga was in the doghouse for a long time. Wiseman doesn't prove anything in his minutes. That's a fair statement. Tim, North Carolina. What's going on, Tim? How you doing, man?
What's up, Sonny? How you doing, man? I agree with you 100%, man. I'm not giving up on the kid just yet. I think some of the frustrations with Kerr is that, listen, nobody thinks the system should be changed. Not at all, not a bit. But the great coaches usually can adapt their system of their coaching style sometimes to the talent. And if you're telling me 5 minutes, 10 minutes a game, how many times do we see the Warriors can't get a basket? You're telling me 5 to 10 minutes a game when Poole is out there, Wiggins, Draymond, Kuminga, we can't get the ball up and down the floor and become that team that can take advantage of this guy's athletic ability. Or Kuminga, we see how Kuminga can change it up and get to the basket and get to the rim. The reason why, Steiner, you don't see any wings out there to trade for, the Warriors are a victim of their own success. The entire league is small ball now. The entire league has adapted, and they play that type of basketball now. So when you ask why did they draft James Wiseman, why did they do it, maybe because maybe we need to flip it a little bit. Maybe we need to flex to a run-in type of pick-and-roll team for 5 minutes when he's on the floor so we can get an easy bucket from now and then. We adjusted to Jordan Poole's strengths, right? We get him on the floor knowing he's a weak defender, but we get the best out of him, and we've adjusted to his defense. You're telling me we can't somehow maximize this guy's potential? He can get up and down the floor. He can pin guys. I like what you said earlier about Todd Jerome not even looking at him. It's almost borderline criminal. The guy is half his size, and he's got him pinned under the basket, and they'll still jack up a three. So the great coaches, the frustration, Steiny, is that the Belichicks of the world and Don Nelsons of the world, when he got Randy Moss, what happened? The Patriots became run and gun. They broke records. Okay, we got to look. I'm not comparing him to Moss. All I'm saying is for 5 minutes of the game, when Poole is out there, Steph is maybe out of the game, and we got some of the young guys mixed in with Wiggins and Draymond, we can't become a team that's running the ball up and down the floor, getting him out in transition, getting some easy buckets and taking advantage of his talent. That's the frustration, because if you know basketball, you can see how this guy can be of help to you. And Sonny, I know you can see that. No, Steph Curry is the system. We know that. But the great ones would find a way to get something out of this guy, and we can all look and tell that can happen.
All right, Tim. Appreciate it.
I don't know. Okay, so this is where I will defend Steve Kerr, because I don't think that you can... They are not going to change their system for a backup center at this point. If James Wiseman had shown, whether it's in his rookie season, in practice, in the few opportunities he's gotten, that he can be a guy who can pass and defend and do everything outside of just play with his back to the basket, offensively, he seems like, if you throw him the ball down to the post, which Ty Jerome didn't do, but on other occasions players have, he can go get you a basket, but the ball stops. Like, that's not Warriors basketball. When the ball is not popping, they are generally not playing good basketball. And so I can't come down Steve Kerr's road for saying, you know what, everyone, let's stop and do exactly what we need to do to maximize James Wiseman right now. That's not something that I see a 4-time champion head coach and 6-time as a player do, and that's not what I would expect him to do.
Well, and that's where I'm at too. Steve Kerr, we know who he is as a coach. He's defined himself. He's tough on young players. He doesn't play young players until they prove to him that they can defend. All right. Well, I can't ask Steve Kerr to coach against his philosophy. I mean, if you got a problem with that, then get a coach in here who's more willing to try to develop players. Young players. But let me tell you something. That's going to get blowback from Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Iguodala, because they still think they can get this thing done. So I see both sides, obviously, and I think after everything's said and done, I'm going to assume that nobody's going to give me, this is my assumption, nobody's given me a player for James Wiseman that I look at and say, we got a better chance to win it all right now. Marginally, maybe. But I'm not trading James Wiseman for a guy who might help the next 3 months, but that's it. But you know what? The other thing is I also said I don't want to trade Wiseman for an expiring contract because it sends kind of a bad message. But you know what? Joe Lacob's in cost-cutting mode. He is. They are deep into the tax. And if they trade Wiseman for an expiring contract, they save a boatload of money. That is a factor. We don't like it, but it's a factor.
If there's more minutes to go around, I'll hear it. But what great Hall of Fame head coach, off the top of your head, has adapted, changed their system, whatever you want to call it, to a player that is not in the top 5 of a rotation?
Never, probably. And you were talking about players, developing. We were trying to think of players who were developed on championship squads. And it's hard. Would you say, the Spurs, they have David Robinson, here comes Tim Duncan, they win, and then Kawhi comes in. Now, they had Ginobili and Parker, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's the way it's kind of got to be done. James Worthy, the Lakers pick him up kind of early in their dynasty, mid-dynasty, and he's an unbelievable player. Did they develop him? I guess you got to give him credit for developing James Worthy, even though he was just a star when he came into the league, kind of.
Yeah, I know he wasn't the second overall pick. He was the first, but you're right. I mean, that would be a great example. Kawhi is.
Right.
But after Tim Duncan was gone, after, with the Lakers, Magic Johnson was gone, they were largely in it. Like, those teams were not good. Like, you need stars at the end of the day, and I think that a Tim Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, Kawhi is incredible, but without them, like, you have to develop multiple guys, even if they hit on, Poole or Kuminga or Wiseman individually. The Warriors were a dynasty because they hit on like 4 or 5 guys in the span of 2 seasons. If you're looking at Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, I know he's not a hit, but Harrison Barnes was a starting caliber player. Like, Andre Iguodala was signed and added. Like, all of those pieces moving at the same time are what created a dynasty, not drafting one and then developing while you already don't have minutes to hand out.
Right. They needed Wiseman to burst onto the scene, but they shouldn't have expected that because it rarely happens, especially with a big man. Armand in San Jose. What's going on, Armand? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, first I want to say something. I don't believe adapting your system is that bad if a guy has a particular skill set. Remember, Steve Kerr is the one that came out and said, well, Wiseman can give us 20 a game, but we don't need that. Okay, so if you say that, that means you're comfortable with his offense. So if that's what he does best, I would think as the number 2 overall pick that you invested in, at least to speed up his development. Wouldn't it make sense to do something that he's comfortable with? Also, when you talk about stopping the ball, the other guy that's hosting with you, the ball stops when Jordan Poole is over dribbling. Okay, the ball stops when Draymond Green is holding up the damn offense because he won't shoot the ball and everybody's leaving him open. The ball stops when Looney has the ball near the paint and he's looking for somebody else to do something instead of scoring. So let's not make it seem like if Wiseman gets in the game and he's in the post, the offense changes because it has to stop. Part of the problem with our offense is that we got a couple of guys on the court at the same time that don't have to be guarded. That changes with Wiseman, even in the 5 minutes that he plays. Another thing, too, they don't really know his game coming in. If you remember that interview Penny Hardaway did after the season was over, his rookie year, he said he was teaching Wiseman how to have guard skills. The man basically is a hybrid. The problem is his skills aren't refined enough yet so that you can have him do what he wants to do. But the problem that I see, some of the things that he did well, pick and pop his rookie year, we don't do that. He's not just a guy who can play inside. He actually can shoot the ball. Now, you can say he doesn't do it well. I'm not saying he does anything great. What I'm saying, the things that he does do naturally, he does better. So why don't you focus on that while you want him to play defense? Last point about all that, Poole doesn't play defense. The whole team's defense stinks. If I hear one more person talk about you can't put him on the court because of the defense, then you don't have a team because the whole defense stinks.
Well, I hear you. Hey, Armand, good stuff. But here's what I would say about the defense is you can't have a big, I get it. Jordan Poole's not good defensively on the perimeter. That's why Wiseman has to be a better defensive player. And I'm not going to single out Jordan Poole because Curry hasn't been good defensively this year, and neither is Klay Thompson. So if you have a perimeter team that can't defend, that's why Looney and Draymond have to play because they have a sense of how to cover up for the perimeter lapses on defense. And Wiseman kind of doesn't have a clue in that area.
And look, there's certainly room for him to improve. I hear what Armand is saying about them not, I guess, accentuating his skill set. But there were times this year in which we saw Wiseman on the court with Curry or Poole, and they tried to run pick and roll. There's a sequence I remember where Stephen Curry in Orlando was calling for James Wiseman to be in a certain spot. He wasn't there, and he wouldn't throw him the ball, and he was visibly upset with what Wiseman was doing. Those are, unfortunately, those are learning experiences for James Wiseman. The issue is, and I think probably what people are going through is when you have a team that wants to compete for a title, come playoff time, you can't afford to have those moments. And James Wiseman right now, for whatever reason, has not shown that he can put together enough of those sequences to give people confidence that he can stay out there. I don't know if it's offense. I don't think it's offense. I think it's more defense. It's being able to screen and pass and do things that, like Penny Hardaway was apparently saying, is not necessarily in James Wiseman's bag yet. But I also don't think the Warriors are in a position where they can afford to give him 20 to 25 minutes and stay afloat in games in which they now have to win.
Right.
Like, they're in a position where they need W's.
Like, now it's almost getting harder to get Wiseman on the floor because you need, as the later the season goes, the more you got to win. Let's go to Marcus before we close out this segment. What's going on, Marcus? He's in New Orleans. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Let me jump in real quick because I know you got to go. But I just hearing a couple of callers in the past talk about why Poole playing when he's not a great defensive player. You know what? If those other guys were as good at offensive players as Jordan Poole, they'd probably be on the floor too. The thing is, you don't adapt to mediocre players. You adapt to great players. When Steve Kerr came into the league as coach for the Warriors, he literally changed the entire offense and built it around Steph Curry because Mark Jackson's isolation offense was actually holding the team back. The other thing that they're talking about with Steve Kerr is that they keep talking about, well, he doesn't develop big men. He doesn't want to play big men. Well, this is complete crap as well. If you've got decent big men, he'll play them. Zaza, Festus, JaVale McGee, David West, Bogut. He would like to run the offense through big men, but he's only got Draymond, who's good at that. So we got to. This is why fans shouldn't be talking about this stuff.
Well, thanks, Marcus. Appreciate the call. No, I mean, that's one thing that people have forgotten, kind of. One of the reasons when the Warriors were playing Bogut and Draymond Green, they had the best shooters in the league, and they also had the best front court passing tandem in the league. Like, you can't get those guys the kind of looks that their looks aren't as good if their five man doesn't have a clue on how to pass. That's why Draymond's phenomenal. He sees how Steph and Klay get open a split second before. Bogut could do it too. That's why they played. But Wiseman's not there yet.
Yeah, no, Steve Kerr, he did come in and create a system that complemented his pieces, but those pieces were already in place and not necessarily proven as far as whether they could win a championship, but Stephen Curry was already a budding star at that point. Like in 2014 and 13, people were on notice about the Golden State Warriors. And what did Steve Kerr want to do? He wanted to come in and make sure they passed the ball more than any other team because Mark Jackson ran a largely isolation offense that didn't complement what his players did. So I understand what they're saying. It's a little different for me with Wiseman specifically and Steve Kerr because I just feel like he has to reorganize so much of his equation to complement James Wiseman, who right now I don't think is going to be the difference in a title team or not. And so it's just hard. He's stuck, unfortunately.
It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. The segment also sponsored by Save Mart. I'll tell you what we're talking about on the other side. Did the 49ers quarterback situation get more cleared up today or less? We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game.
We saw how the offense hummed. Like, it looked as good as any offense we've all watched in a long, long time for 7 straight weeks with Brock Purdy. Up until the injury. Now, that's the standard.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Lucky has amazing deals to help you score huge at your big game party. Select variety of pizza, soda, or party-size Frito-Lay chips are buy 2, get 3 free of equal or lesser value. Mix and match. Limit 2 offers. Grab the savings this week at Lucky.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wow, Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Daryl the Guru Johnson today. I know. You expect that on a day like a Thursday. Oh, yeah, Guru, I took a shot at you.
Nah, he wanted to be here for the deadline, that's why.
That's true. That's true. Guru, dental issue, I guess.
Guess so.
Apparently.
He must be a hoot in the dentist's office. Like Daryl the Guru Johnson walks in, hey, you know, we gotta do this. I'm excited.
I don't know if he gets excited for the dentist.
Well, he does worry sometimes too, but I feel like once he feels comfortable enough in any given situation, he also makes the dentist feel comfortable. He makes the person at the front office feel comfortable. I mean, he lights up a room. So it's hard, I think, for me to envision him feeling negative about getting something that needs to get done.
Yeah, he's an upbeat guy.
That's for sure.
There's no doubt about it.
So you're saying you're not, or?
Not at the dentist. I mean, not at the dentist at all. So let's get into this 49er situation. Jay Glazer, Fox Sports Insider. I don't even know where to start, but we'll start with him. Take a listen to Jay Glazer.
There's buzz out there that Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in the NFC Championship game.
No, but so it's not that. Like, they were hoping kind of more for the Super Bowl, but even so, he wouldn't have been able to do everything. Kind of would have been able to do a little bit more than Purdy was able to do at the NFC Championship game. But they were hoping he was going to be able to be, and there was maybe the emergency third.
Well, Kyle's never had an emergency third.
Nope.
I mean, I thought the emergency third was Juszczyk.
Apparently not.
I guess not. But also that news coinciding, that's not really news, but Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's going to have surgery on February 22nd. And according to doctors, it's the 6-month one.
It's a repair, not a reconstruction.
Correct. So if that's the case, Evan, and 49er fans, is it cut and dry? You know what? We're planning on Brock Purdy being the #1 quarterback when training camp opens up next year.
Yes.
Is it that simple?
Yeah. Brock Purdy is QB1R right now, and the 1 would be an IR. So currently he's injured reserve. And when he returns, that R at the end of the QB1 gets removed, and he is slotted right back in as at the top of the hierarchy. That's the way that I see it.
I'd like to see a competition.
Well, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan will say it's a competition.
True. He probably will.
He'll publicly say, yeah, we're giving Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, and Trey Lance will have a leg up because he's going to be available for OTAs, and he's going to be healthy. And I know that he was speaking earlier today about his mentality heading into this offseason and not taking anything for granted. And I'm rooting for Trey Lance, but he also mentioned the fact that Brock Purdy showed it on the field. Brock Purdy has not lost a football game in which he started and finished. And I feel like it's going to be hard to immediately move off of a guy like that helped you so much this season in a time in which you thought the season might be over, to then just reorganize the hierarchy and say, you know what, our QB1 at the beginning of last year was Trey Lance, so we're going to start the year the exact same way. Brock Purdy, you got to come off the bench.
Although, I know he's had a good run, Brock Purdy, but then you're saying we're giving you the starting job for a half a year. I mean, for what you did for a half a year.
So what you're saying, Brock Purdy's heading into next year would be just the ultimate insurance policy?
I'm saying I don't know who will end up starting week 1. Like, I actually don't. On a scale of, a letter grade, what would you give a letter grade right now 49ers are going to be coming back next year with Purdy coming off a shoulder and Trey Lance coming off an injury. You like that?
Well, it sounds like Brock Purdy is going to be 100% by after the 6-month timeline, August 22nd.
Right.
Because, again, it's not like he is going to be sidelined for 6 months. He can't throw for 3 and then ramps up over the final 3 months of the 6-month timeline. And I think that's why when we're hearing the end of the year press conference from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, Shanahan can, 1, definitively say that he has 2 starting quarterbacks. And number 2, he can also say, essentially, there's no way in hell that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be on this team next year. He doesn't foresee a scenario in which that becomes the case, even though there are some people around the NFL that are floating the idea of Jimmy G returning.
But I think the people, and we're talking about, Brian Baldinger said Garoppolo's a good option. Montana thinks Garoppolo's a good option. But there's reports out there that basically Garoppolo's situation with the 49ers, his relationship with Shanahan and Lynch is soured, which I completely believe. I believe that. I don't believe, and that's why I think the reason I think Kyle Shanahan left no doubt that he can't see a scenario is because he knows Jimmy G doesn't want to be here and won't be here. Like Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't want to be here. He doesn't. Even if somehow Kyle Shanahan and Lynch could say, we really need you, he's gone. I think they know that relationship is now fully severed.
I also don't think that means that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't want to play in the NFC title game.
Have.
No, I wouldn't have either, based on what his injury was and what his time to return table also was. Like, if you're telling me that, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo was or could have done more than Brock Purdy, well, yeah, he had a right arm. I guess he could have stood back there and thrown a football because Brock Purdy couldn't. He had a torn UCL. But if the risk of going into that game, he just saw what happened to Brock Purdy, he also saw what just happened to Josh Johnson, and he's had a history of injuries going up against a Philadelphia front that just took out 2 of your quarterbacks. Why would I want to go into that game and hurt myself further heading into a free agency year when I got a chance to finally recoup on what I thought I was going to get last year but didn't? Whether it's your fault because you didn't get the surgery, that's fine. But now he's got a chance to go out and an opportunity to get a starting job somewhere else, get multiple years. I'm not going to sacrifice that, especially if there's a large chance that you're not healthy anyways. Like, he's doing himself damage by playing in that game as a shell of himself. And also my question would be, like, what does Jimmy Garoppolo owe the 49ers?
Well, I would say, honestly, he owes him his play if he's healthy.
If he was healthy, yes.
Right. But I mean, the question would be, since Kyle Shanahan's never kept the third emergency quarterback on the active roster, he wasn't going to do it for Garoppolo 1 week out of the year. So the only way Garoppolo is activated, to me, is if he's more mobile than Josh Johnson, which he probably wasn't. I'd be surprised if he was, but
he's also just not that mobile of a guy.
Right. So I don't think he was healthy enough to play. I mean, maybe they were probably hoping he would have been the backup for the Super Bowl. That I could believe. But even if he's the backup for the Super Bowl, I mean, you're right. Then he might have to be pressed into duty after not playing for more than half a year.
And yeah, optimistically, it sounds great. Yeah, you come back for the NFC Championship, or you come back if they had beaten Philadelphia out of the Super Bowl, and you hopefully win. You do whatever you got to do. But no, like, heading into this offseason, to me, there was a clear split the moment that Jimmy G even chose to return of, this is going to be my last year in San Francisco. I am going to be your backup for the 49ers. If I'm pressed into duty, I can do my job. I can help you win, hopefully win a Super Bowl. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And then you let me go. I'm off into the ether, and I have a chance to hopefully be the starting quarterback for another football team. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo has been a professional enough in his time in San Francisco and his time in the NFL to say that I'm not going to call him selfish for making that decision if that ended up being the situation.
If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I say, you know what? For a few years now, I've been professional. I ain't not. He never said I'm not being professional, but I think he's been professional for 2 or 3 years, and now he's like, yeah, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. They didn't. I just saw a quote from Kyrie Irving. He felt disrespected in Brooklyn, and people are going to snicker at that. I think Jimmy Garoppolo, does he have the right to feel a little disrespected here in San Francisco, either by the organization or the fans?
Yes, I think so. I mean, look, he hasn't been your Mahomes, your Brady, or your Rodgers, but you've been to 2 NFC title games. I know that 3. I mean, he was responsible in a way for helping you get to this past one because he took the baton from Trey Lance when he went down and helped you get some wins. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo, he's not a perfect quarterback, not a perfect human being, but like if that's, I don't know what else you want from him at this point, aside being a better player.
Right.
That's really everyone's quarrel with Jimmy Garoppolo in the first place. It's not how he acts off the field. He's never thrown a teammate under the bus. He's never talked bad about Trey Lance publicly. He's never gone after Kyle Shanahan in the front office for, whether throwing up the peace sign last year or this year saying there's no scenario where he's coming back. We haven't heard from Jimmy Garoppolo. We probably won't until whatever the team he signs with next. Jimmy Garoppolo his only fault is not being a Super Bowl caliber winning quarterback. And honestly, that's 95% of quarterbacks.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. 925. I'm not even a San Francisco fan, but how can Purdy not be the starter? He won basically every game and looked great doing it. You're overthinking it, Steiny. Maybe I am. But I do think the way Kyle Shanahan is going to play it is saying we're going to go into camp. Remember, I mean, they went after Trey Lance. They saw something in Trey Lance that they really liked. Shanahan most specifically. So while I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm probably overthinking it, but I do think that Shanahan will say Brock Purdy's our number one heading into camp. But like any quarterback, he could be beaten out. Hell, Tom Brady could be beaten out if somebody had a better training camp. I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating, but it's an easy thing for a coach to say.
No, I think you're right. If Brock Purdy comes back from the elbow injury and isn't the same quarterback or can't make the throws that he could before, I don't expect that to happen, but you're right. Yes, there could be a scenario where Kyle Shanahan isn't comfortable with what the new version of Brock Purdy is immediately and saying, well, we also got, like you said, another starting quarterback in Trey Lance.
Mike's in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Enjoying the show?
Thank you.
I just have a little different take.
All right.
First, I'll touch on the QB and then on Purdy for a second, but I believe Shanahan drafted Trey Lance thinking his speed would get around the outside in the NFL, and he doesn't seem to be able to do that. I believe Matt Ryan will be cut in the next 2 weeks and get $12 million payout. I believe he goes with Brock Purdy and Matt Ryan as a come in and just in case Brock Purdy isn't ready and trade Trey Lance. It's just my belief. Shanahan will have the guy that knows how to run his offense, senior veteran team, and there's no wondering. I will say one thing as somebody who has been through this operation with his son twice. My son was a quarterback. My son did the reattachment. Then the reattachment didn't quite work. He had to go back and do the full reconstruction. I'll just say this politely, because when the 49ers talk, I don't always believe what they say. If you're doing the reattachment, you generally can do it within a week. If you're having to wait a month to do surgery, I'm going to believe there's more to it than we're being told.
Good stuff, Mike. Appreciate it. I have a buddy who I call Harry that I exchange emails with. He's in that camp. He thinks that Trey Lance is going to get traded if he's not the starter. Like, Trey Lance's agent's going to be like, what's going on here? Now, obviously you can't force the 49ers to do something, but it's staggering. It really is staggering, the comparison between Wiseman and Trey Lance.
That's true.
It's incredible.
I also think there's more of a path based on the last few years in San Francisco at the quarterback position there is more of a chance of Trey Lance getting playing time this upcoming season and finding his way because Brock Purdy might get hurt. Like, they lost 4 quarterbacks last year. They have lost multiple quarterbacks in previous seasons. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is going to want to go into a year, and maybe he wants a veteran quarterback like Matt Ryan, a guy that he's familiar with. But I also think that Kyle Shanahan likes the option of going to another guy and seeing potentially the original choice in the first place before Brock Purdy usurped him. I don't think that James Wiseman right now is in a position where there's an injury in front of him that is going to allow him to play more than he currently is. He's just going to have to earn minutes. Trey Lance, to me, is set up to where I'm just looking at the trends there, and QBs can't stay healthy in San Francisco, so Trey Lance is probably going to get a chance to start.
Well, Trey Lance, who was this interview with? Do we know the Trey Lance one?
Rich Eisen.
Take a listen to Trey Lance. He was asked about Brock Purdy and his situation.
It wasn't that situation, and I wouldn't want it to be that way. Brock played way too well, and Brock played at such a high level and handled himself the right way. I wouldn't want it to be a situation where I'm just handed something. And I feel horrible, obviously, for Brock for his injury. For me, I mean, I truly believe everything happens for a reason. Whether it's his, he's going to be better for it. Mine, I'm going to be better for it. And I'm excited to just get on the field and compete. That's all I want an opportunity to do.
He just wants to compete.
Yeah, and I think the question was, would you be okay if Brock basically became the QB1 in front of you? Because that's what everyone's asking. And he's essentially saying, hey, look, Brock has proved it, and he's also professional enough to realize he can't come out and say anything denigrating, but it's just the reality of the situation. I think Trey Lance is a really smart guy, and he recognizes that whether it be due to injury or him not proving enough off the field or on the field, that has created this spot to where Brock Purdy has thrived, and you're going to ride the hot hand. If a guy hasn't lost a football game, how can I say, all right, you know what, all of a sudden this offseason, all things being equal, we're going to go back to the guy before you?
Well, you would do that. I actually think there's a chance that could happen.
Yeah?
I think I think one thing that's on the table is Brock Purdy's the starter next year, but he's just not quite as good. He's just not quite as good, and we get into the same kind of area that we got into with Garoppolo. I think that's within the realm of possibility. If Brock Purdy doesn't take the next step.
Yeah.
Then I think Kyle Shanahan would go, if they're 3-4 next year with Purdy, then and Lance is the backup, I think he'd go to Lance if he believes in him.
Yeah, potentially. And that could be a situation where, like Garoppolo, you see whatever the writing on the wall is, or whenever the train comes to a skidding halt, whether it be the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, unfortunately, for Garoppolo and the Niners in 19. Maybe there is a spot where Kyle says, hey, Trey Lance can just do more than Brock Purdy can. Right now, I think Brock is ahead of him because he can make his free throws, he can make the layups. That's by all accounts why Trey Lance wasn't seen as a sure thing heading into next year, because he was completing half his passes in practice and was dirting balls from 5 yards out. And the hope was that he could make up for it with his arm talent and being able to hit on deep balls and be able to move the ball explosively, chunk plays down the field. Brock Purdy also kind of did that. There were a lot of 25-plus yard touchdowns thrown by Brock Purdy this year. And sure, he didn't have the zip on the ball that Trey Lance does, but maybe Kyle Shanahan's saying, look, I can scheme those guys open for either of these guys, but one can hit them more than the other, and that's why I'm going with Brock Purdy.
I mean, I don't think it's a terrible situation to have Purdy, and I get it. Ideally, they're both healthy. But I'm going to assume they're both going to be healthy by the start of the season. And let's see, if Purdy's going to be the starter to start, okay, well then be good enough to keep your job. If not, we'll go to the backup. Let's go to Steve's in the city. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to follow up because I heard Evan say definitively that Purdy was the starter. I wasn't sure if I'd missed something where Kyle had said that.
No, sorry. That was just my opinion, Steve. Sorry.
Okay, got it. I mean, from my perspective, a guy who was drafted in the 7th round who put together the string that Purdy did this year, totally to his credit, that buys him an open competition in next fall's camp. I don't understand how you ditch a guy that you put 3 first-rounders up for. I'm old enough to remember how thrilled we all were with Jimmy Garoppolo, thinking that we had stolen a franchise quarterback for a second-round pick, and then, it turns out he was actually more along the lines of what everybody else thought he was. So I was just curious to hear Evan's thinking more on why this is such a slam dunk for Purdy.
Well, and thanks for the call, Steve. The other reason that Evan probably said that was because the surgery date for Purdy has taken shape now. It's going to be February 22nd, and the expectation is he will be ready to go in 6 months. He'll be ready to go, and I think the thinking is that if he's 100%, he goes into camp as the number 1 starter. I mean, I guess somebody's got to start out number 1, right? Somebody's got to be the number 1 starter going into camp.
Yeah, I think there can be a competition. Look, if Brock Purdy comes back from surgery and he's a terrible quarterback, then yes, Kyle Shanahan has no problem going back to Trey Lance. I'm assuming that Brock Purdy, with the consistency that he showed from those 8-9 games, however you want to slice it, he's not going to regress enough for Trey Lance based on what I saw and how Kyle Shanahan chose to use Trey Lance. Trey is not going to be able to make up that much ground to catch Purdy by the beginning of the season, in which case, even if you're having a competition, like you said, Steiny, there is a hierarchy to start with. Even if Kyle Shanahan comes out and says publicly it's an open competition, I mean, you know from playing college sports, like at the beginning of every year, head coach comes and says, "Hey, anybody's spot is up for the taking." If so and so outplays Steiny, he's going to get to start. But you know where you stand, like you know what you did the year before, and you know how that impacts your pecking order in the system. That's how I see it playing out with Brock Purdy. And while definitive, I don't know 100%, but that's why I said that I believe Brock Purdy comes back in as QB1.
Makes sense. It makes sense. See, here, even though I kind of like where the Niners are quarterback-wise, I will acknowledge, I'm not ready to say either of them is their franchise quarterback yet.
I'm with you there, yeah.
But maybe they both are franchise-type quarterbacks. I'm not ruling that out either. And so that kind of is why, I don't know if Purdy's going to be the number 1 starter or if there's going to be a competition. But I want to see them both. I want to see who comes out as the starter at week 1. And then I think we're in a situation where whoever, if it's Purdy 1 and Lance 2, or it's Lance 1 and Purdy 2, the number 1's going to have to play well. That's ideally what would happen.
I also do think, and I'm curious what you think about this, Steiny, that the reason why Brock Purdy waited a week to get the surgery, at least from all signs from Shanahan, Lynch, and now Purdy's camp, may be because Brock Purdy was trying to find a way not to get the surgery, as opposed to trying to figure out if he actually needed Tommy John or not. Maybe he was trying to err on the side of optimism and say, I don't even need a repair. This UCL is going to recover by itself, as opposed to, maybe I got to think about getting the TJ. I think that's also one of the reasons why he might have waited 7 days to decide when he's going to get the surgery.
From the 415, good stuff, 415. I know how Steiny is with words. Number 1 starter is redundant. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think that one's on me.
No, I said it too.
I've used it multiple
times. I said it too. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Zach. I see T. We can get back into this 49ers quarterback situation. Does it even matter? Does it even matter who's number 1 at the start of the season? 888-957-9570. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Hey, it's Bonte and Shasky here at 95.7 The Game Morning Roast. And tomorrow, we've got one of the luminaries of Bay Area sports media.
Who's that?
Tim Kawakami's joining us.
Wait, Tim Kawakami?
Yes, the guy that me me and you used to read, the guy that we used to go to the blog and put comments in, the guy who writes for The Athletic.
The guy who blocked us on Twitter?
No, he unblocked me because now we're buddies.
All right.
We're media brethren. Tim Kawakami in studio. 1 full hour, 8 to 9 tomorrow.
Tim Kawakami coming to the roast?
Yes, because the king lured him in.
Oh, wow. He must be a roaster. TK, cannot wait. Must listen radio, appointment radio tomorrow, 95.7 The Game.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
San Francisco with partly cloudy skies today, highs around 61.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Steiny, are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. Are you kidding?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Half hour left, and we turn it over to Ratto and Damon. They have Peter King at 5 o'clock. Trade deadline tomorrow at noon, and here's the latest. I'll throw a couple things at you. This is Sham Charania. The Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves are in discussions on a 3-team deal that would send D'Angelo Russell to the Lakers, Russell Westbrook, and draft compensation such as a first-round pick to Utah, and then Mike Conley Jr. would go to Minnesota. That's from Shams. And then Adrian Wojnarowski 6 minutes ago said, according to sources, 3-team trade is largely hinging on how Minnesota values D'Angelo Russell in a potential deal and their return of draft assets. Lakers and Jazz have significant deal structure in place, but Minnesota has been engaged elsewhere on D'Angelo Russell, too. D'Angelo Russell.
Former Golden State Warrior.
If he goes to the Lakers and they lose Westbrook, are you more scared of the Lakers with D'Angelo Russell than Westbrook?
No, I'm not.
What about if the Lakers get Mike Conley?
To me, it's a net neutral. Like each of those players, they're upgrades, I guess, from Russell Westbrook, but are either of those players going to come off the bench like Russell Westbrook did?
I don't know.
Look, I don't think the Los Angeles Lakers are a piece away or an upgrade away from being a threat to Golden State. And as far as D'Angelo Russell is concerned, we got kind of a good look at him and the type of player that he is, and he can fill it up. He's a streaky shooter at times, but I think the best thing that D'Angelo Russell ever did in Golden State was create an outlet for the Warriors to trade him for Andrew Wiggins. Like that's how I think a lot of people will end up remembering his short stay in 2020.
So Conley would go to Minnesota? Oh, he would go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Russell goes to L.A. Westbrook goes to Utah. I think I messed that up the first time. If I'm Minnesota, I'd rather have Conley than D'Angelo Russell.
I think I would too for what they want to build, right?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. With over 75 showrooms in one location, the SF Gift and Jewelry Center has gifts for every budget. So this Valentine's Day, you can definitely give the BDE. That's big diamond energy, everybody. What did you think they meant? Visit today, 888 Brannan Street in San Francisco, or shop online at sfgcjm.com. Mm-hmm. Let's go out to the phones. Wrap up some 49er quarterback talk. Let's go to Zach in San Francisco. What's going on, Zach? How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. By the way, I'd never trade Westbrook for D'Angelo Russell or Conley, but anyway, I would much rather have D'Angelo Russell. But on the 49ers, I think I'm surprised that people are willing to put the draft, where he was drafted in the conversation or in the decision, because it really has nothing to do with it. It's just proof that quarterback is the hardest position to draft. You know, if you don't go to a couple of schools, it's basically drafted off the combine, which you can't tell. Fine, you can tell somebody can throw 60 yards. You can't tell about their decision-making or their accuracy. And he's already proven that. He's proven he takes good risks. He's proven he's accurate. I think he's going in easily as the starter.
Talking about Brock Purdy.
Why anybody else would be considered.
You're talking about Purdy, right?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, look, Tom Brady was drafted low. Why? By that logic of not giving him the starter, they would have brought back Drew Bledsoe and, given him another shot.
No, I hear you, Zach. Thanks for the call. I think you're right. I think two things are at play here. One is, I agree, you reach a point where wherever the guy was drafted, it's irrelevant. You got to either play the guy or not, or you got to trade him or not, or make a decision on him or not. With that said, the fact that they gave up what they gave up to move up to get Trey Lance, even though it shouldn't mean anything now, it sure meant 3 years ago that the 49ers were making a commitment to the position and to this particular player. It doesn't mean you're guided by that or you're mandated by that high draft pick to get this guy on the field, but it is an indication of how important they thought it was 3 years ago to get this guy and move up to get him. But I do agree in general, like we're going to get to the point, I don't care if Wiseman's the number 2 pick. I don't care if Lance is the number 3 pick. Can they play or not?
But taking them at the spot that they did, and in the case of Lance, giving up the assets you did for him, does also indicate how much of a sure thing they believed him to be, I think. Because if you think that Trey Lance can't get on the field before year 3 or year 4, are you giving up 3 first-round picks for that player?
Well, but that's kind of the arrogance that the Warriors had. Like, Wiseman and Lance essentially didn't have a lot of tape. Now, I know Lance had the unbelievable season.
1 season. Wiseman had 3 games.
Right. So, I guess what I'm getting at is, but could they have known that Trey Lance, with that, like, when's the last player who didn't have experience, essentially? I guess LeBron maybe is who we're talking about. But, shame on the Warriors or the 49ers for taking Lance or taking Wiseman and Lance respectively and expecting them to play right away. And they both did this. Both teams did the same thing because Kyle Shanahan, what'd you try to do last year? Well, develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl. You can't do that. You can't do it with Wiseman either and win an NBA title.
No, and I think Trey Lance is a little more sumptuous from the 49ers because that is the most important position on the floor, or on the field, pardon me. It's not like James Wiseman is asked to come in and immediately be your best player or your driving force, so to speak. Not that Lance has to be that because they have a great defense, they have a great running game, they have great pieces around him, but obviously quarterback is more important to football than center is to basketball. I think, look, Steiny, if I asked you who's more likely to be traded,
okay,
James Wiseman before the deadline tomorrow, Trey Lance before the beginning of next season, you say what?
I'd say Wiseman. What would you say?
I would say Wiseman because I think Trey Lance is in the same position to where they're both not necessarily, their stock price is not its highest, or hopefully not as high as it's going to be right now. But Trey Lance is more of a necessity, I think, with what the quarterback position has been as far as rotating cast of characters in San Francisco than what James Wiseman right now is to the Golden State Warriors, at least what they've shown us in Golden State.
T's in San Jose. What's going on, T? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey. Good show, guys. Hey, let's hypothetically speaking, let's say that Kyle Shanahan re-signs Jimmy Garoppolo. How would you two feel if Kyle Shanahan goes with the same quarterback order coming into the 2022 season? We did go 15-5. It wasn't all because of Brock Purdy. Trey Lance is the only quarterback that has an excuse. I mean, he did, how many games he played? To play like 3-4 games only. He did get hurt in the second game. Jimmy G, whatever we can say about him, he finds ways to win games. How would you two feel about that?
Basically, you go into camp and you start out with Lance, and then you have Garoppolo, and then you have Purdy. I mean, I think the thing that we're finding out is Jimmy Garoppolo has no interest in being here. He does not want to re-sign here. And I almost get the sense that if the 49ers said, look, we're not sure Purdy's going to be ready because of the shoulder, because of the elbow, and we're not sure Trey Lance will ever be ready, Jimmy. Any chance we can work out a 2 or 3 year deal? He would probably be like, no.
Well, especially his next question would be...
And they wouldn't probably want him or ask him to do that.
His next question would be, am I QB3?
Right.
Like, because it's not like last year where he came back and he knew that he was going to be the backup. Because we didn't know about Brock Purdy yet. We thought that position might be Nate Sudfeld's. Like, we had no clue who the quarterback 3 was. This year, there is a clear beginning and end of that list, and right now it's Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. Why would Jimmy Garoppolo, even if it's for multiple years and guaranteed money, it wouldn't be enough to me to try and offset whatever he can try and get on the open market. And he's coming to a position where he has to wait till not 1, but 2 quarterbacks go down. I'm not interested in that if I'm him. Yeah,
I'm going to take Shanahan at his word. There's no scenario where Jimmy's back. Matt's in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good.
Good. I want to piggyback on what the guy 2 callers ago said regarding Purdy and Lance. In my mind, the way I would look at it is the 49ers used 3 firsts and got 2 quarterbacks. I know that that's not the way that initially you look at it, but the fact of the matter is they've got a starter that looks like a long-term starter in Purdy, and regarding Lance, they can't trade him. It's going to cost them more to trade him than to keep him. So why not give him a chance? And if he progresses and becomes a good quarterback, they're in a really good position where they've either got to make a decision or they have draft capital. And I agree, there is no way Garoppolo is coming back. It just seems like he was a little salty toward the end of the year. I thought he could have played in that last game, to be honest with you.
Interesting. Yeah, there's reports are out there that, Garoppolo and the 49ers, they're just...
Jimmy Garoppolo is a part of the past, okay? Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are the future in San Francisco. I will take Kyle Shanahan's word for that.
But let me throw this at you, okay? Is there any comparison to be made this way? If you're everybody says, hey, the Warriors could do it. They did it last year. Mm-hmm. They could do it. And even I have to acknowledge, yes, it's possible. Well, guess what? The Garoppolo wasn't supposed to be here last year either.
You want to bet?
Nope.
So, and actually, I am glad you brought this up because Jimmy Garoppolo last year was the one who said, see ya.
Right.
Lynch and Shanahan spoke before. They did not mention that it was a foregone conclusion that he was gone. This year, Kyle Shanahan definitively comes out and says, there's no scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo is coming back. That was not last year. So even if it was a 99% chance that Jimmy G was gone, we didn't hear that from the front office like we heard it this year.
Yeah, no,
that's why I think he's in the past.
That's fair. That is right. That's right. Garoppolo came to the podium after those other 2 guys, and neither Lynch nor Shanahan.
That's why it was such a shock.
Said anything definitive. That's right. See ya.
Yeah, I'm out.
Gotcha. We got Damon and Rado coming up at 3 o'clock. It's 2:46. Here's my question. 49ers going to make a deal before the start of our show tomorrow, the trading deadline.
On the Warriors.
What did I say, Niners?
Niners, yeah.
Oh, boy, sorry out there. The Golden State Warriors. Will they make and this is going to be perfect. The deadline is exactly at noon tomorrow. So right when we get on the show, will the Warriors have a new acquisition?
And you and Guru can talk about it with Andrew Bogut, who's supposed to come on the show tomorrow.
Nice.
And we've been talking about him a lot in centers and what the Warriors do and what they don't do in the system. So a lot of questions there.
You going to answer mine?
Which one?
Are they going to make a move?
No. This is why we set the half an acquisition by the end of the trade deadline tomorrow. I think it hits under. I don't think they make a move, and I think this is the team that they decide they're going to ride with and that they will win or lose or have the chance to compete for a championship with. I think they have enough pieces. I know that you don't, but I also don't think that Look, if there was a move to make to increase that margin of error that Bob Myers talked to you and Guru about, I think they would do it. I just don't think that move is out there. Like, we're talking about Mike Conley and D'Angelo Russell and Russell Westbrook, 3-point guards kind of shifting locations. I don't think that James Wiseman or Moses Moody is going to be enough to net you a caliber player of that ilk. Like, even Russell Westbrook, I wouldn't want him at Golden State. I don't think he fits at all. I think he's a selfish player, but he is apparently good enough, along with picks and other compensation, to get you a D'Angelo Russell. Do you see a D'Angelo Russell level player available that Wiseman or Moody or some package that the Warriors can put together could net?
I mean, the name that we're throwing around is Anunoby.
Yeah.
You know, and see, I think there's another factor, another piece to this too. I'm just going to throw Anunoby out there. Maybe there's Wiseman and Moody for Anunoby. Well, you know who wants to make that trade? Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson. You know who doesn't want to make that move probably is Joe Lacob. And maybe even Myers. You know who does want to make that deal? Probably Steve Kerr. So I do see how there's multiple ways to go and not necessarily one's completely right or completely wrong. There's just something about, and in a way I feel like you've ridden with Wiseman this long already. Just let him get past the trade deadline and finish out the year, and if we need to, we'll revisit it at the end of the year.
And even if Steve Kerr and the Big Three want a move to be made, the front office has come out and said they did it before the beginning of last year, and they said we're not giving in to players. Like, they do their job, and we do ours. And I understand this year is much different from last year already, but if Stephen Curry makes a call, which I don't think he does, he's not this type of guy, but if Draymond Green or Klay Thompson, these guys make a call and say, hey, I want this guy, go make a deal, well, then the front office can say, hey, we didn't do that last year. You guys won the championship. Like what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, we made the right call in their minds. Even if the young guys weren't a major focal point of that championship, they technically can say they did their job and the front office gave this core a chance to win the championship. And they proved they could do it, so why not try and prove it again?
I think the big three could say, you gave us a shot last year. We have no shot this year. Because we have too many young players who need to be better than they are right now. I'll tell you one thing we haven't talked about, and believe it or not, I think they're all big now. Warriors Portland tonight.
Every game.
Happy birthday, Klay Thompson, 33 years old. They got, 3 games before the break, or 4? 3 or 4. And I'm telling you, I just think that this is, they've got to stay in the mix when Curry's out, because I think we're starting to see, and I've been saying this, just a little bit of separation. All of a sudden, the Clippers are 5 over now. They're 5 games over 500. And all of a sudden, the Phoenix Suns have won 8 of 10. So, though, if in the next 6 games, those two teams win 4 out of 6 or 5 out of 6, and the Warriors go 2 out of 6 or 2 out of 5, then all of a sudden the Warriors are 4 or 5 games out of the, let's say, the 4th spot. And I always say this, it's not baseball. It's not like baseball when you're 3 games out and you can make it up in a weekend. It's much harder to do that in the NBA. And it's also going to be harder to do that this year because you're going to have to leapfrog a bunch of teams.
It is. Yeah, 2.5 is not the 2.5 it is in baseball, but still 2.5 games back gets you to the 3rd seed right now if you're Golden State, and you're looking at Portland. The Lakers are coming into town this weekend. You got the Wizards on Monday, and then you head down to L.A. for a back-to-back with, not a back-to-back, but Clippers and Lakers. So,
they got 4 games left.
There's winnable games. There's winnable games coming up. Yeah, Blazers, Portland, Lakers, Wizards, and Clippers.
Okay, so Portland, the Lakers, Wizards, and Clippers. Can you win 3 of those? Without Steph Curry?
If Klay Thompson, heading into his age 33 year, which to me is numerically symbolic because he's shooting more threes than ever before, if he can continue to carry you like he did last night, if Jordan Poole can continue to have, quote-unquote, his best game in the NBA, according to Draymond Green. And if Wiggins can come out of his slump and some of the guys can step up, I don't see why they can't go 3-1.
Well, one reason they can't go 3-1 is because 2 of those games are on the road. They stink on the road. But listen.
One of those is tonight.
You're right.
So they get one?
But this is the game all season they've lost. This game tonight, all season, they've basically lost. They can get to 3 games over 500. They can beat a half-decent team on the run. Let's see if they can do it tonight.
You know what? This is a chance for Steiny.
What's that?
Just their 4th winning streak this season. So a streak of 3 games or more in a row.
There you have it. Damon Arado next.
Infinite number of outcomes.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
It's life. That's what we signed up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. You're fired up and confident and ready to go.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson, 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another 3. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hey, it's Bonte and Shasky here at 95.7 The Game Morning Roast. And tomorrow, we've got one of the luminaries of Bay Area sports media.
Who's that?
Tim Kawakami's joining us.
Wait, Tim Kawakami?
Yes, the guy that me and you used to read. The guy that we used to go to the blog and put comments in. The guy who writes for The Athletic.
The guy who blocked us on Twitter?
No, he unblocked me because now we're buddies. All right. We're media brethren. Tim Kawakami in studio. 1 full hour, 8 to 9 tomorrow.
Tim Kawakami comes to the roast?
Yes, because the king lured him in.
Oh, wow. He must be a roaster. TK, cannot wait. Must listen radio, appointment radio tomorrow, 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So let's start with the news before we actually get into a little bit of speculation. Oh, yeah. We'll have some of that for you today. Welcome, Damon and Ratto. It's good to have you here. Ray, I got to say, I've never seen curling-related swag before. You're wearing a curling sweatshirt. The curling show? This must be
a staple on CBC, and given the fact that Jared Allen is trying out for the U.S. Olympic curling team, have some respect in your mouth for that.
That's fantastic. It's one of my favorite stupid things to watch every Olympics.
It's a sport you can play while drinking. That's you don't need any other explanation.
Bowling on ice. Do you like darts and pool, billiards? Do all that while drinking too?
Yeah, but that definitely affects your ability to perform the sport. I think if you're going to be outside curling and you're not drunk, that does affect your ability.
Who's outside curling? I mean, I need.
There's
rink.
outside curling.
I need a rink. You got like wind aided curling statistics.
It's hard to get enough wind to blow a stone off calories.
Maybe. And way to go with stone. That is the correct terminology for the curling toss. That is a stone.
I watch the curling show. That curling show.
Clearly you do. I'm guessing it's set on your DVR. The news today coming out of the Super Bowl. Well, it's really not Super Bowl news, but it is NFL news, and all NFL news originates from whatever city is hosting the Super Bowl during Super Bowl week. Brock Purdy is meeting with Dr. Keith Meister, call him Meister, on February 21st, and he plans to have surgery to repair his torn UCL on the 22nd. The surgery is set to be done by the respected Texas Rangers team doctor, so, elbows is his forte. And the expectation, Ray, and this is the most important thing, is that Purdy can make a full recovery and be ready for training camp, which would mean the hill that he is climbing to be this team's week 1 starter next year could very well continue, but for the blip on the NFC title game. And an open competition between he and Trey Lance is probably the best and healthiest way to decide this whole damn thing anyways. And we got some Trey Lance sound from the Rich Eisen show to get into a little bit later on. So here we go. Wednesday of Super Bowl week, and Brock Purdy's finally got a little, I don't want to say conclusion, because we don't know what the conclusion is until we know what the recovery is. But we have an answer at the very least for his elbow problem.
We have a schedule for it. That's what we got. Because if they go in and they see more damage, then
things change.
But for right now, that's what we know. We know he has to block out February 25th.
22nd.
22nd, I'm sorry.
Come on, pay attention, man. Quit thinking about the curling show.
I can't.
Did hard feelings play a role in Jimmy G's inactive status for the NFC title game? This is something that Tim Kawakami got into. Speaking of Tim Kawakami, he's going to be on the morning show tomorrow. Shanahan, when in his postseason press conference, dropped a definitive no about Jimmy's future. It did seem a little curt, considering all the two had gone through. It seemed a little pointed and decidedly mind made up on a subject which, Ray, I think we both agreed he just learned, the lesson in the previous year. There's no reason to talk about the end of a relationship in sports until it's actually over, because you never know when it might continue. And that very thing happened to the 49ers, obviously, and Jimmy Garoppolo. Anyways, Tim Kawakami said, and this is a pretty astute thing to point out after the fact that John Lynch specifically didn't jump in with a more diplomatic response is maybe a little bit of a clue that there was something else wrong in Camelot, if you will. And then, Tim goes on to say, this is a guy who won 42 combined regular season and postseason games for the 49ers. He could have been a Super Bowl MVP had he made one or two more throws a few years ago. He was very popular in the locker room. He was liked by the team. And it wasn't wrong to expect something a little warmer from 49ers brass if this really is going to be how they're framing Garoppolo's exit. And apparently Tim poked around, and there is a little something to a cooling off period, some sour graping in the last few weeks of the Shanahan-Garoppolo 49ers relationship. And that immediately makes me start thinking, well, I wonder if he could have played in the NFC title game but chose not to. Or basically decided the extra effort that would take is no longer worth my investment.
That seems counterintuitive, because the only thing that could happen if he made himself available for the conference final, if that's in fact how this happened, he could have only enhanced his marketability either within the team or within the rest of the league.
Right.
So that seems to be sort of spiting your nose to cut off your face.
And I'll also say this, that Kyle Shanahan could probably catch any important San Francisco 49er breaking into his own home. And if the player was required for the game plan on Sunday, that player still would play. Like, I don't see Kyle Shanahan spite scratching someone he thinks could help him win a game. And it's just, the whole thing is weird. I want to get into what Tim wrote. He said, the relationship between Garoppolo, Shanahan, and Lynch seemed to have gone a bit south in the days and weeks leading up to the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia. I don't know if there was a specific blow-up or conversation that led to this. I don't know what the main issue was. We know that Garoppolo won a lot of games in his last 6 seasons with the 49ers and partially bailed them out this season by agreeing to come back after believing he was going to get traded or cut last offseason. Shanahan and Lynch decided to keep Garoppolo on the active roster all through December and January after his injury, hoping, believing that he could come back from his foot injury at some point during the playoffs to provide an insurance should Purdy get injured. They could have used that roster spot for somebody else, maybe a defensive tackle like Hassan Ridgeway, but Shanahan and Lynch saved it for Garoppolo, who tried and couldn't get healthy enough to be Purdy's backup in the conference title game. All of that on its surface sounds straight up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wonder if there wasn't a little something. Because Garoppolo germs seem to be, in a smiley, walking around the sideline, not dressed for today type of mood. And I'm not saying he was enjoying the win, but Jimmy must have some element of human being in him. And I don't want to say schadenfreude is what you feel in real time, but I mean, for a guy who was replaced because he got injured and then injured and then injured again, to reach the point of, well, yeah, I could come back in, or you can now go forward with your brand new, plaything and toy that you drafted in Brock Purdy, who you sort of fell into after trying to replace me by moving a ton of draft picks for the other guy who got hurt. Like, there must have been some sort of, this is sort of delicious, this is happening, if Jimmy were that sort of a spiteful, evil guy.
Yeah, and I have not seen any evidence of that in the past. And I don't believe that he would be stupid enough to be laughing on the sideline while they were getting their hats blocked. So I think that's a smile out of context to me. I think it might just be that Shanahan was pissed that he had to play Josh Johnson and that he's going to take it out on somebody. And Garoppolo seems handy, seems short-sighted, because if they go into Purdy's arm and they find more damage, what would prevent them from going back to Garoppolo one more time and say, will you start for us again? I mean, it's just, he opened the door a year ago when everybody thought this was done. So I don't know. It does seem, it seems like Shanahan was unhappy with the circumstances and got no indication that Garoppolo is going to be coming back next year anyway. Because, at some point, maybe they had the conversation about 2023, and Shanahan gave Garoppolo it's probably going to be Purdy, because this is before he got hurt. So,
you said that Jimmy had nothing but a possibility to enhance whatever his legend would be if he were thrown into the NFC title game as an emergency. But at the same time, what if he then got hurt? He's got a business decision to make as well, and thinking that, what would I rather, be available for one more game for the 49ers and then have my chances of being a team player somewhere else go up in smoke because of an injury that kept me out a year? Or am I just going to say, well, we'll wait till the next situation? I don't know.
That doesn't seem likely to me. Doesn't mean it isn't true. But it seems like he would be willing to take that chance.
It is
more likely than he would go, I need to be careful. Because if the word got out that he skipped a chance to play,
right, sandbagged it,
you have a lot of potential buyers going, I'm not sure I like this so much.
He's also a really bad game against the Eagles away from having people maybe say the same thing. So again, if it was just, hey, his ankle wasn't ready to go and that's that, and his foot hadn't healed, then there's really nothing to talk about here. But the way that it ended in that press conference was a little strange. Tim highlighted how strange it was. He poked around and found out that there's a little something to it being strange. And, like I said, a little speculation goes far on Sports Talk Radio, so there is yours for today. We're going to have Peter King. Forget the speculating. We'll get some answers, hopefully, when Peter King joins us live at 5 today when we do come on back. Like I told you about Trey Lance, speaking of 49er quarterbacks, was on with Rich Eisen today. He had some things to say. We'll go through that. We had Debo saying some things today, and obviously we have a new all-time great. LeBron Abdul-Jabbar revealed himself to us last night. We'll talk about all of that as well. We got a good show for you this afternoon. It's good to have you here. Damon and Ratto were brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game.
Shanahan/Lynch has been atop this football team for 6 years and provided quite a lot of compelling, fun, incredible moments.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Daly City partly cloudy tonight with a low of 42.
Weather brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Get up to $3,500 today when you file your taxes with Jackson Hewitt. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there. It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The NBA's trade deadline, it's tomorrow at noon. We've got you covered with the latest news leading up to it. Our trade deadline coverage brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. One of the big latest rumors the day from Shams is that the Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves are in discussions, tinkering on a 3-team deal that could send D'Angelo Russell back to the Lakers. Russell Westbrook, draft compensation, would head to, Utah, while Mike Conley Jr. would end up in Minnesota. So we'll see if that all happens. Obviously, we had some history happen last night. Down in Los Angeles. We'll get to LeBron here in just a minute. We also have, Darvin Ham and Westbrook apparently blowing up at each other at halftime. We got some memory lane to get into with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, my favorite piece of it anyways, and a chef's kiss for all you LeBron haters out there. Everybody got what they wanted last night, and apparently nobody wanted anything other than a picture. Did you see the picture, Ray, of all the people, except for basically Phil Knight, who was sitting courtside watching with his own 2 eyes? Everyone paid through the nose for a ticket to watch the game over their iPhone anyway.
Yeah, dumbest people ever. Because I'm pretty sure that you can get a much higher resolution picture anywhere but your camera phone. I mean, if you're going to work the next day and you want to show a fellow worker, hey, look at the picture I got, that worker's going to say, yeah, I saw it on TV last night and it looked a lot bigger. It's sort of a, just, hey, look at me, look at the thing I did.
Oh, it's
so what?
It's not enough to just enjoy something. You have to commodify it yourself and be able to sell it on the gram yourself, or just prove to everybody digitally that you were somewhere that you deem special enough. And it's crazy. It's crazy. It's also very much a sign of the times. I don't know if anybody in there is doing it wrong, or they're just doing it in the time that they live in. But let me tell you, I can tell you conclusively that you are doing it wrong. And the inability to actually be and live in a moment is hard to come by these days. The only time I ever saw Prince, Ray, he did one of the greatest things I've ever seen happen in a concert. He did it at Oracle Arena, and you walked into the arena and you couldn't get on your phone. Like, the minute you took your phone out, there was a security person with a flashlight in your eye saying, put your phone away or you're going to be ejected from the arena. Like, Prince didn't want it recorded. Now they have situations where if you're going to a comedy club, you take your cell phone, you put it in like a Ziploc bag that is digitally locked until the performance is over, in which case you can unzip the bag and get your phone out. This should happen everywhere. Like, people need to be separated from their phones.
No, I'm against that only because my sentiment is roughly yours. But that's a level of fascism I'm not comfortable with. If you choose to diminish your enjoyment of something by being on your phone, fine. As long as you're not interfering with somebody else's ability to enjoy the same performance you're trying to enjoy.
Right. But that's about protecting intellectual property, and you don't get to record my set and put it on a YouTube page. That's what's happening there.
Which I understand, but it's going to go on YouTube anyway, because I don't know how many security people are normal for a performance, but there's always going to be somebody who gets it, because that's a hill you can't climb. So, if you honestly think that there's a way you can put something on YouTube and monetize the hell out of it, yeah, good luck with that, because you won't be the only one. And if there's 2 of whatever you're trying to show, there's probably 20.
Somebody says, you guys sound like old men yelling at clouds. Hey, maybe we do. Maybe you're right. But here's something I'm definitely right about. My childhood was better than yours, because I wasn't trying to electronically impress all of my douchebag friends at every moment of my life. It's just, it's ridiculous.
What were you trying to do with your douchebag friends?
Just play, just have a good time. Okay. When we got to high school, it was about finding beers and girls. Where could we come up with either of those? They seem like hard things to come by.
Yeah, and you didn't get them while you were on your phone.
No,
but you know what?
Phones.
But like I said, if that's how you want to do this, then do it. What you will lose in the long run, you won't realize till it's too late. And by then, hey, you made your choice.
Just telling you. So libs always think they know better than everything else. You got to tell me. Just trust me. Getting out of your phone and putting your eyes into the world, that's not a conservative issue. That's not a liberal issue. That's not a fascist issue. That's just a better life. I didn't send or receive a text message in my life until my junior year of college. It was fantastic. The electronic anchor that hangs around so many people's neck that you're drowning under and you don't even realize it. Just trust me. Just trust me. It was better when you weren't easily reachable, trackable all the time. Like people will tell me, Damon, I just sent you a text. How come you didn't get back to me immediately?
And you could tell them, well, I'm sorry, Twitter was borked.
Yeah, well, look, it's just real simple. This phone is here for my convenience, no one else's. It doesn't mean work gets to reach me easier. It doesn't mean your email gets to me faster. It's for my convenience, nobody else's.
Yeah, this is not a conservative issue or a liberal issue. This is not even a text line issue. If you have an opinion, keep it to yourself. If you want to express the opinion, clear it with us first. And when I say clear it with us, either agree with us or shut up.
Exactly. We want no new opinions.
That's
will be
why
offered
you
here
don't
from
read
36.
that. That's why I keep telling you, don't read that nonsense.
We got Trey Lance talking about his life, his future on the Rich Eisen show today. He was asked about how hard it was to begin this year with big aspirations and see them all go away real fast.
It was hard. It was hard for sure. Ups and downs throughout the year. It got easier when I found my role. I went in, after probably a few weeks after my first surgery,
right?
And just talked to Kyle and was like, man, what can I do?
Yeah. What can I do? So after the surgery, what were you asked to do? What did your role become on this team?
I started with base downs. Breaking down pressures, especially once Brock started playing it definitely picked up, which is around the time of my second surgery, right before my second surgery. But I needed something. I needed something to feel like I was contributing. That was the hardest thing for me, was getting to that spot where I'm feeling good. I'm doing my rehab. I'm in the meetings. I'm asking the right questions, but I didn't feel like I was truly helping. When a lot of time when Jimmy was playing, and obviously Jimmy's a vet. Jimmy's done it. He played at a really very high level.
Right.
But once Brock took over, like I felt like I needed the help. So whatever it was, base down pressures, third down pressures, red zone, I just tried to help as much as I could.
Look, not only are you helping hopefully your teammate, but you're helping yourself. You got a lot to learn. You got a lot to be able to look at, read, and react. So, I got to tell you, every single time Trey Lance talks, I like him more and more and more. And the one soundbite that I actually heard today before I even got in here, before Twitter shut down this afternoon, is this, where he was basically, said Brock was really, really, really good. And I don't want anything handed to me. I just want a chance to compete.
It wasn't that situation, and I wouldn't want it to be that way. Brock played way too well, and Brock played at such a high level and handled himself the right way. I wouldn't want it to be a situation where I'm just handed something. And I feel horrible, obviously, for Brock for his injury. For me, I truly believe everything happens for a reason. Whether it's his, he's going to be better for it. Mine, I'm going to be better for it. And I'm excited to just get on the field and compete. So that's all I want an opportunity to do.
And look, if you're the 49ers, that's exactly what you want. You want these two young, promising, hopefully quarterbacks to get on the field and bring out the competitive best in each other, and whoever fits best wins. We'll see you under center in week 1, but an entire offseason, which hopefully, because of, the Purdy scheduled surgery that they say, if it goes according to plan, we'll have him ready for training camp. Hopefully that's exactly the situation that Kyle Shanahan has in front of him, that John Lynch has in front of them, that, they're adding a camp arm at some point with either a draft pick or a free agent acquisition, but not a, not someone that they really have to think about, all right, he's really in the mix to play this year.
Although, because it's the 49ers, the guy probably will.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the entire franchise is obviously somewhere over Indian burial ground, and you should prepare for the worst at all times. But this is the best possible scenario, that you'd have two young guys duking it out for the right to go as your week 1 starter next year. And they're both incredible stories. One guy is the physical specimen who you invested an awful lot of capital because you thought his future was so promising. The other guy just kind of miracle fell to you, and his gift is in between his ears, not what he has physically, and you won. As a matter of fact, you haven't lost with him in any game that he's started and finished. So it's pretty interesting, to say the least. Trey Lance, on whether or not people think he is unqualified to just step right in and lead a team to the Super Bowl right now.
All I can say to people at the end of the day is I'm going to do everything I possibly can to be as prepared as I possibly can to be ready to go every week. At the end of the day, I'm not going to promise anyone anything. I'm not going to promise anyone a certain number of wins, but I believe in myself. And at the end of the day, that's all I can do.
That's all you can do. Believe in yourself, bet on yourself, work so hard to get yourself ready to go, and should the opportunity hit you, be ready to punch back. That's all you can do as an athlete. That's it.
And if cornered, cheat.
Well, some friendly advice from Uncle Ray.
Here to help.
From the 707, Damon, the phone and iPad generation just doesn't understand how much better life used to be. Look, the iPhone is really cool, but it's taken over in a way that you don't want it to. And somebody says, Damon, you're way too old to be receiving texts in college. That's cap. First of all, stop saying cap. You're not Kevin Durant. Shut up. That's cap. What you mean to say is, I don't believe you. So just say that. Second of all, the texts that I was getting in college were from an old flip phone where you'd have to hit the digit 3 times, like the number 1 represented the letters A, B, and C, and so you had to scroll through all of them. It took forever to send a text. There wasn't a smartphone when I was around, but there were texts when I was in college. That happened. First text I ever got was in the middle of my junior year's summer, where I got a text on my phone from my buddy Tom Ackerman from St. Louis. And I'm like, I had to call him. I'm like, how did you send that to me? I didn't even. He's like, yeah, you got to touch the button over and over and over, and you eventually get the letter that you like, and then you hit the cursor and you move to the next letter. Like, it used to take, it was like setting a Gutenberg printing press to send a text. It was ridiculous.
Then why didn't he just call you?
Because I think he wanted to show me that he knew how to do it. He's like, look what I can do.
Yeah.
He's like, I think this just cost me like $4 to send to you. I don't know if I even had the data plan to do it, but I just did it.
Yeah, that would basically explain why you referred to many of your friends as douchebags. Because that's kind of a douchebag thing.
No, he's one of the guys who isn't, though.
Oh, well, I understand, but that was a douchebag act. He spent $4 to...
It wasn't $4.
Whatever it was more money than he needed to spend if he had just simply called you.
He was demonstrating new technology, Ray.
And he needed to do that to you?
Hey, some people think I'm worth impressing. Present company not excluded.
Not excluded or excluded?
Totally excluded.
Or vertent?
Definitely vertent or inadvertent. Deebo Samuel on First Take on ESPN said it's too bad the real 49ers couldn't report to the NFC title game.
I mean, as you go back and look at it, it's just crazy. Kind of like you stated, even talking to Kyle about it during his career of coaching, he said he never seen anything. And even talking to his dad, he ain't seen nothing like it either. So it's just like, I mean, the team was beat up. The team was down. The team was sad. But it really didn't hit as hard as it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, we knew, like, when we lost both our quarterbacks, it's like, what are we going to do? It's kind of like, you really don't have a chance at this point. So, I mean, it hurt for sure, but I wish we took one more quarterback into that game, and it probably would have been a different outcome.
If we could have only had a third quarterback that day, because the first two went down so quickly, so abruptly. Look, it does suck. It really does suck. I don't think it's ever going to just rest easy in my own mind that the 49ers didn't get to really even throw a punch against the Philadelphia Eagles. And I actually think that that's a little bit why the Eagles are a tiny bit overvalued maybe in this Super Bowl. Again, I said it earlier in the week. I haven't changed my mind yet, Ray. I like the Chiefs on Sunday.
How much do you like them?
I don't gamble, so not enough to put any money on it, but I like the Chiefs on Sunday.
Oh, all right, then I'll ask it this way. By how much?
I think they win the game by a touchdown. I think they win. I think they're getting points, aren't they?
Still, yeah.
So there's a deal. All they need to do is win, and I win. I'm not even talking point spread. I'm just what do you think? What do you think's going to happen? I think the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. That's what I think.
Okay. I can't argue with you. I mean, I don't know who's going to win. I think the under is going to come in, though. That's what I'm focusing on. Because I don't care who gets the parade. I just want to know that I cash.
I just want a good game. Just give me a game in the fourth quarter. I'd be happy to be, look at it this way. I would much rather be wrong in my Super Bowl prediction and have the Eagles win a fun game than the Kansas City Chiefs blow the Eagles out and we got nothing to watch by the third quarter.
Come on. You just change the channel to the Waste Management Open, like all good Americans.
Are they going to have the everyone throws their full beer on the green if there's a hole-in-one hole?
Oh, absolutely.
The stadium course.
They'll do that. They'll do that for a guy who holes out from 4 feet. I mean, basically, this is a festival of drunkenness that I don't believe any other sporting event in America can match for simple, unfettered rowdiness.
In the world of golf, definitely. This is the booziest golf tournament out there.
But this is also an event where they're going to celebrate no matter who wins. If you go to a football game and your team doesn't win, you're not feeling very celebratory at the end of the day.
Right. It's an individual sport. No one's got that much skin in the game.
Nobody's going there to root for an individual guy. They're all going there because, hey, I'm going to throw my beer at somebody at some point.
Yeah. That sounds fun.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying it's the event that has the
least amount of sports anxiety to drunken fan ratio.
Yeah. Because everybody's drunk and nobody has any anxiety.
Wouldn't that be nice if that's the way the world worked? Just walked around, little buzz, no anxiety at all times.
Yeah, but we don't get, we get what we deserve because we've been getting it for months now. But no, that would be great. But there's only one WM Open.
Did we get what we deserved last night? I think we did.
Westbrook looking for James. He's got it. LeBron James, a shot at history. And there it is! LeBron stands alone! The NBA's all-time scoring record now belongs to LeBron James.
Brian Anderson on the call on TNT. Oh, they had the B team in because the A team was coming up to do the Thursday night game against the Bucks. So, all right. Here's the thing. Brian Anderson's good. We can play compare the calls if you want. And this is the kind of thing where you should have nailed your call because you had plenty of time to prepare for it. You had plenty of time to just deliver the best possible call to frame the moment. And here's how John Ireland did it on Lakers radio.
Westbrook with it. Give it to LeBron at the right elbow. LeBron, one-on-one against Kenrich Williams. Backing him in. Turns. Shoots. Scores! There it is! All hail the new king in town. Young and old, gather round. From one iconic Laker to another. The king, LeBron James, has passed the captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and LeBron now stands alone as the NBA's all-time leading scorer.
Too much talking.
Yeah, again.
Way too much talking.
Yeah, that took way too long to get out the sentiment. And, it's not the worst call I've ever heard, but it didn't meet the moment in my mind. There's really nothing about that telecast that met the moment. The whole thing seemed weird and punchy and stopped. And it I don't know. It should have landed better than it did. And this is no fault of LeBron's. None.
No,
Zero
in
fault
fact,
of LeBron's.
He enhanced the broadcast when he dropped the F-bomb.
Yeah, it was the only genuine moment of the whole moment.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Shaq was good in the post game, but Adam Lefkoe was awful in the post game show when he's talking to LeBron and made up 2 quotes from historical figures to make himself sound more impressive than he is.
Who did he make up quotes from?
Aristotle and Sun Tzu.
Oh, okay, little Art of War and
but
Greek philosopher.
But neither quote was actually said by those people.
Oh, so he got both quotes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be pompous, at least be accurate.
What was he trying to attribute to Sun Tzu?
I'd have to look at it again. No, it was just gibberish. It was just, the questions were weak. I mean, Candace Parker is always good. I thought Shaq was on point. But in general, the game kind of laid there in considerable part because the better team was Oklahoma City, and by a pretty significant margin for the most part.
Well, let me just say, there are a lot of people out there who just don't like LeBron, who want to, if not see him fail, because there's no element of the man's career that is a failure. Truly.
Yeah, there's no failure here.
But look, for all the LeBron haters out there, you kind of got what you wanted last night too, because his record comes in a 3-point loss to one of the least glamorous teams in basketball, led by kids playing on a back-to-back, a team whose future is so much brighter than the Lakers are currently constituted to be. The Oklahoma City Thunder are in every way conceivable the polar opposite of the plan and execution of the Lakers. The symmetry, the juxtaposition, whatever you want to call it, the differences, it's all so amazing. So, congrats on the record, but hold this big fat loss at home in a game that actually hurts in the standings for real. I mean, we're talking about how the Warriors are out of wiggle room. So are the Lakers.
No, the Lakers have far less wiggle room.
That's right.
I mean, they're only a game and a half out of 12th, but they're a game and a half out of 12th. And they have been outside the play-in level of the standings for all but 2 days this season. So they were bad to start. They've stayed bad. And that's despite the fact that LeBron James has had a sensational year and had a sensational game. This is not really about him unless you want to blame him for some general managerial moves. But as a player, he's been more than advertised. It's just you looked at that game and you said, boy, would I rather have LeBron, a profoundly disinterested Anthony Davis, and the usually erratic Russell Westbrook waiting to find out where he's going to be traded to, or would you rather have Josh Giddey and Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Isaiah Joe? Who would you rather watch play a game?
Oklahoma City Thunder every day of the week, unless you were there just for star power, in which case they got none.
Well, I mean, they don't have star power yet.
It's going to come.
Gilgeous-Alexander is on the verge, and if you pay attention to basketball more than a little bit, he's already there.
Yeah.
But Oklahoma City is loaded with young, impressionable players who can do things that would catch your eye. They are a little bit like the Warriors in 2014.
We have an awful lot to talk about. Going back to last night's game, listening to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's reaction. We got some sound for LeBron. I want to hear the Mark Kestashir call as well, the national ESPN call. So stick around. Much more coming up. Damon and Ray, would you consider LeBron a true Laker? Well, he's more of a true Laker than a false Laker because he's a Laker. What do you mean?
What is true Laker?
I don't.
Is he not supposed to have the record?
I don't know.
I mean, he hasn't played for a long time with the Lakers, but what's true?
Right. He cashes their checks to wear their uniform.
I mean, you know who else wasn't a true Laker by that definition? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, I guess so. Who I think he checks that box these days. Tune into Warriors Live tonight. It's Klay Thompson's 33rd birthday. The Warriors are up in Portland trying to take on the Trailblazers tonight. Warriors Live starts at 6, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. We're also brought to you, Damon and Ratto are by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Wilks is the newest defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
It's a great hire. He'll come in and do very well, and he'll get a head coaching job after next year, and the 49ers will get compensatory picks yet again.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The Super Bowl is on Odyssey, and Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free Sunday on the Odyssey app. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown! Travis Kelce! It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/25. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All of our guests join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Peter King joins us live at 5. He will be reporting to us from the Super Bowl, Ray. And that's probably as close as we're getting to the Super Bowl this year.
I can assure you it's as close as we're getting.
Yeah, that's about it. Unless we connect with someone else in the Super Bowl. From the Super Bowl.
Frankly,
probably
anything after Wednesday is just rehash anyway.
Well, no, it's actually, no. Today's the day it's supposed to start. Like, getting there Monday, Tuesday is too early.
No, it's
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
It's when you get the most news. Because Thursday and Friday, the coaches and players are sequestered. There's nothing left to get from any of them. Then it's just bloviating.
Well, the whole damn thing's bloviating pretty much to begin with. By the way, speaking of bloviating about the NFL, did you read the Nora Princiotti story in The Ringer today?
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. We'll get into some of her details about the NFL and the hell of a year that it just had.
She's really good.
She's very good. She's very, very good. And she's one of those, she's doing a story on you. You probably screwed up somewhere.
Yeah, she's a little bit, she's one of about 4 people that you say that about. Katie Strang in The Athletic, if she's writing about you, you're going to jail.
Something happened.
Yeah, something bad happened.
You are not cloaked in glory at that point in time.
Yeah, Katie Strang from The Athletic's on line 2. You are packing your bag and heading for the airport.
Mark Kestishear with the call of LeBron's historic bucket last night down in L.A. on ESPN Radio.
Westbrook to James at the elbow. James turns. The crowd wants it. James free throw line. James fade. Jumper. Good! NBA history in Los Angeles. LeBron James. A record that had stood for almost 4 decades. Now belongs to the King. 38,389 points and climbing. And with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar here in attendance to pass the baton, LeBron James is the NBA's new all-time scoring king.
I think he might have had the best call of the 3 that I heard.
Yeah, but it's still too much talking.
It's a lot of wordy.
It's Vin Scully would tell you what happened and then back away from the microphone and let the crowd tell the story. And I don't know when that fell out of fashion. But it's still the coolest way to describe a great moment. You get the details out. Everybody knows what the shot means. They don't need a recap of how many total points he has or who he passed. All you have to do is say, and that's history, and then just let the crowd go.
You usually don't get a nickname in your 20th season, a new nickname. But, LeBron Abdul-Jabbar, you can go ahead and call him that going forward if you want to now. The guy's had an amazing career. There's no other way to say it. There were a few other things, though, that really stood out from that game. And I don't watch much Lakers basketball beyond, highlights that you see of LeBron or, they're just not an interesting team to watch. So unless they're playing the Warriors, who probably do more to bring out the friskiness in them than most teams do, I don't see a lot of Laker basketball. When you watch them, it is amazing how little Anthony Davis does. It really is. I knew that guy was soft when he didn't want to be on the court for the Watt shot when he came into Assembly Hall with Kentucky all those years ago and played himself out of that game. He's easily intimidated. If you want to say that that's the reason why the bubble championship probably doesn't happen outside of the bubble, I might agree with you, because that guy can let a crowd get to him. And he has "I'd rather not be here" written all over his face as much as any guy who's a star in this league. There is no doubt about how good he is. But Anthony Davis, he looked like he didn't want to be there. He looked like he was jealous and disinterested in the historic moment that was happening for his teammate. And he carries himself with an air that, to me, comes off like this, right? Like everything about Anthony Davis screams, they're going to blame me for all of this, me or Russ, and Russ is about to get traded maybe. So they're definitely going to blame me, and I don't like being blamed for the Lakers not being good. They'll never blame LeBron. It's my fault.
I don't project it that far, but Stan Van Gundy was killing him last night on the broadcast. I mean, just relentlessly. Just says, I haven't seen any evidence that Anthony Davis is playing tonight. I mean, with Russell Westbrook, say whatever you will, there was evidence that he was there last night.
It's not for a lack of effort.
Yeah, no, he makes you watch him because, 1, high usage rate, 2, lots of assists, 3, lots of turnovers. I mean, he's not careful with the basketball. He's profligate with it. But you saw him do stuff. And the Lakers, unless this trade works out that they somehow not only get D'Angelo Russell, but figure out a way to get Jared Vanderbilt too, they won't be better off. I mean, they'll free up some money, but that's not going to help them now. I mean, this sounds like a trade. I don't mean to dovetail into the trade rumor, but Utah, Minnesota, the Lakers. That sounds like a great trade for 27 other teams.
Well, look, it's maybe a little further down the road than it might have been had the other story from Los Angeles not appeared this morning when Woj said that Darvin Ham and Westbrook apparently had a blow-up against each other at halftime. Here's the thing. The Lakers, basically, they got 3 stars. One is out there breaking his you-know-what off, trying to beat the Thunder and set the all-time scoring record. One of the other guys would rather be somewhere else, just not playing basketball, doesn't seem to care that much at all. The other guy cares so much that he is willing to let his frustrations boil over into anything and anyone in any direction. And Russ really doesn't care about your historic moment. If he's got to go off at halftime, he will do that. What the hell? That is a level of dysfunction in one NBA locker room it's pretty impressive.
Well, apparently, though, Ham and Westbrook made up visually, like in the hallway after the game. They were hugging each other and
photo op.
Oh, good. I don't know if it was a photo op or not, but if they didn't like each other, they wouldn't have bothered with that. I think it's just you accept the fact that Russ is going to go off from time to time. And Darvin Ham pushed back. And, never came to potential blows the way Draymond Green and Steve Kerr did that night in Oklahoma City. And let's face it, you're going to be frustrated when you look like that as a team for most of that game, because there was no reason why Oklahoma City should have been anything other than A, tired, and B, overwhelmed by the size of the event. And in fact, after a first quarter where they were just trading blows, Oklahoma City took that game over, and they dictated terms. LeBron got his, but it was pretty clear that was all the Lakers were interested in. LeBron had a season low in assists, and that's unusual for him because he's a guy who distributes the ball. Last night, he knew nobody was coming to the arena to watch Rui Hachimura. That was going to be LeBron getting a record. And nobody else kicked in to help that team.
Everyone should have known that LeBron was going for the record when they saw his pregame outfit. I mean, he was dressed like this is my prom night. So he wanted it right there.
And, again, that's one of the things that the Lakers do now is rather than take care of today's business, they like to talk about yesterday's. And this is not a condemnation of LeBron James. He should enjoy every moment of last night.
Absolutely.
But he got little help in the secondary consideration of winning a basketball game they needed to win. He said like several times on the mic, because they mic'd him up during the game, he says, okay, now let's go out and win. Nah, that one fell on deaf ears.
Yeah, that's not part of
he cut the shot he made, cut it to 5 right at the end of the third quarter. And then they came out early in the fourth, tied the game at 106. And then Oklahoma City scored the next 12 points, said, no, this is over. You guys had your fun.
I think Russ had a terrible turnover after he bricked a 3, too. It didn't end well. That third quarter, obviously a historic moment, and when LeBron passed Kareem with the shot, he got to make a speech on TNT. Here's what it sounded like.
Thank you to the Laker faithful. You guys are one of a kind. To be able to be in the presence of such a legend and great as Kareem, it means so much to me. It's very humbling. Please give a standing ovation to the captain, please. To my beautiful wife, my daughter, my 2 boys, my friends, my boys, my family, my mother, everybody that's ever been a part of this run with me the last 20 years, 20 plus years. I just want to say I thank you so much because I wouldn't be me without y'all. All y'all help, all y'all passion, all y'all sacrifices helped me get to this point. And to the NBA, to Adam Silver, to the late, great David Stern, I thank you guys so much for allowing me to be a part of something I've always dreamed about. And I would never, ever in a million years dreamt this even better than what it is tonight. So, man, thank you guys.
Look, he sounded genuinely not overcome by the moment, but he was proud of himself, and he had every certainly right to be. I mean,
he almost forgot his mom, though. That would not have played well.
But mom got in there. I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised David Stern was in there too. Shows you that LeBron definitely wants to be an owner one day. By the way, welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was standing there pretty stoic throughout the night. He has never been one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, obviously. As a matter of fact, the most amount of emotion I think we ever saw out of Kareem was maybe 1 or 2 on-court punches and his turn as Roger Murdoch in Airplane. That's about as much as Kareem ever really let you peek behind the curtain. He was obviously asked an awful lot about what did he think of LeBron, and Kareem is really kind of a weird guy. There's just nothing simple about him.
No, he's not, but he's not weird. He's complicated, but he's bright.
Right.
And he doesn't hide the fact that he's bright. I don't find him weird at all. I find him fascinating. But
he just acts a little funny. Like, if you walk up to him, hey, how you doing? Like, he couldn't just really smoothly answer, be like, great, how are you? Like, there's just nothing. No. There's nothing easy breezy about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
No, but he doesn't have to be easy or breezy. I think he's genuinely the very thoughtful, bright guy that he's always been.
Like, to me, the right thing to say when somebody asks him, well, what do you think about LeBron breaking the record? Like, the right thing to say is just the simplest thing to say. Like, congratulations to him. I, for one, know exactly how hard it is to get to that plateau. I enjoyed my time there, but records are made to be broken, and he is certainly a worthy player of breaking my record. Congratulations to him. Just something sweet and simple and just easy. But here's what Kareem had to say. Quote, In the months leading up to LeBron breaking my record, so much was written about how I would feel on the day he sank that record-breaking shot that I had to laugh. I already written several times stating exactly how I felt, so there really wasn't much to speculate about. It's as if I won $1 billion in the lottery, and 39 years later, somebody won $2 billion. How would I feel? Grateful that I won and happy that the next person also won. His winning in no way affects my winning. Like a simple congratulations would have been. No one was trying to diminish your winning. No one was trying to take anything away from you there, Kareem.
No, but he didn't say that. He wrote it. That came off his blog. That's writing. That's not speaking. I thought when he was asked to speak last night while at the game, I thought he was very complimentary and very genuine. I mean, writing is different than speaking. I mean, that seems self-evident.
Right.
But
he went on to write, if I had a choice of having my scoring record remain intact for another 100 years or spend one afternoon with my grandchildren, I'd be on the floor in seconds stacking logos and eating Uncrustables. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think he would.
I don't know. There's no way he gets on the floor. That's a big drop. He's a big man. His knees can't work like that anymore. Anyway.
Well, maybe he's got a home where he can raise the floor.
Maybe he does. Maybe bring the kids up to him.
Yeah, no, I had no problem with what he said. I thought it was funny, though, when Magic Johnson speculated that this must be bothering Kareem. He wrote in that blog, Magic got that wrong. Said, we've talked about this several times. I'm delighted for LeBron. And I think he genuinely is, because I don't think he holds on to records. I think people know how great he is well beyond this random number. And so I honestly believe that he just, you got it wrong. I'm fine with this, because I think he is.
So with all of the memory lane that got served up, the archival footage of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's career, the archival footage of LeBron James, and all the stuff that's come out around the both of them, my favorite piece of memory lane was a list that somebody had clipped out of a newspaper and put on Twitter. I saw it. A guy named Ronnie Flores is the one who posted it. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar went around the NBA on his farewell tour, every single city that he stopped in gave him something. Ray, I've got the list. Would you like to hear what NBA teams and cities and franchises gifted to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was exiting in his final season as the all-time scoring leader and one of the most transformative, pivotal players in the history of the league? We'll start with the New York Knicks, who, I guess came big and correct. They gave him a silver apple from Tiffany's, which feels like a New Yorkie thing to give, right?
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know how much you're going to do with it. It's a knick-knack.
But,
here's a knick-knack.
Yeah, you don't want a tool belt.
No. Here's a knick-knack. It's an apple. We're the Big Apple. Tiffany's, that's kind of a New Yorkie thing.
I might have gone gold.
It's probably expensive. So there you go.
They probably did a trade out with Tiffany's.
Probably, no doubt about it. They probably did. He gets to Detroit, and they give him a portrait of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It would become kind of standard operating procedure as he went through the league. Philadelphia, they gave him a portable telephone and a CD player. I guess these must have been luxury items back in the day, right? You won't believe some of the stuff that he got. He gets to Indiana, and for some reason, they give him a flute, a saxophone, and a portrait. Did you know LeBron as a flautist or a horn player? Kareem?
No, I knew he was heavily into jazz. So I think he might have appreciated those.
So here's the thing. He's so heavily into jazz, there is one gift here I guarantee you he liked more than any other gift that he got from any other NBA team. We'll get to it in a second. He gets to Milwaukee. They give him a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, which is pretty much standard operating procedure for anyone who comes through Milwaukee getting anything. He also got a portrait from the Bucks. He goes to Cleveland, and he gets an Iranian carpet and conga drums. It's racist. Let's be honest.
That's not.
I know, but conga drums and an Iranian carpet from the Cleveland Cavaliers. He goes to New Jersey, and he gets a Lennox Bowl, Lennox Crystal. I guess they make that in New Jersey, I guess. I don't know. He also got a VCR.
That was cutting edge back then. It was
cutting edge technology.
We are talking about 24 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder if he got a Betamax or a VHS.
I think either way, it's the same gift.
Well, no, Betamax.
Well, I mean, Betamax died immediately.
Right.
VCRs eventually got aged out.
Right. But at least you got a decade.
Neither of them are on his shelf today.
By the way, do you know what was the breaking in the battle between Betamax and VHS tapes? Do you want to know what decided that battle?
I should probably know this, but I don't.
The pornography industry chose VHS.
Well, it's nice to have friends.
But that's how it happened. That's why Betamax did not stand and VHS did. Anyway, we get back to the what did you get when you retired, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He gets to Boston. They give him a piece of the Boston Garden floor. He gets to Washington. The Bullets gave him a jukebox. He gets to Chicago, and Chicago didn't give him jack, man. They gave him a VCR and a fishing rod. That's go retire, you old man. That's what the fishing rod is.
Yeah, I mean, was there ever any evidence that he was a fisherman at any point or enjoyed? I mean, everybody, I guess, the VCR had to be like the cutting edge thing of the time. That's all I could figure because he's all of a sudden got 4 of them by my count.
He gets to Dallas. He gets a Verdite elephant sculpture. I don't even know what that means. What's a Verdite? Is that a brand, an artist, a material? I could have Googled this, but I didn't. He goes to Utah, and for whatever reason, they decided to give him an 1886 Winchester rifle and cowboy boots. Very, very on brand, Utah. Nice job. He gets to Houston. Ray, he gets a computer. No other details given. Maybe it was a Commodore 64. Maybe it was an Atom. I don't know. It was a computer that he got when he got to Houston. He gets to Atlanta on March 7th, and this is what I bet you his favorite gift was. He gets to Atlanta on March 7th, and he gets the complete Warner Brothers jazz library and a painting.
I bet he appreciated both of those very much.
I bet he did.
It's thoughtful. I mean, because he was, he was very much into jazz.
Yeah. In Miami, he gets a Haitian marble sculpture and a Pacific cruise. Makes sense. I'm sure it was a celebrity cruise because Mickey Aronson owns the celebrity cruise line, I believe. He gets to Charlotte. He gets a rocking chair. Good old standard for old man leaving.
That's weak.
Yeah. Sacramento. The governor declared it Cream Day, and he got an engraved clock. In Phoenix, he gets golf clubs and a bronze statue. In Denver, he got a Vail ski trip and a gold nugget. In Seattle, he got a rocker reclining chair. The Golden State Warriors seem to have done right. He got a video camera from the Warriors, a CD player, again, cutting-edge stuff at the time, and a 24-foot sailboat. Okay. Were you there that night? Did they
I was not.
Did they push the sailboat out into the arena? No.
I'm sure they did.
Let's see. In San Antonio, he gets a painting, very cheap. The Clippers gave him maybe the worst set of gifts. The Clippers give him a surfboard, a wetsuit, and a beach umbrella. Like, thanks. Like, I'm going to get my kid the same thing going on our Mexican vacation. He's 3.
Yeah, the unmistakable feel of Don Sterling.
In Portland, he gets a glass backgammon table. The Lakers, they did right by him. They gave him his own lit tennis court and a Rolls Royce.
Yeah. Actually, other than the 2 stupid rocking chairs, the fishing rod, there aren't a lot of awful gifts there, given the time. I think they might have been able to coordinate a little better and not have him end up with 6 VCRs. But
right, you guys going VCR? Yeah, we're going VCR. Well, we're going VCR too.
Yeah, they had conference calls back in the day. You didn't have to Zoom then. You could have actually done this and figured out. All right, let's give him 24 different things that he can appreciate, and let's just spend a half an hour thinking about it.
VCR collusion.
Yeah,
at the very least, could have helped out.
It sounds like they basically waited for a Radio Shack truck that disgorged its contents in front of the arena. They said, we'll take one of those.
A couple more notes on the last night's historic NBA moment. Then we're going to put some focus on a moment that the Warriors need to take advantage of tonight when they get up to Portland. It is Klay's 33rd. We will wish one of the most beloved Bay Area athletes, one of the most liked stars in Bay Area sports history, a very happy birthday on the other side of the break as well. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Lucky California.
Lucky has amazing deals to help you score huge at your big game party. Select variety of pizza, soda, or party-size Frito-Lay chips are buy two, get three free of equal or lesser value. Mix and match, limit 2 offers. Grab the savings this week at Lucky.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Why does Joe Montana hate Trey Lance so much? Trey Lance reminds Joe Montana of Steve Young.
That's what you think, huh?
It's PTSD.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the GameTime app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the GameTime app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the GameTime app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The GameTime app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never really thought about tools until I bought a house in the suburbs. It's like this weird homeowner test if I need a tool for a project and don't have it. And my neighbor Ted loves to give me that look when I ask to borrow a pole saw. A year ago, I didn't even know pole saws existed. And now I gotta borrow one from Ted? What is happening?
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Every piece of land has a story. The Upshaw's right there is with a John Deere 1 Series tractor they call Penny. And this is Shaw.
Shaw stands for skilled hands at work.
When he's not cutting grass, he's cutting hair.
So every person is different from hair type to head shape. And I feel like it's the same way in a yard.
From front loader to backhoe, the Upshaws have the tools to DIY all day long. Run with us on a 1 Series tractor and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Daly City partly cloudy tonight with a low of 42.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So the NBA's trade deadline is tomorrow at noon. We'll have you covered leading up to the trade deadline, obviously. I know that Tim Kawakami is joining the morning show from 8 to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, reacting to anything that actually happens. We got nothing but rumors to pass along to you. Rumor is right now the Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves are talking about a 3-team deal that could have D'Angelo Russell back in L.A., Russell Westbrook, and draft picks going to Utah, while Mike Conley Jr. heads to Minnesota. That seems to be the big thing bouncing around today. Our trade deadline coverage brought to you by Bochter & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Talking about lives, Ray, we're looking at some of the great basketball lives ever lived in real time. And you and I are old enough to have enjoyed a few of these as well. And we really, if you're a basketball fan and you got a handful of these careers, if not all of them to enjoy, it's pretty awesome. I mean, let's be totally honest. Even if you hated LeBron James more than any other modern athlete, you'd have to also agree, while you're hating LeBron James more than any other modern athlete, that LeBron is the most successful modern athlete living today. He really is. He has survived and thrived in a modern social media world that no athlete or generation of athletes really before him had to deal with. Certainly no one at his stature of fame as early as he was famous. We're talking about his sophomore year in high school. He was becoming a household name, and he has basically lived his entire life controversy-free. There's been manufactured controversy. There's been things misinterpreted and presented as controversial. But in the truth of, a world that could get really controversial for you real fast, LeBron is essentially controversy-free in his life, with a level of scrutiny applied to him that no other athlete has ever had to sustain.
Well, he's been profoundly careful about that, to his credit, because if you're not careful, stuff will run away from you. And really, the only criticisms that attach to him are matters of roster construction. That's as much as you can say that he's gotten wrong, or that you can pin on him.
Well, and he's got it wrong on this step. I mean, he didn't have it wrong when he got to Miami, right? That was pretty much his roster he constructed, and that worked.
It worked enough so that he wanted to do it when he came back to Cleveland. Then he wanted definitely to do it in L.A., to the point where, Rob Pelinka is essentially his hand-chosen general manager, and he seems to be way out over his skis on that. But there's never been an active player who's been a very good general manager in any sport. That's one of those skills you have to get only by doing it over and over again, the way he became a great player.
How about this? Most general managers in any one city never win a championship. LeBron, acting as a general manager, as bad as he's been at times, has won 3 championships.
Okay, but he got to start with an advantage that most general managers didn't. Him.
Sure.
And he was the driving force behind all those championships. I mean, the one in Cleveland, that was mind over matter. The one in Miami was probably the purest of the 3. And the one in the bubble, I think people will have to hash that out the way they want to.
It's the easiest to scrutinize of the 3.
Yeah. But, for the most part, he's a mediocre general manager. But if that's the worst thing you can say about a guy, yeah, that's controversy free.
Yeah, he's a mediocre. He's mediocre at the thing he never really was.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, mediocre if you are going to say him being a chief architect of 3 titles is still coming in at mediocre in your book. Again, LeBron has had more success in the area we both agree he might have failed in than most people who choose that area will ever have.
Yeah, and again, that's because he had him, which is an enormous advantage.
Well,
he also has an Oscar.
It's also amazing that he, in year 20, still equals automatic title if you just add him to a few teams. And we'll go through those in just a minute. But the greatest basketball lives ever lived. From a modern standpoint, it is LeBron James. And also from a modern standpoint, you got to say Steph Curry. I mean, the man is just an unimpeachable leader, player, teammate, husband, family man, image. He is a winner of the very, very first degree. And there are no flies attached to that guy in a way where we live in a world that they're trying to throw flies to you to get to stick to you. And there's really nothing.
No, he's another guy who's very careful about that. And if you want to try to survive this sort of atmosphere for this many years, you have to work at that hard. And I think both LeBron James and Stephen Curry have worked at that hard. I mean, I don't know what kind of weird ghosts either of them have. Nobody's perfect. But they do go aggressively out of their way to stay out of the kind of trouble that chews up a lot of athletes who get too much money and too much fame way too early.
We have, I believe, one other modern basketball entity that is living one of the great basketball lives ever lived. But is there anyone else other than LeBron James or Steph Curry that you would attach to already the phrase, that guy's living one of the greatest basketball lives ever lived right now in the NBA? All right, we're at a list of 2, basically.
Giannis,
sure, I'd like to see more of it, but he clearly is off to a staggeringly dominant start, and he's special. Kevin Durant, even though I think he's miserable with every single step he takes in his life, he is living an extraordinary basketball life. Beyond that, going back through the ages, I mean, Bill Russell, the ultimate winner, the perfect gentleman, took no flack from no one. Lou Alcindor, obviously becoming Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a total icon, and he comes from an era where college mattered, and he is the single greatest end-all, be-all of college dominance we have ever seen. He is the sport's first true Iron Man. Wilt Chamberlain, guy, a legend who put up numbers in every avenue of life that will never be duplicated, shall we just say. You obviously can't have Magic Bird without Larry Johnson. The two of them are tied.
Whoa. Back that up.
Magic Johnson without Larry Bird. The two together is tied as 2 athletes have ever been in the history of sport. And it's not an exaggeration. The modern NBA looks like the modern NBA because of them and their efforts and the marketing and the allure and the fascination that they brought from their rivalry in college to the NBA. We obviously get to Michael Jordan, who is just, a game-changing icon that simply cannot be replicated because he was the first guy through the door in terms of It's not about being a popular team anymore. It's about being a superstar. It's about being an individual. You are going to market you as a name that goes above the team name. You are the marquee. It's not the Bulls that are coming to town tonight. It's Michael Jordan coming to town.
No, he also invented athlete's business.
He sure did.
I mean, he made $1 billion as a businessman. And it wasn't, I mean, yes, it was because he was a great player, but he had the wisdom to figure out, I have a shoe named after me. And when that goes through the roof, I can have anything named after me that I want. He was the first true athlete conglomerate.
Yeah, he's the first guy to take a level of sports popularity and turn it into a level of business acumen that other Fortune 500 companies are trying to duplicate to these days. I mean, it's just, he changed the business of modern sports forever, not just the business that an athlete does, but a business that is conducted around the sport itself. He changed how the NBA is presented, how sports television works. Again, it was a moment in time that can never be duplicated again. And to let you know that Michael Jordan was served very well by his moment in time, the lack of attention and the lack of 24-hour-a-day scrutiny is also something that benefited the myth of Michael Jordan. Because if he lived in a world where the TV studio followed you everywhere you went because everyone had a TV studio in their pocket, the majesty of Michael Jordan's mystery would have been revealed to him being like a bully and a jerk in ways that would have served his well-crafted image poorly.
But he also, if he had been put in this era, he would have been more circumspect about all of it.
Maybe.
I think he would have controlled his surroundings in such a way that you never got to see that stuff. And that, anything that people want to say about him being a tyrannical teammate or a habitual gambler, he'd have controlled that better because he would have seen how that works. When he was at the height of his powers, there wasn't any of that, so he didn't have to worry about it. The complaints about him, were at best anecdotal. I mean, they were probably true, but nobody could ever come up with that video proof. And the other thing was, he was like Hyman Roth in The Godfather. He always made money for his partners. And that buys you a level of security that rich folks will go out of their way to protect, even if they're the ones who have to be the heavies.
Let everybody see the cake before we cut it.
Yeah. I mean, no, it just, he was the first guy who could genuinely flex his muscles in a business sense. Before that, there wasn't enough money in sports to make athletes become potential owners.
Before Michael Jordan gives way to LeBron James and Steph Curry, there was one other guy that I got to put in there. And look, with no disrespect to Tim Duncan, who was a gentleman. We don't know about Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan never said anything. He was not interesting beyond the amount of titles that they won on his watch. He was a great player, but he was unappreciated pretty much across the board.
By choice.
Yes. I mean, it was sort of his choice. It's also, that's what the deal that happens when you get to San Antonio.
But he had chances to leave and chose not to. He liked the privacy.
We also liked the winning.
Well, no, I mean, clearly, but I mean, he could have won anywhere because he was that good. That said, he found a coach who he got along with completely, found teammates he liked, and saw no reason to try to do what a lot of guys wanted to do then and want to do now, which is, I got to make it in L.A.
Right,
or I got to make it in New York.
He was happy to play the side stage. He didn't want to be on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, he made his side stage the main stage.
Once the NBA Finals rolled around and we're back in San Antonio,
yeah. But I mean, that was all done on his terms, which means in that way he won just as much as any of these other guys we've mentioned.
To me, the other really truly fascinating basketball life that was, made even more fascinating by how tragically it ended and got cut short as he was just about to dabble in his post-career playing days was Kobe Bryant, obviously. I mean, fascinating, tragic, brilliant, controversial, Mamba. I mean, it was real. That really happened. Kobe was something else for a lot of reasons.
I mean, he was a bully as a teammate. He was instrumental in breaking up a Laker dynasty because he and Shaq couldn't get along. And there was the rape allegations in Colorado, which damaged his reputation for a good long time.
It's a place that if it happened in modern times, there's probably no coming back from.
Yeah, but, he, for whatever reason, he was a Laker, so, a lot of that didn't stick to him. And the other thing was, in his post-career, as short as it was, he became an advocate for women's sports, particularly basketball. And that bought him some goodwill back. There are some people who always remember I guess you just have to say it's a rape, and are not going to forgive him. And I get why you wouldn't, but when he died, it was considered more tragic than just desserts.
It sure was. The company that he kept in that moment, amplified the element of tragedy around him that is still felt to this day. The other guy who I got just in terms of incredible basketball lives, and I've brought this up with him in our interviews. It's Steve Kerr. Ray, unlike anyone else on this list, he was not born with a body to play the game and be great at it, but he was clearly born with the mind and the discipline to understand all the situations as they were happening and took advantage of all of them. I mean, say whatever you want about Steve Kerr. Did greatness follow him around, or was the locker room that he was dressing in or coaching in flirt with greatness so often that we have to say it can't be coincidence? Was he the main driver of that level of greatness? No,
not close.
But he was the kind of guy that allowed a level of greatness while he was there to be sustained. And, obviously this echoes more as a head coach than it did as a San Antonio Spur or, with the Chicago Bulls. But greatness and him have shared too many locker rooms together for it to just be a total coincidence. Like, oh, he was so lucky that he was a part of all of this. And he'd be the first to tell you, yes, I was lucky to be a part of this. But he has done an incredible job as a puppet master. And he was very good when he was part of the Marionettes.
I don't know that he was ever a puppet master, though. I think that when he was in Chicago, he understood who he was, and his greatest accomplishment was winning Michael Jordan's respect and admiration. When he was in San Antonio, he basically took that as a learning opportunity because he was not an impactful player, but he sat at the feet of one of the 2 or 3 best coaches in the history of the sport. So he went to school on that. And when he got here, he got to Phoenix, and that was a disaster because.
But I think you get to learn.
He was
learn on what not to
dope.
do. Right? You get to learn. Sometimes it's really good to see how it's done poorly, so you learn how to at least avoid that.
But when he was in Phoenix, like I said, it was a disaster because he was working for a dope, who's now basically out of the game. And then when he got to Oakland. He already had a team that had been built and was just ready for the tweakings that he wanted to put in. So, yeah, he's been incredibly lucky, but he has done nothing wrong with any of that luck.
And he's just an extraordinary, he's living, the list wasn't great basketball players. It was extraordinary basketball lives. And Steve Kerr is certainly gets an honorable mention. He's look at it this way. He's the only guy in the list who's not 6'5" and can jump out of a gym. So we'll give him that much.
No, he was more than deserving.
One last thing on LeBron. One last thing before we move on. We got Peter King live at 5. Obviously, LeBron deserves some flowers today for what he accomplished last night. And what is amazing about this guy are the amount of teams that if he were to show up on their doorstep today, it would just mean automatic title. There aren't a lot of guys who could be an automatic title walking into just 9 NBA locker rooms, and it's at least that for LeBron. It's year 20. Normally when you're passing a guy like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you're coming in limping. What's left of what you can give to the game is how you got past Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in your year number 20. LeBron could be an MVP in his 20th year. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And not only would LeBron equal a title in some of these cities, he's multiple titles, right? Because he's not done. I mean, that's a crazy thing. Look at the guy that played last night. You're telling me he's only got the rest of this year left in him? One more year left in him after that?
No, he has as many years as he chooses to have.
He's extraordinary. He's an extraordinary specimen. And if he showed up with the Warriors, that would be instant multiple titles. If he showed up with the Celtics, that would be instant multiple titles. If he were traded to the Milwaukee Bucks, that would be instant multiple titles. The Sixers, instant multiple titles. The Cavaliers might even be instant multiple titles. Denver, instant multiple titles. Dallas, instant multiple titles. Brooklyn, instant, maybe.
Brooklyn's a disaster no matter what.
Him, Kevin Durant, and company could absolutely appear in a conference finals. Him, Kevin Durant, and who else? Doesn't matter almost.
No, you're right. I was trying to be funny.
Okay.
But then again, those two guys and Ben Simmons, second rounder now.
Clippers, instant multiple titles. Right, if you showed up at the Clippers. Miami, I don't know about multiple, but an instant title could certainly be delivered in their first year. Don't forget the Miami Heat were just in a 7-game series with the Boston Celtics. How about this one, Ray? Kings. LeBron shows up to the Kings today, plays the rest of the year with him. Can they be NBA champions?
Yeah, because his MO through 20 years is that he makes the guys around him better in most cases. He's largely failed to do that in LA, but that is not because of him. And it's not because of him not trying. That's a horrible roster. And that's, maybe 25% him and 75% the people who pay him.
How many guys in year 20 are instant multiple titles across any sport ever played? Any continent, any sport, any level. It's ridiculous.
Brady, Abdul-Jabbar, Gretzky. That's probably it off the top of my head.
3 human beings.
But there might be others. I haven't done a comprehensive search of what's left of my brain pan.
Well, and here's the thing. Did Gretzky skate 20 years? Did he have a 20-year-long career?
He was like 18.
Okay.
But he could have played some more. He went out when he wanted to. There were teams that wanted him to keep going.
I'm sure the whole league wanted him to keep going. And by the way, considering how close someone is getting to his all-time goals scored record, maybe he should have. We've seen some extraordinary records fall. Well, I don't know about, I shouldn't talk for all of us, but I have. I put together a real quick list of things that I've seen that are records that have happened in my lifetime. And at one point in time, most of these were offered up as that is unbreakable. You'll never see that happen in your lifetime. Well, there's a lot of things that were never supposed to happen in my lifetime that I've seen happen. And I didn't even think about it hard to come up with at least 10, 11, 12 things. So we're going to kind of jump into them, and then we're going to jump into a little Peter King, who's going to join us at 5 o'clock, live at 5 on the Bud Light guest line. We're looking forward to that as well. So don't you go anywhere. We are about to enter what is nothing short of the longest commercial-free segment of the entire afternoon. So stay tuned. Damon and Ratto here. Yeah, yes?
Gretzky was 21 years if you count the 1 year in the WHA.
I will count the 1 year in the WHA. Thank you very much. All of our guests, Wayne Gretzky not among them today, appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game.
We saw how the offense hummed. Like, it looked as good as any offense we've all watched in a long, long time for 7 straight weeks with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Up until the injury. Now, that's the standard.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Find what you love at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen, select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that's right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you are bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $2,100 with the purchase of a qualifying Miele appliance package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
You can actually watch whatever this is on YouTube. You search 95.7 The Game. Click subscribe. All of our shows come to you live. The best interviews, the most interesting segments. Should we actually produce one of those? Behind-the-scenes content?
What behind-the-scenes?
Yeah, what behind-the-scenes content do we release? How much more behind the show would you want to be?
Oh, distances, miles.
Any behind-the-scene content you're releasing today, Grandy?
Well, I don't know about that, but, maybe stuff from Warriors games that most fans can't see. That sort of thing. Not just shows.
Oh!
But everything.
Behind those scenes.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't know.
I
thought maybe you wanted, like, the background story on my Totally Awesome t-shirt. Is that behind-the-scenes content?
I don't know.
Maybe a background story on Ray's Totally Awesome sweatshirt?
No, nobody cares. In fact, I don't care. I think I'm going to go home tonight and burn this.
Go to 95.7 The Game YouTube page, click subscribe, and make at least one man in a corner office happy. Do it for Nahagian.
Why? What's he done to make us happy?
No. We don't do anything to make anyone happy. I'm talking about the audience. This is called an ask. This is a call to action. Like, click, subscribe.
Any day his car isn't repoed is a good day for him.
It's a great day for all of us if you really think about it. We've been lucky, Ray. I know we don't talk about how lucky we are, but we're lucky guys. We've seen a lot of cool stuff happen with our own two eyes, if not together, sharing time on the air, but throughout our careers, which yours started a touch earlier than mine did. So maybe you've got a few more of these things, but here are just the records that I've seen fall in my lifetime that were, like, unbreakable. Starting with Cal Ripken's consecutive games. Like, is there anything that was offered up more as unbreakable that now falls into the category of more unbreakable than that? Because it's simply a work day that will not be allowed by Major League Baseball ever again. So, you can talk about your Cy Young records, your win records, your 300 wins as a pitcher, innings, strikeouts, whatever. All of that would be very hard to fall, but conceptually could. No one is ever going to be allowed to play that many consecutive games ever again in Major League Baseball. An argument could be made. Cal shouldn't have been allowed to do that. He might have hurt the team at times, but that we'll never see that go.
No, we won't see that. We won't see anybody win Cy Young's 511 games. We won't see somebody average 50, 30, and 20 for a season the way we did Wilt Chamberlain.
Look, we won't see.
Although Cam Thomas
could do it. If he's going to average 43 a game in his career,
yeah,
it's a player to keep an eye on.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of which, something happened last night that's only happened 5 other times in the history of the NBA. And nobody paid attention to it for the obvious reason.
Yeah, everyone's eyes were on LeBron.
Yeah. Nikola Jokic had a triple-double at halftime.
It's a pretty good night at the office.
Yeah. I mean, he's the MVP unless he decides to quit basketball.
He's special. But at some point, I don't know if he qualifies for that third MVP. Because for a third MVP, you better be one of the all-timers. Like, you better be in the picture of the greatest players of all time. The amount of guys who, Michael Jordan could have walked away with 15 MVPs then. You know what I mean? Like, if we're just going to give it to the guy who puts up the gaudiest numbers every year, that shouldn't be the way to do it. It shouldn't be the way to do it.
No, but it's not the gaudiest. It's the gaudiest set of numbers, because he's not only just a guy who gives you standard stats. He gives you all the advanced stats you could possibly want. And then, if that's not good enough for you, you can watch him play and how he makes what would seemingly be an okay but not special team the best team in the Western Conference. I mean, and by a distance. I mean, I think I don't put tons of stock in how many MVPs you have. Like, if you do this many times, you are this kind of player. But he's had 3 years in a row where he's been the best player.
He's been fantastic, but he's got "I'm the best player of the regular season" written all over him.
But that's what the MVP is.
Doesn't quite translate to. But again, when you start talking about historical levels of MVP awards being foisted upon somebody, you better hang a banner. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think the Denver Nuggets are even going to be close to an NBA Finals this year.
They might very well be, because I don't see anybody in the West who's better than them. All I'm saying is, if you're just talking about MVP awards, those are regular season awards, and that's all they are. And based on that, he's had the best year of anybody.
But that's not all they are in the NBA, historically. And I know you could say, well, they are historically, but they're also not. The NBA has used its MVPs in more ways to properly frame a player's greatness other than just reward the season had, probably more than any other league. You know what I mean?
They count rings more than they count MVPs. They really do. You know, I mean, it's not, that's not universal. Neither is the MVP. But if you have rings and MVPs, you're in that group. He doesn't have a ring yet, and I grant you that. But these last 3 years, he's been the best regular season player in basketball.
All right, I want to get back to the things and records we've actually seen broken with our own two eyes, which prevents us from even talking about Cy Young's win record, because we weren't around for that. Not even you, Ray. Barry Bonds passing Hank Aaron home run title. I don't think we're going to see the home run title fall in my lifetime. I think that gets handed to another generation. LeBron passing Kareem. I don't think that falls in my lifetime going forward. How about this? Maybe the most up to be passed unbreakable record. Wayne Gretzky passing Gordie Howe for most goals in NHL history. I do remember when that happened. Wayne Gretzky will be passed by Alexander Ovechkin in 83 more goals, Ray. That's the next major sports record to fall. If Ovechkin stays healthy, I believe he's got a contract right now for another 3-4 more years. He's going to get that record.
Probably will. I mean, I don't see him not playing anymore, barring injury, before he gets that record.
83 goals is 2 years. It's 2 years, and I think he's got 4 years left on his deal. So we saw Drew Brees pass Peyton Manning. We saw Brady pass both of them for the NHL or the NFL's passing yardage record. We saw Walter Payton. We saw Emmitt Smith pass Walter. We have seen Adrian Peterson single season or whatever it was. Who was a single season?
Eric Dickerson.
Is it Eric Dickerson? We saw that. We saw Ricky Henderson obviously pass Lou Brock, single season steals record, all-time career record. Trevor Hoffman and Mariano Rivera set all-time saves records in my lifetime. We saw Michael Phelps win 8 gold medals in Beijing for most medals in an Olympics, passing Mark Spitz. We've seen a lot of coaching records kind of come and go and fall in my lifetime, especially in college basketball. What was never going to happen, no one was ever going to pass Adolph Rupp. Well, then Dean Smith did. And then Dean Smith got passed for most NCAA tournament wins by Bob Knight, who got passed by Roy Williams, who got passed by Bob Huggins, who got passed by Jim Calhoun, who got passed by Jim Boeheim, who got passed by Mike Krzyzewski. So we've seen that come and go quite a few times. Nick Saban passing Bear Bryant for most wins in college football national championships. I don't know how much we hold on to this one romantically, but he did it. I saw him do it. Lance Armstrong, 7 straight Tour de France titles. That's never going to happen again for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, for one more than any other.
The one thing that was promised to us that we're not going to get, Tiger passing Jack and Majors. That looked to be as signed, sealed, delivered. That thing is going down in the middle of Tiger's prime? Is any of those, well, that'll never happen? It probably goes down as that'll never happen.
Yeah, I can't. No, it's not going to happen now. I mean, he has put his body through too many things too many times.
Obviously, baseball comes with a list of categories that will never fall because that's just simply not how athletes are used or the game is played anymore. So I almost don't even go back and count them. But there is one coaching record that absolutely will never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever, ever fall. No college basketball coach is ever going to win 11 national championships to pass John Wooden's 10.
You wouldn't think so.
That conceptually could happen, but it also conceptually could never happen in the modern world that we live in.
It could, if you consider the possibility that college sports is basically reducing a lot of people who can be in it by the virtue of money is now the most important thing in ways that it wasn't ever before, which greatly reduces the number of teams that could get in the way of a great coach. So I could see a situation where somebody wins 10, but that's based on the notion that 360 teams in the NCAA tournament might very well be reduced to 64 again. You guys aren't majors anymore. We've whittled you down.
Like who's winning 10 national championships?
I don't know, but I'm saying it's conceivable. It's unlikely, but it's conceivable, and it's more conceivable now than when they first opened up the tournament.
Oh, to me, it's less conceivable now than ever before. Like 10? I mean, what did Krzyzewski win? 5?
Okay, but the field of the tournament went from when he first started from I think 32 to 68. I would not be surprised in the next 10 years, given the way college sports is going, that there are not going to be as many teams who can qualify for the tournament. That's what I'm saying. Your chances get better if you do all the other things that great coaches do, including buy players, and you could get 10. I get what you're saying, but I think the landscape of college sports is changing before our eyes, and there are going to be fewer and fewer people who can play at that. And if there are fewer and fewer people who can play at that, you eventually get to where Wooden was, where he only had to win 3 or 4 games to win a title.
Right, but it's not a best of 7. It's a have a bad night, you went home tournament, and that's what makes it great. And expanding it beyond. Here's the thing: there is no more perfect sporting event in the world than the NCAA tournament. So of course they're going to mess with it and screw it up.
Yeah, well, that is the crux of my argument. That they will screw it up, and there will be fewer and fewer teams that can compete at that level. Because as we're seeing in college football, this is all about money now. I mean, Jim Boeheim turned purple the other day because he wanted to list the number of teams that buy players now with NIL, ignoring the fact that Syracuse used to buy their share of players with glee.
Right. Carmelo didn't go there because he liked the campus.
Yeah, he loved it so much he stayed a year.
By the way, welcome one and all to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Peter King joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And with this appearance, I officially hereby declare an open to this year's Super Bowl, because we really haven't talked about it much. We were kind of saving it from Peter, who joins us from Arizona. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us today. How are you?
No problem. I'm 2 beers in. Is that okay?
That is fantastic. We wouldn't have it any other way unless maybe it was 3 or 4. Then things could get really, really interesting. Before we get to your neck of the woods, we'll start in our neck of the woods, where Tim Kawakami today uncorked a little nugget that Brock Purdy and, the situation that obviously left the 49ers looking for another quarterback in the NFC title game. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo might have been more motivated had things not gone sour late in the year between Shanahan, Lynch, and Garoppolo over whatever. Tim is just speculating with all that you know around the 49ers, did you catch wind, Peter, of something being rotten in Camelot that might prevent Jimmy from wanting to return to be an emergency in the playoffs?
No, I did not. And I did hear about that today, but my eyebrows were raised. I never heard anything about that. So I just don't know. I'm not saying it isn't true. I'm sure it is. Tim is very good, very well plugged in. I don't know anything about it. Here's the thing that I don't know. I don't want to say it surprised me, but I think that if Jimmy Garoppolo were even 70%, I would have wanted him to be back up Philadelphia and have Josh Johnson not be dressed for that game. But obviously, according to Kyle, he wasn't ready to play, at least according to Kyle. So I take him at his word, and, we'll see what happens. We'll see what develops out of this.
Is there, well, again, I'm asking you to speculate, and it's unfair, but this is inherently unfair. You talking to us every week is just not a good idea for you. Is there a possibility that Kyle Shanahan, being a football coach, could hold Jimmy Garoppolo's injury history against him, and that might be all that it would take?
Well, I am pretty sure that Kyle knew that whenever the last game of the season was after that, this was not, okay, we're not kidding around anymore. This is it. Jimmy, you're going to be a free man at the end of this year. So I think we all figured at that point that, that Jimmy Garoppolo absolutely unequivocally was gone. But I don't think that has much, I didn't think anyway at the time that had much or anything to do with the depth chart in the playoffs. I always thought that when Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy enough, if not completely healthy, but when he was healthy enough, that he was going to be dressing as a backup quarterback. I didn't think he was going to usurp Purdy, but I thought that he would be dressing as a backup quarterback. And so my assumption was that he just wasn't healthy. And, but Ray, I never thought that it was going to extend beyond this year.
Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. So you've touched down in Arizona to cover yet another Super Bowl in your career. We have seen Super Bowl week sort of, go through a lot of changes just in the last few years in terms of Media Row, what it used to be, what it is now, the way that they let fans in and around it, what has happened of media night, the access that used to feel like it came from an awful lot of this week. It's now turned into a 365-day-of-the-year operation. What is the most valuable part of the media's week to you, Peter, as you get ready for the game on Sunday?
All right, I'll tell you exactly what the most valuable part is. Today, as we are reaching the end of Wednesday, it's 6:05 p.m. here. The media availabilities today, Kansas City was in the morning. I missed that because of a bunch of job-related things, work-related things. But I did go out to the Eagles, and I'll tell you one of the things. There's a lot that I curse about the Super Bowl. The mayhem, the fact that I'm basically competing with Carrot Top to interview people, and I'm only slightly exaggerating there. But yes, Carrot Top was here today and yesterday, and man, he's aging, shall we say? Anyway, but. The one thing, and it happened this afternoon, I spent 25, 30 minutes with Howie Roseman and found out a lot of really interesting things, to me anyway, about how this team has been built. Then I spent 20 minutes with a guy named Jeff Stoutland, the line coach of the Eagles, who is lording over now the best offensive line in football and one of the best offensive lines in recent years. And so those are the kind of things, because Jeff Stoutland's not normally available. Howie Roseman is not normally available. That is what I love about Super Bowl week. For a couple of days, everyone in the organization is available for you to talk to. And luckily, because I have a relationship with Howie, I was alone with him for that period of time. And those are the kind of things that I truly appreciate about Super Bowl week. Not a lot else I really appreciate about it, because it is an S show. But, hey, this is what America likes, I guess. So I don't want to be the guy who is, yelling, "Get off my lawn." I truly do appreciate being able to get exposed to all these guys who, in many cases, I'm not normally able to speak to.
Let's get back to the S show. Are you getting a sense that New Orleans is going to be able to close the deal with Derek Carr, or does this look like an unpleasant marriage that's going to end catastrophically for everybody?
I don't really know, Ray. I've not talked to... I know Mickey Loomis pretty well. I was planning to check in with him about where that stood by the end of the week. But as of now, I don't know. I do know this, that if I were Derek Carr right now, there's two teams I'd be very interested in. I'd be interested in New Orleans. I'd be interested in the New York Jets, because both of those teams have good defenses. Jets are a little better, but that the Jets are probably going to wait for Aaron Rodgers. And so Derek Carr is going to get a job. That's not in dispute. I believe that the issue is going to be who's going to step out first. And I think New Orleans is going to step out because they just don't have enough faith in either Jameis Winston or Andy Dalton. And look, Ray, we saw it this year. We saw Derek Carr's play absolutely cratered this year. And cratered to the point where the last 2 weeks of the season, where for whatever reason, as bizarre as this sounds, he left, and they were happy that he left. It was just the weirdest thing for a guy who 6 months ago was a franchise cornerstone. And so, obviously something went wrong there. And I think that the first team to go out and show Derek Carr some love is probably going to be rewarded with employing him next year.
And since you brought it up, both the name and the word weird, what happens with Aaron Rodgers? Give me your best guess.
Say it again, Ray.
You mentioned weird. You mentioned his name. What's your best sense on what happens with Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I was on the Dan Patrick show today, and I said, does Aaron Rodgers ever do anything normal? Does he ever say, I'm going to go up to Tahoe for a few days, have a few beers, take some long walks and try to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my life? No. It's either I'm going to go on an ayahuasca expedition to Peru for 2 weeks, or I'm going to go sit in a dark... I have never heard of this in my life. Have you ever heard of anybody trying to decide what they want to do with their lives or with their life and go and sit in a dark room for 4 days?
Only in a torture situation.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's weird. It's just weird. And I don't know. And look, all the power to him if that gives Aaron Rodgers clarity. And I'm, whatever. Everybody's different, and I get that. But this is just, a succession of weirdness, in my opinion. But that's where we are. I still think that if I were Aaron Rodgers, as much as it would be in following in Brett Favre's footsteps, which I think would probably make him wretched, I think that the smartest thing for him to do, and the chance in the next 2 years that he would have to take his team fairly far would be to go to the New York Jets. Bad part of it is that all the quarterbacks are in the AFC. But the Jets have a top 5 defense in the NFL. They have a top 5 defensive coach in the NFL in Robert Saleh. And I just think that I think that team is a decent quarterback away from winning 11 games and being the 5th seed in the AFC. So I don't know. Will Aaron Rodgers see it that way? I don't know the answer.
Peter, I hope that you've got somebody expense accounting a big fat ribeye with your name on it somewhere for you tonight, and that you got to get going really soon. So let me just get to 2 things before we let you go here. Last week you said that Steve Wilks would be a good fit as defensive coordinator of the Niners. He is the choice. What do you like about him in San Francisco?
You know, there's 2 things about him that I've always really liked. Okay, number one, if you talk to guys who played for Steve Wilks, they will talk about him the way that Fred Warner talks about DeMeco Ryans. And that is what I want out of my defensive coordinator. I want a guy who my players are going to go to the wall for. Okay, you never have heard, even in Arizona, you never heard players say, geez, that guy's kind of cheesy, or there's this wrong with him or that wrong with him. And I think the second thing that I would really like about him right now anyway is he really knows this division. And I'm sure that Kyle Shanahan looks at this situation as, hey, listen, we don't need to overturn what we've done here. We need to continue doing great things with this defense. We've got a real smart guy who's not going to look to reinvent the wheel, and who every guy who's ever played for him will just say, that's a guy I really like to play for. So I'm bullish on that hire. I think it's a good one.
Peter, what are you more comfortable betting against? And these are 2 uncomfortable things to bet against. Would you rather bet against this Eagles defense or Patrick Mahomes?
Oh, my God. I mean, you know, if I feel like I'd rather be burned at the stake than answer that question, because I love both. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles defense was just absolutely awesome, especially down the stretch. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with Mahomes being a little hobbled and having his offensive weaponry pretty hobbled. I think it's going to be very hard for them. But I guess the way I would answer that is I look at football today, and I look at trying to figure out football games today in thinking about the players who I really respect a lot, who I would say, if I had one game to win, give me this guy. If I had one game to win tomorrow, even with a high ankle sprain, give me Patrick Mahomes, of any player in the NFL. And that obviously includes all the quarterbacks. And it's no sign of disrespect to anybody else, but it is just a simple acknowledgement that every game that Patrick Mahomes plays, I find it hard to believe he's not going to win. Now, this one is just a little different because of all the injuries among his skill players and the fact that this year Jalen Hurts is 16-1 as a starting quarterback. Excuse me, and has one of the best offensive lines we've ever seen. But the one other thing I would say just about the Eagles right now is, I've been around them a little bit in the last 3 or 4 weeks. This is a really, really confident team. It's not that Kansas City's unconfident. Philadelphia just has the feel. I think this Eagles team is a touchdown better than the Eagles team that won the Super Bowl 5 years ago. And, so I just think this Eagles team is going to be very, very hard to beat.
Peter, thank you so much for joining us tonight, all football season long. Get that frog out of the back of your throat with the third beer. You've earned it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, fellas. Take care.
Really appreciate it. Peter King, just a quick one, because it is dinner hour in Phoenix, and if you want to get the good cut at Mastro's, you got to get there early.
He doesn't strike me as a Mastro's guy, unless he's
wherever the expense account's open. He strikes me as that guy.
Expense accounts at NBC are not what they used to be. I'm guessing that he's probably south of that, but I suspect he will have a series of more beers.
Would you like a little breaking news, Ray?
Okay.
Would you like a little breaking NBA trade deadline news? You want to push a button here, Grandy, to make it official?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
So here's the deal. It looks like we have a deal between the Lakers, the Jazz, and the Timberwolves. Shams is reporting the three teams are finalizing a trade that will send D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt to L.A. Russell Westbrook and a first-round pick go to Utah. Mike Conley Jr. and a second-round pick in compensation go to Minnesota. And reports coming out of Utah early is that Russ will be bought out, which is going to deny us the made-for-TV series that is Russell Westbrook in Utah. But there you go. It looks like we have our first official blockbuster NBA trade of the trade deadline. And, all due respect to Kyrie, this is kind of interesting. Are the Lakers a better team just after reading this sentence? Yeah, I think they are.
They might be. I mean, I don't know yet, just because they're so.
They got a real point guard. They got a real point guard in D'Angelo Russell, and they got a real wing defender in Jared Vanderbilt.
I like the Vanderbilt part. I'm not sure about Russell. And they still have the problem of figuring out how to get maximum out of Anthony Davis. And watching him last night.
You did not look like you wanted to play hard. That's not what max effort looks like.
No. By the way, Juan Toscano-Anderson and Damian Jones both go to the Jazz as well.
Oh, Juan Toscano-Anderson in Utah. Sorry, man.
Well,
cash that NBA check. It's good living.
Yeah, it's either that or play on a Lakers team that is just bereft of anything. I mean, I like the Vanderbilt part more than I like anything else about this. I don't know that I trust D'Angelo Russell. And if he's not trustworthy, LeBron James will figure that out early. Because
I don't think LeBron's got the ability to be beggar and chooser at this point. He was desperate to get. And how about this? Instant upgrade over Russell Westbrook. Full stop. D'Angelo is a better basketball player in this season than Russell Westbrook could conceivably ever be. That's an upgrade. Easy to see coming. Nothing to even debate.
No, but he has to adjust his usage rate downward, because he's not going to be the guy who handles the ball the most with the Lakers. That's going to be LeBron. And I'm not convinced that he's comfortable with giving up his usage rate. So I think he's got to make adjustments to his game that he's never done before. I mean, when he was with the Warriors, he needed to have the ball. And that turned out to be a disaster. So they have the same problem with a younger guy. And he's going to have to figure out how to be dynamic in a system in which the dominant guy is one of the great players of all time, which he's never really had to deal with before. So we'll see if he adjusts, because if he doesn't adjust, all they did was get Jared Vanderbilt.
Again, of course, you only see the negative aspect in all of this. It's a very good trade for the Lakers. For a team that looked like they were devoid of any options that would even come close to looking like this, Rob Pelinka goes from "you're terrible at this" to "I'm surprised you pulled that one off."
I'm holding out to see what kind of D'Angelo Russell they have.
Because any kind of D'Angelo Russell's better than Russell Westbrook.
No, because he has some serious Russell Westbrookian tendencies, and those are what have to change. I mean, one of the reasons why Minnesota is still dysfunctional is because he never figured out how to play with Karl Anthony Towns, and he certainly didn't figure out how to play with Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert.
Well, how many games did he get with them? I mean, those two guys went down injured.
But they've been back long enough. D'Angelo Russell is, to me, a question mark at best, problem at worst. And he's got to be significantly better. And not just in terms of the counting stats like points and assists. He's got to be a more aware basketball player. And he's got to be a guy who's got to be comfortable with the idea that the offense doesn't run through him. I mean, that was the problem with Russell Westbrook.
I think LeBron will be happy to get off the ball a little bit. Doesn't mean he's not, his usage is going down, but I think LeBron is going to be happy to get off the ball, let a real point guard bring it up the floor, maybe buy him a few more, easier trips up the court than being the focus of everyone's defense from three-quarter court on because you're bringing the ball up. And I'll say this about D'Angelo Russell. There are a lot of reasons to doubt what he might be, could be. Here's what he also is. Emphatically the third best Laker the day he steps on the court. He's the third best Laker they got.
If he plays that way, my question is, will he play that way? And there's not much evidence that suggests that he will play that way.
He's having a good year.
He's having a good year in numbers-wise, but he didn't make that team any better, and his usage rate is still as astronomical, and his care of the basketball is no better than it has been.
Well, since we're talking a little basketball, happy birthday to seriously one of the more likable stars in Bay Area sports history. Klay Thompson turns 33 years old today. It's amazing, man. This is year 12 already for Klay. Now, 2 of those years were obviously spent rehabbing, but those were career years for Klay in terms of they weren't off years. He probably worked harder in those years, or at least it felt like harder work in those years than any year he was actually out there playing. What's amazing is the guy's consistency, even as he struggles to find his consistency, because Klay Thompson, not the efficient player he used to be, but he was getting 21 a night for the 5 years before he got hurt in the NBA Finals, and he's basically 21 a night in the 2 years since he's been back. It looks different. It's a little less efficient. It doesn't come with the defensive prowess, which never got universally recognized by the NBA with any award anyway. But we know how good he was. But, man, he's coming off 12 of 16 from 3. Let's keep it cooking tonight on your birthday, Klay. Let's see it happen. Very, very important game up in Portland tonight. There are how many could you make the argument? That's a winnable road game. Are really out there for the Warriors. They've been so bad on the road this year. I don't care about the little corner that they've turned recently. Every single time they tip off a road game, they are back to, the square one in terms of what you might do tonight. They haven't built up any house credit on the road, in my mind. This is a winnable road game, a rare winnable road game for a team that is only a couple games over 500 at home and is a couple games under 500 overall record. They should beat Portland tonight.
If they can keep Damian Lillard from scoring 45.
Yeah, I was going to say 50. Because he might be able to do that too. But even if he does go for 45 or 50, there shouldn't be enough around him to overcome what the Warriors are. Even without Steph Curry. You got Jordan Poole coming off hopefully his eyes got wider in terms of how he needs to go out and play for the Warriors to play at their best. He got his first double-double of the season with a career-high 12 assists. He hit 5 3-pointers while Klay was hitting 12. Hopefully that continues. Dante DiVincenzo coming off a 14-7 game. He is now definitely in his biggest stretch with the Warriors in terms of his responsibility to deliver them into the win column. Wiggins played really well in his last game. Draymond is the only drop of defense that you can see on this team. Hopefully he continues to drop some defense tonight. Kuminga's getting better. Kevon Looney is, 10 rebounds rolling out of bed. Hopefully continues to be. We'll see what this one looks like tonight. But this is a game. Here's the thing. You want to give us a reason to start taking you seriously. Go win in Portland. win your third game in a row in Portland. They've won 5 of their last 7, I believe. So keep a good thing going as you try to get through the last 4 games you got to get through before the All-Star break. Again, they're in Portland tonight. Saturday, they're home against the Lakers. Next week, Monday, they host the Wizards. Tuesday, they're at the Clippers, and then the All-Star week is upon them. Nice break off for everyone. Steph, obviously, not going to the All-Star game with his situation. So more of a break off from him. And for a guy who's going to miss a couple weeks, a few weeks, several weeks, whatever that means, the non-definitive way that the Warriors have explained away this Steph Curry leg injury. Thank God one of those weeks is an All-Star week, and they don't have any games.
Yeah, that's thanks for small favors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's about as decent as a break as you can catch while Steph Curry is getting injured. So there you go. The big news the hour from Shams. The Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves finalizing a 3-team deal to send D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt to the Lakers. Russell Westbrook and a first-round pick go to Utah. It seems like the Jazz are going to buy out Westbrook. Mike Conley and a second-round pick go to Minnesota. There it is. Your first big trade since the Kyrie trade. We'll see if there's another one that even gets into that ballpark tomorrow. I don't think so.
No, this is the one. I mean, nothing's going to be as big as this. And even at that, it's problematic for everybody. I mean, Utah gets Mike Conley, Nickeil Alexander-Walker in 3 seconds. No, not much help there. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Minnesota gets that. So they're not helped. And again, D'Angelo Russell is, for me, still very much a question mark. And Russell Westbrook gets to play for nobody.
I wonder if someone will try to come on him in the buyout market.
Maybe.
And that is like the little secondary trade deadline that comes up after the actual trade deadline. Little buyout market in the NBA. And then the dust will officially be settled. We had Monty Poole on with us yesterday. We asked him what he thought the Warriors would do. He said, squadoosh.
Because Steph is out, you can't make a move because your leader is going to be missing for 3 or 4 weeks. That's short-term thinking, and it's dangerous, and it's a panic move. And the last time they made a panic move, it backfired in their face, and they didn't make the playoffs. That was the Kelly Oubre situation. So I don't think they'll go that route, make a dramatic move because Steph's out, and we need to get somebody. And so Wiseman, Moody, and a draft pick down the road, whatever. No, I think it'll be a smaller move, but I still think that they are determined to try and get someone who can help up front, and they need that, and we'll see what they end up with.
Take Jared Vanderbilt off of that list of potential potential trade partner that would make a difference. And even if you could trade, even if that could have, the Warriors are very hamstrung. Again, they can't trade their 2023 first-round pick. They don't have their pick in 2024. They can't trade their 2025 first-rounder. They have no second-round picks in 2023, 24, 25, or 26. Wiggins can't go anywhere. Jordan Poole is next to impossible to move because his extension hasn't even kicked in yet. And the young guys that you think, well, maybe you could offer them up in kind of a poo-poo platter. Well, they've been so poo-poo, there isn't really any trade value there. So the Warriors they probably weren't going to do very much to begin with. And even if they wanted to do something, they really don't have that many levers to pull.
Yeah, or partners who are interested in the levers they want to pull. So, yeah, I think this is for them yet another perfect storm, which is they don't have an avenue to move players they want to move or to get players they want to get. So that's who they are.
Well, here's the other perfect storm. Somehow, some way, you are still like 4.5 games out of a 2 seed. So just play some winning basketball. Play some winning basketball over 15 games. I frickin' dare you. See if you can go win tonight in Portland. I frickin' dare you.
Well, good luck with that.
We got our man, John Dickinson, coming up with Warriors Live in a half an hour from right now. Ray, I want to get back to one other thing that I thought we would kind of peel away from the Peter King interview and get into this. Nora Princiotti for The Ringer was writing about the hell of the year that the NFL just had, and that this league maybe used this year once and for all to prove, and she doesn't like this, that it's like definitively too big to fail. She just recapped some of the things that you'd think, one or two of these things, much less all of these things stacked up on each other, would really damage a league in terms of PR or how many people were interested in it. When you look at all the stuff the NFL's had to deal with this year, starting with Deshaun Watson kicking it all off, signing the largest guaranteed deal in NFL history after being at the very, very, very best naughty with more than 24 masseuses. You had Daniel Snyder officially become team sexually uncomfortable for women, making the dumbest rebrand to a team name that nobody even likes. The generic one was better, and he's dodging congressional subpoenas on his IMAX yacht the entire year. You got Gruden's ongoing lawsuit over the slur-laden emails that got released due to the whole Washington investigation. You got Miami owner Stephen Ross fined and suspended for wanting to tank games and lure Tom Brady. You got Brian Flores' class action lawsuit claiming, black coaches get shafted at every single turn. You got the Jerry Jones trying to intimidate young black kids in the 1957 Arkansas picture. You had Tua getting concussed on the field and scaring the crap out of football media and fans. Then you had DeMar Hamlin nearly dying, which really scared the crap out of football media and fans. Watching a guy die on a football field, nearly die on a football field. You figured that would be horrific enough to where people were at least going to be like, oh my God, get it off my TV. No, as a matter of fact, it's the best rating in the history of Monday Night Football on ESPN. Don't tell me we're here for the race. We're here for the crashes. Nora Princiotti goes on to write, Ray, in reality, there's a clear case to be made that the NFL, having given all of that, has never been stronger. In May, the league signed a new media rights deal, which will be, in place for the next decade, and it's worth about $100 billion, nearly doubling their pie. Less than 2 months ago, Google and the NFL struck a deal for YouTube TV to stream the league's out-of-market games package Sunday Ticket for a recorded price tag of $2.5 billion per year. The league had 82 of the top 100 television broadcasts in the U.S. last year. One of the few businesses to emerge from the pandemic with only growth being observable on the horizon, and had record attendance and ticket demand at international games. So this isn't just like, you Americans are all addicted to it. In the finer heeled countries of the world, they would never go for this. No, they go for it in record numbers. She said this is basically a moral stress test that, they haven't dealt with daft precision, but it hasn't hurt at all. The enduring strength makes it easy to stare at the league's dark underbelly and say that nothing matters and nothing will ever change, that owners will continue behaving badly and profits will always be prioritized over players' health. Nothing that happens in the NFL this season stopped any of the 53 million viewers who tuned into the AFC Championship game from doing so. And, how the way the NFL handled Deshaun Watson to Dan Snyder to Tua to DeMar, it doesn't carry real consequences, financial or otherwise. So even asking for the league to do better feels like an empty plea.
Well,
it's like this. It's like she should be your daughter, Ray.
Oh, no, she's absolutely right. The NFL is motivated to do nothing other than what it's doing now. And what it's doing now is generating business. So there's not, they don't have to worry about PR.
They print their own money.
Yeah, they not only print their own money, they literally, if they fired their entire PR staff or crisis management team, all they do is save a bunch of salaries because nobody cares.
You could have AI. They're talking about all the things that AI can do. AI can write a sitcom. AI can write a 10-minute stand-up routine these days. You could have AI work PR for the NFL and put out statements that are tantamount to cry all you want, we don't care about your feelings, and it wouldn't hurt the business one bit.
No, you wouldn't even have to put out the statement. Business is the business. If we could figure out a way to play games every night and go from 17 games to 40, we'd do it. I mean, there is no governor on them right now. And the recession that everybody thought was going to hammer the economy that might have hit the NFL too, that hasn't happened.
It hasn't hammered their economy, and it hasn't hammered the economy that goes along with big games. I saw this from Arash Markazi today. Super Bowl ticket prices, Ray. The average purchase price of a Super Bowl ticket on TickPix right now is $7,320, which makes it the most expensive Super Bowl based on average ticket price on record. Yet at the same time, this is a Super Bowl that doesn't have much buzz around it either. The get-in price is $4,692, which is down about $700 since Monday, down over $1,000 since the game was actually announced, which means that this game isn't playing huge back in Kansas City or Philadelphia in terms of rampant ticket purchases. And when you think about it, you probably, if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, have been buying a lot of expensive football tickets over the last 5 years to watch your team play. And you're not that far removed from a Super Bowl if you were in Philadelphia. So a lot of expensive tickets have been purchased, which means this is not generating the rampant business back in the hometown markets. The average ticket price, though, I mean, when you think about it, if it really is $7,300, Ray, we're talking about $14,000 for 2 Super Bowl tickets. That's before flights, that's before meals, that's before drinks or the price of a hotel room. I'm just going to tell you that going to a Super Bowl is officially a very cool thing to do. It is not cooler than the weeks-long 4-star vacation that you could go on for about that cost. I mean, you can enjoy a Super Bowl for about 15, 20 grand, and that'll take up about 3 hours of your life, or you can go on a 3-week vacation for the same price. And I mean, like, there's so little bang for your buck there. And I understand that if you're buying Super Bowl tickets, you're really not worried about money to begin with. It's sort of comes, with the profile of who buys Super Bowl tickets. But that's a ridiculous amount of money to spend on 3.5 hours of entertainment.
Even if you went for the whole week, it's 20 grand. Who's got 20 grand to spend?
Well,
other than the maniacally rich.
Well, that's
that's what the Super Bowl has been for a while. The fact that it's incrementally more expensive this year than last just tells me that next year it'll be incrementally more expensive next year until sometime in the as yet undefined future when the bubble bursts on everything. The NFL might be the last canary in the coal mine to die.
It's, well, again, giving the Nora Princiati Ringer article, there's no amount of cyanide from a PR standpoint that this league can ingest that even fluctuates its heartbeat. It's amazing. It really is too big to fail. And like beyond World War III global economic collapse, guess what the one thing we would turn to get away from all that stress would be? Football.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They don't really have to worry about quality control anymore or safety or anything else. Right now, they genuinely have done the one thing that Roger Goodell was hired to do, is make them untouchable. That's why he still gets paid $60 million a year, because in that one little corner of the business, he's done the job they paid him to do.
And he's done it damn well. They might not like him, but they do.
Well, they endure him. They just say, who else could do this? Yeah, we don't know. So why change? Why change anything if you're them?
Imagine if we had to endure you for $60 million a year.
You wouldn't.
Remember, every single guest that joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We are also brought to you by calhope.org. We'll be back with Final Jeopardy in just a moment.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
We got to see what we got with Trey. Here's the crazy thing. No, you don't. I know that's hard.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus, an 80 count of Lysol disinfecting wipes is only $1.99. So take a seat or two. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/11. Share offer valid in-store and online. Lysol in-store only while supplies last.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Our NBA trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The NBA trade deadline is tomorrow at noon our time, and we will have you covered with the very latest, getting into it, starting with the morning show, which is going to have Tim Kawakami in from 8 to 9 a.m. tomorrow, going over any of the morning's news. Probably not going to find any news tomorrow morning bigger than the Shams bomb just dropped on us. The Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves finalizing a trade to send D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt to the Lakers. Russell Westbrook and a first-round pick go to Utah. Mike Conley Jr. and a second-round pick in compensation go to Minnesota. The reports are that Russ will be bought out by Utah, and Chris Haynes is the first to step up to the plate and say that if indeed Russ is bought out by Utah, one of the first teams that will be interested in Russell Westbrook would be the Clippers. So, if you love watching him in Los Angeles, maybe your future will still hold that for you.
Yeah, that one staggers me because the Clippers have been playing better of late. I mean, they're now like fourth in the conference. And I don't know what Russell Westbrook necessarily gives you that he doesn't take away with the other hand.
I was about to say that a headache. He definitely gives you one of those.
Yeah, no, to me that, it would make sense if he was coming from another city and maybe you could make the argument, well, being closer to home will reinvigorate him. Well, he's already at home. So that you can't even make that argument. So, yeah, I don't know. Clippers being Clippers, I guess.
So stick around because much more coming up tomorrow. It is the NBA trade deadline, and we'll see if the Warriors actually do anything. They have very limited resources in terms in which to conduct a trade that would really make a difference. So we'll see whether or not they actually do it. You want to help yourself out, Golden State Warriors? Again, don't worry about the trade deadline. Worry about the Portland Trailblazers and go beat them tonight at the Rose Garden.
It's not the Rose Garden.
It's always going to be the Rose Garden.
Oh, okay.
Just the same way that they could have changed it. They changed Candlestick's name to two stupid different things. It was Candlestick.
All right. Well, I mean, it has been the Rose Garden for a number of years now. I don't even think people in Portland call it the Rose Garden anymore.
Oh,
I have people who live in Portland. Nobody
people.
refers to it as the Rose Garden.
No, they love saying Moda Center.
Or they'll just say the center.
The center? That's what the cool kids call it these days?
Yeah, they don't call it the Rose Garden.
Rose Garden.
It's been too many years.
It's better than all that. Rose Garden.
Oh, I like it better than both of those, but time marches on.
It's like when they built the field house that the Colts now play in. whatever that thing is named. I don't even know the name of it. They tore the RCA Dome down, built the new
Lucas Oil?
Lucas Oil Field. Thank you very much. They call Lucas Oil Field the RCA Dome still in Indianapolis. They're like, you going to the RCA Dome? Even though it's a building ago.
Yeah. Does RCA even exist anymore?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah,
The
see,
dome
roses
certainly does.
do exist, but Portland's moved on.
I was going to try to go into Roses by Outkast, but there's no way I can do it without swearing. So I'm going to move on.
Hey, if LeBron can do it, why not you?
Ray, I'd like to introduce you to maybe the most impressive young woman in sports in America today. We were talking about things that we'll never see, probably records broken in our lifetime. And a young woman named Erin Matson has maybe set the latest. Do you know anything about this or where I'm going with this?
Go with it.
Erin Matson. Well, before I tell you about her, I guess I need to tell you about the North Carolina Tar Heels women's field hockey team. I don't even think I need to see women's field hockey because there is no men's field hockey. So North Carolina Tar Heels field hockey team. They have 3 dominant teams on campus at the University of North Carolina: men's basketball, women's soccer, and field hockey. The field hockey team has won 4 of the last 5 NCAA championships, and Erin Matson was a key contributor on many of those. She was so good, she was so respected, that 3 months after her winning her last title in North Carolina, she was named head coach. She's 22 years old. She takes off her jersey from the last game she plays. She graduates, and 75 days later is named head coach of the team. Now, Pat Forty, writing for Sports Illustrated, wanted to just point this out because, you know, all the field hockey jokes that you might have that you think lend themselves to them making a reach hire like this, says just straight up, this doesn't happen in modern college athletics. The path from player to coach might start immediately after a competitive career ends for some, but the path to player to head coach, like, always winds through a few stops and several years, sometimes several decades. Not only is North Carolina radically accelerating that timetable, this isn't some fixer-upper job that nobody wanted. Matson was chosen from a field of A-list candidates to lead a 10-time national champion juggernaut. Now, obviously, it's a much different scale than Alabama football, but this would be equivalent to Nick Saban retiring and then some player who just graduated being named head coach. It's really an unprecedented thing in the history of hiring.
Oh, it's extraordinary. I mean, it's hard to get your head around, even if you've read some of the stories about it, which I did, and I just still, how? I mean, unless there's some sort of NIL link that we don't know about, I don't understand it, but she must be that extraordinary.
She must be that extraordinary. A 22-year-old getting a major job at a major level of the sport she's a part of. That's something else.
Yeah.
We'll never see a 21-year-old. How about that? Get the job.
Well, you know, here's your diploma. Oh, by the way, here's your new job.
Right. Chalk Talk starts at 6.
Yeah. You know, here's you can move out of your dorm now. We have an office for you.
Unbelievable. So good luck to her and North Carolina.
She'll be fine.
Field hockey.
Even if she doesn't keep the job for 50 years, she'll be fine.
She'll be okay. I mean, once you start making that field hockey money, Ray, it's all gravy from there.
It's not the field hockey money. She will get to know people who know people. It's why a lot of athletes who have other options go to Stanford, because you get to know people who know people.
Well, it's the old saying, if you're smart enough to get a scholarship offer at Stanford, there's no way you're dumb enough to turn it down.
Exactly.
Stick around. There's no way to turn down John Dickinson when he's around the corner with Warriors Live. We got Warriors and Blazers coming up from Portland. Warriors Live for the next half hour. Then we got Tim Roy. Then we got tip-off on Klay's 33rd birthday. Who's your favorite Klay Thompson? China Klay, scaffolding Klay, or hitting 12 three-pointers Klay? Hopefully that's the one that shows up in Portland tonight at the Rose Garden.
Yeah, because he hits 12 in a row in multiple games a lot.
It all the time. Let's see it happen again tonight. Go ahead and beat the Portland Trailblazers. We'll be talking about that hopefully tomorrow. And in the meantime, thank you very much to Peter King for joining us For Lucas, Grandy, and Ray, I'm Damon. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
It's the Red and Gold Aftermath on 95.7 The Game.
It's life. That's what we sign up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But I mean, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. You're fired up and confident and ready to go.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Evan Mack talks with Matt Hardy.
There's nothing like a wrestling fan, for better or for worse. How do you handle that, though? We're talking about people talking about your family, what they don't know about your family or your brother or you. How does one handle that from a day-to-day basis?
Something I joke about with the Young Bucks all the time. I said, if you would vanity search Matt Hardy on Twitter, I said, after you got through 100 replies, you'd want to quit the business and never be seen again. It's just, you just learn to deal with it. You know what I mean?
It's the Kick Rocks Wrestling Podcast with Evan T. Mack. Subscribe now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.